Li awakens to the most feeble profession, that of a summoner, yet possesses the extraordinary ability to contract dungeon bosses. One by one, female bosses fall under his contract, including a mature, intellectually endowed beast woman, a white-haired sword saint standing an impressive height of 2.2 meters, a halfling legal lowly blacksmith, measuring only 1.4 meters tall, with hair cascading to the ground, a charming and clingy catgirl assassin, a noble and elegant elven queen sorceress, and a gentle and innocent angel sister apothecary, a formidable dragon girl martial artist exuding power, along with a capricious and proud vampire princess. Under the guidance of these boss ladies, he navigates through dungeons solo, effortlessly shattering records. The abyss, the enigmatic domain, and the gloomy ruins cannot impede my progress. Even in the realm of deities, I shall reign supreme. Chapter 1. The Summoner, deemed the weakest? Awakening the faithful affix, summoning holy monarch. Boss, at the labor market. Laborers waiting for work swarm as a foreman enters, and Li finds himself jostled amongst the burly men. You and you. Follow me. The foreman, with a keen eye and discerning skill, quickly selects his crew, just as they are about to depart. Li grits his teeth and steps forward. Drawing upon his inner strength, he proclaims with fervor, carry bricks upon shoulders to build towering walls. Reinforced steel holds firm, erecting towering frames. Paint applied smoothly, tiles laid evenly. We do not fear hard work. The construction site is my home. The laborers stare in astonishment. Goodness, is there a master among them? The foreman is taken aback. Whose subordinate is this? Li beams with a radiant smile. Give me a chance, boss. The foreman, amused, sizes him up. Kid, just awakened? Li nods vigorously. The foreman uses his discerning skill to take a closer look. A D-grade profession, a summoner? His brow furrows. This is a low-tier profession, and there is little demand for summoners on construction sites. However, it is not entirely useless. Some summoned beasts can be quite handy for hauling bricks. Show me your initial summoned beast. Li Yi's expression stiffens, and he musters the courage to invoke Summon Stone Guardian. Within the summoning array, a gray stone golem, standing approximately 1 meter tall, gradually takes form. Upon fully manifesting, the golem wobbles unsteadily, almost toppling over. Chunks of stone fall away, giving it the appearance of imminent collapse. The foreman shakes his head in disappointment. Too weak. You might as well join a factory to tighten screws. Returning to his humble rented room, Li gazes at his profession panel, feeling a chill course through him. Name, Li. Age, 18. Profession, summoner. Level, 1, 0.00. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 5. Magic power, 8. Active skills, Energy Star Bullet, level 1. Summon Stone Guardian, level 1. Passive skills, Encouragement of the Conductor, level 1. Attribute points, none. Skill points, none. How did I awaken as a summoner? He sighs deeply, his brow furrowed in despair. In this world, where data is globalized and games intertwine with reality, every individual awakens to an extraordinary profession upon graduating high school. They gain experience through conquering dungeons and slaying monsters. Many resources in the extraordinary industries are also derived from dungeons. The summoner is ranked as the lowest tier D-grade profession. This profession begins with low attributes and has limited growth potential. Other professions gain dozens of attribute points for each level. For instance, A-grade professions earn at least 40 points per level. Certain rare professions can even exceed a staggering 70 points per level. In contrast, summoners receive a meager 10 points, the lowest across all professions. Although they have the ability to summon extraordinary beings, the creatures they summon are often simple-minded, weak, and lack combat prowess. Take the skill Summon Stone Guardian, for example. Summoning a stone golem at the cost of 10 mana yields a creature with less combat ability than a mere dog. Indeed, many support professions can easily overpower a summoner with just a few basic attack skills. It is evident how dire the situation is when a damage-dealing profession struggles against even support roles. During the annual extraordinary trials, while other professions ponder which university to attend, contemplating future choices of villas or seaside homes, sports cars or private jets, only the summoners are left grappling with where to find work, whether on construction sites or in factories. Indeed, the summoner can only become a factory dog, performing various dirty and laborious tasks, earning a pitiful salary of 2,000 to 3,000, barely enough for sustenance, and often looked down upon as inferior to livestock. Li glances at his bank account balance, a mere 200 yuan remaining. It is insufficient to cover even half a month's rent, let alone food expenses. His expression darkens. After decades in the construction industry, he had hoped to return to his former profession. Yet, it seems he cannot even enter his original field. Aren't orphans in novels always the protagonists? Yet here, he is transmigrated with a life spent in an orphanage, enduring 18 long years of hardship. Just as he is on the verge of despair, the profession panel suddenly emits a brilliant golden light. "What is happening?" he exclaims in astonishment. He watches as a large swath of golden text appears at the bottom of the panel. Fateful affix, summoning Holy Monarch. 1. Skills are instant and have no cooldown. 2. Summoned beings and contracted servants never betray and are immune to detection, control, and theft. 3. Gain 1 summoning holy contract, with an additional 1 every 20 levels, allowing contracts with non-human beings of no higher level than oneself. 4. Receive an evolutionary holy stone, with an additional 1 every 5 levels, enabling the evolution of contracted beings. Li Yi's eyes widen. Upon comprehending the text, he trembles with excitement. Is this the awakening of my golden finger? He hastily senses the spatial pouch of the profession. Inside lies a golden contract and a colorful orb, quietly resting. Li Yi is overjoyed. Now this feels like a genuine transmigration. Glancing again at the affix effects, skills are instant and have no cooldown. Li Yi gasps in disbelief. What an astonishing ability. This means that as long as his mana is sufficient, he could transform into a spellcasting artillery. An ability that countless magic professions dream of possessing is merely one of his affix effects. Li Yi's spirit lifts as he continues to read. The second effect is also remarkably powerful, particularly the immunity to control and theft. Given that a summoner's skills are inherently weak, relying almost entirely on summoned beasts for combat, the greatest fear is the restriction of those summoned creatures. With these 2 effects, he no longer has to worry about being countered. As for the third and fourth effects, contracting non-human beings of the same level, Li Yi murmurs. In an instant, his mind is illuminated as if struck by lightning. Could it be that I can contract dungeon bosses as well? After all, no matter how formidable an individual may be, they cannot surpass a boss of the same caliber. Even an S-rank profession, or even a rare vocation, can merely endure punishment in the presence of a boss. If I could summon a boss as my creature, would I not be invincible? Li Yi felt a surge of excitement. With such a powerful advantage, who would still consider working in a factory? Laboring is simply not an option for him. He intends to participate in the extraordinary trials. The extraordinary trials are akin to the Gaokao, the National College entrance examination, lasting for a duration of 60 days. The challenge involves conquering dungeons, and the admissions into the extraordinary university will be determined by the results achieved in these dungeons. Practitioners can directly learn foundational and intermediate systematic skill sets at the extraordinary university. This is far more convenient than scavenging for skill books in dungeons, and also proves to be more economical. Unfortunately, the combat prowess of summoners is exceedingly weak, leaving them with little chance of passing the extraordinary trials. Hence, ordinary summoners often opt to enter factories after graduation. The inherent weakness of this profession has resulted in only 3 universities across the nation offering a major in summoning. The admission criteria are exceptionally stringent. One must possess either a unique specialized talent or belong to a rare vocation within the summoner category. For instance, the Shadow Summoner and the Eerie Summoner are both rare professions under the broader category of summoners. Strictly speaking, they have transcended the conventional summoner domain. Naturally, Li Yi's intention in registering for the extraordinary trials is not merely to gain admission to a university. Primarily, he seeks to take advantage of the 3 complementary teleportation opportunities granted to novice practitioners during the trial period. If he truly manages to form a contract with a boss from a raid, with the terrifying combat strength of the boss, soloing dungeons would be a trivial matter. Moreover, should the number of participants in a dungeon fall below 3, he would additionally receive a 50 bonus to experience points. He could enjoy exclusive experience boosts and all the rewards from the dungeon. With the wealth he accumulates, what skill could he not procure? Why would he even consider attending university? Chapter 2. Contract Target. Howling Moonsword Master, Leth Moon Colochus. With this thought, Li Yi could no longer remain seated. After freshening up, he packed 2 sets of clothes and a power bank, then boarded the bus heading to the trial registration office. During the journey, he took out his phone to research the various dungeons, seeking his contract target. The combat prowess of a level 1 summoner is hardly superior to that of an ordinary individual, with even minor monsters posing a significant threat to life. Thus, he needed to find a boss that could be directly accessed for combat. In each tier of the dungeon, the level and attributes of the monsters are dynamically adjusted based on the adventurer's level within that tier. Therefore, when he entered the dungeon at level 1, the monsters would also be at level 1. The second boss of the Wailing Cave, the venomous Orblex, has a commendable skill set. However, the route to it traverses through 2 toxic gas zones, and the antidote is prohibitively expensive. The first boss of Howling Wind Ridge, the Dark Raven Guard Captain, boasts rather dashing armor and can be reached via a shortcut, but there is a small chance of being spotted by patrolling ravens overhead. The third boss of the Gold Digger Cavern, the Goblin Artificial Head Tuan, is a freebie boss that can be directly accessed. Yet the path is riddled with numerous traps. Step on one, and it's game over. After perusing the data for quite a while, he found not a single suitable target. Li Yi's heart sank gradually. Was it possible that he possessed a golden finger yet had no opportunity to wield it? At that moment, a news article nearby caught his attention. According to the report, safety surveyors had discovered the trace of the unique hidden boss Leth Moon Colokas in the dungeon group, Cavernous Jungle. The safety officer advised challengers to avoid the boulder pool area where Leth Moon Colokas resides. Li Yi promptly searched for information on Leth Moon Colokas. To his astonishment, this orc female warrior bore the title, Howling Moonsword Master. Not only is she an exceedingly rare title boss within low-tier dungeons, but she is also a unique hidden boss. Title, a boss's distinctive appellation, indicative of certain characteristics, predominantly appearing among high-tier bosses. Hidden, a boss that spawns with a low probability or only after specific conditions are met. Uniqueness, a boss that does not respawn. Once defeated, it disappears permanently. Bosses possessing these three attributes are not only enigmatic in mechanics, but also terrifying in strength. In summary, they are exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Although defeating them can enhance the dungeon rating, it does not count toward dungeon progress. Unless there are specific requirements, few dungeon teams would bother to provoke them. Naturally, however, the rewards for their defeat are exceedingly generous, with a high probability of dropping rare items. Leth Moon Colokas has appeared in the Cavernous Jungle for 15 years, and no team has succeeded in defeating her. Li Yi couldn't help but marvel. To have survived for 15 years is impressive. Wait. Li Yi's gaze fell upon the route to the boulder pool in the information. His eyes widened suddenly. The starting point of the route is actually at the entrance of the Cavernous Jungle. Moreover, it leads directly to the boulder pool without any minor monsters or traps along the way. Incredible. Li Yi's breath quickened, and adrenaline surged through him. Leth Moon Colokas bears the labels of title, uniqueness, and hidden. She is undoubtedly the most formidable boss in the level 1 dungeon. She is the perfect target for a contract. Li Yi's heart raced with excitement. That's it. Subsequently, he searched for images of Leth Moon Colokas. Most search results were rather blurry. The clearest one depicted Leth Moon Colokas sharpening her blade beside the boulder pool. The photograph showcased a tall and robust, muscular orc woman with short white hair. An hour later, the bus came to a halt at the adventurer's management office. Li Yi hurried toward the registration area. As he approached the entrance, a 5-member team emerged, laughing and joking after having completed their registration. Li Yi, hearing someone call his name. Li Yi turned to see his classmate, Zhao Gang. If memory served him correctly, Zhao Gang had awakened as a shield warrior under the warrior profession. A class not particularly strong in combat, but boasting formidable defense, making it a frontline role in dungeons. Zhao Gang wore a smug expression of schadenfreude. Oh, look who it is, our campus heartthrob. What brings you here instead of tightening screws at the factory? He exclaimed, deliberately feigning an exaggerated expression of shock. Are you here to register for the trials? Surely not. Li Yi frowned slightly. He hadn't particularly provoked Zhao Gang. If anything, it appeared that Zhao Gang was envious of his good looks. Oh right. Li Yi recalled that the girl Zhao Gang had a crush on had seemingly written him a love letter once. A rather charming girl from the neighboring class. What was her name again? He had forgotten. Was it his fault for being handsome? Zhou Shui, come take a look at your ex-boyfriend. Zhao Gang called out to a tall, sweet-faced girl in a short skirt behind him. Zhou Shui's face flushed with anger, and she looked as if she wished to rip Zhao Gang's mouth off. What nonsense are you spouting? He is not my ex-boyfriend. We have nothing to do with each other. Li Yi originally had no intention of engaging with Zhao Gang. He considered it merely barking from a dog on the roadside. However, upon hearing Zhou Shui's name mentioned, he decided to clarify. I am not her ex-boyfriend. We have no relationship whatsoever. Zhou Shui had pursued him for 6 months. Although she was attractive and had a good figure, she was not his type, hence he did not reciprocate her affections. Before his awakening, Zhou Shui had inundated him with messages daily. After awakening, she seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, presumably deleting his contact information. After speaking, Li Yi intended to continue toward the registration area. Yet suddenly, a figure blocked his path. It was Zhou Shui's boyfriend, Wang Tianming. His expression was dark, eyes filled with hostility, and his tone was threatening. Shuier is now my girlfriend. You'd better keep your distance. Li Yi found it amusing. So, the love-struck fool had finally made his move. No wonder he was so overconfident. I'm here to register for the extraordinary trials. It has nothing to do with her. As he spoke, the 5 members froze simultaneously. They couldn't have heard wrong, could they? Li Yi was here to register for the extraordinary trials? They exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter. A summoner who couldn't even defeat level-equivalent wild monsters dared to register for dungeon trials? Who gave him the audacity? This is hilarious. Are you tired of living? Going out of your way to become monster fodder? Zhao Gang stifled his laughter and stepped forward, patting Li Yi on the shoulder with a feigned serious demeanor. Li Yi, for the sake of our shared time as classmates, I advise you to stick to tightening screws at the factory. While you're still young, work more hours to earn money, find a factory girl to marry, or you might end up with nothing but leftover scraps. Perhaps you could even snag a sugar mama. With your looks, that shouldn't be too difficult. The group laughed once more. In the face of their mockery, Li Yi remained calm. He was not so fragile as to be affected by the jibes of a few young punks. He regarded it as mere barking. He stepped forward to enter the registration area, but was once again halted by Wang Tianming. Do you know the basic admission requirements for the extraordinary university this year? He asked disdainfully, pointing at a poster on the wall of the registration area. Li Yi raised his gaze. Above him were inscribed 3 stipulations. 1. Level 10. 2. Clear 5 distinct multiplayer dungeons, with a total of no fewer than 20 completions, and a rating of no less than silver 2 stars for 5 of those runs. 3. Clear 2 different team dungeons, with a total of no fewer than 5 completions, and 3 ratings of no less than silver 1 star. After Zhao Gang finished laughing, he shook his head in disbelief. Give it up. The summoner's combat power is far too feeble. No dungeon team would want you. Without companions to assist you, how do you expect to gain experience? Generally, low-level professionals possess weak combat capabilities. Even A-grade professionals must team up for efficiency and safety. A summoner can't even join a dungeon team. Forget reaching level 10. If you manage to attain level 2, that would be an achievement. Unfazed, Li Yi's tone remained calm and steady. There's no need for you to concern yourselves with this. Please step aside. Wang Tianming scoffed, stepping aside with a smirk. A word of caution falls on deaf ears, I see. If you choose to venture into the dungeon to meet your demise, you have no one to blame but yourself. Chapter 3. Entering the dungeon. Encountering Fiery Moon Calogris. Li Yi walked resolutely into the registration area, garnering astonished looks from the crowd. Is he truly going to register? Has he lost his mind? Who would recruit a summoner? Even if they are in dire need, they would opt for a support class over a summoner. All right. Everyone has their own fate. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Wang Tianming felt a surge of satisfaction. He had heard that the Howling Moonsword Master had reappeared in the quaking jungle. After reaching level 2, we shall form a party to witness the legendary uniqueness boss. Shuizhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. I agree. I checked the limited time leaderboard and the ratings leaderboard. The first on the limited time leaderboard took 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds, while the top score on the ratings leaderboard is silver 6 stars, achieved by 2 A-grade professionals leading the charge. Tianming and I are both A-grade professionals. If we could recruit another A-grade, with 3 A-grades joining forces, we would surely break the record. Upon hearing the words break the record, Zhao Gang and his companions turned green with envy. If we could secure the provincial first place, it would undoubtedly pave the way for a prestigious university. With a strong ally, why wouldn't we seize the opportunity? They immediately expressed their agreement. Wang Tianming waved his hand grandly, his voice booming. Let us go to the dark forest. After completing his registration, Li Yi emerged, clutching the teleportation token he had received. The token served as a key to the teleportation arrays connecting various cities and regions. The cost of using the teleportation array was exorbitant, typically starting at 100,000 for interprovincial travel. Fortunately, during the extraordinary trials, one was permitted 3 free uses. However, after each use, there was a recharge time of 20 days. Li Yi stepped into the teleportation array, selecting the group for the Dark Forest dungeon. After a dizzying 10 seconds, he heard a cacophony of voices. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit town surrounded by an endless expanse of dense forest. Before him stood rows of houses and numerous shops. The streets buzzed with professionals coming and going, their shouts creating a lively atmosphere. Now that he had reached the dungeon's location, Li Yi felt less urgency and decided to familiarize himself with the camp. The team for the quaking jungle is forming. They need 1 tank, 1 support, and 2 healers. With an average level of 2, the 5-man dungeon, the Dark River Canyon, is forming as well. They have 4 level 1 healing professions, and support roles are also welcome. The average team level is 3, so healing professionals can contribute to damage for extra experience. Professionals advance in tiers every 10 levels. The dungeons follow a similar pattern, with the strength of monsters dynamically adjusted based on the average level of the professionals. Li Yi looked up in surprise, following the sound of a call. The one shouting was a knight of similar age, evidently another trial participant, who bore a thick tome at his waist. Among knights, only the A-grade support class, Blessed Knight, uses a tome as a casting medium. Li Yi was not astonished by the other S-class tier, but rather by their level. The extraordinary trials had only commenced a few days ago, and someone had already reached level 3? Their leveling speed was astonishing. Hey brother. A hand clapped on Li Yi's shoulder from behind. He turned to find a handsome boy of his age. I'm Yi Feiyu, an assassin, forming a team for the 5-man dungeon, the Evil Bone Camp. Currently, we have 2 members, the other is a ranger. Both of us are newly arrived level 1 trial participants. Would you be interested in forming a fixed team with us? Curiously, Li Yi inquired. Is there an opportunity for a summoner to join a team? Yi Feiyu chuckled. Brother, what are you joking about? Summoners are busy turning screws in factories. How could they possibly register for trials? Even if one did show up, who in their right mind would recruit a summoner? The Evil Bone Camp was a relatively simple level 1 dungeon. Any random 5 professions could conquer it. Yet even so, they were unwilling to include a summoner. Li Yi's understanding of the summoner's status became clearer. He casually mentioned that he already had a team, bidding farewell to continue familiarizing himself with the camp town. The Thunder Legion is recruiting. The Legion is led by an S-grade profession, the Thunderblade Swordsman. Within the group, we foster mutual assistance and camaraderie, with abundant benefits. As Li Yi strolled about, he encountered a legion promoting their activities. A thought crossed his mind. If he found himself with surplus equipment in the future, he could sell it to them. Approaching the plump girl who was calling out, he inquired, "What prices do you offer for equipment?" The girl smiled sweetly. "We are a newly established legion, currently running a promotion. All equipment will be purchased at 10 above market value. Though this offer is limited to equipment not exceeding level 10. She gestured to a QR code behind her. To find out the market price of your equipment, download the Duo E app, input the name and attributes of your equipment, and you'll see the market price. Li Yi followed her advice and downloaded the app. It was quite convenient. After exploring the camp, he purchased 2 days' worth of food and water, then proceeded to the entrance of the quaking jungle dungeon and stepped through the teleportation portal. 2 seconds later, Li Yi's vision turned black, and he vanished. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself within the quaking jungle dungeon. The sky here was dim, the air humid, and tinged with an odd odor reminiscent of coxcomb. The dungeon entrance featured a massive platform. Li Yi gazed into the distance, where layers of trees obscured the view, their dark leaves interwoven, with flickering embers of light barely visible through the gaps. The overall atmosphere imparted a sense of eerie oppression. Li Yi's heart began to race. He opened his phone, accessing the pre-downloaded dungeon map, meticulously charting his route to the rock pool. This was no mere game. It was a truly supernatural realm. If one perished in the dungeon, it would be the end. Thus, he must proceed with utmost caution. After several comparisons, he finally confirmed his route. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto a narrow, overgrown path. As he ventured deeper into the jungle, the dense foliage enveloped him, the light grew ever dimmer, and the temperature began to drop. Li Yi held his breath, tensing every muscle, carefully tiptoeing forward to avoid making any sound. This continued for nearly an hour, until he heard a faint sound of flowing water nearby. Soon after, a pond appeared before him at the base of a cliff. The cascading water from above formed a small waterfall that poured into the pool below. Beside the water, a towering and muscular female orc was practicing her swordplay. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the profession panel. "You have discovered the sword master of the Howling Moon, Riliu Kalagath." Li Yi's heart raced like a drum, and his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly with anxiety. This was no mere game. There would be no opportunity for a restart. If the contract failed, all would be lost. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Li Yi cautiously approached. Just as he entered the 30-meter range of Riliu Kalagath, an alarm blared from the profession panel. "Warning! You have been detected by Riliu Kalagath. You have entered combat." Chapter 4. Successful Contract with Riliu Kalagath. An astonishingly powerful panel. The distant orc warrior let out a fierce roar and charged at him with her massive sword. Li Yi's heart dropped. He swiftly retrieved the golden holy contract. The holy contract radiated blinding light, transforming into a rainbow beam that shot forth and, in an instant, pierced into her forehead. The running orc warrior gradually came to a halt, her eyes losing focus, a look of bewilderment etched on her face. Li Yi's heart raced as he thought, "It must succeed. You have successfully contracted Riliu Kalagath." "Yes." Li Yi jumped up in excitement, raising his fist in triumph. He knew that his destiny had been irrevocably altered in that moment. At the bottom of the panel, Riliu Kalagath's icon slowly materialized in the beast companion slot. Name: Riliu Kalagath. Race, orc. Age: 30. Tier: Lower Lord. Level: 199. Strength: 150. Agility: 100. Constitution: 100. Spirit: 100. Magic power: 100. Skills: Frenzied swordsmanship, max level. Gale step, max level. Intimidating roar, max level. Magic shield, max level. Passives: Resilient physique, max level. Magical resistance, max level. Rapid recovery, max level. Fight to the death, max level. Hobbies: training, combat, hunting, fine wine. Loyalty, respect. Skill points: 0. Gasp. Li Yi drew in a sharp breath. Truly, as the unique hidden boss in Team Dungeons, this panel was utterly absurd. The initial values for level 1 attributes were all set at 100 points. In stark contrast to his meager 5 points, she was like the heavens to his earth. Since the dungeon dynamically adjusted monster values according to the adventurer's level, Riliu Kalagath was indeed of the same tier as Li Yi. Yet, her skill levels remained at maximum. The power of maxed out skills must be terrifying. Li Yi's heart surged with excitement as he glanced at the tier. Holy moly, a lord tier? How could a lord tier boss appear in a normal dungeon? The dungeon difficulties ranged from normal, adventurous, heroic, epic, legendary, to infernal. Boss tiers included normal, elite, commander, general, leader, lord, monarch, and emperor. Dungeons accessible from levels 1 to 10 were considered Tier 1 dungeons, with only normal and adventurous difficulties available. Normally, the highest tier for bosses would only be elite. For a Lord tier boss to appear in a Tier 1 dungeon meant an overwhelming disadvantage for novice adventurers. They would be an invincible presence. No wonder Riliu Kalagath had survived in the Quagmire Jungle Dungeon for 15 years. Who could possibly contend with her? Even rare classes would struggle. Li Yi swallowed hard, feeling dizzy, as if he were in a dream. He had truly contracted a Lord-tier boss. After the initial days, Rileyu's gaze gradually regained clarity. What has happened to me? She spoke in a language that was obscure and difficult to comprehend. In the memories of the past several decades, she had been like a marionette, devoid of thought, self, or emotional fluctuations. Each day was consumed by the relentless sharpening of her sword and training, followed by battles against human adventurers. She repeatedly defeated challengers, only to face new ones in an endless cycle. Perhaps, upon her aging, one day she would perish at the hands of a human adventurer, concluding her aimless existence. But why must she fight adventurers? Why did they all seek to slay her? She could not comprehend. She had never pondered this before. It seemed her purpose was merely to battle adventurers and ultimately die at their hands. Yet now, her fate had transformed. From the moment the contract was sealed, she was no longer a puppet. She had gained self-awareness, the ability to think, and emotional depth. She was Riley Kalagath, sword master of the Howling Moon. A female warrior of the Orc tribe. A human, no, her master. Her master had bestowed upon her a new life. Riley Kalagath, filled with emotion, strode towards Li Yi with resolute steps. Li Yi watched her approach, feeling a twinge of nervousness. He steeled himself and said, "Greetings." Riley knelt before Li Yi, her gaze reverent as she struck her chest 3 times. "I, Riley Kalagath, pledge to become your sword and fight for you." Her eyes gradually ignited with fervor. At last, she had discovered the meaning of her existence, to fight for her master. Riley's voice was rough, her pronunciation obscure and difficult, a language Li Yi had never encountered. However, due to the bond of the contract, Li Yi could fully grasp the meaning behind her words, ensuring their communication remained unaffected. No need for such formalities. Li Yi hastily assisted her to her feet. As his fingers brushed against the sinewy muscles of Rileyu's arm, he could distinctly feel the explosive strength contained within. Rileyu stood tall, towering at 1.9 meters, half a head taller than Li Yi. He scrutinized her appearance closely. Riley was clad only in a leather bustier and shorts. Her facial features bold and pronounced. Her rough skin bore a healthy bronze hue. Thick lips protruded with sharp tusks, and her upturned nose accentuated her striking wine-red eyes. By Li Yi's aesthetic standards, Riley was far from unattractive. As for her physique, she was a muscular powerhouse, reminiscent of a weightlifter. Suddenly, Li Yi recalled an important matter, the evolution stone. He produced the sacred stone and addressed Riley. "This stone can facilitate your evolution. Do not resist." Riley's gaze sharpened slightly. Evolution? In the knowledge of the Orc tribe, evolution could bring about a transformative change in one's life tier, granting immense power. However, only the most formidable orcs could achieve this through arduous training. Yet now, her master claimed that this small stone could grant her evolution? Though puzzled, Riley harbored unwavering trust in her master's words. She promptly nodded in agreement. Very well. Having received her affirmation, Li Yi felt a rush of anticipation. Li Yi gently pressed the evolution sacred stone against her forehead. In the next moment, the stone radiated a pure white light that enveloped Li Yu's brow. Almost immediately, a subtle glow began to emerge beneath her skin, intensifying until it burst forth, wrapping her entirely in a luminous cocoon, transforming her into a slowly rotating, colossal chrysalis. Li Yu Kalogas is evolving, flashed across the professional panel. Li Yi's anticipation heightened. The attributes of a lord-level boss were already astonishing. How formidable would she become after this evolution? As time ticked by, half an hour elapsed. The chrysalis ceased its rotation. Li Yu Kalogas has successfully evolved. Following this announcement, several delicate cracks appeared on the surface of the chrysalis, gradually spreading. With a soft sound, one crack suddenly burst open. From the radiant light, 2 impeccably smooth and elongated legs emerged from the fissure. Li Yi's eyes widened, and he instinctively swallowed hard. The legs were exquisite. Most importantly, the muscular bulges had vanished. Shortly thereafter, 2 slender, graceful hands emerged, gripping the edges of the chrysalis and tearing it apart. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. Li Yi instinctively shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he beheld a stunning woman standing where the chrysalis had been, towering over 2 meters with elegant white hair. Li Yi felt as though his eyes might pop out of his head. "Oh, my divine fortune. You truly understand me." Chapter 5. The Evolved Li Yu, a 2-meter tall beast woman. The newly evolved Li Yu Kalogas possessed a high nose, strikingly large eyes. Her fangs had disappeared, and her lips were delicately full and refined. Her features vibrant and commanding. Her thick, fluffy white hair exuded an exotic charm. Those crimson pupils bore a hint of enchanting allure, complemented by her haughty expression, reminiscent of a fierce general on the battlefield. With a swan-like neck, a butterfly back, a peach-shaped posterior, and a slender waist leading to long legs. Her pear-shaped physique was utterly captivating, boasting curves that rivaled those depicted in manga. The once prominent muscles had vanished, replaced by the graceful contours characteristic of femininity, including well-defined abdominal lines. Her height surged from 1.9 meters to an impressive 2 meters. Li Yi looked up, feeling a considerable sense of pressure. Lai Yu surveyed her transformation, her expression one of astonishment. How miraculous! She had truly advanced. Clenching her fists, she tested her strength. Though her muscles had diminished, her power remained undiminished. Moreover, she had grown taller and acquired several new abilities. Her bust, now considerably more pronounced than before, made her strapless top and shorts feel somewhat constricting, causing her a hint of discomfort. Yet, her master seemed quite pleased. Since emerging from the chrysalis, his gaze had been fixed upon her, unwavering. With this thought, Lai Yu felt a sense of relief. She was not particularly concerned about her appearance. As long as her master was satisfied, that was enough. After what felt like an eternity of several seconds, Li Yi finally regained his composure. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and glanced at Lai Yu's new data panel. Name: Lai Yu Kalogas. Race: Beastman. Tier: Monarch. Class: Sword Saint. Level: 199. Strength: 100. Agility: 150. Vitality: 100. Mentality: 100. Magic Power: 100. Skills: Frenzied Swordsmanship, max level. Gale Step, max level. Intimidating Roar, max level. Sword Chi Shield, max level. Passive: Sword Intent Refinement, max level. Rapid Recovery, max level. Magic Resistance, max level. Last Ditch Effort, max level. Talent: Path of the Sword Saint, level 1. Sword Intent Perception, level 1. Light Sword Mastery, level 1. Path of the Sword Saint, level 1. Damage 5. Light Sword Mastery, level 1. Armor Penetration 5. Attack Speed 10. Sword Intent Perception, level 1. Perceive the surrounding environment with sword intent, Evasion 5. Hobbies: Training, Combat, Hunting, Fine Wine. Protecting Master, Loyalty, Adoration, Affection, Affinity. Skill points: 0. Her tier had surprisingly risen to Monarch. Wait, her class is Sword Saint. If memory serves, there exists a hidden profession within the warrior category known as Sword Saint. It is said that an awakener appears once every decade on average worldwide. Their combat prowess is so formidable that they can overshadow 99% of professions, causing a global sensation and a frenzied scramble among various organizations whenever one emerges. As a boss, Lai Yu astonishingly belonged to this class. With the attributes of a monarch-level boss combined with the traits of a sword saint, she was utterly invincible. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lai Yu's total attributes remained unchanged. Only their weight had been adjusted. She had originally been a strength-oriented profession. After ascending to the Sword Saint class, she had transitioned to an agility-oriented profession. The most significant change lay in her skills, as she had acquired 3 new passive talents. Judging by the current level 1 enhancement values, her future growth potential appeared quite promising. Additionally, her loyalty had risen to the highest level of adoration. A new system of affection had emerged as well. Affection? Could it be that with this enhancement, something delightful might occur? Li Yi's thoughts wandered. A being so breathtakingly beautiful, powerful, and uniquely exotic had become his contracted servant. Any normal man would have thoughts, and Li Yi was no exception. He couldn't help but steal another glance at Lai Yu. It must be said, the evolved Lai Yu was perfection incarnate in both beauty and form. She looked as though she had stepped straight out of a manga. Yet, she was exceedingly tall, standing a full 40 centimeters above his 1.8 meters. Her long legs alone measured at least 1.3 meters, practically longer than Li Yi's lifespan. In her presence, he felt like a mere child. Clearing his mind of such distractions, Li Yi resolved to first complete the dungeon, level up, and simultaneously gather materials and equipment to sell for gold. Once he had enough wealth, he would procure a set of form-fitting combat attire for Lai Yu, certainly a sight to behold. Just the thought thrilled him. Lai Yu seized her massive sword, swinging it to familiarize herself with her evolved physique. Li Yi took out his phone to study the route for the Abyssal Jungle dungeon. The Abyssal Jungle was a small-scale team dungeon for 15 players, featuring 4 bosses. The first boss, Bloody Butcher, Craig, was located not far from the Shattered Stone Pool. Approximately a half-hour's journey. However, heading directly from the Shattered Stone Pool would not follow the optimal route, rendering the monster count and information along the way inaccurate. This implied an increase in risk. Although Lai Yu would provide protection, the strength of one's fist cannot compete against many, especially when numerous ranged monsters were involved, leaving his situation perilous. After some deliberation, Li Yi ultimately decided to return to the dungeon entrance and adhere to the guided route. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten that I have a local expert by my side? Who better than Lai Yu to be familiar with the routes and monster distributions? As expected, Lai Moon possessed an intimate knowledge of the dungeon. With her evolved, resonant voice, she relayed all the information she had regarding the dungeon to Li Yi. Among the revelations was the existence of an undiscovered hidden boss, the corrupted priest Upu. Li Yi, puzzled, perused the dungeon documents for the sunken jungle, but found no mention of this hidden boss. Could it be that no one had triggered it yet? If so, did that mean he could achieve a world-first kill on this boss? Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A first kill would yield additional experience rewards and significantly enhance the dungeon score. Moreover, the strategic value of a hidden boss was immense, ripe for lucrative sale. He couldn't help but swallow hard at the thought. Of course, it was still early to entertain such notions, as the battle had yet to commence. Li Yi steadied his emotions and charted a course based on Lai Moon's information. The standard route to the first boss required defeating 5 waves of monsters, each consisting of 4 to 5 foes. Conversely, the path from the Shattered Pool comprised 13 waves, of which only 3 could be circumvented. Li Yi resolved to take a bold approach. Rather than treading cautiously, he would vanquish them all. After devising a strategy, Li Yi and Lai Moon advanced toward the first wave of monsters. 10 minutes later, they found themselves hiding behind a tree trunk, gazing at 3 dilapidated wooden shacks 20 meters ahead. In the clearing before the shacks, 5 wargs were gathered around an iron pot, simmering something that wafted an unexpectedly appetizing aroma. Li Yi felt his stomach grumble. It was time to act. He issued the command. Lai Moon nodded, drawing her great sword and charging forth. Her long legs moved with the grace of a shadow, her form agile and lithe, reminiscent of a cheetah. The 20 meters evaporated in an instant. Invaders! Cried the wargs in their guttural tongue as they sensed the enemy. Lai Moon descended upon them like a tiger among sheep, her sword slicing through them with the ease of chopping vegetables, dispatching all 5 wargs in mere breaths. How ferocious! Though Li Yi knew Lai Moon's prowess was more than sufficient to handle 5 wargs, he was still astonished that the minions had no opportunity to retaliate before their demise. You have slain a level 1 warg wanderer, earning 15 experience points. You have slain a level 1 warg wanderer, earning 15 experience points. Defeating the 5 wargs netted a total of 75 experience points, which naturally included a solo kill bonus of 50 experience. From level 1 to 10, a fixed 2,000 experience points were required per level. Thus, Li Yi's experience progress soared to 375. He glanced at Lai Moon's panel, which displayed a progress of 99, and infused 20 experience points into her experience bar. Lai Moon Calogres has reached level 2. Chapter 6. The Sword Saint Sister leads the charge. Minions fall like wheat. Have I grown stronger? Lai Moon stood still, her gaze vacant. She had experienced an unanticipated surge in strength. Her beautiful eyes turned to Li Yi in confusion. So, was this another gift from her master? Do not worry, I have empowered you. Such occurrences will become commonplace, and you will soon grow accustomed to it. Li Yi replied with a gentle smile. Lai Moon was left in awe. In her understanding, strength was achieved through rigorous training and combat. Yet her master could elevate her abilities directly. How miraculous! Lai Moon marveled inwardly. Fortunately, after her previous evolution, she adapted swiftly. Lai Moon's affection towards you has increased by 10. Current affection level, close. Li Yi was taken aback. The affection level had risen so quickly? Unbeknownst to him, what he deemed a normal upgrade had delivered a significant shock to Lai Moon, reshaping her worldview. He examined Lai Moon's attributes. Strength, 125. Agility, 230. Constitution, 125. Spirit, 110. Magical strength, 110. Li Yi was utterly stunned. Lai Moon had gained a staggering 150 attribute points from a single level up, 15 times that of a summoner. It was utterly outrageous. His composure began to crumble, and he took several deep breaths to regain his equanimity. However, considering the perspective that he was a summoner, reliant on his summoned beasts, Lai Moon's strength directly translated to his own. With this thought, Li Yi's spirits lifted. It felt somewhat like living off another's success, yet the allure was undeniable. As for the 4 skill points, Li Yi decided to consult with Lai Moon. My skills can also be enhanced. Lai Moon was astonished once more. Her master possessed such wondrous abilities? Hesitantly, she replied, then let us allocate them all to sword intent perception. Li Yi inquired, why allocate them all to sword intent perception? Lai Moon met his gaze, her expression earnest. This way, I can better protect my master. She recognized that although her master wielded various extraordinary powers, his physical form was quite frail. As his contracted servant, ensuring her master's safety was her paramount duty. Li Yi felt deeply moved. Who could resist such a devoted sword saint sister? Calming his emotions, Li Yi complied with Lai Moon's request, allocating all skill points to sword intent perception. Sword intent perception, level 5 perceives the surrounding environment with sword intent, evading by 15. It had truly improved. Li Moon's expression was one of astonishment as she felt the change. Despite her prior experiences with evolution and strength enhancement, she still found it remarkable. Truly, her master was formidable. Li Yi chuckled. You will grow accustomed to it in time. Lai Moon's affection towards you has increased by 10. Current affection level, close. The affection level had risen yet again. It seemed quite effortless to increase Li Moon's affection. After addressing Lai Moon's skill allocation, Li Yi instructed her to lead him to the next wave of monsters. Before departing, he curiously approached the pot, intrigued by the delicious aroma. Upon peering inside, Li Yi's entire demeanor soured. To his horror, he discovered that the pot contained goblins. Goblins were monstrous creatures, yet they bore a striking resemblance to humans in form. Gazing at the limbs and heads that were so human-like sent his stomach churning, nearly causing him to retch. He vowed never to look inside a pot in a dungeon again. With Li Moon's overwhelming prowess, they annihilated the remaining 12 waves of monsters over the course of an hour. totaling 54 foes and earning 810 experience points. Li Yi beamed with delight. Such a multitude of monsters would have taken a team of 15 at least 3 hours to clear, yet with Li Moon's assistance, they accomplished it in just an hour, including travel time. What a delight. Regrettably, despite the countless monsters slain, no valuable items had dropped. Wargs and similar creatures were notoriously impoverished. While there were plenty of dismembered limbs, a necromancer would surely find joy in the abundance of crafting materials, but for Li Yi, they were utterly useless. He had no desire to even glance at them, lest he feel nauseated. After consuming some provisions and taking a brief respite, the two adventurers made their way to the lair of the first boss, the bloody butcher, Trag, located in the jungle slaughterhouse. With a surge of enthusiasm, Li Yi felt invigorated. It was a certainty that the boss would drop items, and he hoped to acquire valuable equipment. Trag, a corpulent warg standing at an imposing height of 1.8 meters, towered over the average warg by a head. Positioned at the center of the slaughterhouse, he wielded a cleaver, methodically dismembering a wild buffalo. The mechanics of Trag were not overly complex, yet two aspects required particular vigilance. Firstly, every time Trag's magical shield diminished by 20 points, he would unleash his butcher's meat hook, randomly targeting an opponent and pulling them towards him. According to the strategy guide, a shield warrior or a guardian knight could withstand this attack, or alternatively, an assassin from the Shadow Walker class could intentionally take the hook and then utilize Shadow Step to evade Trag's subsequent strikes. However, the safest method remained to summon a necromancer's minion as a buffer. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the necromancer's summons were indeed the most advantageous, as they could be resummoned upon demise. Fortunately, my skills have no cooldown. Li Yi chuckled to himself, draining his mana before summoning 10 stone sentinels to stand in front of him. No matter how formidable Trag's meat hook was, it could not penetrate through 10 stone sentinels. The second crucial point was that Trag, upon nearing death, would randomly designate a target for his wrathful pursuit. This mechanism represented the most perilous moment during the boss fight for a typical team. However, Li Yi felt no trepidation. For Li Yu would not afford Trag the opportunity to reach him. Let us commence. Li Yi signaled to Li Yu. With a swift motion, Li Yu unsheathed her colossal sword and charged towards Trag, her long legs propelling her forward. You shall meet your demise, she shouted in the warg tongue. Upon noticing Li Yu, Trag responded with a sinister grin and lunged at her. With a powerful swing, Li Yu struck Trag fiercely across the chest, sending him hurtling backward into the meat counter, shattering the wooden planks. A crimson aura enveloped Trag's form, signaling the depletion of his protective magical shield and his entry into a frenzied, desperate phase. Bosses and elite monsters could harness magic to form a protective shield on their bodies, maintaining it as long as their magical reserves permitted. Breaking through this shield typically required a protracted assault from the dungeon team. Yet, with a single blow, Li Yu shattered it entirely. Remarkable. Li Yu is truly formidable. I will tear you apart. Trag roared in the warg tongue. Regaining his footing, Trag retrieved a metal hook from his waist and hurled it with great force towards Li Yi. Li Yi had already positioned himself behind the stone sentinels. The hook easily pierced through one sentinel, then another, and finally snagged a fourth, pulling it towards Trag. With bloodshot eyes, Trag swung his axe down mercilessly, reducing the stone sentinel to rubble. As low-tier elemental beings, the stone sentinels lacked intelligence and awareness, rendering their demise inconsequential. In the meantime, Li Yu deftly maneuvered to Trag's front. With a flourish of her great sword, a spray of blood erupted as Trag's head was severed from his body. Chapter 7. Level Up. The final boss drops rare gear. You have slain the bloody butcher Trag and gained 225 experience points. 2 orbs of green light hovered above Trag's corpse. Elated, Li Yi scrambled to the ground, eagerly reaching for one of the orbs. As the radiance dissipated, a pair of obsidian leather gloves materialized in his hands. Butcher's goblin leather gloves. Quality, green. Agility, 2. Vitality, 1. Equipment effect, attack speed 5. Li Yi's smile faltered. Goblin leather? The image of a warg stew flashed in his mind, causing a wave of nausea. It was evident that these gloves were crafted from goblin hides. Had he not seen the cauldron, he might have donned them without a second thought. However, now, they were utterly repugnant. With a scowl, Li Yi tossed the gloves into his storage pouch, planning to sell them after the dungeon run. Following the sword saint, he was indifferent to such minor attributes. The second orb weighed slightly in his hand. It revealed a dagger with a 30-centimeter blade. Butcher's filleting knife, offhand dagger. Quality, green. Agility, 5. Equipment effect, penetration 3. At last, a usable item. Though agility attributes do not enhance skills for non-agility classes, they remain invaluable, boosting evasion, speed, and reflexes. With Li Yu cleaving through enemies ahead, Li Yi only needed to focus on survival. In a good mood, he might even toss a few energy star projectiles for fun. Thus, the agility attribute proved quite beneficial. Of course, the vitality attribute, which enhances physical strength, was also crucial. Yet, even with a high vitality stat early on, one could still fall victim to skills. It was better to prioritize agility for enhanced reflexes and speed. As for the summoner's core attribute, magic power, it could wait. With the sword saint in the fray, it was truly superfluous. Li Yi equipped the filleting knife and chose to conceal it. This way, he could benefit from its effects without hindering his movements. Soloing was exhilarating. Li Yi reveled in his good fortune. In a small 15-person raid, each boss dropped only 2 pieces of equipment, yielding a total of 8 items upon completion. Others risked their lives and worked hard, yet might not even secure a single piece. Meanwhile, he had acquired 2 for himself. Onward to the next challenge. With renewed determination, Li Yi set his sights on the second boss. The path to the second boss was relatively devoid of monsters, consisting of only 7 waves. Li Yi and Li Yu spent half an hour clearing the area, earning 480 experience points. The second boss, Ward Hunter Katas, was a one-eyed ward, slightly smaller than Trag, with a skill set and mechanics that were less challenging. The only aspect to be cautious of was his 2 hyena pets, which would randomly target an opponent for bloody pursuit, lasting 30 seconds and posing a significant threat to Li Yi's safety. Li Yi's strategy was straightforward. Let Li Yu eliminate the 2 dogs first. Without his beast companions, Katas became nothing more than a stationary target. After dispatching him, he looted 2 green items, a spear suitable for rangers and a necklace. Meaty collar, quality, green. Vitality, 3. Equipment effect, attack speed 5. Li Yi was at a loss for words. A dog collar? This too would be sold for profit. The journey from the second to the third boss was free of monsters, yet riddled with carnivorous plant traps. Following the prescribed route allowed for a seamless passage, presenting little challenge. The third boss was the pale demon tree, rotting stump. A towering white bark tree, reaching a height of 3 zhong, served as the formidable guardian boss of the Tail King, presenting a considerable challenge. However, for Li Yi, this immobile toilet-like boss was surprisingly the simplest of foes. With a swift leap, Li Yu delivered 2 lethal strikes, vanquishing it. The creature dropped a green quality staff and a plethora of crafting materials. Branches of the white magic tree, staff. Quality, green. Magic power, 6. Equipment effect, casting speed 3. Li Yi's skills allowed for instantaneous casting with no cooldown, rendering the staff's effect insignificant for him. Nonetheless, the magic power was somewhat beneficial, augmenting the potency of Energy Star Bullet. He temporarily placed it in his equipment slot. The dropped materials consisted of 10 sheets of magic tree bark, a universal crafting resource. Regrettably, the absence of internet access within the dungeon prevented him from checking prices, leaving him to wait until after their venture. Upon defeating the third boss, Li Yi's experience points finally reached their limit, successfully elevating him to level 2. Name, Li Yi. Age, 18. Class, Summoner. Level, 2-1. Strength, 5. Agility, 55. Constitution, 5. Mentality, 5. Magic power, 14. Active skills, Energy Star Bullet, level 1. Summonstone Guardian, level 1. Passive skills, Encouragement of the Charioteer, level 1. Attribute points, 10. Skill points, 1. Damn it, only 10 points. Li Yi cursed, feeling the stark contrast between his own stats and growth attributes compared to Li Yu's impressive numbers. He allocated all 10 attribute points to agility and assigned the skill point to Energy Star Bullet, a skill capable of advancement. The upgraded version, Energy Explosive Bullet, promised significant power, becoming the primary damage-dealing skill for summoners in the future. As for the Stone Guardian, with Li Yu by his side, upgrading it would merely squander skill points. Once his agility reached 20 points, Li Yi felt a marked improvement in his physical lightness and coordination. The next challenge lay ahead, the Tail King of the Earth-entrapping jungle. Burrowing demon worm Mokas. Mokas was a boss with a rather complex mechanism, the most significant threat being its burrowing phase after the protective magic shield was shattered. Mokas could swiftly traverse underground, sensing enemies above through subtle vibrations, and launch piercing attacks from below with its sharp mandibles. Do not worry, master. Even if it burrows underground, my sword intent perception will detect its location, ensuring it cannot harm you. Li Yu assured earnestly. Li Yi's eyes brightened. You can sense it even when it's underground? Is sword intent perception truly that formidable? With Li Yu capable of handling Moka's underground ambushes, his worries dissipated. Charge. An hour later, the duo arrived at Moka's lair beneath a towering tree. A colossal black beetle, 3 meters in length, was devouring the surface roots. Li Yu unsheathed her massive sword and struck first, dashing forth with agility. Given the overwhelming disparity in levels and ranks, even the Tail King's protective magic shield fell with a single blow. Hiss! The shield shattered, and Moka's emitted a piercing screech. It unfurled its elytra, its transparent wings vibrating, retreating several paces before burrowing underground. The next instant, the sandy surface of the battlefield began to boil, complicating the identification of Moka's exact location. Li Yu's gaze sharpened. Activating Intimidating Roar, she disrupted Moka's perception of the ground while simultaneously employing Gale Step, propelling herself forward. With the aid of sword intent perception, Moka's position was swiftly pinpointed. Li Yu dashed to a corner, plunging her massive sword into the earth. A muffled wail resonated from below, and the tremors of the sand ceased. You have slain the burrowing demon worm Mochas, earning 300 experience points. Team Dungeon Earth Entrapping Jungle Progress at 100. You have successfully cleared it. Following the notification, 2 blue orbs of light emerged from the ground, hovering in midair. Have we dropped blue gear? Lee exclaimed. A mix of surprise and excitement. Blue gear before level 10 was quite rare. Most new adventurers donned predominantly green gear. Lee reached for the orbs, retrieving a sleek shield measuring 70 centimeters in length and 40 centimeters in width. Mocha's carapace shield. Quality, blue. Shield defense, 200. Constitution, 10. Equipment effects, 1. Attack deflection 2. Magic resistance 10. What a treasure. Lee's eyes gleamed. Equipping this shield would significantly enhance his survivability. The shield defense value was a unique metric for shields, diminishing upon absorbing damage, and once depleted, the shield would suffer damage, subsequently reducing its defensive capabilities. With a defense value of 200, this shield was undoubtedly exceptional for a player under level 10. Weighing approximately 10 pounds, it was considerably lighter than a metal shield. Moreover, its ample surface area could withstand most ranged attacks. Upon equipping it, Lee felt a profound sense of security. The second piece of equipment was a longsword. Mocha's mandible sword. Quality, blue. Agility, 8. Strength, 3. Equipment effects, 1. Armor piercing 5. 2. Attack speed 10. The sword measured 1 meter in length, with a 20 centimeter grip and an 80 centimeter blade width of 5 centimeters. Weighing around 6 pounds, it was entirely a dark crimson hue, seemingly crafted from bone, yet possessing a metallic texture. Lee sensed something and turned to Liyue, who was fixated on the longsword. Do you want it? He inquired with a smile. Liyue blushed slightly. Using a heavy sword feels cumbersome. A lightweight longsword would suit me better. Please, take it. Lee tossed the longsword to Liyue. Thank you, master. Liyue exclaimed joyfully as she caught the sword, wielding it with grace, leaving trails of afterimages in her wake. Liyue's affection for you increased by 20. Current affection level, close. Lee observed the notification, stroking his chin. The affection had surged by 20, double that of before. Gifting items can elevate affection so significantly? He mused. Do you still need to keep your gigantic sword? Liyue, yearning for the long sword, stored it and handed her previous massive sword to Lee. I no longer need it. You may handle it, master. As Lee grasped the hilt, he was taken aback by the immense weight pulling his arm downwards, nearly causing him to stumble. How heavy? He exclaimed, estimating it to be over 30 pounds. His eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the giant sword's attributes. Heavy edge, greatsword. Quality, legendary, golden. Strength, 50. Class requirements, warrior, knight. Equipment effects, 1. Armor penetration 15. 2. Magic penetration 15. 3. Attack inflicts an additional 10 shock damage. Class exclusive, battle intent concentration, active skill. Attribute concentration, strength attribute increases by 300. Lasting for 10 seconds, cooldown time of 1 hour. Level requirement, 1. What a remarkable golden legend. This sword is actually a legendary grade equipment. Legendary equipment prior to level 10 is virtually unheard of. It may even be the only legendary item available before level 10. How much could it fetch if sold? Those scions of prominent families and wealthy elites would undoubtedly be willing to part with a fortune to achieve impressive results. However, as a unique piece of equipment, selling it seems rather regrettable. Keeping it as a collector's item would also be delightful. It might be possible to temporarily rent it out during the extraordinary trials, and I am certain the price would be substantial. During the extraordinary trials, premiums are exceedingly high. Later, I could purchase a sword of even greater attributes for Liyue. Given the current agility of the Sword Saint's sister, if the purchase restriction is based on attributes, she could acquire a long sword with total attributes 6 times that of heavy edge, approximately around 300 points. Equipment leasing is quite common. Drafting a contract is a mere formality. After enduring 18 years of hardship, it is time to earn some money and indulge a little. Before her evolution, Liyue was a warrior of the strength type. She has now transformed into a Sword Saint of the agility type. The restriction for heavy edge is for warriors and knights. Although Liyue can wield it to slay monsters, she cannot benefit from attribute enhancements and cannot utilize the accompanying skills. Furthermore, its weight exceeds that of a blue-quality light sword by over 5 times, and she cannot enjoy the talent bonus from lightsword mastery. It is no wonder she finds it unwieldy. Lee sheathed the heavy sword. The corpse of Mochas lay beneath the ground. The dungeon strategy indicated that its shell could be utilized for armor, and it seems to be quite valuable. However, extracting such a large specimen would be exceedingly cumbersome. Moreover, there is a hidden boss awaiting him to be defeated. According to Liyue, the hidden boss in the sunken jungle is known as the Corrupted Priest, UPU, a goblin priest who has succumbed to the Dark God. Originally, there existed a small goblin tribe here, and UPU was the chieftain. The aging UPU, fearing death, was led astray by the Dark God's temptations and offered numerous tribe members, including his descendants, as sacrifices to prolong his life. Ultimately, UPU was deceived by the Dark God, although his lifespan was indeed extended. He lost his sanity and descended into madness. To activate UPU, one must locate 5 sacrificial altars within the sunken jungle and use a small monster's corpse to activate the altar. Upon sensing the power of the sacrifice, UPU will emerge from his hiding place and arrive at the center of the sunken jungle, which is the former site of the tribe. Liyue guided Li Yi to find the 5 altars in succession, clearing the minor monsters encountered along the way, earning a total of 825 experience points. Li Yi's experience progression reached 8725, nearing level 2. The final altar was precisely at the former site of the tribe. Liyue tossed the corpse of a wolfman into the center of the altar and repositioned the magical stones. Instantly, the altar was activated, radiating a dark purple, eerie glow. Simultaneously, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from somewhere in the distant jungle. That must be UPU's hiding place. Approximately 1 minute later, an elderly goblin, disheveled and wielding a staff, appeared at the edge of the ruins, standing at about 1.3 meters tall. Who dares to activate the altar? Goblin language. UPU's eyes glowed green as he turned his head, scanning the surroundings. Li Yi had long since taken cover with his shield, keeping a distance while leaving Liyue beside the altar. UPU quickly detected Liyue's presence and instantly became enraged. Orc, how dare you sacrifice my kin to the dark god? I shall slay you to avenge them. Goblin language. Li Yi shook his head. Indeed, he had gone mad. It was he who had killed them. Yet he could not confront the truth and deceived himself into believing it was someone else. The battle commenced. My kin, fight for me. Goblin language. UPU summoned 5 goblin zombies, charging towards Liyue. Liyue drew her longsword, unleashing sword energy to sever the heads of the zombies. Then she stood her ground, awaiting UPU's next wave of attacks. This was a tactic that Li Yi and Liyue had agreed upon, to test UPU's mechanisms and skills. Li Yi recorded the entire encounter on his phone. The purpose of the video recording was to facilitate future strategic research. With the complete understanding of the boss's mechanisms, skills, and timelines, formulating tactics and team configurations would become significantly simpler. The strategy guide would certainly not include the video, as Li Yi did not wish to expose Liyue's existence. 15 minutes later, after uncovering all of UPU's mechanisms and skills, Li Yi instructed Liyue to sever its head. You have slain the corrupted priest, UPU, earning 450 experience points. First kill reward of 450 experience points. Li Yi leveled up to 3, with experience progression reaching 3225. He stowed his phone and approached UPU's corpse. 2 spheres of light, 1 blue and 1 purple, floated above it. Li Yi's expression was one of excitement. The first kill reward was indeed bountiful, and a purple item had dropped. Hopefully, it would be something he could use. Li Yi first grasped the blue sphere. The sensation felt strangely peculiar. Chapter 9. Leaving the dungeon, world record. As the light faded, a skull appeared in Li Yi's hand. What the hell? I almost instinctively tossed it away. Beloved wife, necklace. Quality, blue. Magic power 15. Equipment effects, casting speed 5. Beloved wife? Could it be UPU's spouse? Wearing a wife around one's neck is utterly morbid. Li Yi hastily tossed it into his bag. Damn, he would never set foot in this hellish dungeon again. The Sword Saint's sister observed her master's reaction with a slight smile, unable to stifle a chuckle. Her master's startled expression was endearing, making her want to pinch his cheeks. Liyue's affection for U10. Current affection level, close. Li scratched his head. The increase in affection made him feel somewhat better, serving as a compensation for his psychological trauma. Li grasped the purple sphere. A wooden staff, embedded with a magical crystal at its tip, landed in his hands. Chieftain's Legacy Staff. Quality, epic. Magic power 20. Spirit 8. Constitution 5. Equipment effects. 1. Casting speed 8. 2. Magic penetration 6. 3. Cooldown reduction 6. Class exclusive. Gain 1 point in shadow magic skill, necromancer, mage, priest, warlock, summoner. Li Yi felt a wave of disappointment. A staff with cooldown reduction and magic penetration is indeed a premium attribute. Unfortunately, it holds little utility for him. As for the skill point, he currently possessed no shadow type skills. Li Yi equipped it, replacing the branch of the white magic tree. It was better than nothing. Checking the time, he realized he had spent over 6 hours in the dungeon. The performance evaluation after clearing the dungeon would be based on the time spent. After Li Yi meticulously stowed his equipment, he and Liu made their way towards the exit of the dungeon. At the camp in the dark forest, Wang Tianming gathered his team of 15 at the entrance of the sinking jungle. I announced that if our Tianxua battle group can break the provincial record, each member will be rewarded with 10,000 coins. Wang Tianming proclaimed loudly. Passers-by, professional gamers, cast astonished glances in their direction. Which affluent scion is so generous? 10,000 coins surpasses the wages of many laborers for 2 months. Rest assured, young Master Wang, our team boasts 3 A-class professionals. We will undoubtedly shatter the record. The members of the team, upon hearing of the monetary incentive, immediately cheered in exuberance. Other teams preparing to enter the dungeon looked on in disbelief. 3 A-class professionals? What an opulent configuration for a team. Most teams are merely composed of C-class professionals banding together for warmth. Having even a few B-class professionals leading is considered quite impressive. This team, however, has assembled 3 A-class professionals. Could it be an elite strike force specifically formed for such endeavors? With such prowess, a place among the national top 5 indeed seems attainable. Observing her boyfriend's fervor, Zhou Shui, not to be outdone, asserted, "If we can break into the national records top 5, I will add another 10,000 for each of you. If you wish for my friend's contact information, that can be arranged as well." Upon hearing this, the male members of the team were visibly enraptured. What girl could befriend Zhou Shui, a beauty of such stature, without also possessing exceptional lineage and charm? The crowd erupted in excited shouts, eager to charge into the dungeon and battle the monsters. Sensing that he had sufficiently rallied the troops, Wang Tianming, brimming with confidence, waved his hand dramatically. Into the dungeon. Zhou Shui arranged for someone to record the earlier scene and post it online, garnering attention with the title, "Extraordinary Trials. 3 A-class professionals unite to conquer the sinking jungle." Vowing to break the national record. During the extraordinary trials, the video quickly amassed a considerable number of views. Zhou Shui gained a modicum of fame. Her identity as an A-class professional and high society belle caused her personal account's follower count to surge past 100,000 with ease. Wang Tianming also enjoyed a boost of 20,000 followers. The Zhou and Wang families, both prominent in Dongqing City, leveraged their connections to further amplify the buzz. They even funded internet influencers to disseminate videos, steering discussions online to maintain the excitement surrounding the Tianxue battle group. The provincial record for the sinking jungle is set at 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds, established by a duo of A-class professionals. With 3 A-class powerhouses on their team and a commendable configuration, they should be able to finish in under 7 hours and 6 minutes. Securing a spot in the national top 10. Do not underestimate the combat prowess of A-class professionals. Their capabilities extend far beyond a mere 11-13. The strategic configurations available to a trio of A-class professionals can elevate their combat strength significantly. I believe there is a genuine chance to finish in under 7 hours and 5 minutes, solidifying a position among the national top 5. Let us not forget that Zhou Shui is an ice mage, possessing formidable control abilities, making her exceptionally useful in clearing minor foes and greatly enhancing overall progression speed. The top 3 nationally are indeed within reach. Online, discussions regarding the time were fervent. However, opinions on the scoring were surprisingly unanimous, estimated between silver 5 stars and silver 7 stars. After all, unless the time difference is outrageous, the score will not fluctuate significantly. As the online fervor escalated, the media in Dongqing City belatedly dispatched reporters to the dungeon exit, preparing to conduct interviews following the Tianxue battle group's emergence from the dungeon. The disorientation from the teleportation faded, and Li Yi opened his eyes, returning to the familiar town of the camp. Li Yi was too conspicuous, so he temporarily stored her in the summoning space. Just as he stepped out of the portal, a series of notifications popped up on his profession panel. Sinking jungle, normal, dungeon challenge completed, time taken, 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds, current world ranking, first place. You have earned the title Wolf's Lair, limited time ranking reward. Wolf's Lair, title. Quality, gold. Equipment effect, movement speed 5, damage to Wolfman 10. Sinking jungle, normal, dungeon challenge completed, overall score, gold 5 stars, current world ranking, first place. You have earned the Challenge Master, first level, gold badge, scoring ranking reward. Challenge Master, badge. Quality, gold. Strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5, spirit 5, magic power 5. Equipment effect, critical hit chance 1. Would you like to publicize the battle group's information? Li Yi stood in shock. Am I truly ranked first in the world? It seems rather effortless. The public battle group information includes the name and regional affiliation of the group, without revealing his personal details. So it should be acceptable to disclose it. Yes. The panel prompted him to create the battle group. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to name it Guardians of the Finest Foreign Maidens. However, his instinctive caution caused him to realize the potential implications. The affix effect of Summon Saint Monarch allows him to contract once every 20 levels. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't contract other female boss characters in the future. With that thought, Li Yi altered the battle group's name to Guardians of the Finest Alien Maidens. The establishment of the battle group was a success. On the leaderboard, the previous first place dropped a rank, as Li Yi's record appeared in the erstwhile first position. He had just exited the dungeon entrance when the media from Dongqing City arrived. A few reporters, accompanied by photographers, approached the leaderboard at the dungeon's entrance, eager to report on the current standings. However, when they glanced at the leaderboard, they were left dumbfounded. The provincial, national, and world rankings for both time and score had all been toppled. A new team had claimed the world record. What shocked them even more was that the creators of both records belonged to the same battle group. World record, battle group name, Guardians of the Finest Alien Maidens. Country, Flame Nation. Time record, 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds. Score, gold 5 stars. National record. Battle group name. Guardians of the finest alien maidens. Region, Dongqing City. Jianghai Province. Wait a moment. Dongqing City? The reporters were utterly astonished. They rubbed their eyes and looked again. Indeed, it was Dongqing City. Our city has produced a world champion? As the reporters regained their composure, they immediately flushed with excitement. My goodness, we have the world champion. This is a monumental story. A newsworthy event capable of igniting the internet. All reporters rushed to contact headquarters, vying for the exclusive first release. Chapter 10, a sensation across the internet. Editor Zhang. We have breaking news, sensational news. The editor-in-chief of Dongqing Daily News, having just finished dinner and leisurely pondering over his collectibles, suddenly received a phone call. His subordinate, in an agitated state, was nearly incoherent. His dissatisfaction was palpable. Xiao Su, how many times have I told you, as media professionals, we must remain composed and calm in the face of any event? If you cannot maintain composure, how can you report objectively and truthfully? We must minimize personal emotions in our work. The frantic shouting from the other end of the line interrupted him. In the realm of the cavernous jungle, a staggering time of 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds has been achieved, earning a prestigious 5-star rating and securing the top position on both global leaderboards. Editor-in-chief Zhang leaped to his feet, his voice erupting in disbelief. What did you say? His heart raced furiously. As a seasoned veteran of the media industry, he immediately grasped the significance of this revelation. Is it from Yan country? His voice trembled with anticipation. On the other end of the line, the response thundered. It's from Dongqing City. Our people from Dongqing City. Zhang felt a rush of blood surge to his brain. Damn it, he exclaimed, his excitement causing him to abandon his usual composure. Send me the leaderboard photo at once. I will personally handle the report. Meanwhile, other official media outlets from Dongqing City were vying for the scoop. However, there were those even quicker on the draw, the novice challengers from the cavernous jungle. Long before the official media arrived, many professional newcomers had already noticed the changes on the leaderboard. They eagerly captured photos and videos to share online. Expecting a wave of admiration and likes, they were instead met with ridicule and insults. Are you kidding? World number 1. Why not claim to be the universe's champion? They scoffed. Are you toying with fools? A prodigy capable of claiming dual world records must be from a hidden or rare profession, at least in S rank. There are hardly any high-tier professionals from Dongqing City this year. Such boasting had its limits. Leading the world by 22 minutes with a completion time of 6 hours and 40 minutes seemed utterly implausible. The rating was even more absurd. Professional analysts declared that novice professionals could never attain a golden rating. Infuriated, the poster engaged passionately with trolls in the comments section. Just as he found himself on the defensive, a new comment appeared. What the blogger said is true. The official media has reported it. At the end of the comment, there were links to Dongqing Daily News and Dongqing Daily. Skeptical, users clicked through and were astonished to find the official reports corroborated the blogger's data, complete with matching videos and images. The online community erupted in excitement. No way, it's real. A record held for 20 years has been shattered by our new talent? My goodness, leading by 22 minutes? Is this even possible? Who is this Exotic Daughters team? How come we've never heard of them before? The news quickly climbed the trending charts. While viewers were still in shock, they speculated about the true identity of the Exotic Daughters team. Official media from Jianghai Province and national outlets responded swiftly, confirming the authenticity of the information and promptly following up. The reason for such fervent attention from official channels was due to the relatively minor gap between high-tier professionals in a competitive landscape. After all, high-tier professionals, regardless of their location, had access to resources and training vastly superior to those available to ordinary professions, allowing their abilities to be cultivated to the fullest extent. Thus, in a certain sense, low-tier professions became the key to victory. Yan country places great emphasis on nurturing low-tier professions. Consequently, during the annual extraordinary trials, official media pays special attention to the performance of low-tier professionals. There was also a more immediate reason. It had been over a decade since Yan country had broken any world records in either high or low-tier dungeons. Moreover, the unique nature of the Dark Forest dungeon group added to the urgency. All 4 dungeon entrances were located within Yan's borders, yet the world records had been dominated by foreigners. Notably, the cavernous jungle dungeon had seen its world number 1 position held by a foreigner for 20 years. Now, with a record finally broken by a local, and with such a significant lead, how could it not be vigorously publicized? Li Yi had not merely set a world record. He had upheld the honor of the nation. Thus, propelled by official endorsement, the Exotic Daughters team skyrocketed to fame. Even mainstream foreign media took notice. Prestigious universities across the country were soon stirred into action, seeking to identify the members of the Exotic Daughters team, especially the team leader. The record was simply too astonishing. A staggering lead of 22 minutes over the previous world record. What does that signify? It is important to note that the margins between positions on the world leaderboard are typically razor thin. For instance, the former first and second place were separated by a mere 8 seconds. The ratings were even more outrageous. The previous world number 1 had a mere silver rating of 8 stars, yet this new record achieved a remarkable gold rating of 5 stars. Prior to this, many authoritative analysts had concluded through rigorous data analysis that it would take at least 2 S-tier professionals working in tandem to surpass the silver 9-star rating and reach gold 1 star. However, the reality is that each S-tier professional is a prime focus for various organizations, with exclusive upgrade paths that rarely intersect with record-breaking endeavors. Thus, the occurrence of multiple S-tier professionals collaborating to break records is exceedingly rare, and this was merely for gold 1 star. The achievement of the Exotic Daughters team, scoring an astonishing gold 5-star rating, had reached a level of exaggeration that even if multiple S-tier professionals were to assemble, it would still be immensely challenging to attain. This captured the attention of numerous prestigious institutions. While high-tier professions are undeniably significant, low-tier professions are not without their competitive edge. The essence of combat prowess encompasses a multitude of dimensions: skill control, combat awareness, tactics, strategies, styles, systems, hidden cards, talents, specializations, and equipment synergy. As long as one is not in an utterly subpar profession like a summoner, top-tier warriors can certainly emerge from low-tier categories. Their value can even surpass that of many high-tier professionals, just as in gaming, where individuals of equal strength can achieve varying degrees of success. Some ascend to the pinnacle while others struggle at the bronze level. The starting point and limitations of high-tier professions may be elevated, but ultimate success is determined by individual comprehensive ability. The cavernous jungle dungeon presents a significant challenge, and to achieve such results necessitates top-notch tactics and configurations. The members of the Exotic Daughters team are undoubtedly exceptional, brimming with potential. Such talent cannot be overlooked. They must be recruited into our institution. In the small camp town, Li Yi, the architect of this event, remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, he was preoccupied, scouring prices for equipment on his battered old phone. Butcher's goblin leather gloves. 2 agility, 1 constitution, 5 attack speed, priced at 300. Butcher's filleting knife, 5 agility, 3 penetration, priced at 1000. Meaty collar, 3 constitution, 5 attack speed, priced at 200. White magic tree branch, 6 spell power, 3 casting speed, priced at 1000. Magical tree bark, crafting material, 300 each, total 3000. Ranger's spear, 4 agility, 2 constitution. 4 armor piercing, priced at 1500. Newcomers participating in the trials typically acquire a set of level 1 green gear before entering the dungeon. So Li Yi found the prices for these level 1 green items to be absurdly low. Genuine high-value gear would need to be level 5 or higher. Upon checking the drop rates for the 2 items from UPU and the legendary sword Heavy Edge, he was met with a result of 0. It dawned on him that the legendary Yaya was a unique hidden boss, and her drop items were also singular in nature. As for UPU, being the first kill, there were no records of any equipment drops. Li Yi arrived at the base of the Thunderstorm Brigade, the clock nearing 10 p.m. The slightly plump attendant, visibly drowsy, managed to muster a professional smile. "Hello, are you still accepting equipment?" "Of course," she replied briskly. "Please place your items on the identifier, and the price will be displayed." Following her instructions, Li Yi laid out 6 pieces of equipment on the device. The attendant's expression remained unchanged, not showing any surprise. It was common for logistics personnel and battle brigades to handle multiple items at once. "We promised to purchase at a price 10 above market value, totaling 700 yuan. Please show me your payment code." After receiving the funds, Li Yi couldn't help but marvel at how lucrative the extraordinary professions were. No wonder summoners were looked down upon so disdainfully. In this world, one's combat prowess was directly correlated with their ability to earn and accumulate wealth. "I have 1 blue item and 1 purple item as well, but I couldn't find any quotes on the app. How would you assess them?" Li Yi inquired. "A purple item?" The attendant, Xiaolon, was momentarily stunned. "Can you still find purple items before level 10? That exceeds my professional understanding. However, as a competent clerk," she quickly regained her composure. "You can call me Xiaolon. If it's a blue item, I can provide an evaluation, but for a purple item, I will need to notify the deputy captain for an assessment." Li Yi nodded and presented the "wife's love" to the identifier. Xiaolon glanced at the display, confirming that no price was given, indicating it was a new item. She picked up the skull to examine its attributes. Her expression remained neutral, showing no distaste. With 15 magic power and 5 casting speed, it has commendable attributes. "We can offer 1,000 yuan for it." "That works." Li Yi accepted the offer. Although the necklace boasted better attributes than the staff, weapons tend to be significantly more valuable due to the passive skills related to weapon mastery. As for the purple item, "I've notified the deputy captain. Please wait a moment." While waiting, Li Yi engaged in casual conversation with Xiaolon to learn more about the Thunderstorm Brigade. She was forthcoming with any information she could share. The Thunderstorm Brigade was established by Shen Nanxing, a third-generation heir of the Shun family from the Hungrong Group in Chang'an Province. Hungrong Group operates across various industries, including pharmaceuticals, equipment manufacturing, machinery, and extraordinary materials, ranking 49th among the nation's top 100 enterprises. Shin Nanqing's father is a renowned S-rank professional, but his own awakened profession is not particularly high, merely a B-rank, weapon warrior. Li Yi's interest was piqued. A weapon warrior? Chapter 11. An unexpected price. The recruitment of the Thunderstorm Brigade. This profession, though ranked low, possesses unique characteristics. Belonging to the warrior subclass, the level 1 passive skill, Weapon Master, allows weapon warriors to gain additional attribute bonuses from their specialized weapons. The higher the weapon's rank, the greater the bonus. It is said that before level 20, possessing a purple quality weapon can even surpass an A-rank professional in combat power. The reason for the B-rank classification is the diverse specialization of weapons, making it challenging for weapon warriors to obtain compatible equipment. This issue is not unique to weapon warriors. Indeed, all professions have randomized initial skills. For instance, Li Yi's initial skills are Energy Star Bullet and Summon Stone Guardian. Other summoners might have skills like Impact Missile and Summon Flame Guardian. Curious, Li Yi asked, what weapon does Captain Shin specialize in? Our captain specializes in sword and axe. Xiaolon replied. Li Yi's eyes brightened. What a coincidence. Shin Nanqing, a scion of a prestigious family, could easily have relied on family connections for his education. Yet he chose to participate in the extraordinary trials. The reasons for running a brigade are typically twofold, either exclusion from the family or a desire for personal growth. Regardless of the reason, Shin Nanqing surely aims to achieve success. Hence, when it comes to acquiring essential equipment, especially rare legendary items, he would not hesitate to offer a substantial price. The first kill of the hidden boss in the abyssal jungle might even fetch a handsome reward. As Li Yi's thoughts wandered, a luxury car pulled up in front of the shop. A young woman disembarked and approached them. Hello, I am Lin Mani, the deputy captain of the Thunderstorm Brigade. Are you the one selling the purple item? Li Yi nodded. I am Li Yi. Indeed, I am the one selling. Lin Mani, of similar age to Li Yi, possessed a striking appearance, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, a tall stature, and a poised demeanor. She inclined her head. Please place the equipment in the trading section. I need to review its attributes. Li Yi adjusted his profession panel to trade and placed the Chieftain's Legacy in the trade slot. This is the default method for trading purple quality or higher items. Lin Mani approached the trade section and scrutinized the attributes closely. Epic quality, with 20 magic power, 8 spirit, 5 constitution, 8 casting speed, 6 magic penetration, and 6 cooldown reduction, along with 1 skill point from magic professions. The staff S attributes were quite commendable, but the base attribute bonuses were somewhat lacking. Your match dungeon level does not exceed level 3, correct? Li Yi truthfully replied, yes. The dungeon's attribute values are determined by the level of the professional entering it. Since Li Yi entered the abyssal jungle at level 1, the attributes of the dropped equipment would typically not exceed level 3. Lin Mani spoke softly. Purple items are exceedingly rare before level 10. If this staff had dropped from a dungeon above level 5, it would command a significantly higher price. But its low level restricts me to offering you 50,000. Li Yi's heart raced. Wow, that is quite high. Yes, let's proceed with the trade. The transaction would leave a record for future reference and protection of rights, though it came with a time limit of 3 minutes for trading purple items. During this period, either party could opt to halt the trade at any moment. Lin Mani discreetly observed Li Yi. The accent in his speech bore a resemblance to that of Zhanghai province. Following the record of the abyssal jungle reaching the top of the global leaderboard, all A-rank newcomers participating in the extraordinary trials from Dongqing City, along with some B-rank newcomers, had their information scrutinized. Li Yi was notably absent from this list. Yet, this only made it more remarkable that someone could acquire a purple item on the second day of the trials. A certain level of difficulty in the dungeon was required for purple items to drop. To obtain such an item, one must possess corresponding strength. It is akin to solving a mathematical problem. If you don't know how, you simply cannot. Luck plays no part in it. The equipment the young man was selling may not have been his own, but the brigade that could acquire such an item was undoubtedly formidable. Transaction completed. Lin Mani efficiently transferred 50,000 yuan to Li Yi. Mr. Li, do you happen to know the brigade guarding the best otherworldly girls? She suddenly inquired. Li was taken aback. Wasn't that the brigade he had casually created? Why do you ask? Lin Mani scrutinized Li Yi's expression, seeing he did not outright deny it. Her heart leapt with joy. She promptly detailed the sensational event surrounding the abyssal jungle's record-breaking achievement. Li Yi was momentarily stunned after listening. National-level news media have reported on this. It is merely a record of a first-tier dungeon. Is it truly necessary to make such a commotion? Typically, only the dynamics surrounding higher-tier dungeons warrant coverage, do they not? He took out his phone to check the trending topics. The top trending news. Our country's new professional has shattered the global record for both the subterranean jungle. 5th on the list. It is rumored that the professional rank of members guarding the best alien warrior team does not exceed A level. 7th. Tianming University has announced its willingness to open a special recruitment channel for members of the alien warrior team. Indeed, it has become extraordinarily popular. Li Yi put away his phone, his expression peculiar. In his previous life, He was an ordinary single individual who found joy in curling up in bed watching videos. He never anticipated that in this life, he would have the opportunity to trend nationally. The sensation felt rather surreal. His mind raced as he deliberated for a moment before stating, I am a member of the Alien Warrior team. Now that I have gained notoriety, this title could indeed be of use. There is no need for excessive concern. After all, the outside world believes the Alien Warriors team to be a collective. Little do they know that the entire team consists solely of myself. No one would suspect that the record for the subterranean jungle dungeon was achieved solo. Lin Mani mused inwardly, as expected. How could someone who obtained a purple grade item so early in the trials be an ordinary person? Mr. Lee, I earnestly invite your team to join our thunderous rage. Should your team agree, we are prepared to offer a contract with 1 million monthly salary for each member until level 40. What you might not know is that our team leader, Shin Nanqing, is the third-generation direct descendant of the Shin family from Hungrong Group. Lin Mani spoke earnestly, her gaze sincere. Li Yi's pupils constricted, nearly believing he had misheard. They are actually willing to offer 1 million monthly salary to professionals below level 10. What a generous proposal. He steadied himself and replied, I appreciate the sentiment. But I must regretfully inform you that our team does not place importance on monetary gain. Li Yi said this deliberately. He was not averse to money. Rather, the team consisted solely of him. Agreeing to join would only expose the truth. The fact that a D-level summoner could single-handedly conquer a 15-person dungeon was simply astonishing. Such news was too extraordinary. What if a storm of controversy or unforeseen events arose? He resolved to maintain the illusion that the Alien Warriors was a large team. The team function is provided by the professional panel, akin to a guild in a game. Furthermore, the energy fluctuations in the vicinity of the dungeon were immense, with no surveillance. As long as he did not invite others to join, no one could ascertain the actual number of members. How unfortunate. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Mani's eyes. Li Yi suddenly shifted his tone. While we cannot join Thunderous Rage, we can collaborate. Conveniently, I happen to possess 2 valuable items. I wonder if team leadership might be interested? Lin Mani instinctively asked. What valuable items? Li Yi smiled. May I speak directly with your team leader? Lin Mani immediately replied. I will contact the team leader right away to arrange a meeting. A person capable of producing a purple grade item must possess extraordinary goods, worthy of Shin Nanqing's personal involvement. At a hotel, in the presidential suite, Shin Nanqing gazed darkly at his phone. Just moments ago, the only S-level professional in the team, the Thunderblade Knight, had withdrawn. The reason cited was the team's poor performance. Moreover, the insinuations that his low professional rank was dragging the team down stung. Shin Nanqing's expression darkened. He believed he had offered ample incentives, a 10 million annual salary before level 40, and a guaranteed annual salary of 50 million thereafter. He even named the team based on the characteristics of the other S profession. After such diligent efforts to court them, the moment there was a slight dissatisfaction. They simply walked away. Shin Nanqing furrowed his brow. He did not establish the team merely for amusement. He genuinely aspired to achieve results. This was a critical phase for the team's early development, and the absence of an S-level professional would significantly impact their progress. If only he had awakened an A-level profession, the embarrassment would not be so acute. Shin Nanqing sighed in resignation. He set his phone down, preparing to adjust his mood. The notification from his private account chimed, revealing a message from Lin Mani. Lin Mani was his aunt. Although she was merely a C-level support-type professional, her abilities were exceptional. After much persuasion, he had finally convinced her to assist him. Opening the message, Shin Nanqing's eyes widened in surprise, and he abruptly stood up. Chapter 12, Astronomical Price. Our team leader is willing to meet. Shall we go now, or discuss it tomorrow? If your team wishes to rest first, I can arrange accommodations for you. Li waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such trouble. They will manage on their own. Please take me there now. Lin Mani nodded. Before departing, she remarked to Xiaolan. Well done, your bonus for this month will be doubled. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with delight as she beamed. Thank you, Vice Team Leader. She also cast a grateful glance towards Li Yi, fully aware that the bonus was earned entirely thanks to him. Li Yi and Lin Mani entered the vehicle. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a luxurious hotel on the outskirts of the camp town. This camp town not only served as a base for the shadowy forest, but also acted as a transit point for several high-tier dungeons. In addition to novice professionals below level 10, numerous mid to high-level professionals rested here. Consequently, the facilities in the camp town were exceptionally well equipped. Lin Mani led Li Yi into the presidential suite. Shin Nanqing greeted him with a smile. Brotherly, you have brought glory to the nation by securing the dual global records. I am deeply impressed. Li Yi humbly replied. You flatter me. It was merely luck. They took their seats, and the server presented hot tea. Shin Nanqing's gaze was eager, ready to speak, but Li Yi interjected. Young Master Shun, I am here to discuss business, so let us forego the recruitment talk. If this transaction goes well, we will have greater opportunities for collaboration in the future. Shin Nanqing's expression momentarily stiffened, his demeanor tinged with regret. Now that you mention it, I shall not press further. Li Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked. I have heard that your profession specializes in axe and sword weaponry. Shen Nanqing shook his head with a sigh. I am ashamed. My father is an S-level professional. Yet I have only awakened to a B-level profession. Children of parents with high-tier professions have a higher probability of awakening high-tier professions themselves. If born into a prestigious family, resources would be devoted to targeted training and conditioning of the body prior to awakening, further enhancing the likelihood of achieving a high-tier profession. For someone like Shen Nanqing, a direct descendant of a top-tier family, awakening a B-level profession is rather disappointing. What are the two valuable items you mentioned, brotherly? Shen Nanqing inquired, probing. Li Yi glanced at Lin Mani and the server at the door. Shen Nanqing understood immediately and waved his hand, dismissing the server. Rest assured, Vice Team Leader Lin is my aunt. She can fully represent Thunderous Rage. Li Yi returned his gaze, sipping his tea. I possess a legendary grade great sword, perfectly suited for your profession. Might you have any interest? Upon hearing this, Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani's expressions shifted dramatically, exclaiming in unison, a legendary grade weapon? The highest difficulty in dungeons below level 10 is merely adventure level. Legendary equipment is typically dropped only in epic dungeons. This implies that no matter how exceptional the performance or rating within a level 10 dungeon, it is impossible to acquire legendary gear. Shen Nanqing's eyes gleamed with intensity. Brotherly, surely you jest? The Exotic Daughters battle group may have demonstrated remarkable achievements, but to mock others in such a manner is rather audacious. Li Yi offered no reply. Instead, he initiated a trade status and placed the heavy edge in the trading window. See for yourself whether it is real or not. Shen Nanqing and Lin Mandi approached with skepticism. The information and attributes of heavy edge were fully displayed before them. Hiss! Both gasped in unison, their eyes betraying astonishment. It was indeed a sword of legendary quality. Judging by its attributes, it was undeniably a masterpiece among legendary items. The sword's attributes were sufficient for use at Tier 2. Particularly, the inherent skill with a staggering 300 attributes was terrifying. Even with the corresponding effect reduction at Tier 2, it would still prove useful. Shen Nanqing's gaze was penetrating. This sword was perfectly suited for him. With the passive effects of weapon combat, the higher the weapon's grade, the greater the enhancement ratio. With this legendary greatsword, his combat prowess could rival that of an S-class profession. Coupled with the weapon's innate skills, his explosive potential would even surpass that of an S-class profession, adequately addressing the current lack of an S-class presence in the Thunderbolt battle group. This sword was, without a doubt, a timely boon for him. Currently, he wielded a blue-grade heavy sword. Shen Nanqing decisively declared, I will buy it. Brotherly, name your price. He was prepared for a considerable expenditure. However, Li Yi set down his teacup and slowly shook his head. This sword is not for sale, but I can lease it to you during the trial period. As for the price, Brother Shun, you must have professionals nearby. Market rates will suffice. Li Yi smiled. Given Shen Nanqing's background, he would not be overly frugal concerning a single piece of equipment. After pondering for a moment, Shen Nanqing resolutely stated, I am willing to rent it for 5 million. Legendary equipment is generally produced in dungeons above level 30 with a low probability. Heavy Edge might be the first and only legendary equipment available within level 10. So it was understandable that the other party was unwilling to sell it. Li Yi's heart raced. What a generous fellow. No wonder he hails from a top-tier family. Internally, Li Yi was tumultuous, though he maintained a calm facade. Agreed. Upon hearing Li Yi's affirmation, Shen Nanqing and Lin Mandi simultaneously exhaled in relief. Their willingness to offer such a high price was also rooted in the desire to cultivate goodwill with Li Yi. Both were acutely aware of the significance of obtaining legendary gear and purple-grade equipment within level 10. The battle group behind Li Yi was formidable. Now was the time to enhance their rapport with the Exotic Daughters battle group during its formative phase, as it might yield substantial rewards in the future. Shen Nanqing worked with remarkable efficiency, drafting the rental contract, and both parties signed and sealed it. Less than 5 minutes after Li Yi transferred Heavy Edge, he received a notification of the funds being transferred to his bank card. Gazing at the amount in the message, he felt slightly dazed. He had become a millionaire. Shen Nanqing eagerly equipped Heavy Edge, and a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. Clearly, the enhancement provided by Heavy Edge was astounding. Mr. Li, you mentioned there are 2 valuable items. What is the other? Lin Mandi inquired. Shen Nanqing's gaze turned toward Li Yi. Li Yi, unhurried, replied, I possess a complete strategy for defeating a hidden boss. Would Brother Shen be interested? Shen Nanqing and Lin Mandi were momentarily taken aback. The Tier 1 dungeons had been traversed countless times, and every detail regarding the number of monsters, bosses, and even the herbs and ores within these dungeons was meticulously catalogued in the strategies. How could there still be a hidden boss undiscovered amidst the myriad of novice players? Shen Nanqing asked, is it the hidden boss in the Quagmire jungle? Li Yi nodded. Indeed, I can grant you the first kill title. Suddenly, Shen Nanqing and Lin Mandi understood. No wonder they received a ludicrous golden 5-star rating. It was due to the scoring bonus from defeating a hidden boss. Shen Nanqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. If they could create a strategy video documenting the process of defeating the hidden boss under the banner of the Thunderbolt Battle Group, it would undoubtedly elevate the group's reputation. I will buy it, Shen Nanxing declared decisively. Li Yi replied, the first kill strategy will not require a monetary exchange. Let me select a set of equipment from your battle group's warehouse, shall we? Shen Nanxing generously responded, no problem. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. The transaction was completed. Subsequently, Li Yi added Shen Nanxing and Lin Mandy's contact information, sharing photos of the hidden boss battle site he had prepared. He elaborated on the mechanisms and skills of Corrupted Priest, UPU, the battle flow, and the strategies he had devised. Lin Mandy diligently recorded all the information. She was astonished. This strategy was exceedingly detailed. The timeline of the boss's mechanisms and skills was precise down to the second, and the accompanying map of the battle site even included coordinate points. Every maneuver was based on meticulous positional data. If it weren't for the fact that the exotic daughters currently held the world record for the Quagmire jungle, she would have suspected this foolproof strategy to be a fabrication. It is crucial to note that once a player advances in rank, they cannot re-enter lower-tier dungeons. Consequently, strategies are generally summaries derived from the leveling process and the conclusion of real combat against bosses. The players featured in the strategy videos online had all been thoroughly trounced by the bosses. The sole purpose of watching these strategy videos was to familiarize players with the boss's battleground, mechanisms, and skills. Specific tactics still needed to be tailored to the actual conditions of the team. The reason the dungeon commander holds the highest position within a battle group is precisely due to this. If only Li Yi's strategy could be deemed a legitimate strategy, then all existing strategies worldwide would need to be discarded. Her gaze flickered before she suddenly asked, Mr. Li, regarding this hidden boss strategy, may we make a small request? Li Yi inquired, what request? We do not desire the title of first kill. We simply hope to indicate in the strategy video that the strategy was obtained from your group. Would that be acceptable? Chapter 13, Donning the Set. A surge in power. Li Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Was this an attempt to ride on his coattails? At present, the fervor surrounding his world record was still gaining momentum. If they could leverage the name of the Exotic Daughters battle group alongside the content of the hidden boss strategy, it would undoubtedly attract a massive audience. Lin Mandy spoke candidly. If your group had not broken the world record for the Quagmire jungle, the title of first kill would be extremely valuable to us. However, considering your group's impressive achievements, acquiring the first kill title now might backfire. Li Yi understood the implication behind Lin Mandy's words. The essence of the attention was not the world record, but rather the emergence of the Exotic Daughters battle group, which had captured the spotlight. If the Thunderstorm Guild were to release the first kill record of the Fallen Priest, UPU, netizens would undoubtedly discern its connection to the Alien Daughter Guild. Coupled with Shen Nanxing's prestigious background, it is not difficult to speculate the possibility that the Thunderstorm Guild might have purchased the first kill. Should the Thunderstorm Guild be labeled as opportunistic and fraudulent, it would be exceedingly detrimental to its future development, and similarly, it would cast a shadow over his Alien Daughter Guild. Although he casually established this guild and remains indifferent to others' perceptions, it is unnecessary to invite unwarranted controversy when it can be easily avoided. Lin Mandy continued, for your guild, this action will not bear negative repercussions. Rather, it will help maintain momentum. Shen Nanxing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Truly, as expected of his aunt, her considerations are meticulous. This approach would maximize the heat generated, attracting traffic and elevating the Thunderstorm Guild's reputation. He immediately spoke earnestly, brotherly, if your guild can grant our request, you will be a great benefactor to Thunderstorm. In the future, whenever you require assistance, we shall surely provide our utmost support. Li Yi pondered for a moment. While agreeing to Lin Mandy's request would create a slight binding relationship between himself and the Thunderstorm Guild, the advantage lies in the fact that the Thunderstorm Guild could draw some attention towards them. He currently harbors no intention of managing a guild, but who can predict the future? Presently, the Alien Daughter Guild can amass traffic and reputation without his direct exposure. Why not seize the opportunity? Moreover, Shen Nanxing's stable resource channel is of great importance to him, alleviating concerns regarding the sale of equipment and materials. I can agree to your terms, but without our permission, I hope you refrain from disclosing any information related to our guild. If you can adhere to this, perhaps there will be future opportunities for collaboration. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanxing was overjoyed and hastily assured, rest assured, henceforth, your guild's information will be our Thunderstorm's utmost secret. It will never be leaked. After reaching an agreement, Li Yi, under Lin Mandy's guidance, proceeded to the Thunderstorm's guild warehouse to select equipment. True to the reputation of a top-tier noble family, within merely 2 days of extraordinary trials, the warehouse was already stocked with over 100 blue-tier items and nearly 1,000 green-tier items. Li Yi disregarded all magical strength equipment, focusing solely on agility and defensive gear. Observing this, Lin Mandy inquired, Mr. Li, are you in need of agility gear? Li Yi nodded, indeed. Lin Mandy replied, we have a set of agility gear. Would you like to take a look? Li Yi's eyes lit up. A complete set would confer additional abilities and attribute bonuses. However, Collecting sets is notoriously difficult and expensive. Yet, since Lin Mandy brought it up, it indicates her willingness to extend a favor. Li Yi graciously accepted. All right, show it to me. Lin Mandy relayed the message, and soon, someone brought forth a set of leather armor. It comprised 6 pieces, shoulder guards, a tunic, trousers, boots, gloves, and a mask. Jungle Seeker, set. Quality, blue. Agility, 30. Set effects, 1. Movement speed, 20. 2. Physical resistance, 10. 3. Skill points, 2, 4. Evasion, 10. 5. Armor penetration, 5, 6. Magic penetration, 5, 7. Enhanced concealment in jungles. Class bonuses, Monk, 10 damage to Diamond Fist. With every third attack, the fourth attack inflicts an additional 30 damage. Ranger, 20 damage to Beast Companions, 10 arrow range. 10 attack speed. The bonuses are quite impressive. I'll take this set. Li Yi was enamored. Although the class bonuses did not include Summoner, such bonuses were inconsequential for him. The acceleration, evasion, and physical resistance provided by the Jungle Seeker set were precisely what he required. He equipped the set, and immediately, he appeared clad in a lightweight camouflage-like leather armor. The overall effect was rather appealing, and it fit surprisingly well, so he chose not to conceal its appearance. Subsequently, Li Yi selected a blue-tier necklace, a belt, a cape, and 2 rings. For his weapon, as his primary hand wielded a shield, he opted for a dagger in his offhand. All pieces provided agility attributes, granting him a total of 32 agility and 5 constitution. Name, Li Yi. Age, 18. Class, Summoner. Level, 3, 32, 25. Strength, 10. Agility, 92. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 10. Magical Strength, 13. Critical Hit, 1. Movement Speed, 1385. Active Skills, Energy Star Bullet, Level 5. Summon Stone Guardian, Level 1. Passive Skill, Encouragement of the Guardian, Level 1. Attribute Points, 0. Skill Points, 0. Li Yi's agility attribute surged to an astonishing 92 points, significantly enhancing both his reaction and movement speed. Coupled with Moka's shield, he was nearly armored to the teeth. With the Sword Saint Sister's presence, Li Yi's primary concern was self-preservation, necessitating the augmentation of both constitution and agility. However, even if he stacked all attributes into constitution in the early stages, he would still fall victim to skills. It would be more prudent to enhance agility for increased speed and reaction, thereby buying time for the Sword Saint Sister. Lin Mandy, observing from the side, was left with a multitude of questions. What was this equipment configuration? Wearing agility gear typically signifies an agility-oriented class. Yet Li Yi wielded a shield as his primary weapon. Was he a shield warrior or a guardian knight? Were these two classes not strength-based? Moreover, shield warriors and guardian knights cannot use daggers in their offhand. Lin Mandy pondered for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion regarding Li Yi's class. She wanted to inquire, but ultimately refrained. Thank you. I look forward to our future collaboration. Li Yi felt exceptionally pleased. The opulence of his current equipment placed him among the elite of his peers worldwide. Were he to substitute agility for magical strength under such high attributes, even as a summoner, a class often regarded as inferior, he could still wield considerable offensive power. Even without magical strength bonuses, his instant cast, cooldown free abilities, combined with the substantial base damage of Energy Star Bullet at level 5, rendered him formidable against other classes of the same level, potentially even superior. Suddenly, Li Yi comprehended the joy of a pay-to-win player. After finalizing his equipment, he politely declined Lin Mandy's offer for accommodation and ventured into the town. With his own gear sorted, he next needed to procure a set for Li Yu. She couldn't possibly continue wearing a tube top and shorts. While Li Yi enjoyed the view, it provided no defensive capabilities. The dungeon was fraught with dangers and unforeseen events. He would be heartbroken if the Sword Saint Sister were to suffer any injuries. Li Yi swiftly arrived at a crafting workshop and pushed the door open. Chapter 14. Crafting Uniforms for the Sword Saint Sister. Welcome. Are you here to forge equipment? The workshop's receptionist greeted him warmly. Li Yi inquired, "Can you craft a female set?" The young lady's smile was warm and inviting. "Please feel free to select a style from our collection. Kindly elaborate on your requirements." Li Yi accepted the catalog handed to him by the young lady, which contained an array of women's ensemble styles. From heavy armor, plate armor, chainmail, leather armor, battle attire, to robes, it featured an extensive variety, including niche and whimsical versions that truly broadened Li Yi's horizons. Of course, these so-called ensembles were not genuine sets, but merely matched in appearance and style. Reluctantly, he diverted his gaze from the maid outfit. After perusing the conventional options for a moment, he discovered a sleek black combat suit, comprising 7 pieces, goggles, a scarf, a top, a belt, trousers, boots, and arm guards. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the one. The devilishly alluring figure of Li Yue, clad in the fitted combat suit and tall boots, would undoubtedly be breathtaking. He could hardly contain his anticipation at the thought of seeing Li Yue adorned in it. The attending young lady explained, "If you choose the combat suit, The bonuses to strength attributes and physical resistance will be relatively low. Are you agreeable to this? Li Yi replied, no problem, ideally. I prefer a focus on agility as the primary attribute, with a greater emphasis on defense attributes for evasion. Li Yue possessed an active defensive skill akin to a boss's protective magic shield, sword chi protection, coupled with 3 defensive passives, sword intent refinement, max level, rapid recovery, max level, and magical resistance, max level. The benefits of further enhancing these aspects would be minimal. A percentage-based evasion was currently the most effective and cost-efficient attribute to improve. The young lady continued, agility and evasion can be reliably allocated, but the rest will be random. Should we set a restriction based on level or attributes? Li paused, perplexed by her inquiry. Observing his confusion, she patiently clarified, a level restriction means that one can only equip the item upon reaching a certain level, while an attribute restriction requires specific panel attributes to be met. Realizing the distinction, Li Yi opted for the attribute restriction. Even though Li Yue was only level 2, her boss level stats would allow her to equip higher level gear with the attribute restriction. The young lady remarked, you previously selected a full agility attribute. Thus, the attribute restriction can only be agility. Please provide me with a numerical range within a difference of 20. After reviewing Li Yue's panel, Li Yi said, between 158 and 178. The young lady was momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with skepticism. You must be one of this year's trial participants, correct? Is that value not a bit too high? Would you like to adjust it? A staggering agility value of 158, excluding any additional attributes gained in dungeons, would typically require a level 10 for even the most formidable agility-based classes. Yet, with the extraordinary trial having only commenced 2 days prior, it seemed implausible for anyone to reach level 10 so quickly. Furthermore, such a high value would correspond to a rather substantial cost. Few novice players could afford such a significant sum. Li Yi insisted, let's stick with that value. The young lady, feeling helpless, said, please provide the lady's physical measurements, such as height, 3-dimensional measurements, leg length, shoulder width, and arm length. Be as detailed as possible, and I will relay this to the craftsman. Li Yi responded, height, 2 meters. The young lady paused, thinking she had misheard. Excuse me, did you say the height is how much? Li Yi reiterated, 2 meters. Clearly taken aback by this figure, she glanced up at the ceiling, attempting to fathom the sheer height of 2 meters. Once she lowered her gaze, she swallowed hard and continued, please provide the other measurements. Li Yi reviewed the detailed data on the panel. Shoulder width, 48 centimeters, bust, 115 centimeters, waist, 70 centimeters, hip, 120 centimeters, net leg length, 118 centimeters, arm length, 106 centimeters, thigh circumference, 65 centimeters, calf circumference, 38 centimeters, shoe size, 45. The young lady was rendered speechless. My heavens, what a stunningly unrealistic figure. This is clearly data that belongs to a 2-dimensional character, utterly impossible in reality. She herself, with a height of 170 centimeters, was nearing a waist of 70 centimeters. How could someone who was 50 centimeters taller share the same waist measurement? And those legs, an astonishing net leg length of 118 centimeters. She herself, including her hip bones, barely reached 105 centimeters and considered herself long-legged. How could the other person be above 140 centimeters? Even supermodels couldn't achieve such exaggerated proportions. The young lady's expression grew peculiar, her suspicion mounting that the young man before her might have purchased an oversized inflatable doll, so infatuated with it that he was deluded into thinking it was real. A 2-meter tall woman might exist, but a woman of such height, with such an extraordinary figure, was utterly improbable. Taking a deep breath, she reaffirmed her professionalism. Are you certain you wish to proceed with these measurements? Li Yi nodded. Yes, proceed with these. The young lady couldn't help but think he was quite mad. However, she maintained a pleasant demeanor. We can offer 3 qualities, purple, blue, and green. Which quality do you prefer? Shall we provide the materials, or will you? Li Yi inquired. How much for the purple quality if you provide the materials? The young lady explained, given the dimensions you've provided, the material costs will far exceed those of ordinary clients, so the price will be higher. Our quote is 2 million. Internally, the young lady thought such a steep price would deter him. She had not inflated the price unnecessarily. Custom equipment, due to its specific attribute allocation and the immense material costs involved, was inherently pricier than that produced from dungeons. Hence, crafted equipment was largely reserved for the affluent. The young man before her did not seem like one of those wealthy individuals. She hoped he would not fall into a misguided path over a mere 2-dimensional character. Upon hearing this price, Li Yi was not taken aback. In fact, he had meticulously researched market prices prior to his arrival, and this quote seemed quite reasonable. Let's go with the purple quality. The Sword Saint's sister deserves nothing but the best. He attempted to negotiate and ultimately settled on a price of 15 million. As he watched the balance in his bank account dwindle, he couldn't help but reflect on how, in his previous life, he had labored for decades without ever encountering such sums. Now, spending over 2 million without a second thought felt exhilarating. The attending young lady was utterly astonished. She had anticipated that upon hearing the price, the young man would hesitate and depart in disappointment. To her astonishment, he had actually made the purchase. Spending $2 million on clothing for a toy. How outrageous. You may come to collect it tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m., she stated, her expression complex. Li, oblivious to the misunderstanding, left the workshop, purchased a phone and SIM card, and checked into a high-end hotel, requesting the largest suite available. The bed, measuring 3 meters in length and width, was ample space for Liyue to rest. Upon entering the room, he summoned Liyue from the summoning space. Liyue sniffed the fragrant incense in the room. Her curiosity piqued as she looked around. Master, is this your home? It is magnificent, she exclaimed, genuinely impressed. The room was impeccably clean, the lighting bright and clear. The furniture and bedding were undoubtedly of the highest quality. A stark contrast to her previous life in a cave within the treacherous jungle. She hesitated to take a step, fearing she might soil the floor. Li smiled and shook his head, saying, it's just a hotel. He then took Liu to the restroom, teaching her how to use the light switch and various toiletries. Liu was remarkably intelligent. She grasped everything with just a single lesson. Yet, the look of astonishment on her face never faded. Li's gaze lingered on her visage, noting her delicate, luminous complexion that seemed to glow with vitality. Such radiant skin hardly required any skincare products. Higher-tier beings faced increasingly arduous challenges in reproduction. Liu had mentioned that her orc tribe only experienced a brief reproductive period each year. After her evolution to the king level, her reproductive phase was further reduced to a mere day per year. This meant that Liu was free from the burdens of a female's physiological cycle, which was indeed quite convenient. After completing his grooming, Li picked up the hotel menu and ordered a plethora of dishes he could typically never afford. After all, one must indulge after laboring hard, right? Naturally, he included Liu's fondness for fine wines. He ordered a bottle each of beer, red wine, and white wine, intending to see which one would suit Liu's palate best. The sound of water flowing from the shower could be heard, and through the misty frosted glass, her tall and alluring silhouette was visible. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 15. The Sword Saint's sister gets drunk. Li was a normal man, with a stunningly beautiful alien woman sharing the same room, and even the same bed. His imagination inevitably ran wild. Given the existence of a favorability system, it was only a matter of time before a close relationship could be established. There was no need to rush. It would happen in due course. Once he realized this, his gaze grew steadier, and his mindset relaxed. The sound of water ceased. A few minutes later, Liu emerged draped in a bathrobe. Her sun-kissed skin glowed with a faint blush, and her expression radiated joy, as if she had been rejuvenated. How blissful it felt. While in the wild, she had often gone without even a hot meal, let alone a warm shower. Liu's favorability towards you. 10. Current favorability, close. Her favorability had increased again. Li looked up and felt his heart skip a beat. The tranquility he had finally achieved was once again disrupted. The bathrobe was far too small. It barely covered her most essential areas. Liu sensed Li's gaze and turned to him. He hurriedly masked his surprise, asking, "Are you hungry? I ordered some delicious food, along with your favorite fine wines." Liu's eyes sparkled with delight. How did my master know I love fine wine? Li chuckled. Isn't it true that orcs adore fine wines? Don't just stand there. Come and taste them. Liu approached the table and sat down. Li opened the bottles, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Liu's eyes lit up, her throat involuntarily moving. Master, what kind of wine is this? It smells divine. Li poured a glass of each type of wine, smiling as he said, "Give them a try and see which one you prefer." Liu swallowed hard and took her first sip of the beer. As soon as it touched her lips, her eyes widened in surprise. It was rich in flavor, refreshing and sweet. Delicious. Liu's favorability towards you. 10. Current favorability, close. Li observed her reactions and pushed the red wine towards her. She tasted it, and the fruity aroma filled her senses. It was quite rich, though slightly acidic. Still, it was enjoyable, better than the wine she remembered, though not entirely to her liking. Next came the most fragrant white wine. After a sip, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was spicy, warming, and rich in flavor. Exquisite. Liu's favorability towards you. 10. Current favorability, close. Li noted her preferences. She favored distilled spirits, followed by fermented wines, and was not particularly fond of red wines. He filled her glass generously, saying, "Drink freely, have as much as you desire." He then contacted the hotel staff to order a case of beer and 5 bottles of white wine, accompanied by an array of appetizers such as braised pork knuckle, marinated beef, grilled fish, and lamb legs. After tasting them, Liu was utterly captivated. They were divine. Before meeting her master, she had often subsisted in the wild, barely surviving on raw meat. Occasionally, she would manage to cook her catch over a fire. But salt was a luxury, let alone spices. She indulged herself heartily, reveling in the exquisite food paired with fine wine. What pure bliss. Liu's favorability towards you. 20. Current favorability, close. As he watched her favorability rise, Li Yi was overjoyed, continually pouring her more wine and serving her dishes. After consuming 5 bottles of white wine and nearly a half case of beer, even with her orc constitution, she was quite tipsy. Li Yu lay on the bed with a rosy blush, utterly unguarded, and soon succumbed to slumber, her soft breathing filling the room. Li Yi, having drunk quite a bit himself, felt his head spinning. As sleepiness washed over him, he lay down beside Li Yu, drifting into a deep sleep as well. In the dead of night, Li Yu opened her eyes. After a brief trip to the restroom, she gently returned to Li Yi's side, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at his peacefully sleeping face. Curiosity filled her eyes, slowly giving way to gratitude, which ultimately blossomed into a hint of youthful shyness. Her master was so endearing. In her previous life, she had felt like a mere shell of a person, lost in the depths of the forest. It was only after forming a contract with her master that she truly began to live. He had guided her evolution, enhancing her strength, patiently briefing her on enemy intelligence before battles, and tirelessly reminding her to stay safe, just like family. Family, a term so familiar yet alien. Yet one she yearned for deeply. Her master even knew her preferences, preparing delectable food and fine wines for her. A glimmer of affection began to brew in her gaze. Her master was the best master in the world. Li Yu's favorability towards you, 50. Current favorability, fondness. Li Yu bit her lip, a daring thought blossoming in her heart. She slowly leaned closer to Li Yi, her soft lips brushing against his cheek. Oh, she recoiled suddenly, like a startled rabbit, her heart racing wildly beneath her sun-kissed skin. Li Yi remained in slumber. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she inched closer once more, her courage growing. Gazing at Li Yi's handsome face, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Her master was so adorable, she longed to be close to him. Li Yu nestled beside Li Yi, gently pulling him into her embrace. Memories of the forest surged back to her, her master trailing behind her, sneaking glances at her with furtive admiration. He thought he hit it well, but her sword-intent perception had sensed every one of those furtive looks. She didn't mind. Rather, it brought her a mix of joy and bashfulness. He must like me, since he always steals glances, she murmured to herself. She nudged her forehead against Li Yi's, drifting into a peaceful slumber. In the depths of the forest, the exit shimmered with light as Wang Tianming, Zhou Shui, and others emerged one by one from the portal. 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 19 seconds. We have shattered the national record. Our Tianxua battle group stands at the pinnacle of the nation. The member responsible for the timing was flushed with excitement. Roaring with joy, the air was filled with ecstatic cheers. Achieving the national first place not only brings immense honor, but also confers a title reward. This title does not occupy an equipment slot, effectively granting an additional piece of gear out of thin air. Most importantly, such a remarkable national time record ensures a guaranteed entry into prestigious provincial institutions. If we can maintain this performance, the top national schools are not beyond reach. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui panted heavily, envisioning the subsequent trending on social media, interviews, rising fame, and a surge in followers. They were on the brink of stardom. Everyone hurriedly glanced at the career panel for the information report. The Abyssal Jungle, Normal, Dungeon Challenge concluded. Time taken 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 19 seconds. Current provincial ranking 2nd, national ranking 2nd, world ranking 19th. The Abyssal Jungle, Normal, Dungeon Challenge concluded. Overall rating silver 7 stars. Current provincial ranking 2nd, national ranking 2nd, world ranking 22nd. The laughter abruptly ceased. Everyone stared in disbelief at the notification. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui were left in a daze, as if they had seen a ghost. National second place was acceptable. It was normal for stronger teams to emerge. However, why were they also second in the province? Chapter 16. Accused of being a cult? Wang Tianming's eyes reddened. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. This year, there were nearly 30,000 professional newcomers in Dongqing City, with only 13 A-grade awakened professionals. He had even created a small group to include these 13 individuals. The dungeon progress of the group members was publicly shared. His team was the only one challenging the Abyssal Jungle Dungeon. Without an S-grade professional leading the charge, how could any team surpass his own? Yet, the impossible had occurred. He had assembled 3 formidable A-grade professionals for the challenge, but they could not outdo a team composed of B-grade and even C-grade professionals. Wang Tianming felt as if he had been slapped across the face. He found it hard to accept this outcome. Zhou Shui's expression was equally grim. On the way out of the dungeon, she had envisioned receiving compliments and blessings from friends and fans after announcing their results, followed by a surge in followers and achieving fame. But now all of that was gone. The team members exchanged glances, attempting to console one another. The first place must have been due to luck. Perhaps they had accidentally discovered a new strategy. Yes, they might have found a quicker route. Our team's strength is formidable. We shall reclaim first place in the next dungeon. Unlike Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui, the team members, after a brief shock, did not feel disheartened. After all, achieving second place nationally was already far beyond their expectations, and they felt content. I want to see which team is so remarkable. Wang Tianming gritted his teeth, his voice nearly escaping through clenched jaws. The crowd followed him to the leaderboard. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui looked up and were struck dumb. As if struck by lightning. The other team members were equally stunned. 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds? World first? I must be seeing things. This data is absurd. Is the leaderboard malfunctioning? The otherworldly daughters. Which battle group is that? The team members were, as if turned to stone, murmuring to themselves. Especially Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui. Utterly shocked by the exaggerated data at the top of the leaderboard. Their minds were blank. From the moment they entered the abyssal jungle dungeon, they had fought relentlessly, barely pausing for meals, rest, or even bathroom breaks. The combat process adhered strictly to the fastest completion strategy. Every individual's focus was razor-sharp. Positioning, evasion, and damage output were flawless. Tactical execution was precise, every detail meticulously attended to, leading to a remarkably smooth overall progression. Even so, their result was merely 7 hours. For minutes and 19 seconds, only a second faster than the previous national record. At this level, they understood how arduous it was to shave off mere seconds. Yet, the leaderboard displayed a time that was 24 minutes faster than theirs. The most terrifying aspect was the rating. Golden 5 stars. Hadn't experts claimed that only multiple S-grade professionals working together could achieve a golden rating? How did the leaderboard show that dazzling golden 5 stars? A heaviness settled in the chests of all team members. Doubts began to creep into their minds. Could such a significant performance gap truly be bridged by optimizing strategies and routes? Was there a possibility that it stemmed from a disparity in strength? The otherworldly daughters, comprised entirely of professionals below A grade, could achieve such extraordinary results. How formidable must their individual abilities be? As these thoughts crossed their minds, a chill ran down their spines. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui's expressions darkened, completely devoid of the joy they had felt upon exiting the dungeon. They could already envision the overwhelming heat this record would generate online. If their second-place result were to be publicized, it would likely be relegated to mere background noise, further amplifying the momentum of the otherworldly daughters. Could it be a mere coincidence? Zhou Shui asked in a low voice. Wang Tianming took a deep breath. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It can only be a coincidence. Although I do not understand how they achieved such high scores. There must be something amiss with the data. Do not fret, as long as we can maintain our performance moving forward. The honor that belongs to us will eventually be reclaimed." They merely had the spotlight in the abyssal jungle dungeon. In other dungeons, their true abilities would naturally be revealed. The higher they stand now, the harder they would fall later. Zhou Shui felt a bit reassured after hearing this, her expression softening. Wang Tianming took out his phone and browsed for a moment, his expression gradually turning cold. Their popularity had soared too high. It was time for their family to intervene. Zhou Shui's gaze turned icy as she nodded in agreement. Good. They, like the otherworldly daughters, hailed from Dongqing City. If the other party were of a higher tier, it would be one thing. But to be of a lower tier while achieving better results was a blow to their pride. This level of attention must be diminished. The next morning, the 3 A-grade professionals of the Tianxue battle group participated in an interview with Dongqing Broadcasting Station. During the interview, Wang Tianming and his companions graciously divulged their team composition and tactics, along with several details from the combat process. Compared to the achievements of the otherworldly daughters, we still have a long way to go. We will strive to improve and showcase the prowess befitting a 3A battle group, aiming for better results in other dungeons. Wang Tianming appeared humble in front of the camera. Viewers were thoroughly impressed. They actually revealed their tactics. The demeanor of a scion from a prestigious family is indeed distinct. No wonder they were able to surpass the previous national record. Although it was only by a second, it was still quite impressive. What a pity that the spotlight was stolen by the otherworldly daughters. Otherwise, the ones in the limelight today would be Zhou Shui and Wang Tianming. One can only say that it is both fate and timing. However, shortly after the Tianxue Battle Group's interview, a wave of skepticism regarding the achievements of Alien Maiden mysteriously surfaced online. Netizens gradually began to perceive something amiss in the statements made during the Tianxue Battle Group's interview. It sounded as though they were subtly insinuating that there were discrepancies in Alien Maiden's accomplishments. Thrilled by the unfolding drama, many internet users eagerly delved into an in-depth analysis of the team configuration and tactics of Tianxue Battle Group, attempting to reverse engineer the setup of Alien Maiden. Despite the formidable presence of 3A-level professionals within a team as strong as Tianxue, they could only manage to shorten their time by a mere second. How did Alien Maiden manage to surpass the world record by a staggering 22 minutes? What strategies did they employ? How was the command executed? The netizens discovered that no matter how they devised their professional configurations and tactics, they could not compress their time to under 8 hours without high-tier professionals. And even completing the challenge seemed nearly impossible. Why, then, was Alien Maiden able to achieve a completion time of 6 hours? This left everyone puzzled. At this critical juncture, the former world record holder publicly expressed doubt through foreign media, questioning whether Alien Maiden had utilized sinister artifacts to amplify their strength. Eventually, he dropped all pretenses. insinuating that a certain rookie battle group was affiliated with a cult that had conducted forbidden dark rituals. The video quickly made its way back to domestic platforms, igniting a frenzy among viewers. In the world, there exist 4 supernatural phenomena: dungeons, abyss, eerie domains, and haunted ruins. The latter 3 are born from dungeon catastrophes, each occurrence enveloping vast areas of the present world and causing catastrophic disasters. They represent the primary threats facing humanity today. As for the causes of these catastrophes, the mainstream theory posits that they arise when the energy of the dungeon exceeds the limits that the laws can bear. Such catastrophes are not the norm. When professionals clear dungeons, they consume energy, thereby reducing the likelihood of such catastrophes occurring. However, there is one exceptional circumstance: when powerful, extraordinary professionals disrupt the laws within a dungeon using special methods, such as strange artifacts manufactured by cults or conducting nefarious rituals. The chaos of the laws significantly increases the probability of catastrophes and accelerates their progression. Such behavior is deemed forbidden. In most countries around the world, including the Flame Nation, forbidden acts are classified as crimes. The Flame Nation has specialized security agencies that monitor dungeons within its borders. If any anomalies are detected, an investigative procedure is initiated. Historically, those who engaged in forbidden acts were high-level professionals, as their formidable strength and combat prowess made it easier for them to influence dungeons. There has never been a documented case of a forbidden practitioner below level 30. Thus, it has become a consensus that individuals below level 30 are incapable of engaging in forbidden acts. Consequently, when Alien Maiden Battle Group set their world record, no one considered the possibility of forbidden involvement. Chapter 17, Purchasing Equipment. A cult? Is this true? This could lead to imprisonment. TSK, TSK, TSK. How embarrassing to be exposed internationally. Isn't this the way of our people? What won't they do for vanity? Some began to mock derisively, while others clamored for the members of Alien Maiden Battle Group to come forth and clarify the situation. However, due to the lack of a statement from official media, the supporters of Alien Maiden constituted the majority. It was evident that the foreign party, having lost their title of world leader, was feeling humiliated and angry. How could anyone believe this? Where's their common sense? It's laughable. Even accusations of forbidden acts have emerged. Please, detractors, do your research. Can professionals below level 30 even consider engaging in forbidden acts? High-tier individuals are merely upset because their results fell short. The two factions engaged in a heated online debate. The skeptics took the offensive. If their hard power is so formidable, why not break records in other dungeons as well? Let us see if they can even manage to complete them. Yes, the true measure of their abilities will be revealed through their subsequent dungeon results. If they can maintain high records across all dungeons, then I will believe they are not engaging in forbidden acts. I'll stake my reputation on it. If the Alien Maiden Battle Group can place in the national top 10 in the next dungeon, I'll eat my words. The supporters were equally unyielding. Stop trying to manipulate us. Just because they broke a record doesn't mean they owe you anything. Why should they conform to your demands? They didn't even seek attention during their peak popularity. They are a team with genuine strength and aspirations, while you lot are merely driven by selfish motives. Who is afraid of whom? I'll stake my reputation too. If the Alien Maiden Battle Group is indeed caught engaging in forbidden acts, I will live stream my humiliation on the street. Public opinion began to rapidly escalate. The Extraordinary Trials Safety Committee of Dongqing City reluctantly issued a statement, declaring that they would collaborate with monitoring agencies to form an investigative team to thoroughly investigate the matter. In a daze, Li Yi felt a constriction in his breathing. Suffocatingly hot, nearly gasping for air. It felt as if his body were ensnared by a giant python, rendering him completely immobile. He suddenly arched his neck, opened his eyes, and gasped for breath, finally finding some comfort. Yet, his body remained bound. What was going on? Li Yi was startled. Upon gaining clarity, he discovered that he had been cradled like a plush toy by Lai Yu. As for the earlier sensation of suffocation, Li Yi's heart raced, and his blood coursed rapidly. Lai Yu's robe, already ill-fitting, was nowhere to be seen. Li Yi struggled to suppress the tumult within him. Lai Yu, wake up, please. But Lai Yu was in a deep, blissful slumber, as if experiencing the most peaceful and comfortable sleep of her life. She smacked her lips and suddenly tightened her embrace around Li Yi, pulling him closer while pressing his head into her chest. The force was overwhelming, leaving Li Yi utterly defenseless. He began to writhe, both pained and exhilarated, reaching out to pinch her soft waist. Lai Yu winced in pain and finally opened her eyes. Upon sensing Li Yi's struggles, she loosened her grip slightly, and he was finally free. Master, you're awake? Lai Yu blinked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Yi, radiating affection. Yes, I'm awake. Li Yi took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Why were you holding me while you slept? Lai Yu tilted her head, her gaze filled with curiosity. Is it not permissible to hold you? Her mature, seductive voice carried a hint of sweetness, as if she were playfully teasing him. Li Yi faltered, clearing his throat. It's not that it's not permissible. It's just. He didn't finish his sentence. Lai Yu's eyes curved into crescent moons. Master. She tightened her embrace once more. affectionately rubbing her cheek against Li Yi's head. Li Yi was at a loss for words. My hair is a mess. Has she truly taken him for a plush toy? He quickly attempted to rectify the situation. This is a joke. I'm just 18, full of youthful vigor. I just woke up. And if you keep holding me like this, I can't control myself for long. Reluctantly, Li Yi released him, but not without a lingering reluctance. Li Yi extricated himself from her embrace and hastily pulled a blanket over her shoulders. Do not wear your old clothes anymore. I have crafted new garments for you. I will fetch them, so please wait here. The master made clothes for himself? Liu Yu's heart soared with delight as she nodded obediently. All right. After Li Yi finished washing up and donned his attire, he exited the hotel and headed towards the workshop. On the way, he received a message from Lin Mani. Are you questioning my achievements? Li Yi, perplexed, opened the social media app, only to discover he had once again become a trending topic. The world #1 on the limited-time leaderboard, Con McCarthy, publicly cast doubt on the members of the Alien Daughters battle group, suggesting they might be affiliated with a cult. Renowned dungeon analyst Lai Lai Do Wang dissected the authenticity of the Alien Daughters' accomplishments from 4 different angles. Liu Yu, vice president of the Supernatural Battle Group Association in Zhanghai Province, commented during an interview that the academic community has yet to reach a consensus on whether practitioners below level 30 can engage in forbidden practices. Li Yi scoffed. What a mess. He had no interest in online fame and was naturally disinclined to defend himself. Instead of wasting time on trivial disputes, he would rather gain experience in the dungeons. Liu Yu, in essence, was his summoned beast, belonging to the summoner profession, and thus could not possibly engage in any illicit methods. He glanced at the message Lin Mani had sent him, which exuded an air of concern. Clearly, she was worried he might be a forbidden practitioner. Li Yi understood but did not take it to heart. Did they really think the authorities were inept? Would they not check for anomalies in the dungeons? Do not fret, our battle group's achievements are sound. At the base of the Thunderstorm Hunters, Shen Nanxing inquired, Annie, what did Li Yi say? Lin Mani shared Li Yi's response with Shen Nanxing. How do you plan to address this? Shen Nanxing furrowed his brow. It was rare, but not impossible for one to acquire purple gear before level 10. However, the legendary greatsword in his possession was beyond his comprehension. He had researched and discovered that this legendary greatsword was the first ever legendary grade equipment obtainable below level 10. If Li Yi were indeed a forbidden practitioner, the origin of this legendary greatsword would make sense. Though the dungeon catastrophe posed significant threats, the quality of dropped equipment would also be greatly enhanced. It was not out of the realm of possibility to obtain legendary grade gear. The use of forbidden equipment would result in severe penalties, even for someone of the Shun family's direct lineage. Lin Mani's expression grew grave. If the public outcry held any truth, the fallen priest would not merely be a hidden boss, but rather a product of the dungeon catastrophe. Any danger that emerged within the dungeons during the catastrophe could be catastrophic. Are you truly going to enter? Shen Nanxing fell silent. Could there really be forbidden practitioners below level 30? He paced back and forth in the room for a while. Finally, he raised his head with determination. Let us go. Upon entering the workshop, a smiling receptionist greeted Li Yi warmly. Mr. Li, your outfit is ready. She retrieved a large bag from behind the counter. Li Yi accepted it and unzipped it to inspect the attributes. Shadows Agile Goggles. Quality, Purple. Agility, 70. Mentality, 30. Equipment effects, 1. Attack deviation 3. 2. Evasion 5. 3. Precision 5. Equipment requirement. Agility 160. Shadows Agile Top. Quality, Purple. Agility, 80. Vitality, 20. Strength, 20. Equipment effects, 1. Physical resistance 5. 2. Magical resistance 10. 3. Evasion 5. Equipment requirement. Agility 170. After thoroughly checking the attributes of all 7 pieces of equipment, a satisfied expression graced Li Yi's face. The attributes were quite impressive, and he was very pleased. His total attributes now included Agility 526, Strength 140, Vitality 115, Mentality 125, Magic Resistance 30, Physical Resistance 20, Evasion 35. Additionally, there were several rare attributes such as Precision and Attack Deviation, which were of little consequence. After leaving the workshop, Li Yi did not immediately return to the hotel. Instead, he proceeded to a women's lingerie store. After providing the staff with Liu Yu's measurements, he requested assistance in selecting 4 sets of sports bras. Liu Yu possessed a remarkably strong physique, so he was not concerned about sagging. However, it could still pose some inconvenience during battle, so he sought to address this issue. Sir, your girlfriend has an incredible figure, the staff member remarked enviously. Li Yi chuckled and casually brushed off the compliment. Upon exiting the lingerie store, he made his way directly back to the hotel. However, as he passed by a weapon shop, he paused and, after a moment of contemplation, walked inside. What can I assist you with? The shopkeeper greeted him. Li Yi stated plainly, do you have any light swords with attribute restrictions, limited to an agility of 736? With Liu Yu's base attributes combined with the set bonuses, her agility totaled 736 points. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was evident he recognized Li Yi's identity as a trialist. What could a trial newcomer possibly want with a light sword requiring 736 agility? To possess such high attributes, one would typically need to be at least level 20 in an agility-based profession. However, customers like Li Yi, who articulated precise requirements, generally had genuine needs. Thus, the shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Yes, please wait a moment while I fetch them for you. A few minutes later, 5 light swords were laid out before Li Yi. Each sword was of similar dimensions, approximately 1.2 meters in length and 5 to 6 centimeters in width, slightly larger than Liu Yu's current weapon, the Maw of Mochas. Li Yi meticulously examined the attributes of each sword and ultimately selected the one with a blazing red blade. Chapter 18. Enhancement. Affection level like. Flames Inferno Longsword, Light Sword. Quality. Purple. Agility, 185. Vitality, 45. Strength, 50. Equipment effects, 1. Armor penetration 10. 2. Precision 10. 3. Attack speed 20. 4. Bonus fire damage of 10 upon attack. Equipment requirement. Agility 300. Li Yi's breath quickened slightly. The sword's total attributes reached a staggering 280 points. When combined with the equipment and Liu Yu's attributes, her agility soared to an astonishing 921 points. It was difficult to fathom that such a figure could manifest in the panel of a level 2 summoner's creature. Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Liu Yu's attributes were sufficiently high to support her use of equipment far exceeding her level. But he was not afforded the same luxury and had to adhere to standard level-appropriate gear. Fortunately, since Liu Yu's equipment was, in a sense, also worn by Li Yi, the distinction was not overly significant. What is the price? Li Yi inquired nonchalantly. The sword's name indicated it was a manufactured item. Compared to dungeon drops, manufactured equipment was slightly inferior, but its production was stable. As long as there were blueprints and materials, along with a craftsman's forging level that met the requirements, it could be produced. However, the cost was considerably high, far exceeding that of similarly ranked equipment obtained from dungeons. Of course, the high price came with its own justification. The attributes of the equipment produced in the dungeon are exceedingly chaotic, making it quite challenging to find something suitable for oneself. The manufacturing gear can be customized to align with the specific needs of each profession. The shopkeeper chuckled. This sword possesses 4 distinct effects. Thus its price is slightly elevated compared to others of the same level, totaling 800,000. Li Yi attempted to negotiate a lower price. However, the shopkeeper remained adamant about the 800,000. Ultimately, Li Yi had no choice but to purchase it at full price. Li Yi took the longsword in both hands, expecting it to be heavy, only to find it surprisingly light. He was unsure what materials were used to craft such a lengthy blade. Yet its weight was comparable to that of the Mocha's mandibles. Liu would surely adore it. Li Yi stowed the longsword in his spatial pouch and returned to the hotel. As soon as he entered the room, he was enveloped in a warm and soft embrace. "Master, you're back," Liu exclaimed, ruffling Li Yi's hair with evident joy. She had grown accustomed to the sound of his footsteps, sensing his presence even before he reached the door. Li Yi's body stiffened momentarily, his heart racing at the contact. While it could be understood if she had wrapped herself around him in her sleep unconsciously, her current act of affection left him pondering. Had her fondness for him increased? He immediately glanced at Liu's status panel. Affinity, liking. Li Yi's eyes widened. The next level of affinity, close, was, in fact, liking. When had it elevated to such a degree? He lifted his gaze, meeting Liu's eyes. Upon waking earlier, he had sensed a subtle change in her demeanor compared to before. Now, upon closer inspection, he discerned the transformation. Liu exuded less aloofness and more warmth, her features imbued with a charming allure. Li Yi gazed at Liu's exquisite and exotic visage, feeling a slight dryness in his throat. He could not help but wonder if the current, liking affinity held any distinctions compared to the affection between men and women. Taking a gentle breath, he quelled the unfamiliar sensations within him, opting to let things unfold naturally. He discreetly extricated himself from Liu's embrace, retrieving his sportswear and equipment, and began instructing Liu on how to wear them. "These are clothes I bought for you. You'll wear these from now on." Having lived 2 lives as a novice, although he had never undressed another, he had certainly seen enough to understand the basics. Moreover, the structure of the sportswear was quite simple. Liu glanced at it once and learned swiftly. Without hesitation, she discarded her bathrobe and donned the attire in front of Li Yi, completely unbothered by his gaze. Li Yi was taken aback, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. A glimmer of shyness and mischief danced in Liu's eyes. She had intentionally changed clothes before her master, knowing full well he enjoyed watching her, yet feigning indifference. How uncharacteristically coy. Once Liu had dressed in her new outfit and gear, she spun around in place. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. The craftsmanship from the workshop was indeed impressive. The combat suit clung to Liu's curves, accentuating her flawless figure. After donning the goggles, her entire aura transformed, radiating a commanding, proud, and fierce presence, a captivating sight. Li Yi's gaze was filled with admiration. "How does the outfit feel?" he inquired. "It is incredibly comfortable. This is the first time I've worn something so pleasant," Liu replied. though she noted that the shoes felt a tad unfamiliar. However, she was confident she would adapt quickly. She marveled at the texture of the clothing and pants, finding the material exquisitely elastic and resilient, while the areas that touched her skin were delightfully soft. The breathability was commendable as well. She was genuinely curious about how such garments were crafted. Master, you are truly remarkable. Affinity towards you. 10. Current affinity. Liking. Li Yi observed the notification on his panel. As he had anticipated, affinity could indeed continue to rise. Knowing that Li Yue had always been barefoot, he chuckled, "You'll adjust in no time. Foot protection is quite essential. The dangers lurking on the surface in the dungeon are manifold. Poisons, extreme temperatures, and freezing conditions abound." Li Yi retrieved the newly acquired longsword and handed it to Li Yue. "Give this sword a try?" Li Yue's gaze fixed upon the longsword, captivated. "Master, is this for me?" she asked, her voice brimming with delight as she accepted it. Li Yi nodded with a smile. "It's a fine sword," Li Yue exclaimed genuinely. This blade surpassed Mocha's mandibles in every aspect: feel, appearance, material, and power. "Thank you, master." Li Yue's joy was palpable. Li Yi then scrutinized Li Yue's status panel. Strength, 295. Agility, 921. Constitution, 265. Spirit, 215. Magic power, 90. Path of the Sword Saint, level 1 damage 5. Light sword mastery, level 1 armor penetration 5. Attack speed 10. Sword intent perception, level 5 perceive the surrounding environment with sword intent, evasion 15. Gazing at the explosive values on her panel, Li Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. Li Yue was only level 2, yet with the attributes provided by her equipment, her total value soared to an impressive 1786 points. Many professions would require over 20 levels to achieve such numbers. If her level were to rise, Li Yue's panel would become even more formidable. Level up, Li Yi proclaimed with fervor. After enjoying a hearty meal with Li Yue in the hotel, they set off towards the second dungeon of the Dark Forest dungeon cluster. The Dark Toxic Mine. This was a small 5-man dungeon. The world record for Dark Toxic Mine stood at 5 hours, 58 minutes, and 45 seconds. Established by the Gallic people of Europa and maintained for 25 years. The scoring record was silver 9 stars, set by the beautiful people of North Liga, and had endured for 28 years. Goodness, the record for a 5-man dungeon has outlasted that of the Cave Collapse Jungle Raid. Li Yi pondered. 5 hours and 58 minutes? Why is the completion time for this 5-man dungeon so lengthy? Li Yi found himself perplexed. Typically, 5-man dungeon completion times hovered around 4 hours, yet the Dark Toxic Mine neared 6 hours. He immediately sought out strategies for the mine. The available guides were scarce, with only one comprehensive strategy pinned by the record holding Gallic individual 25 years prior. Upon reading it, Li Yi grasped the situation. The primary challenge of the Dark Toxic Mine lay in its intricate, interwoven underground tunnels, which were exceedingly complex. Furthermore, the starting location of the dungeon was not fixed, and the dim lighting made it easy to become disoriented. The environment was foul, reeking of decay, and filled with numerous scurrying pests that required dealing with. The most irksome aspect of the dungeon was these creatures, which, while lacking in combat strength, could become a considerable nuisance due to their sheer numbers. Dealing with them resulted in no experience points, thus merely wasting time. Consequently, the Dark Toxic Mine was the least frequented dungeon among the 4 in the Dark Forest cluster. Li Yi donned the mask from the Jungle Seeker, set, and led Li Yue out of the hotel. Li Yue was rather reluctant to enter the summoning space, so Li Yi simply allowed her to accompany him outside. With the second suffix effect of the summoning saint, Li Yue was granted immunity to detection, control, and seizure. Even if she appeared in the mortal realm, none would uncover her true identity. Li Yi walked ahead, while Li Yue, adorned with goggles and wielding a longsword, followed closely behind with her long, graceful legs. As they approached the lodging, the 2 receptionists at the hotel were left utterly mesmerized by Li Yue, practically drooling. The swordswoman is so striking. Their gazes, filled with envy and admiration, seemed to hint at a subtle affection brewing beneath the surface. Li Yi's lips twitched slightly. Despite his commendable physique and appearance, he found that he paled in comparison to Li Yue's allure among the ladies. "Could I possibly have your contact information, swordswoman?" One of the receptionists gathered her courage and asked, pulling out her phone. Li Yi raised an eyebrow. What does this mean? He promptly wrapped his arm around Li Yue's supple waist. "I apologize, but my girlfriend doesn't use a phone." Li Yue, perplexed by the unfolding events, tilted her body slightly to facilitate Li Yi's embrace, unaware of what he meant by girlfriend and phone. Yet, noticing her master's demeanor, it seemed he was rejecting the advances of the human female for her sake. Li Yue tilted her head in contemplation. Could it be that her master was asserting ownership over her in front of others? Upon that thought, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Yi's neck, pulling him closer to signify her belonging to him. The receptionist stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Their initial assumption had been that the young man was merely the swordswoman's attendant, only to realize he was, in fact, her boyfriend. They had seen couples with the woman taller than the man, but never such a disparity as this. Faced with Li Yi's forthright rejection, the receptionist could only sheepishly retract her phone. Emerging from the hotel onto the street, it was now 3 in the afternoon, the peak time for the bustling camp town. As Li Yi stepped into view, she immediately attracted a multitude of gazes, gasps of awe cascading around her. Her remarkable height of 2 meters, coupled with a flawless figure, created a visual impact reminiscent of a Valkyrie from legend. Only when Li Yi and Li Yue had moved on did the onlookers regain their senses. A short, stout young man pulled out his phone, attempting to capture a photo. However, just before he could snap the shot, he prudently employed an insight scroll to check Li Yue's level. Class. Level. Wow. The revelation left the stout young man utterly terrified. The scroll's results indicated that only those levels exceeding the user by 30 or more would remain undetectable. He turned to see others attempting to take clandestine photos and hurriedly called out, "Stop! Quickly stop! That female swordsman is at least level 50 or higher. Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" Those preparing to take pictures shuddered in fear and hastily put away their phones. High-level professionals, especially women, are notoriously averse to being photographed without consent. If discovered, the consequences could be dire. Among professionals, there exists an unwritten rule against surreptitious photography. Permission must be sought face-to-face for any photos. To safeguard the privacy of high-level professionals, the state enforces harsh penalties against such invasions. Everyone was aware that surreptitious photography was not acceptable. However, the sheer height and proportions of the female swordsman were so extraordinary, akin to a character stepped out of a comic, that people couldn't resist the urge to document the moment. Fortunately, someone intervened. Otherwise, they would surely have faced dire repercussions for provoking her. A sense of dread washed over the crowd, and they expressed their gratitude towards the stout young man. At the equipment workshop, the receptionist who had previously attended to Li Yi was engaged in casual conversation with a colleague. You wouldn't believe the exaggerated measurements he provided. Did he truly spend $15 million on customizations? I wouldn't lie to you. Check the transaction records for yourself. TSK, what a wealthy player. Our monthly salaries barely scrape by, while he casually spends millions. I just can't fathom why he would spend that money on a paper doll when he could easily woo any beautiful woman. The receptionist continued to vent her frustrations. Her colleague glanced outside the workshop and suddenly froze, his expression turning grave. "Ollie, I think you might have misunderstood him." The receptionist, taken aback, instinctively questioned, "What misunderstanding?" Her colleague pointed towards the outside. Following his gaze, she was left speechless. "HHM," she stammered, finally exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh my gosh, it's real." Grabbing her colleague's arm, she trembled with excitement. "The complete set of gear he ordered, that equipment on the female swordsman is from our workshop." Her colleague chuckled, I know. I recognize our workshop's craftsmanship." Gradually, the receptionist's excitement waned, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. She hadn't anticipated misunderstanding him. That swordswoman is so tall. A female professional of such stature surely isn't a nobody. How come I never came across any related content? Her colleague rolled his eyes. "Do you think everyone is like us, glued to dramas and short videos all day? Those high-tier professionals are primarily focused on enhancing their strength. They hardly have time to flaunt online." The receptionist sighed in relief. "At least I maintained a good service attitude when I attended to him." Li had anticipated the reactions of passersby. After all, a height of 2 meters is exceedingly rare among men, let alone women. No matter where they ventured, they would inevitably attract attention. Soon, they exited the bustling camp town and arrived at the entrance of the toxic dark mine dungeon. In stark contrast to the lively scene outside the jungle of the ground collapse, the exterior of the toxic dark mine was utterly desolate, indicating that this dungeon was indeed not a popular choice. Upon stepping through the portal to the dungeon, darkness enveloped their vision for a brief moment. When the light returned, they found themselves in a dim tunnel, the air thick with a putrid stench. Li Yi raised his gaze forward, able to see only about 10 meters ahead. The walls of the mine were entwined with various vines and unknown fungi, while countless insects of varied shapes and sizes crawled within, sending shivers down one's spine. The ground was a murky sludge, littered with the remains of snakes, rodents, and insects, as well as the skeletal remains of slightly larger creatures. Li regretted coming here. Thankfully, his mask could filter some of the foul odor, for otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed in mere seconds. "Let us move." Li stepped into the sludge, producing a squelching sound that sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, he felt himself lifted, warmth enveloping him. It was Li Yue, who had swept him off his feet. "Master, let me carry you." Li Yue's gaze was gentle as she nuzzled her cheek against Li Yi's forehead, though he initially intended to reject this display of affection. Reminding himself that he was a grown man and not so easily swayed by tenderness, he soon succumbed to the warmth of her embrace. Clearing his throat, he feigned composure. A smile danced at the corners of Li Yue's mouth. How adorable her master was. She lifted her gaze forward, her heightened sword-intent perception, at level 5 unfurling around her. She could distinctly sense movements within a radius of nearly 30 meters. Embracing Li Yi, she proceeded ahead. As soon as she took a step, the entire cavern erupted into chaos, akin to a serene lake disturbed by a thrown stone. Various serpents, rodents, and insects scattered in a frenzy. After traversing just over 30 meters, a multitude of mice and assorted insects converged behind her. The air buzzed as a few mosquitoes darted toward Liyue's neck. Just as they were about to make contact with her skin, she activated Sword Chi Protection. The sharp blade of her aura pulverized the insects into nothingness. On the ground, several mice tentatively approached to nibble at Liyue's heel. She shot them a fierce glance and turned around. Huh! The sound wave from her fearless roar surged forth. A cacophony of splattering noises erupting as swathes of serpents, rodents, and insects met their explosive end. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. What a sight to behold! An indiscriminate area of effect in a confined cavern. There was simply no escape for the monsters. Furthermore, the echoes within the cave amplified the power of her sound waves. The downside, however, was that the noise could travel far, attracting lesser creatures. True to form, moments later, Li Yi faintly heard the chattering sounds of monsters drawn by Liyue's voice. Approximately 10 seconds later, 5 1-meter-tall goblin miners, brandishing candles, appeared in their line of sight. Liyue set Li Yi down, unsheathed her sword, and charged forward. The glimmer of her blade flashed as the 5 goblins were dispatched before they could even utter a cry. You have slain a level 3 goblin miner, gaining 9 experience points. You have slain a level 3 goblin torchbearer, gaining 9 experience points. Meanwhile, as Li Yi and Liyue swiftly engaged monsters in the toxic mine, a joint press conference was convened by the Extraordinary Trials Safety Committee and the Extraordinary Supervision Bureau in Dongqing City. They were set to announce the investigation results concerning the Quagmire Jungle instance. Upon examination, it was confirmed that the Quagmire Jungle was currently operating stably and showed no signs of any illicit activity. Following the announcement, a spokesperson from the Bureau urged netizens to engage in rational discussion, asserting that the internet was not a lawless domain and imploring them to refrain from fabricating rumors for the sake of attention. With the statement released, the citizens of Dongqing City felt a sense of vindication. The absence of any violations implied that the achievements of the Exotic Daughters battle group were indeed legitimate. Without any embellishment, they promptly flooded the comment sections beneath the videos questioning the results. Listen up, skeptics. Open your eyes and read the official report. You can't keep denying it, can you? Some people are just lazy and foolish. You blindly trust the foreigners claiming there are violations? Why not do some research instead? Is it because you lack the ability? I advise certain envious individuals to mind their own business instead of fixating on others. Yet, the announcement failed to sway the skeptics. They continued their sarcastic commentary online. Dongqing City really knows how to play the game, being both contestants and judges, allowing you to say whatever you please. How convenient, right? After all, they managed to create the world's best. They must protect that at all costs. Regardless, I trust no one's words. I only believe in data. If you want to convince me, clarify how the golden 5-star rating was achieved and disclose specific tactical details for everyone to comprehend. The skeptics' remarks incited laughter from the rational supporters. They swiftly engaged in rebuttals. What nonsense are you spouting? The strategies crafted through hard work don't belong to you. Are they your parents? A bunch of ignorant fools. You doubt the official statement, but believe the foreigners. You keep chanting about data, but with your pathetic understanding. Do you think you could even interpret the data if it was handed to you? It's laughable. If you want someone's strategies, why not grind in the instance and take down a few small monsters yourself? Some individuals, much like the foreigners, found their fragile pride pricked, unable to break records themselves. They resorted to tarnishing others. Wake up. Slandering others 1T elevate your own achievements. The back and forth escalated into another round of fierce exchanges. In the Quagmire Jungle, Shin Nanxing led his team to the center of the Goblin Tribe ruins. He meticulously reiterated their strategy 3 times, emphasizing all necessary precautions. Are we ready? The members of the Thunderstorm Battle Group met his gaze with resolute determination. Ready. Shin Nanxing nodded slightly, satisfaction evident in his expression. He gently caressed the hilt of heavy blade, lost in thought. Before entering the instance, the team members had perceived him merely as a playful scion of a wealthy family, harboring reservations about his role in the departure of the S-rank class, Thundersword Master. While they maintained a facade of politeness, it was clear they were mindful of his privileged background. However, after battling 4 bosses, everyone was left in awe of his formidable combat prowess. They finally understood that Shin Nanxing's apparent indifference towards the departure of the Thundersword Master stemmed not from apathy, but from his own strength, rivaling that of an S-rank class. Before entering the instance, most were skeptical about the existence of a hidden boss within the Quagmire Jungle, yet they had grown half convinced of this possibility. The Exotic Daughters battle group likely did not resort to any illicit means. Shin Nanxing contemplated silently. Following his preliminary assessment, he believed that Li Yi's record was indeed legitimate. He had fought his way to this point without sensing any abnormalities with the instance monsters. Captain, the camera is ready. Shin Nanxing took a deep breath. Activate the hidden boss. 2 members hoisted a werewolf's corpse and tossed it into the sacrificial array, repositioning the magic stones accordingly. In the next moment, the array activated, glowing with a dark purple, sinister light. Approximately 1 minute later, the disheveled fallen priest, UPU, emerged at the edge of the ruins. A chill coursed through everyone. The captain had indeed not deceived them. This was a hidden boss. All attention sharpened, preparing for battle. Position swiftly. Shin Nanxing commanded loudly. You vile human adventurers. How dare you sacrifice my kin to the evil god? I shall slay you in vengeance for my people. Goblin language. UPU brandished his staff, summoning 5 goblin zombies to charge towards the group. Shin Nanxing drew his massive sword and was the first to charge forward. His teammates, displaying remarkable professionalism, immediately moved to their designated positions as instructed. The battle commenced. 20 minutes later, vile humans, I shall curse you for eternity. UPU's final defiant roar echoed as he collapsed, lifeless on the ground. The tension that had gripped everyone finally eased. Shin Nanxing plunged his sword into the earth, supporting himself as he gasped for breath. In their eyes, aside from fatigue, there lay a profound astonishment. Remarkably, they had vanquished the boss in a single attempt. Li Yi's strategy was nothing short of flawless. How did the Exotic Daughters team manage to calculate the boss's mechanics, skills, and phase timelines with such precision? Other members, weary yet filled with apprehension, pondered the absurdity of such a hidden boss's existence. Why would such an extraordinary entity appear in a first-tier dungeon? It was utterly surreal. Given the hardships they faced even with a strategy in hand, one could hardly imagine how the Exotic Daughters team had initially succeeded in their endeavor. Everyone was thoroughly impressed by the prowess of the Exotic Daughters team. Having experienced the battle, they gained a deep understanding of just how formidable the fallen priest UPU's strength truly was. Chapter 21, Golden 1 Star. Second in the world. You have defeated the fallen priest, UPU, gaining 300 experience points. Everyone noticed the notification on their class panels. Simultaneously, 5 members leveled up. Wow, 300 experience points. They exclaimed in awe. It turned out that hidden bosses provided such an abundance of experience, equivalent to defeating 30 minor foes. Shin Nanxing let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he was completely assured that the Exotic Daughters had not employed any illicit means. He silently resolved to cultivate a good relationship with them. He recognized the critical importance of the Exotic Daughters team to the development of the Thunderstorm team. Our leader is incredible. The level of command from our captain is unparalleled, far surpassing that of renowned team specialists. The team members expressed genuine admiration, fully convinced by Shin Nanxing's leadership. Although they had the strategy from the Exotic Daughters, it was the captain's impeccable guidance that was the most significant factor in their success against the hidden boss. Everyone understood how vital effective leadership was to a team, as it constituted the very soul of the group. The professional ranks and configurations of a team were merely a baseline. It was the excellence of their command that set the upper limit. Shin Nanxing felt the fervent gazes of his teammates upon him and could not help but smile wryly. It seemed he would increasingly rely on Li Yi's strategies in the future. The team believed that they had defeated the hidden boss thanks to his exceptional command skills. Yet the true reason lay in the sheer brilliance of Li Yi's strategy. Li Yi's guidance was not a mere cursory overview of mechanics and skills. He had meticulously crafted a coordinate chart of the boss's battlefield, divided into square-foot sections. Every movement to evade and every countermeasure was carefully annotated on this chart. The boss's skill timeline was even precise to the second. Shin Nanxing's role as captain was simply to relay the strategy to his teammates, ensuring they could accurately maneuver and fulfill their respective tasks. However, this guidance was mistakenly perceived by the uninformed team members as a testament to his leadership abilities. Shin Nanxing's expression grew complex. A glimpse through the lens revealed the exceptional individual capabilities of the Exotic Daughters team members, their execution flawless beyond reproach. The commander's understanding, analysis, decision-making, and strategic skills were nothing short of remarkable. Shin Nanxing was left with nothing but admiration and a profound sense of regret. Such a powerful team was beyond his grasp. Captain, we have now spent 6 hours and 43 minutes. If we expedite our exit from the dungeon, we have a significant chance of claiming the top spot in Chang'an province, and perhaps even second place nationally, exclaimed a logistics team member, bursting with excitement. The team rejoiced. Shin Nanxing's eyes sparkled with determination as he bellowed, "Everyone, let's exit the dungeon immediately. Run with all your might." Before he could even finish his command, the team surged towards the dungeon's exit like the wind. The opportunity to break records was within their grasp. There was no need for further encouragement. 20 minutes later, as the last member of the Thunderstorm team emerged from the teleportation portal at the dungeon entrance, notifications flooded their panels. The Jungle of the Sunken Land, normal, dungeon challenge has concluded. Time spent, 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 10 seconds. Current provincial ranking. 1st, national ranking. 2nd, world ranking, 17th. The Jungle of the Sunken Land, normal, dungeon challenge has concluded. Overall rating, Golden 1 Star. Current provincial ranking. 1st, national ranking. 2nd, world ranking, 2nd. You have received the Challenge Master, 1st tier, Golden Badge, ranking reward. Challenge Master, badge. Quality, Golden. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 5. Magic power, 5. Equipment effect, critical hit chance, 1. Limited time, provincial 1st, national 2nd, world 2nd rating. Shen Nanxing erupted into ecstatic laughter. This achievement was something they had never dared to imagine even when the Thunderblade swordsman was present. Now, having personally engaged with a legendary weapon and strategy, he had accomplished it. The 5 million spent was truly worth it. The Exotic Daughters team was phenomenal. Shen Nanxing felt a tremendous weight lift from his chest. Over the last 2 days, since awakening to his B-tier class, he had endured much disdain and neglect from his family. At last, he could hold his head high. The team members were jubilant, celebrating their provincial 1st place and world 2nd. We earned the title. Our captain is amazing. Long live the captain. I adore you. Shen Nanxing immediately shared his joyous news with his aunt, Lin Mani. After offering her congratulations, she swiftly set the wheels in motion. The prowess of a top-tier family was evident at that moment. Within minutes, numerous media outlets in Chang'an province, including official channels, released news bulletins. Prominent figures and popular influencers also posted congratulatory messages. The online community of Chang'an province erupted in excitement. Finally, after days of being overshadowed by Zhanghai province, it was their turn to shine. Netizens from Chang'an province collectively mobilized, spontaneously liking, saving, and sharing. The all-B-tier professional team Thunderstorm from Chang'an province achieved a golden 1-star rating in the jungle of the Sunken Land, clinching world's 2nd place. This news quickly ascended to the top of trending topics. Those who had questioned the Exotic Daughters team's achievements were busy crafting rebuttals when they stumbled upon this announcement. Left dumbfounded. An all-B-tier team secured 2nd place in the world? A golden 1-star rating? Surely this must be a fabrication. They believed their eyes had deceived them. Reading the news multiple times to confirm its authenticity, everyone was astounded. Was obtaining a golden rating truly that simple? Just a moment prior, they had confidently asserted that without A-tier professionals leading the charge, lower-tier classes could never achieve a golden rating. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were proven wrong. This team, devoid of even A-tier professionals, had ascended to the golden rating using only B-tier players, and they had claimed world 2nd. The doubters among B-tier and A-tier professionals were plunged into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I am truly inadequate? Meanwhile, supporters reveled in the moment, jubilantly celebrating. Did you say only S-tier professionals could attain a golden rating? Are the achievements of the Exotic Daughters team fabricated? Then let me ask you, what is the current score for the 2nd place in the world ranking for the jungle of the Sunken Land? Answer me. Are there any S-grade professions among them? What about A-grade professions? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Those in support still have the audacity to be obstinate, even as they face overwhelming evidence. The Thunderstorm Brigade achieving a golden rating does not imply that the achievements of the Alien Daughters Brigade are without flaws. Indeed, a 5-star golden rating is excessively exaggerated, and it is not even on the same scale as a 1-star golden rating. Are you blind? The leader of the Thunderstorm Brigade, Shen Nanxing, is the 3rd-generation scion of the prestigious Shen family. His father, Shen Tianyue, is a 6th-tier S-grade extraordinary powerhouse. Can his brigade be regarded as an ordinary team? However, soon, a supporter posted a live stream link right in front of these obstinate individuals. Upon clicking, it was revealed that Shen Nanxing was participating in a nationwide program called Extraordinary Frontline, engaged in a live interview. Host, is it true that your team for the challenge in the Quagmire Jungle dungeon consists entirely of B-grade professionals? Shen Nanxing, actually, not entirely, laughs. We do have one C-grade professional, a keen rogue, who is quite fast and primarily responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance. Host, with a 1-star golden rating. You've secured 2nd place on both the national and world leaderboards. Surely everyone is curious about how you achieved this golden rating. Could you share a bit of your secrets? Shen Nanxing, honestly, there's no real secret. Humble, our approach was quite standard. Achieving this score, I believe, is primarily due to our handling of the hidden boss. At these words, the host was momentarily taken aback. What? A hidden boss? You are 2nd on the national timed leaderboard and 17th in the world. Are you now telling me that you also defeated a hidden boss? Does that not render the 16 teams ahead of you, including the Alien Daughters Brigade, a laughingstock? The host, maintaining professionalism, quickly regained composure. So, your brigade's time of 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 10 seconds was achieved while you discovered and successfully killed the hidden boss, correct? Shen Nanxing, precisely. Host, could you divulge how your brigade discovered the hidden boss? Shen Nanxing, the hidden boss was not discovered by us. It was the Alien Daughters Brigade that provided us with the strategy. It was by referencing their guide that we were able to successfully defeat the hidden boss. Shen Nanxing's revelation detonated like a bombshell in everyone's minds. The live chat exploded with excitement. The strategy for the hidden boss was actually provided by the Alien Daughters Brigade? Does this not imply that the Alien Daughters Brigade also defeated the hidden boss? With the hidden boss defeated, the dungeon completion time was merely 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds? Viewers were left in a daze. What kind of monstrous team has suddenly emerged? The information conveyed by Shen Nanxing was too explosive. The host's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your revelation is truly unexpected. I never imagined you would be acquainted with the Alien Daughters Brigade. The audience in the live stream was even more exhilarated than the host. Shen Nanxing's words affirmed the authenticity of the Alien Daughters Brigade's achievements. After all, achieving a 1-star golden rating based solely on another strategy indicates that the Alien Daughters Brigade must possess extraordinary strength. Host, could you share any information about the Alien Daughters Brigade? Shen Nanxing, I am afraid I have an agreement with them not to disclose their information. But I can responsibly assure everyone that their strength absolutely matches their accomplishments, and I believe they will continue to surprise us in the future. The host and viewers were left in eager anticipation. The live chat was once again inundated with comments. The faint murmurs of doubt were quickly drowned out. Shen Nanxing continued, regarding the hidden boss, I recorded the entire battle process, and I will release the video on our brigade's official account shortly. Everyone is welcome to observe and learn from it. Upon hearing this, viewers erupted with joy, eagerly sharing the news. A surge of followers flocked to the Thunderstorm Brigade's official account, waiting for the video to be released. The follower count skyrocketed from over 1,000 at a rate of thousands per second, only beginning to slow down once it reached over 200,000. Among those following were not only newcomers eager for strategies, but also many drawn by curiosity about the hidden boss. At 8 p.m., the much-anticipated strategy video was finally released. Everyone clicked in with bated breath. The video commenced with an introduction to the activation method for the hidden boss, Corrupted Priest, UPU. That pattern is actually a sacrificial array. I've seen it in the dungeon too. How did I not realize it was related to the hidden boss? The third array is in a cave, and the fourth is at the riverbed. Who could possibly find such obscure locations? Don't tell me the Alien Daughters Brigade's completion time includes the time spent finding the arrays. I'm flabbergasted. This array even has an activation sequence. With the fifth array fixed, there are 24 possible combinations. How did they find the correct sequence in such a short time? And how is this activation method discovered? I can't fathom it. After watching the beginning of the video, viewers were left with tingling sensations. Without the strategy from the Alien Daughters Brigade, this hidden boss might have remained a mystery forever. Incredible. The members of the Alien Daughters Brigade are undoubtedly all exceptional talents. Those who previously doubted the achievements fell silent after merely watching the beginning. As viewers continued, the next segment detailed the mechanics and skills of Corrupted Priest, UPU. The battle process against UPU consists of 3 phases. Phase 1 is the most common protective magic shield phase for all bosses. During this phase, UPU will swiftly float across the battlefield, launching area damage skills called Energy Death Ray at the targeted enemies. Additionally, every 20 seconds, he will summon 5 goblin zombies to charge at the professionals. The zombies must be defeated within 10 seconds, otherwise, their corpses will explode, creating a cloud of black corpse gas on the ground, which, upon contact, inflicts skin rot and paralysis. Typically, sustaining even a single hit will render one completely incapacitated for battle. Fortunately, the corpse gas does not drift, but dissipates gradually in place. As UPU's protective magic shield value decreases by 10, he will additionally summon a large zombie. The large zombie will swiftly consume the smaller zombies on the field. For each zombie consumed, both its size and damage increase by 10. After consuming 5 zombies, the large zombie will grotesquely transform into a stitched monstrosity. This monstrosity will randomly lock onto a target and initiate a relentless pursuit lasting 30 seconds. If the targeted individual lacks a tank professional for protection or the means to sustain a speed boost for a prolonged period, their demise is nearly certain. Thus, when the large zombie appears, there must be no small zombies surviving on the field, and any newly spawned small zombies must be swiftly dealt with. If the stitched monstrosity fails to consume any small zombies within 30 seconds and is not defeated, it will self-destruct, causing widespread damage. Even if one survives a hit, they will be gravely injured, whether it be the diminutive zombies or their larger counterparts. Neither can withstand the devastating energy beam unleashed by the boss without succumbing to its lethal effects. Should they do so, they will plunge into a frenzied state, significantly enhancing their speed and attack power. As the onlookers beheld this scene, beads of sweat cascaded down their brows. Truly, this was a hidden boss. The mechanisms and abilities displayed in this initial phase were already more formidable than those of the 4 standard bosses in the Abyssal Jungle. Proceeding to the second phase. Once UPU's protective magic shield shatters, he will enter a state of rage, soaring into the skies. During this phase, he will cease summoning zombies and instead conjure 8 goblin specters, each dispersed across the 8 cardinal points of the arena. These phantoms will slowly advance toward the center, unleashing energy projectiles that rain down upon their surroundings. As they endure damage, their forms will gradually become translucent until they completely dissipate. However, the interval between the demise of any 2 specters must not exceed 5 seconds. Otherwise, all specters will resurrect, restored to their initial full state. Should the specters successfully converge at the center, they will explode, inflicting damage upon all, while each will impose a cumulative curse that reduces attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 10. Following their explosion, the specters will revive at their original positions. During this tumultuous event, UPU will not remain idle. He will unleash Energy Beam and Cursed Bone Binding from above. The latter manifests as skeletal arms erupting from the ground, ensnaring the feet of unsuspecting practitioners. If one fails to evade capture and meets the oncoming energy projectiles, their fate is sealed. Witnessing this, the viewer's faces drained of color. Could such a harrowing ordeal truly exist in a Tier 1 dungeon? Prior to level 10, one had only 3 or 4 basic skills. How many could possibly survive amidst such a relentless barrage of complex, interlinked mechanics? What is even more dire is that this merely marks UPU's second phase. In the final third phase, UPU will succumb to madness, sacrificing his own form to the dark deity, continuously summoning the deity's tentacles from the depths to assail his foes for a full 2 minutes. During this time, UPU will be in a state of invulnerability. The sole objective for the team will be to survive until UPU's energy is exhausted. After absorbing all the mechanisms and abilities, the viewers felt their legs weaken and their bodies grow cold. This was not merely a challenge, it was a death sentence, suppressing their emotions. The crowd continued to watch the live footage of the Thunderous Fury Guild in action. They were eager to witness how such an overwhelming boss could be vanquished. As the battle commenced, under the astute leadership of Shen Nanjing, the team adeptly maneuvered, dodging skills while seizing opportunities to strike. From their divine perspective, the viewers quickly discerned the strategy at play. Shen Nanjing, the commander of the Thunderous Fury Guild, exhibited a terrifying mastery over tactics. His grasp of the boss's mechanisms and skill timelines was nearly flawless, allowing him to anticipate each of the boss's actions with remarkable accuracy. Although the guild members were all B-class practitioners, each boasted commendable overall strength, and their class composition was exceptionally balanced. Under Shen Nanjing's guidance, these advantages were maximally exploited. The team exhibited almost no ineffective movements, responding with remarkable swiftness to both focused attacks and target switches. The small and large zombies of the first phase were dispatched with efficiency. In the second phase, the guild's tactic against the goblin specters involved segmenting their travel routes into fixed distances, inflicting determined damage upon the specters. Once the specters neared the center, they would strike swiftly to eliminate them. This process, however, was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to the simultaneous detonation of all 8 specters, unleashing catastrophic damage that could obliterate every practitioner in the vicinity. The viewers watched, hearts racing. This was sheer madness. They were gambling with their lives. A single blunder could spell doom for the entire team, leaving no chance for escape. But, as fate would have it, a mistake did indeed occur. 2 specters were not promptly eliminated. In that moment, the viewers felt their hearts leap into their throats. Fortunately, Shen Nanjing acted swiftly, averting disaster by instantaneously dispatching the 2 specters. The audience exhaled in relief, for watching a strategy video felt like a heart-stopping ordeal. In the third phase, UPU sacrificed himself, summoning countless dark deity tentacles from the ground, enveloping the entire arena. Shen Nanjing commanded everyone to regroup. As the tentacles began their frenzied assault, he directed the team to focus their fire on the tentacles, clearing a space for positioning within the critical 3 seconds prior to their strikes. The tentacles flailed violently, slamming into the ground with such force that debris flew, leaving deep craters in their wake. With each strike upon the ground, the viewers felt their hearts leap. Yet, the members of Thunderous Fury remained unscathed within their designated safe zone. The safe area lasted less than 10 seconds before new tentacles emerged. Shen Nanjing adeptly maintained a pattern, directing the team to occupy the safe zone just before the tentacles would attack. Thus, a scene unfolded where tentacles struck behind them while the Thunderous Fury Guild continuously cleared space to evade attacks. Remarkably, throughout these 2 minutes, they managed to emerge unscathed. The viewers were left in stunned silence, their jaws agape. This phase appeared deceptively simple, yet it was extraordinarily challenging, demanding exceptional command over time from the leader and impeccable coordination among the members. Given that the number of tentacles in each zone varied and needed to be cleared within a strict time frame, damage-dealing practitioners had to determine their targets within a mere 2 seconds. Simultaneously, support, healing, and tank roles needed to strike at precisely the right moments to supplement damage. Any minor misstep could result in tentacles remaining unaddressed while others descended with deadly intent. As the video concluded, a profound silence enveloped the viewers. In their minds, they simulated the scenario and despondently realized that had it been their own team, they would likely have perished in the first phase against the hidden boss. Although Thunderous Fury was composed entirely of B-class practitioners, their exceptional synergy and discipline set them apart, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. If Thunderous Fury was this formidable, how much more powerful would the Alien Daughters Guild, an upgraded version of Thunderous Fury, be? Chapter 23, The Backlash of Public Opinion. Are the naysayers speaking out? Do they still claim that only S-class practitioners can achieve a golden rating? Shen Nanjing has demonstrated that with the strategies of the Alien Daughters Guild, A fully B-class team can still attain a golden rating. The prowess of the Alien Daughters Guild speaks for itself. Were you not clamoring for strategies and tactics? They have now been laid bare. Do you dare to attempt to secure a golden rating yourselves? And do not even think of disparaging Shun Nanjing's background. The previous guild in Dongqing City, which assembled 3 A-class practitioners, was not born of humble origins either, yet their rating was merely silver 7 stars. How could they have killed 1 fewer hidden boss and still taken 9 seconds longer? It's laughable. A foreigner released 7 videos disparaging the Alien Daughters Guild for violations, only to be humiliated when the strategy video emerged, leading him to delete all of them in disgrace. Supporters of the faction revel in unrestrained glee, brazenly taunting and berating those who dared to question them. The doubters, in a state of exasperation yet helplessness, resort to feigning ignorance. Consequently, they are inundated with a plethora of mocking videos pushed by the platform, leaving them visibly distressed and increasingly agitated. They vent their frustrations in chat groups, lamenting about the relentless barrage of insults in comments and private messages, unable to mount any effective rebuttal. Who could blame them? I had aspirations of cultivating my own account, having painstakingly amassed over 5,000 followers, only to witness a staggering loss of over 2,000 due to my previous critical video, effectively rendering my account obsolete. After all, the Alien Daughters battle group is undeniably formidable, particularly in their capacity to uncover hidden bosses, a feat unmatched by other factions. During the discussions, someone suddenly inquired. I find myself quite perplexed. How did this momentum initially gain traction? The group fell silent. I recall that it seemed to originate from an official account of a battle group in Zhonghai province. What was the name of that group? Damn it. They deleted the video and vanished. Everyone quickly came to a realization. Damn, they had been used as pawns. A few disreputable media outlets in Dongqing City also reported on it, and their accounts remain intact. I remembered that a vice president of the Zhonghai Provincial Battle Group Association mentioned in an interview that individuals below level 30 could also be involved in prohibited activities. It was after watching his interview that I began to harbor doubts. Moreover, that dungeon analyst, King Lai Lai, had produced a video analyzing which illicit methods the Alien Daughters battle group might have employed. With over 6 million followers, surely he wouldn't just disappear. After thorough investigation, it became evident that there were indeed numerous culprits. Everyone was seething with indignation. A bunch of scoundrels. They must be confronted. Soon, those media outlets and bloggers who had participated in stirring the pot found their comment sections besieged by furious netizens. Among them, the dungeon analyst, King Lai Lai, due to his massive following, bore the brunt of the vitriol. King Lai Lai, being astute, swiftly recognized the shift in sentiment and promptly went live to mitigate the backlash. Family, you've all misunderstood me. I merely conducted an analysis as per the client's request. I believe they wanted this video to raise awareness about the dangers of prohibition, aiming to teach everyone how to identify prohibited activities and abide by the law. I thought it was a public service, so I accepted the task. As for the client, I can only say it was a local influence from Dongqing City. Regardless, this incident was my oversight, and I bear responsibility. I should not have used the Alien Daughters battle group as an example for clout. The video has been deleted, and I sincerely apologize for the negative impact it has caused. In the live stream, King Lai Lai bowed deeply in apology, his words earnest. Seeing his contrite demeanor, the netizens softened their resentment toward him. Some even sent gifts to comfort him, encouraging him to be more discerning in future collaborations. As for the local influence from Dongqing City that King Lai Lai mentioned, the investigation continued. It didn't take long for the focus to shift to Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui. Damn it, who else could it be but this pair of scoundrels? Prior to the dungeon, they had poured resources into gaining attention, believing they could reap substantial rewards post-dungeon, only to find their results overshadowed by the Alien Daughters. Frustrated, they resorted to malicious slander. Indeed, did you notice the feigned humility of the Wang during the interview? Smiling on the surface, yet likely wishing for the demise of the Alien Daughters battle group. Immediately, the crowd descended upon Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui as personal accounts to unleash a torrent of criticism. You do realize you're nowhere near the level of the Alien Daughters battle group, don't you? If you're lacking, practice more. They're all B-rank professionals capable of achieving golden 1 star, and they're even quicker than you. Anyone with a modicum of sense would seek to learn from them rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. TSK. Though your professional rank exceeds Shun Nanqing's by 1 tier, your level of conduct is woefully inferior. No wonder Shun's Hungrong group ranks among the nation's top 50, while searches for your Wang family yield nothing but tax evasion penalties. Wang Tianming, upon reading the comments, was infuriated and began frantically blocking accounts. Alas, the sheer volume of critics compelled him to disable the comment section. As for Zhou Shui, the situation became even more intriguing. Netizens unearthed scandalous revelations about her father, Zhou Changkong. I've heard that your father, Zhou Changkong, once had a close brother named Li Ting, and they were inseparable. After Li Ting and his wife perished in battle, their son was sent to an orphanage. He later survived on scholarships and odd jobs, Yet your father not only stood idly by, but also publicly disparaged Li Ting at various events. Is there any truth to this? Zhou Shui's complexion darkened as she stared at the comments. Her fingers clenched tightly around her phone, paling at the knuckles. She could scarcely fathom that events had escalated to this extent. Li Ting was indeed the father of Li Yi. However, based on her understanding of her father's character, public disparagement seemed unlikely, though he might have distanced himself to avoid trouble. Additionally, many of Zhou Changkong's youthful photographs and videos had been dug up. Goodness. After Li Ting's demise, Zhou Changkong was reportedly taken in for questioning by the Security Bureau for 3 days. Could there be a connection between Li Ting's death and Zhou Changkong? Brothers, I found a 10-year-old exposé on a certain forum featuring a wealth of allegations against Zhou Changkong. This post is likely to be taken down soon, but I've captured screenshots for preservation. Those interested, please message me. In Dongqing City, the Zhou family commanded, "Bring that young man from the Li family over here to record a clarification video." The steward bowed slightly. "Sir, we've already dispatched someone. But no one is at his residence, and his phone number has been disconnected." Zhou Changkong furrowed his brow. Shui should have his other contact details. Have her handle it. Zhou Shui quickly received a call from Steward Liu. Her expression darkened. They expected her to actively seek out Li Yi? That fool, not realizing the gravity of the situation, had signed up for the extraordinary trials and might well be dead in some dungeon. However, this was about her father's reputation, with her family's fortunes intertwined. She reluctantly agreed to comply. Chapter 24, Sensation. Perfect score, King of Adventure. In the toxic mine, Li Yi picked up a piece of green gear dropped by the Tail King and tossed it into his bag. This green gear could fetch a few hundred yuan. Every little bit counts. A few hundred yuan would buy a few cases of beer for the Sword Saint sister. Yet, the experience gained was far too meager. Li Yi grimaced, his expression one of disdain. Even with the 50 bonus experience from soloing, this dungeon only provided him with 30 experience points. After all, it was merely a 5-person dungeon, and the experience gained paled in comparison to what one would earn from a raid. Fortunately, the scale and difficulty were smaller than that of a raid. Thus the time spent would be shorter. "Let us head out," he said. Li Yue nodded and swiftly scooped Li Yi into her arms, employing Windwalker to dash towards the dungeon's exit. Originally, Li Yi had intended to pace himself to control the completion time to avoid any ludicrous statistics. However, the stench within the toxic mine was unbearable, worse than a latrine. He had no desire to linger in that wretched place. Thus, after vanquishing the Tail King, he opted to exit the dungeon as swiftly as possible. On the way back, Li Yue utilized her formidable perception through sword intent to discern the correct path. At the dungeon exit, she gently set Li Yi down. As soon as they stepped through the dungeon's teleportation portal, a flurry of prompt messages erupted on Li Yi's interface. The challenge in the Dark Poison Mine, normal, dungeon has concluded, taking a total of 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds, securing the top position in the global rankings. You have been awarded the title of Golden Adventurer of the Mine, limited time ranking reward. Title: Adventurer of the Mine Quality, Gold Equipment Effect, Movement Speed 5, Vision 20. The challenge in the Dark Poison Mine, normal, dungeon has ended, achieving a comprehensive score of gold 9 stars, currently ranked first in the world. You have also earned the Adventurer King, level 1, badge, full level score reward. Badge, Adventurer King Quality, Crown Strength, 10 Agility, 10 Constitution, 10 Spirit, 10 Magic Power, 10 Equipment Effect, 1, Movement Speed 15, 2. Critical Hit Chance 2. Note: you will find it easier to gain favor with allied units in the dungeon. Adventurer King? Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a badge. After a brief search online, he discovered there was no information available. Was he truly the first to obtain the Adventurer King badge as a fully rated professional? The attributes were quite impressive, especially the 15 to movement speed. He promptly replaced the Challenge Master badge with the Adventurer King badge. Name: Li Yi. Age: 18. Profession: Summoner level 3, 6275, Strength 15, Agility 97, Constitution 20, Spirit 15, Magic Power 18, Critical Hit 2, Movement Speed 14, 85, Active Skills: Energy Star Bullet level 5, Summon Stone Guardian level 1, Passive Skills: Charioteer's Encouragement level 1, Attribute Points 0, Skill Points 0. I now run faster than a rogue using acceleration skills. Li Yi beamed with delight. At his current speed, few monsters in the level 1 dungeons could keep up with him. Even if he were targeted by speed-oriented creatures, he would have ample time to escape until Li Yu could react. Let us head back to the hotel for a drink. Li Yi, in high spirits, joyfully returned to the hotel with Li Yu. The leaderboard of the Dark Poison Mine. 5 passing professionals gaped, their expressions frozen as they stared at the displayed data. World record, team name, Guardians of the Best Exotic Maidens Country, Flame Nation. Time record, 2 hours, 45 minutes, 28 seconds. Score, gold 9 stars. National record, team name, Guardians of the Best Exotic Maidens Region, Zhanghai Province, Dongqing City. 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds, gold 9 stars. The 5 could hardly believe their eyes. rubbing them vigorously before looking again. No mistake, it truly was gold 9 stars. How on earth did this happen? They collectively gasped in astonishment. Once the shock wore off, they immediately took screenshots and shared them on social media. The buzz around the Exotic Maidens team was overwhelming. Within moments of posting, the view count skyrocketed. Wait, 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds? This is over 3 hours faster than the world record. Were they battling with fighter jets in the dungeon? Gold 9 stars. The legendary full level score? Blogger, you must tell us this is fake. It has to be fabricated. Again, the Exotic Maidens team? What kind of prodigies are they? Hold on, I'm also in the Dark Forest. I'll rush over to see if this is real. Minutes later, someone urgently inquired in the comments. Has anyone returned? Is it true or false? 2 minutes later, the original poster finally replied. Check my profile for the video I posted. Eager netizens flocked in. In the latest video from the account, a tall young man stood beneath the leaderboard, waving his hand in front of the camera, with the leaderboard displayed clearly behind him. It's not fake. Incredible. Invincible. Unbelievable. The netizens were practically losing their minds. At this very moment, across various regions of the Flame Nation, countless professionals were lamenting in despair. When reporters in Dongqing City received tips about the news, they initially thought the informant had misspoken. After multiple confirmations, the informant steadfastly insisted on the data's accuracy. When they arrived at the leaderboard and witnessed the data with their own eyes, the reporters felt a rush of adrenaline, their eyes turning red with excitement. This data represented the highest score in the nation, no, in the history of the world. Even if it was merely a level 1 5-person dungeon record, it was enough to leave everyone astounded. Major media outlets swiftly received the news, yet all were skeptical. The Dark Forest leading the world by 22 minutes was already extraordinary. To think this time it was a staggering 3 hours. Were it not for the prohibition of firearms in dungeons, they might suspect a nuclear bomb had been dropped inside. While media outlets could accept that the Exotic Maidens team might break records or achieve notable accomplishments, the record for the Dark Poison Mine was beyond exaggeration. It was simply absurd. The media cautiously awaited verification from the inspection department. The inspectors quickly sent back their verification results. Everything in the dungeon was normal, with no violations detected. So the record is genuine. The media operators were ecstatic and immediately released the pre-prepared news article. The entire internet was abuzz. At the national television station, the news channel's host was reporting on local conflicts in Maya continent when she suddenly received instructions for breaking news. Her expression shifted to one of calm determination. Though interruptions were infrequent, she had experienced enough to handle them with ease. Dear viewers, we interrupt this broadcast for an urgent announcement. The extraordinary team from our Jianhai province, the guardians of the best exotic maidens, has set a new world record for the Dark Poison Mine, completing it in 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds, achieving a gold 9-star full-level score, marking the highest dungeon rating ever recorded in history. Congratulations to the guardians of the best exotic maidens. Typically, the audience for such news comprised older generations. Upon hearing this announcement, many doubted their hearing. Oh dear, I must be getting old. My eyesight was failing before, and now my hearing too. In a certain standalone villa, an elderly man sighed with a forlorn expression. Chapter 25, Imperial Capital University. Grandpa, what's wrong? Did someone upset you? His little granddaughter emerged from her room, noticing her grandfather's discontent and inquiring with concern. Did Meng Meng finish her homework? The elder's gloomy demeanor vanished in an instant. With a gentle smile, he replied, No one upset Grandpa. I just misheard the news a moment ago. The little girl tilted her head, her expression adorably inquisitive. What news did you mishear? The elderly man chuckled. Just now, the news reported that our country has produced an extraordinary genius. My hearing isn't quite what it used to be, so I may have misheard the details. His granddaughter, with a puzzled expression, turned her head towards the television and inquired, Grandpa, is a completion time of 2 hours and 45 minutes with a golden 9-star rating truly considered genius? The old man's smile froze momentarily. He was about to admonish his granddaughter for speaking falsehoods when he paused. Wait a moment. How is what Meng Meng just said identical to what I heard earlier? He grew animated. Good child, please tell Grandpa, what was the completion time you saw? The little girl replied, puzzled, it was 2 hours and 45 minutes. And the rating? Golden 9 stars. The old man, reassured that he hadn't misheard, threw back his head and laughed heartily. The state media had reported it, so the results must be flawless. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. What a splendid occurrence. To witness such prodigious talent blossoming in our nation fills this old heart with contentment for the remainder of my days. Creak. The door swung open. The old man's son returned. Dad, you're still awake? Lu Zhanling looked at his father, catching the infectious joy radiating from him. What has you so elated? He cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, who stuck out her tongue and obediently went to wash up for bed. The old man reined in his smile and composed himself. Our nation has produced an unparalleled genius. Of course, I am overjoyed. Lu Zhanling was taken aback. You must be referring to the Alien Daughters battle group, who have recently been making waves in the extraordinary trials, right? Lu Yuanlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. You must hurry and instruct the admissions office to contact them in the dark forest. Such a genius must be enrolled in the Imperial Capital University. Lu Zhanling changed his shoes and approached the table to pour himself a glass of water. The admissions office was indeed intrigued by them. But relying solely on the results from a single dungeon might prove somewhat presumptuous for entry into the Imperial Capital University. Lu Yuanlong's smile faltered, and he erupted in anger. What sort of dean are you? Startled, Lu Zhanling couldn't comprehend his father's sudden outburst. He hastily attempted to clarify. Dad, please calm down. You know that the current system for training extraordinary professions is quite comprehensive. Regardless of rank, all professions can be maximally developed and nurtured. Their results are indeed impressive. Yet their professional rank remains somewhat low, so we must remain cautious. The slots at Imperial Capital University are limited. Each low-tier profession we enroll means one high tier must be relinquished. Only those demonstrating sufficient potential for development will have a chance to attract the university's interest. Lu Yuanlong's eyes widened, his chest heaving with indignation. You insolent child. If this were 30 years ago, my belt would already be wrapped around you. As the dean of the law division at Imperial Capital University, he had dedicated the majority of his life to nurturing students and discovering talent. Viewing it as his lifelong mission, witnessing the brilliance of the Alien Daughters battle group naturally filled him with elation, akin to discovering a treasure. I shall immediately notify the admissions office to reach out to the Alien Daughters battle group. Lu Yuanlong's fury surged further, and he slammed his hand on the tea table. Contact them? Nonsense. The university should publicly announce a special recruitment for the Alien Daughters battle group, offering all sorts of preferential treatment and granting them the highest status as geniuses. Lu Zhanling furrowed his brow slightly. Dad, isn't that a bit excessive? We are the nation's premier extraordinary university. We need only convey our intent to recruit. Surely they wouldn't decline? Moreover, there are bound to be some lower-tier newcomers in the Alien Daughters battle group. We can't possibly enroll them all, can we? Lu Yuanlong, hearing this, lamented. You, I fear, have grown complacent in your lofty position. Geniuses are often prideful. If the university does not accord them the respect they deserve, why would they choose Imperial Capital University? Wake up. This is no longer the era when Imperial Capital University reigns supreme alone. Lu Yuanlong was deeply pained. Over the years, Imperial Capital University had begun to decline, turning into a haven for aristocratic families. He observed this with concern, realizing that the faculty and students alike, complacent in their status as the nation's foremost extraordinary university, were becoming arrogant. If this continued, decline was inevitable. Lu Zhanling felt that his father was being excessively anxious. However, he did not wish to argue further, so he shifted the topic. I will handle this matter, Dad. You should get some rest. He remained unconvinced. As the highest institution of learning in Yen country, Imperial Capital University had produced countless elite professionals. The fact that they would proactively send someone to communicate was already a substantial gesture. As for publicly announcing a special recruitment, wouldn't that lower their standing to that of ordinary provincial universities? Although the prestige of Imperial Capital University had faced challenges from other institutions in recent years, it was not so diminished as to lower itself for a few students. Regardless of how impressive the trial results were, they were merely a means to attract attention. The internet was rife with shallow-minded, low-tier netizens who gasped in astonishment at any information that exceeded their comprehension. Little did they know that true top-tier geniuses and high-ranking professions would scorn exposing themselves like performers seeking the limelight. Thus, in his view, the Alien Daughters battle group seemed somewhat attention-seeking. The official promotion carried its own special intent and did not necessarily reflect the actual significance of the Alien Daughters battle group. No matter how remarkable their trial results, the essence of low-tier professions remained unchanged. When they faced the abyssal challenges for promotion to the second tier at level 10, their inherent weaknesses would be laid bare, rendering any tactical prowess and coordination futile. Li Yi and Lai Wei returned to the hotel. Finally back, Li Yi removed his mask and took a deep breath. The dark poison mine is truly a place unfit for human habitation. One must be judicious when selecting instances in the future. Although the fierce moon can swiftly clear dungeons, he cannot endure an excessively vile environment. He opened his phone to find congratulatory messages from Shun Nanxing and Lin Mani. After expressing his gratitude in reply, Li Yi glanced at the trending topics. Making history. The first ever maximum rating achieved. Completely dispelling doubts. What is the limit of the Alien Daughters war group? Li Yi scrolled through several videos, noting that almost everyone was discussing the matter of the maximum rating. Among them was a statement from the National Supervisory Agency confirming the legitimacy and cleanliness of the results from the dark poison mine, asserting no illicit methods were employed. The fervor surrounding this was astounding. Li Yi couldn't help but marvel. Thankfully, he had not established an official account for his war group. Otherwise, his private messages would likely be inundated at this moment. Speaking of private messages, someone had indeed reached out to him. Upon clicking in, he was surprised to see it was Zhou Shui. Chapter 26. Can I sleep holding you, master? Li Yi, where are you? I would like to treat you to a meal. Please reply upon seeing this message. Why haven't you responded? Have you perished? Oh, Come on, you're deliberately ignoring me. Aren't you? My father wants you to come to our house to film a clarification video. If you do, I can offer you 1 million as a reward. Hurry and reply, or I will genuinely be upset. Li Yi frowned. Zhou Shui had not deleted her account. During his time at school, he had few friends. Most of the contacts and group chats were merely invitations from classmates. After reading Zhou Shui's messages, Li Yi scoffed lightly. As if I need your 1 million. He promptly deleted everyone except for Xun Nanxing and Lin Mani, and exited the chat groups. Zhou Shui was venting her recent grievances to her best friend when she suddenly received a screenshot from Wang Tianming. It displayed Li Yi exiting the group chat. He was still alive. Zhou Shui's heart leaped with joy as she hurried to check for Li Yi's reply. No response. She was taken aback. A mere factory worker, and he doesn't even want 1 million? After waiting a few more minutes with still no reply from Li Yi, her frustration peaked. This pathetic loser. Awakening from a trash profession and acting all high and mighty. She immediately sent a message asking, why aren't you replying to me? After finishing her text and hitting send, she received a notification. You are not friends with this person, please add them first. How dare he delete me? Zhou Shui's face turned ashen, her expression contorted. This mere D-grade summoner, dismissing my messages is one thing, but to delete me? Who does he think he is? Yet, in order to quell her father Zhou Changkong's negative publicity, she had no choice but to suppress her anger and attempt to add him as a friend. No search results found. Please ensure the account is entered correctly. Zhou Shui was left dumbfounded. Li Yi had actually deactivated his account. Panic began to set in. She realized that Li Yi truly did not care. Could it be due to the rumors circulating online? She informed the butler of the situation. The butler frowned deeply and instructed, deploy personnel to guard his residence 24 hours a day. If he appears, bring him directly to the Zhou estate. In the hotel, Li Yi and the fierce moon were indulging in merriment. He placed no restrictions on her alcohol consumption. From the previous day, it was evident that her tolerance was commendable. When inebriated, she would simply fall asleep peacefully without causing a ruckus. Otherwise, with her physical strength and stature, even a slight miscalculation could lead to injury. With a sigh, the fierce moon, thoroughly enjoying herself, staggered and collapsed onto the bed, soon emitting steady breaths of slumber. Li Yi stood at the bedside, his gaze traversing her face and neck. Lower he looked, admiring the splendid form of her physique, as well as her smooth, delicate waist and healthy, sun-kissed skin. Finally, his eyes fell upon her enviable long legs. His heart raced, and his breath quickened. From his standing position, the sight of the fierce moon clad and athletic were presented an artistic spectacle, a perfect amalgamation of health, strength, and beauty, wholly distinct from the allure of human women. Li Yi inhaled deeply, shaking his head to dispel his turbulent thoughts, then lay down a short distance from her. At that moment, the fierce moon suddenly opened her eyes. Her face flushed with the remnants of intoxication as she met Li Yi's gaze. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, her voice carried a sweet, syrupy tone. Master, may I hold you while I sleep? As she spoke, she shifted closer to him, pointing at her chin, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Yi's heart raced. However, recalling the previous suffocating experience, he felt a twinge of fear. After a brief internal struggle, he replied, you may, but before he could finish his sentence, the fierce moon joyfully cheered and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Am I just a stuffed toy to you? Li Yi protested, struggling. Wait. I haven't finished my sentence. The fierce moon nuzzled her face against Li Yi's head, laughing joyfully. Master, please continue. Li Yi quickly insisted, holding his fine. But you mustn't smother me while sleeping. It's too dangerous. The fierce moon tilted her head in thought, and suddenly her eyes sparkled. She shifted her tall frame down a bit, wrapping her arms around Li Yi's waist, nestling her head into his embrace. Looking up at him with bright eyes, she asked, how about this? The sensation was overwhelming. Li felt his body tremble slightly. The sword saint, who appeared as a goddess of war in the dungeon, now seemed as endearing as a kitten nestled in his arms. This stark contrast washed over him like a tide, causing his heart to beat even more fervently. Li Yi instinctively wrapped his arm around the fierce moon's smooth, silky shoulder, striving to maintain his composure. This is fine, this is fine. The fierce moon beamed with delight, akin to a cat nuzzling against him. Moments later, the effects of the alcohol took hold once more, and the fierce moon soon drifted into a deep slumber. She slept soundly, but Li Yi was not so fortunate. The fierce moon's body radiated warmth far exceeding his own, akin to a furnace. He found himself overheated, and, to make matters worse, her grip was unyielding, leaving him unable to escape. The scent of her body wash wafted through the air, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. Once my affinity level rises by one more, I will, Li Yi mumbled, his eyelids growing heavy. The following morning, after finishing breakfast with the fierce moon, Li Yi prepared to set off towards the third instance in the Dark Forest dungeon group, the Dark River Canyon. Like the Dark Poison Mine, the Dark River Canyon was also a small 5-person instance. Li Yi had deliberately researched the details, discovering that the primary combat zones were situated along the banks of the river. In addition to werewolves along the way, there were also numerous mermen. In terms of difficulty, It was slightly more challenging than the simplest instance, the evil bone camp. While getting ready, Li Yi took a shower. Having sweated profusely from being held tightly by the fierce moon the previous night, perhaps it was time to acquire some ice attribute gear to wear. Li Yi pondered silently. Once adequately prepared, just as he was about to leave the hotel, Li Yi received a message from Shun Nanxing inquiring whether he would be interested in participating in an interview program. Naturally, Li Yi opted to decline, for he was not particularly fond of appearing in the public eye, primarily out of concern for the ensuing complications. Nevertheless, he was well aware that he would inevitably shatter more records in the future and achieve feats that most would deem unattainable. Although he harbored no interest in seeking the limelight, it would be unreasonable to deliberately slow his progress for the sake of modesty. Hesitation was not in his nature. Otherwise, he would not have risked everything to venture into the contracted moonlight. Given that the exotic daughters had already made a name for themselves, why not seize the opportunity to fully unleash his potential? With this thought, Li Yi felt a surge of excitement and messaged Shun Nanxing. I have a collaboration in mind. Chapter 27, Collaboration. At the Thunderous Roar Battle Group's base, Shun Nanxing and Lin Mandy approached eagerly. Li Yi, your record yesterday was truly unprecedented, unmatched in history. Their expressions reflected profound admiration, and they were in awe of his accomplishments. The exotic daughters' triumph in achieving humanity's first ever perfect score would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of history. Li Yi, may I inquire about this swordswoman? Their gazes were drawn to the imposing figure of Li Yue. What a tall woman. Shun Nanxing's eyes widened in astonishment, while Lin Mandy was rendered speechless. As a woman herself, she understood that maintaining a curvaceous figure becomes increasingly challenging once a female's height surpasses 185 meters. Yet, this swordswoman, towering over 2 meters, not only possessed breathtaking beauty, but also the perfect physique she had longed for. She resembled a character stepped straight out of an illustrated comic. Clad in a black battle suit that complemented her cold, formidable aura, she was stunningly beautiful, leaving an unparalleled impact. Even Lin Mandy, as a fellow woman, felt her heart race. Li nodded. She is Li Yue, my girlfriend. Huh. Shun Nanxing and Lin Mandy stared in disbelief. A girlfriend with such a height difference? Moreover, the swordswoman's aloof demeanor belied a maturity suggesting she was nearing 30, making her a decade older than Li Yi. Shun Nanxing's mind momentarily blanked, but upon regaining his senses, he silently gave a thumbs up. Most boys prefer delicate, fragile girls, yet Li Yi had chosen the opposite. He was likely one of a kind in the world. Truly remarkable. Lin Mandy's gaze flitted between the two, struggling to comprehend. How could this towering swordswoman be interested in a man who was 40 centimeters shorter? Did he possess extraordinary qualities? If Li Yi were privy to Lin Mandy's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly agree wholeheartedly. Well, one cannot deny it. Lin Mandy inhaled deeply to refocus her thoughts. What aspect of collaboration does Mr. Li refer to? Li Yi replied, I wish to join forces with you in creating instructional videos for dungeons. I'll provide the strategies, while you handle the practical recordings and post-production. What do you think? Their eyes lit up, igniting a spark of enthusiasm. Shun Nanxing's breath quickened. Is this for real? Li Yi. With a smile, Li Yi nodded. Lin Mandy's gaze sparkled. Despite her usual composure, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Having experienced the prowess of the exotic daughters' strategies firsthand, particularly Shun Nanxing, who had personally defeated a hidden boss following the guides, they understood the depth of their effectiveness. Compared to the exotic daughters' strategies, other so-called guides online were merely introductions to the dungeons. Before Li Yi's arrival, the two had been grappling with how to maintain their official account's operations. The video of defeating the hidden boss, the corrupted priest, had garnered over 100 million views, attracting more than 5 million followers to their official account. However, the pressing issue lay in how to update their content moving forward. The expectations set by the corrupted priest video were exceedingly high, creating immense anticipation for subsequent updates. If the quality of future content fell significantly short of followers' expectations, losing followers and facing criticism would be a mild consequence. They feared a surge of detractors, which could potentially disrupt the operation of the group beyond the online sphere. However, with the Thunderous Roar Battle Group securing the exotic daughters' strategies, the situation would change dramatically. Firstly, they could consistently achieve impressive dungeon performances, ensuring the high quality of their video content. Secondly, this would significantly enhance both their internal cohesion and external popularity. Such developments would undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for the future growth of the Thunderous Roar. After the initial excitement subsided, Lin Mandy calmed herself and fell into contemplation. Collaboration is predicated on mutual benefit. The exotic daughters had provided immense value to the Thunderous Roar, but what could the Thunderous Roar offer in return? Li Yi, having observed Lin Mandy's expression, quickly deduced her thoughts. I have 2 requests. First, proper attribution. Second, our endorsement applies solely to the videos. You may not utilize our name for any commercial endeavors. Shun Nanxing and Lin Mandy exchanged glances. Was the exotic daughters aiming to build their reputation? However, this would also benefit the Thunderous Roar. The higher the reputation of the exotic daughters, the greater the advantages they would reap. We'll allocate all platform revenue to you. Li Yi, Shen Nanqing stated decisively. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. With the terms of their collaboration settled, he sent Shen Nanqing the strategy for the toxic mines. The most challenging aspect of the toxic mines lay in the routing. Each entry into the dungeon commenced from a random starting point, coupled with dim lighting that obscured the route markers, making it nearly impossible to establish a fixed path. This was the reason why no clear route maps existed online to date. However, Liyue possessed sword intent perception, combined with her innate combat aptitude, allowing her to discern the correct path within the dungeon. Through extensive validation and the elimination of incorrect routes, the comprehensive guide had been created. He estimated it would save Shen Nanqing at least an hour of travel time. Additionally, with optimized tactical strategies, they could potentially reduce the duration to under 4 hours. Such a significant reduction in time would undoubtedly elevate the scoring level, making it highly likely for Shen Nanqing to secure second place in the world rankings. Do you have an equipment recognition device? Li Yi suddenly inquired. The device could identify the equipment data on a player. Shen Nanqing responded, puzzled, yes. But what do you need it for? Li Yi chuckled heartily. Let me show you an interesting piece of equipment. The two accompanied Li Yi to the equipment recognition device. He placed his hand on the recognition zone. Recognition successful. Please select the display area. Li Yi chose the badge. After 2 seconds of loading, the screen revealed the equipment. King of Adventurers, badge. Quality, crown. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Stamina, 10. Spirit, 10. Magic power, 10. Equipment effects, 1. Movement speed 15, 2. Critical hit chance 2. Level requirement, 3. Note, it will be easier to gain favor from allied units in the dungeon. Upon seeing the equipment, Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani's eyes widened in astonishment. Both inhaled sharply. What astonishing attributes on this badge. Its capabilities surpass those of a level 10 purple item. Yet, it only requires a level of 3. Crown quality? A brand new quality? As they read the final description, they were left speechless. Such attributes would surely make high-level professionals above the 6th tier envious. Would you like to upload the equipment to the database? Li Yi hesitated before turning to Lin Mani and said, let us record this and post it on your official account. Lin Mani quickly took out her phone to begin recording. Aware that Li Yi wished to keep his identity concealed, she only filmed his hands and the sensing device. Only then did Li Yi select, yes. Upload successful. The system will exit in 10 seconds. Li Yi retracted his hand. Before the two could inquire, he directly stated, you guessed correctly, this is the reward badge from the Golden 9 Stars. A chill of realization coursed through both their hearts simultaneously. The Dark Poison Mine is a 5-person dungeon. Li Yi's acquisition of this badge indicates he is indeed one of the 5. Thus, it is evident that Li Yi possesses extraordinary strength, holding a significant position within the Alien Daughter battle group. He could even potentially be the formidable team commander. The respect in Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani's gazes towards Li Yi deepened. Li Yi, oblivious to their thoughts, bid farewell to the two and departed with Li Yu towards the 5-person dungeon, Dark River Gorge. After Li Yi's departure, Shen Nanqing suddenly remarked, Aunt, the family elder just messaged me, advising me not to bind too closely with the Alien Daughter battle group too soon. We should reconsider after they reach level 10 and attempt the advancement challenge. Lin Mani scoffed. Whatever your family's old fossil said can be disregarded. Opportunities do not present themselves at all times. By the time we think about establishing connections after their advancement, it would be too late. Furthermore, I must remind you that it is we who need to rely on the Alien Daughter battle group, not the other way around. Once we've chosen to bind with them, we must do so unequivocally and with a firm stance. Indecision will lead to failure. If the Alien Daughter battle group declines post-advancement to mediocrity, it would merely indicate our poor fortune in misjudging our target. If the group fails to make a name for itself, we would merely return home as tools for marriage alliances, not to perish. Shen Nanqing felt a cold sweat break out from the reprimand. Aunt, please don't misunderstand. I meant no offense. I was merely concerned about the potential influence on you. So I sought your opinion. Lin Mani huffed. Earlier, I used an identification talisman on that female swordsman named Li Yu. Shen Nanqing blinked in surprise. Curious, what was the identification result? Is her profession a swordsman or a warrior? What level is she? Among light sword users, swordsmen and warriors are predominant. As for level, the Alien Daughter battle group should be around level 3, similar to us. Lin Mani slowly shook her head. All question marks. Shen Nanqing was taken aback. Question marks? ISNT it said that identification fails if the level difference exceeds 30? His heart raced, and he blurted, a 4th-tier professional? Seeing Shen Nanqing's reaction, Lin Mani waved her hand. Look at how you frightened yourself. With endorsements from national media and regulatory bodies, how could she possibly be a prohibited individual? Shen Nanqing's expression eased. But why does he have a 4th-tier professional by his side? Is she truly his girlfriend? Lin Mani pondered for a moment before saying. That female swordsman's attention was solely on Li Yi, her eyes filled with affection. She clearly holds him in high regard. From my perspective, she is undoubtedly his girlfriend. Moreover, Her willingness to overlook their level, height, and age differences suggests that physical appearance is evidently of little concern. Thus, in the eyes of that swordswoman, Li Yi must possess immense personal charm. I believe he is likely the commander of the alien daughter team, or perhaps even the team leader. Shin Nanqing contemplated this deeply, expressing his full agreement. Lin Mani continued. Beyond the individual abilities of the members, the team commander of the alien daughter battle group is absolutely pivotal. Such a prodigious talent, even if their second-tier advancement challenge results are mediocre, possesses immeasurable value. Therefore, we can confidently collaborate with them. Whatever needs the battle group has, we shall strive to meet. You are a B-tier professional, I am a C-tier professional. And to expand and strengthen the battle group, we must inevitably incorporate higher-tier professionals to take charge, depending on others. However, the alien daughter has set an example for us. Even lower-tier professionals can carve out their own paths. Collaborating with them is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Shin Nanqing nodded earnestly. Aunt, you are absolutely correct. I understand what I must do. 10 minutes later, the Storm Thunder Hunting Group released 2 videos. The first, exclusive, the Golden 9 Stars reward is freshly released. The video showcased the process of identifying the equipment and uploading it to the public database. Adventurer King, what a magnificent name. So now the highest quality badge is not gold, but a crown? Doubtful netizens searched the database. It truly had been updated. Upon seeing the attributes of the Adventurer King badge, everyone salivated in envy. The total increase in attributes reached a staggering 50 points, equivalent to wearing an exceptional purple item. Moreover, it also enhanced movement speed and critical hit, 2 rare attributes. The critical hit attribute, in particular, is exceedingly rare. After viewing the second video, the entire internet erupted. The second was an announcement. The content revealed that the Storm Thunder Battle Group had established a long-term partnership with the Alien Daughter Battle Group. They would continue to release dungeon tutorial videos. Chapter 28, Dark River Gorge, Discovering New Methods. The Alien Daughter Battle Group is remarkable. I declare from now on. I am a devoted fan of the Alien Daughter. Magnificent, no words necessary. What is the essence of vision? This is it. Great Father above. Those fearful of being labeled as detractors should refrain from speaking. Having experienced the backlash from previous public opinion, the doubters among the netizens had already flipped sides. At this moment, who would still dare to admit they were detractors? They hurriedly deleted their previous remarks. Those who had posted excessively and could not delete them all directly abandoned their accounts. Those reluctant to abandon their accounts simply stood at attention, posting updates and videos to apologize. The 2 videos from the Storm Thunder Battle Group quickly soared to the trending list. Foreign media outlets also eagerly reprinted them. Everyone should not only express gratitude to the Alien Daughter Battle Group, but also extend sincere thanks to the Storm Thunder Battle Group. After all, strategies still require them to personally gather materials for tutorials. The netizens realized. The Alien Daughter Battle Group is a celestial team, a presence to be looked up to. The Storm Thunder Battle Group is the pinnacle for ordinary professionals. Shin Nanqing observed the comments from netizens and the rapidly rising follower count. Finally letting out a sigh of relief. The netizens displayed some conscience, recognizing the efforts of the Storm Thunder Battle Group. Following Li Yi's strategy, he configured his team and set off towards the dark poison mine. The sound of rushing water echoed around them as Li Yi and Lai Yu appeared on the exposed riverbed of the Dark River Gorge. The Dark River Canyon is a vast gorge that traverses the shadowy forest. At its base lies an untainted river, home to the elusive tribe of dark-skinned mermen. The canyon does not present a labyrinthine route. One need only follow the riverbank to reach the end. The primary adversaries encountered are the werewolves that fish along the shore and the dark-skinned mermen that lie in wait to ambush from the water. The main challenge of this dungeon resides with the mermen. According to online guides, during the party's journey, 3 mermen will intermittently emerge from the river to assault the group. The merman water controller, the merman thundercaller, and the merman fisher. All 3 creatures are exceedingly repulsive. The merman thundercaller channels a spell, conjuring a storm cloud above its target, which then unleashes bolts of lightning. Although the damage is not immense, the continuous barrage necessitates focused evasion. The merman water controller summons currents that envelop the target, coalescing into a sphere that suffocates them. Most vile of all is the merman fisher, who hurls excrement at his target. This foul substance is overwhelmingly odorous and toxic. Those struck will carry the stench even after exiting the dungeon, enduring it for a full 10 days. The odor attracts the dark-skinned mermen with alarming frequency, vastly increasing the likelihood of detection by these monsters. Quite troublesome indeed. Li Yi furrowed his brow. He detested ranged minions above all else. Liyue, are you familiar with this place? Li Yi suddenly inquired of the Sword Saint. The Shadowy Forest dungeon group consists of 1 team dungeon and 3 5-person dungeons, all located within the realm of the Shadowy Forest. Liyue glanced around, recalling her previous visits. I have lingered here while wandering the Shadowy Forest. The dark-skinned mermen are particularly loathsome, emerging to ambush unexpectedly. Li Yi asked, is there any way to avoid ambushes or detect assailants in advance? Li Yue's sword intent perception would undoubtedly allow her to detect lurking mermen beforehand, yet ordinary adventurers lack such extraordinary skills. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yue replied, "Indeed, there is." She proceeded a short distance and pointed to a massive rock along the riverbank. "There lies a merman sentinel, concealed within the crevice. If we engage in combat with the werewolves on the shore, it will be alarmed and subsequently track us from the water, summoning other mermen to attack as we advance." Li Yi's eyes brightened. "So, if we can accurately identify the position of the merman sentinel, we can prevent ambushes?" Li Yue nodded affirmatively. "Precisely." Li Yi searched the guide, but found no mention of the merman sentinel. It appeared to be yet another detail overlooked by others. Li Yue approached the canyon's edge, using her sword to unearth two fist-sized, dark red tuber-like plants from the underbrush. This is blood taro, a common dye used by goblins and orcs. By mashing it into a paste and pouring it into the crevice, we can determine the sentinel's position by the color in the river once it is thoroughly stained. Li Yi examined the blood taro with keen interest. This method is quite ingenious. The greatest challenge in the Dark River Canyon is the sporadic ambushes by the dark-skinned mermen. If we can resolve this, it may prove easier than the dungeon known as the Cursed Bone Camp, which is reputed to be the simplest. The direction of their progression aligned perfectly with the upstream current, alleviating concerns about the dye affecting visibility. Without hesitation, Li Yi followed Li Yue's instructions, digging up the blood taro and smashing it with a stone. Li Yue interjected, "Master, allow me." Li Yi chuckled, raising his gloved hands. "I have gloves. There is no need to worry about staining. Your hands are so lovely. It would be a shame to mar them," the sword saint replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. A hint of shyness evident in her eyes as she glanced at her smooth, elegant fingers. Inwardly, she mused, "Does Master truly find my hands beautiful?" Li Yue's affection for you. 10. Current affection level. Fondness. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. Had his affection level increased again? It was puzzling, especially since it had not risen even after Li Yue's indulgent revelry the previous night. After mashing several pieces of blood taro into a paste, Li Yi retrieved a pouch for provisions and stored the dye within. He then approached the rock and poured the mixture into the crevice. Feeling it was insufficient, he crushed 2 more bags, estimating he had poured in approximately 5 liters in total. Completing this task took nearly an hour. Li Yi then confronted the first wave of minions. 3 werewolves squatted before a rudimentary stone dwelling, chopping a long-dead fish into pieces and mixing it with unknown vegetables in a cauldron. At last, they're consuming something of this world. Li Yi thought to himself with a smirk. Li Yue refrained from intervening. "I wish to hone my skills." Eagerly, he prepared for battle. Li Yue smiled and nodded, "Very well." Li Yi took a deep breath. This would be his first solo encounter, and he was to face 3 werewolves simultaneously. He summoned 5 stone guardian minions, each costing 10 mana, leaving him with 50 mana remaining. Each energy star bolt consumed 2 mana, allowing him to cast it 25 times. Given his mana regeneration of approximately 1 per second, he would need to continuously cast around 50 times to deplete his mana. However, accounting for movement and evasion, he would likely not exhaust his mana while solely casting energy star bolts. With preparations complete, Li Yi commanded the stone guardians to attack. The 5 lumbering figures ambled toward the werewolves. Upon noticing the encroaching foes, the 3 werewolves seized their weapons and charged at the stone guardians. Midway, they spotted Li Yi, their eyes lighting up with excitement. "Fresh meat," they howled. Though the intelligence of low-tier dungeon monsters is generally lacking, their combat instincts remain sharp. Recognizing Li Yi as the controller of the stone guardians, the werewolves deftly bypassed the constructs, sprinting eagerly towards him with fervent gazes, tongues lolling and saliva flying, emitting their characteristic guttural growls. As Li Yi watched, the 5 stone guardians slowly raised their arms, preparing to strike, yet only delivered their blows after the werewolves had already dashed several meters past them. The force of their punches was so weak that they lost their balance and tumbled into a heap, struggling to rise. Pathetic, Li Yi thought, his expression turning sour. No wonder summoners are regarded as the most inept class. These useless stone guardians were inferior even to dogs. Reacting quickly, he began to maneuver evasively, unleashing 3 energy star bolts in rapid succession. 2 of them missed, but the third struck one werewolf squarely in the chest, causing it to stagger back. The 5th-level energy star bolt dealt a considerable amount of damage, singeing the werewolf's fur and causing blood to seep through the charred area. With a piercing cry, it began to spiral into madness, howling as it charged towards Li Yi. Its speed markedly increased compared to before. A chill ran through Li Yi's heart, and he took off running. With a staggering velocity of 1485, the ward could only lag behind, choking on its own dust. Li Yi swiftly widened the distance between them, unleashing energy star projectiles as if they were mere trifles. In a relentless barrage, over 20 energy star projectiles sent 3 wargs tumbling to the ground. Though the display was grand, only 7 shots found their mark. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Li Yi's face as he glanced at Li Yu. The essence of battle lies in the swift execution of skills, timing, trajectory, accuracy, as well as one's ability to evade and anticipate. High-tier and high-level combatants engage in even more intricate strategies, while Li Yi's static spell accuracy was commendable, boasting over an 85 hit rate. His performance in dynamic combat was dismal. It was clear that he needed to practice more. Li Yu's full attention remained on Li Yi, and upon sensing his gaze, she offered a gentle smile. Li Yi rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat akin to a kindergarten child being praised by a teacher. The three wounded wargs let out mournful cries as they struggled to rise, their eyes filled with terror as they turned to flee. This was a characteristic of wargs. Once injured beyond a certain threshold, they would retreat. Li Yi called out mentally. The sword saint responded to the command, swiftly pursuing the three wargs and dispatching them. Li Yi earned 27 experience points. Master, look. Li Yu pointed towards the river. Emerging stealthily from the crevices of the rocks was a dark red humanoid creature, making its way upstream. It was the Fishman's Sentinel, dyed in paint. Li Yi suddenly understood why no one had discovered the Fishman's Sentinel before. It possessed a stealth ability, even with its body stained by paint. The Fishman's Sentinel retained a faint transparency. It was evident that without the paint, it would be effectively invisible in the water. In the early stages, practitioners lacked any means or skills to counter stealth, rendering them incapable of detecting it. After attempting solo combat, Li Yi recognized his shortcomings. For each subsequent wave of monsters, he instructed Li Yu to leave him two for practice, with the advantage of instant cast abilities that had no cooldown. The number of skills he unleashed in just a few minutes surpassed the total number others would use throughout the entire dungeon. His skill proficiency was rapidly increasing. Master, the dark-skinned fishmen are approaching, Li Yu alerted him. Li Yi looked up to see the Fishman Sentinel pausing in the water, waving its arms as if issuing commands. Moments later, 3 1-meter-tall, gray-skinned fishmen emerged from the riverbank's vegetation. 2 of them waved their arms, mumbling incantations. Above Li Yi, a dark cloud with a diameter of 30 centimeters formed, crackling with electricity. Meanwhile, a protective water barrier rapidly coalesced around Li Yu. Li Yi swiftly fired 3 energy star projectiles, shattering the thundercloud, while the water barrier dissipated into mist before it even touched Li Yu's skin. The fisherman, with a pouch dangling from its waist, reached in and hurled 2 clumps of dark, mud-like substance towards Li Yi. He quickly dodged the foul projectiles, desperate to avoid their disgusting touch. Positioning. With his heightened mobility, Li Yi's movements were agile, rendering the Fishman water controller incapable of locking onto him. He felt exhilarated, evading skills while continuously bombarding the dark-skinned fishmen with energy star projectiles. What a thrill! The 3 dark-skinned fishmen, lacking a retreat mechanism, were struck down by his relentless onslaught of energy star projectiles, yielding another 27 experience points. Inherently combative, Li Yi embraced the taste of victory and insisted on personally engaging in every battle that followed, with Li Yu merely serving as backup. Under the extensive practice of skill execution, his combat prowess soared. Li Yu, watching her master with affectionate eyes, shared in his joy. After more than 2 hours, the duo arrived at the lair of the final boss, the Fishman Lord Balba. Balba was a mutated fishman, standing at an imposing height of 1.8 meters, comparable to Li Yi, with a menacing visage and a spear in hand. Li Yu, let us begin, Li Yi exclaimed, filled with excitement. Li Yu nodded, her long legs propelling her towards Balba. Orc. Balba enjoys feasting on orcs. In fishman language, Balba excitedly brandished his spear. As Li Yu closed in, he lunged at her midsection with the spear. With icy resolve, she grasped the spear's tip and yanked it forcefully, causing Balba to stumble forward several steps. She then delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying, and disdainfully tossed the spear aside. Li Yi, eager to join the fray, launched a 5-shot volley of energy star projectiles. As Balba struggled to rise, he was met with a barrage of blasts that forced him to stagger backward. Although Li Yi's energy star projectiles dealt low damage, their high level ensured that the base damage was not negligible. Disarmed and overwhelmed, Balba roared in frustration as he charged at Li Yi. Remaining unperturbed, Li Yi began to maneuver, treating Balba as a sharpening stone for his combat skills. The fishman's movement on land was sluggish. Even though Balba was a boss with speed far exceeding that of ordinary fishmen, he was still significantly slower than Li Yi, who deftly evaded him. Half an hour later, Balba lay on the ground, defeated and unwilling to accept his fate. You have slain the Fishman Lord Balba, gaining 150 experience points. Li Yi sat down, drenched in sweat. Battling a boss solo was truly exhausting. His damage output was still lacking, allowing the boss to regenerate substantial amounts of protective magic shield value. Li Yi's gaze fell upon the river. The paint on the Fishman's Sentinel had nearly washed away due to prolonged exposure to the current. With his naked eye, he could no longer discern its presence. With all other monsters in the dungeon eliminated, only this one remained, triggering Li Yi's compulsive tendencies. Let us take it down. Li Yu nodded, picking up the spear from the ground. Under her sword intent perception, the Fishman's Sentinel was rendered utterly visible. After a brief run-up, she hurled the spear towards the fishman in the river. Discovered the cunning Doralba. You have entered combat. Li Yi's expression turned to one of surprise. A named enemy? A hidden boss? Chapter 30. Li Yu levels up. Rating reward, free attribute points. He looked up just in time to see the grass by the riverside being trampled repeatedly. Li Yi raised an eyebrow. Ah, quite clever indeed. It knew to dry its feet after coming ashore to avoid leaving tracks. Li Yi contemplated a strategy for ordinary parties to counter this. They could carry some blood yam on them and spread it along Dorlba's path before engaging, allowing the paint to reveal its location. Then, he splattered paint upon it, resolving the issue of being unable to lock onto the target due to its invisibility. 10 minutes later, after stripping away all of Dorlba's skills, Liyue severed its head with a single stroke of his sword. You have slain the treacherous Dorlba, earning 225 experience points, and a first kill bonus of 225 experience points. Before defeating the hidden boss, Li Yi's experience had already reached 985. He transferred all the experience into Liyue. After the kill, his experience rose to 225 at level 3. Liyue was now poised to enhance its power once more. Li Yi smiled as he added 30 experience points to Liyue's progress. Liyue Colloquius has reached level 3. What skill shall we enhance this time? Li Yi inquired of Liyue's preference. Without hesitation, Liyue declared, let us upgrade sword intent perception. Li Yi complied with Liyue's request for the allocation. It must be said that the skill sword intent perception is truly invaluable. In the dark poison mine, it had guided him to avoid unnecessary detours. The defeat of the hidden boss was also entirely reliant on it. Upon reviewing Liyue's stats, strength, 320, agility, 1001, constitution, 290, spirit, 225, magic power, 100. Sword intent perception, level 9 perceives the surrounding environment with sword intent, evasion, 25. Agility surpassed 1000, with a total attribute score of 1936. Although 1186 of this total is attributed to equipment enhancements, Liyue's inherent stats alone are sufficient to render it invincible within dungeons. The most formidable aspect is the evasion attribute. With a passive increase of 25, supplemented by equipment bonuses totaling 35, culminating in an impressive 60. With such elevated evasion, coupled with Liyue's own active dodging capabilities, it could nearly render enemy attacks completely ineffective, truly worthy of a king-level boss. Exiting the dungeon, the completion information arrived as expected. The challenge of the Dark River Canyon, normal, dungeon has concluded, taking 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 42 seconds, currently ranked first in the world. You have obtained the title of Golden Fisherman's Plague, limited time ranking reward. Fisherman's Plague, title. Quality, gold. Equipment effect, swimming speed 20, damage to fisherman 10. The challenge of the Dark River Canyon, normal, dungeon has concluded, with a composite score of 5 stars, currently ranked first in the world. You have received 10 free attribute points, ranking reward. Note, rewards can only be obtained once per dungeon. Surprised to find himself ranked first in the world? Li Yi was astonished. Despite the considerable time he had spent practicing skill proficiency in the Dark River Canyon, he still managed to achieve the top duration. Upon seeing the ranking reward, Li Yi's eyes sparkled. To receive free attribute points as a reward, 10 free attribute points equated to a level up. Far superior to any trivial badge. He decided not to allocate this time's points to agility. From the battles in the Dark River Canyon, he found his current movement speed to be entirely adequate. Thus, he allocated all 10 free attribute points to Constitution. Enhancing his physical resilience was indeed necessary. The prospect of receiving attribute rewards for topping the scoreboards invigorated Li Yi. After a brief respite, he proceeded to the final dungeon of the Gloomy Forest. The simplest 5-player dungeon, Cursed Bone Camp. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, Li Yi was taken aback by the sheer number of players, a veritable sea of adventurers. There were at least 10,000 just queuing to enter. How long would this take? Li Yi, feeling helpless, resolved to return to grind in the Dark River Canyon for further leveling. That hidden boss, the Fishman Sentinel, still promised substantial experience. Hey, you're still alive? Just as Li Yi was about to depart, he was blocked by someone. It was the assassin he had encountered upon arriving in the camp town. Yi Feiyu was left dumbfounded upon setting his gaze upon Li Yi. What the hell? Jungle Seeker set? Wait a minute, aren't you a summoner? How come you're wearing an agility set? Yi Feiyu was bewildered. After toiling for 3 days, he had managed to acquire 2 pieces of green gear. With the rest purchased at a high price, their attributes mediocre. The Jungle Seeker set is a godly outfit for assassins in the early game, perfectly suited to his needs, leaving him green with envy. Yet it was prohibitively expensive, costing no less than 50,000. Price aside, collecting the full set was a daunting task. To see his coveted set adorning a D-grade sewer profession summoner was utterly disheartening for Yi Feiyu. Hearing the words set and summoner, other passing adventurers turned their astonished gazes towards the scene. Just 3 days into the trials, and he had already assembled a full set? A summoner dared to enter the trials? The crowd's attention was immediately captured by Liyue. So tall, so beautiful. Once they regained their composure, several agility classes recognized the gear on Li Yi and displayed expressions of shock. It truly was the Jungle Seeker set. So this boy's profession is genuinely a summoner? After 2 days, Li Yi had grown accustomed to the attention of passersby. Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, "Is a summoner not allowed to wear agility gear?" Yi Feiyu gritted his teeth. "Summoners are spellcasting classes. You should wear magic power equipment." Li Yi feigned realization. "Oh, I see. I'm not very knowledgeable. The gear was bought for me by my girlfriend. She said this would help me run faster." Yi Feiyu was momentarily stunned. Girlfriend? He instinctively glanced at Lai Wei beside him. It was Lai Wei who had drawn his attention, leading him to notice the summoner beside her. This must be a joke, right? How could such a stunning swordswoman possibly be interested in a summoner? Li Yi extended his hand, and Lai Wei naturally leaned in, allowing him to wrap his arm around her waist effortlessly. Her hand tenderly cradled Li Yi's face. A collective gasp echoed around them. Everyone stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. So this lad has managed to hook up with a wealthy lady? The crowd struggled to accept this reality. Even if he was courting a wealthy woman, how could he be living so luxuriously? Where's the justice in that? Yi Feiyu gaped, stammering, What level are you?" Li Yi shrugged. "Not too high, just level 3. Yi Feiyu's face twitched. "Not too high? 3 levels in 3 days is practically like riding a rocket. Most of the team considers it fast to reach level 2. Li Yi observed the reactions of those around him. Realizing this was the sensation of flaunting one's status, quite delightful indeed. "Apologies, but my girlfriend and I have matters to attend to." Leaving that remark, Li Yi took Li Yue's hand and departed from the entrance of the Cursed Bone camp, while the onlookers, including Yi Feiyu, gazed on with envy as they watched him leave. So what if he's a D-grade summoner? If he can enjoy such a fine meal, it only proves his capabilities. Exotic Daughter, Battle Group has once again shattered a world record. Dark River Canyon has achieved a remarkable time of 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 42 seconds, earning a golden 5-star rating and once again securing the top position on both leaderboards. Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly. Chapter 31, The Gathering of Elite Battle Legions. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly checked their phones. Indeed, they were met with the news that Alien Daughter has once again claimed the dual leaderboard's top spot. Incredible. Unstoppable. Could it be that the Alien Daughter Legion intends to seize the first position in every instance? I hope to shatter all records set by those foreigners. Impossible. At the very least, the Evil Bone camp will certainly falter, for witnessing such a lengthy queue would surely daunt them. Ha ha ha. The crowd chuckled and discussed animatedly while throwing jabs. Yi Feiyu wore a bitter expression. Damn this wretched world. Above, there exist prodigious geniuses, while below, D-class professionals languish, feasting off wealthy patrons without a care. Why don't they all just perish? Ladies and gentlemen, a grave situation has arisen. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. The professionals of the Shinto Palace Legion from the land of Fusang have commenced their challenge of the Quagmire Jungle at precisely 12 o'clock. What? The crowd gasped in horror. To start the challenge at noon means that 2 hours have already elapsed, and results are imminent. The Shinto Palace Legion ranks first in Fusang and fourth globally, a superlative battalion that annually recruits numerous high-tier professionals. Within their ranks lie hidden talents, showcasing formidable strength. Why would they choose to challenge our instance rather than one within their own nation? Is it a deliberate attempt to undermine Alien Daughter Legion's dazzling achievements? Just as Alien Daughter Legion revealed their strategy for defeating the hidden boss, they arrived to challenge. How shameless. The crowd erupted in righteous indignation, hurling curses. However, when they beheld the configuration of the Shinto Palace Legion, all voices fell silent. 1 rare profession, 5 S-class professionals, and 9 A-class professionals. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This configuration is utterly terrifying. They have even deployed a rare profession. The prospects for Alien Daughter Legion's achievements appear grim. The Holy Prolo Kingdom has joined the fray, deploying the world's 3rd-ranked Gladiator Legion. Their configuration also consists of 1 rare profession, 5 S-class professionals, and 9 A-class professionals. Another gasp reverberated through the crowd. What on earth is happening? Alien Daughter Legion merely secured a few world firsts. Must it incite such an uproar? Even the world's premier legions have come to challenge. The beautiful nation has entered the arena. Someone cried out in excitement. The crowd quickly turned to the news. The world's top-ranked Freedom Legion had arrived, featuring 1 unique profession, 1 rare profession, 6 S-class professionals, and 7 A-class professionals. A unique profession? The crowd stared in astonishment at the news. The beautiful nation has actually mobilized a unique profession. Each unique profession is an unparalleled existence, boasting distinctive mechanisms, formidable attributes, and remarkable growth potential. Every unique profession is destined to become a pinnacle powerhouse. It seems that Alien Daughter Legion's accomplishments are utterly unsustainable. The crowd lamented. After all the effort to cultivate a record-breaking battle legion, will they be suppressed? The world's foremost extraordinary power has arrived, yet our nation remains unresponsive. However, the nation did not disappoint. The top legions of the land of Yin also declared challenges. The world's 2nd-ranked Starlight Legion has mobilized, featuring 2 rare professions, 5 S-class professionals, and 8 A-class professionals. Additionally, the world's 12th-ranked Mountain Sea Legion has also joined, deploying 1 rare profession, 3 S-class professionals, and 11 A-class professionals. Beyond the top 4 legions, the world's 5th-ranked Bolo Nation S, Brahmin Legion, the 6th-ranked Britannia S, Gentleman Legion, and the 7th-ranked Gaul S, Gale Legion have all sent teams to participate. Teams from the top 15 legions globally have assembled to compete. The news reverberated through the internet like an earthquake. The new world record set by Alien Daughter Legion was instantly overshadowed. The populace of the land of Yen was left in a daze. Official media presented it as a friendly competitive exchange. Yet it was evident that the atmosphere was thick with tension. Prominent bloggers, video creators, and live streamers all discussed the matter. Renowned analyst King Lai also released a video addressing the situation. Although he had faced considerable backlash from previous controversies, as the most followed analyst in the country, he possesses notable expertise. It appears that this situation is indeed more complex than it seems. As King Lai began, his tone grew serious, capturing the attention of the audience. Let us get straight to the point and state the conclusion. The core reason foreign legions are challenging the Quagmire Jungle instance is to acquire the King of Adventurers badge. As everyone knows, interaction between professionals and NPCs is crucial in high-tier and high-level instances, often determining whether one can clear the challenge or even survive. Items that enhance NPC affinity are exceedingly rare and typically exorbitantly priced. The King of Adventurers badge boasts high attributes and can be obtained with a 100 guarantee once the conditions are met. The participating professionals are the elite of their respective nations, and the badge will greatly aid their growth into higher levels. As for why they have chosen the Quagmire Jungle, there are 2 reasons. First, the margin for error. As a small-scale instance with a maximum team size of 15, it allows for a higher margin for error, and achieving a perfect score can yield up to 15 badges in a single run. Second, the hidden boss and strategy. This is the most crucial aspect. The hidden boss can significantly enhance the instance's score. Quagmire Jungle is one of the few first-tier instances featuring a hidden boss. However, unlike other instances with hidden bosses, the hidden boss, Corrupted Priest, UPU has had its strategy thoroughly detailed by the Alien Daughter Legion. Perhaps many do not grasp the brilliance of this strategy. To put it plainly, without this strategic guide, even the Beautiful Nation S rookie team configuration would not surpass a golden 7-star rating. It is precisely because of this guide that Quagmire Jungle has become the most suitable challenge for achieving a perfect score. As for targeting the Alien Daughter Legion S achievements, they might have that in mind, but it is certainly not the primary motive. In the video, King Lai's voice suddenly turned serious. He urged everyone to maintain a rational perspective after the challenge results are revealed. Even if the achievements of the Alien Daughter Legion are surpassed or even trampled by foreign legions, let us not forget that they are the first legion from the land of Yen in nearly 12 years to break a world record. They are the first legion in history to achieve a perfect score. Moreover, they are the first to freely share high-quality strategic guides. The Alien Daughters Battle Group, with all members ranked no higher than A level, has demonstrated to us that even those in mid to lower-tier professions can achieve remarkable feats. The King of the Realm, Lai, took a deep breath, his expression solemn. Greatness deserves to be remembered. Such a battle group must be cherished. After watching the video, the fervor among netizens surged. At this moment, they gained a clearer understanding of the greatness and prowess of the Alien Daughters Battle Group. Before the strategic gameplay of the Corrupted Priest, UPU was revealed. How many high-quality free tutorials existed online? None, not a single one. Upon viewing the content, the skeptics who once criticized now recognized their prior folly. Feeling a wave of shame wash over them, many transformed from detractors into devoted fans, leaving messages to express that regardless of the final ranking of the Alien Daughters Battle Group, their contributions would be forever cherished, and their spirits would never be dampened. Subsequently, a flood of netizens flocked to the homepage of the Thunderstorm Battle Group, showering them with follows, likes, and shares, causing the fan count to rise once more. Li Yi and Liu arrived at the entrance of the Sunken Jungle dungeon. Initially, he had resolved not to return to this dungeon, but rather to continue farming in the Dark River Canyon. However, he discovered that each dungeon had a cooldown period of 1 day, and the Dark River Canyon was currently on cooldown. The toxic mining zone was too foul-smelling, and he didn't wish for Liu to be surrounded by onlookers at the Cursed Bone Camp. Ultimately, he opted to venture into the Sunken Jungle. As they passed the leaderboard, he noticed a throng of media reporters, both domestic and international, gathering around. Why were there so many people? He found it puzzling, as the hype surrounding the Sunken Jungle should have waned by now. What were they still doing here? Li Yi shook his head, dismissing his curiosity, and stepped through the portal. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself at the familiar entrance of the dungeon. Last time, due to the contract with Liu, he had wasted over an hour on the way. This time, he took a shortcut, saving a significant amount of time. 2.5 hours later, you have slain the Corrupted Priest, UPU, and gained 450 experience points. Finally, it was done. Li Yi sat on the ground, rubbing his sore abdomen. After all, this Sunken Jungle was a team dungeon, and the map was vast. He had been following Liu for most of the journey, and running 2 dungeons consecutively was rather exhausting. Upon returning to the hotel, he resolved to treat himself well. Liu, however, appeared unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. Master, may I give you a massage? Liu knelt beside Li, extending her delicate, jade-like fingers to grasp his calves. All right, I appreciate it. Liu smiled gently. You are always so polite. Her warm palm, with soft, pliable fingertips, rhythmically pressed against Li's calf muscles, alleviating the soreness with just the right amount of pressure. Li glanced at his panel. Indeed, the experience from Team Dungeons was significantly higher. With the extra 50 experience points from soloing, he had accumulated over 200 experience points, nearly 6 times that of a small 5-person dungeon. Both he and Liu leveled up by 1. Name, Li. Age, 18. Profession, Summoner. Level, 4, 3175. Strength, 20. Agility, 102. Constitution, 45. Spirit, 20. Magic power, 23. Critical hit, 2. Movement speed, 1485. Active skills, Energy Star Bullet, level 6. Summon Stone Guardian, level 1. Liu allocated her 4 skill points to Sword Intent Perception, raising her skill level to a formidable 13. As her massage moved from his calves to his thighs, Li's body tensed abruptly. That's enough, that's enough. A shiver ran down his spine, and he hastily halted her actions. I've rested enough. Let us go outside. Li scrambled to his feet and strode toward the dungeon exit, with Liu trailing behind. Her gaze lingered on Li's earlobe, then slowly traveled down his neck, shoulders, back, and waist. Her eyes sparkled with a flicker of desire. She bit her lip lightly, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Master is so adorable, just like a soft, sweet cake. I can't help but want to take a bite. Suddenly, Liu realized something. Am I nearing my breeding period? Her breath quickened, heart racing. She hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Was it due to her close interactions with her master? On that day, she would find it hard to control herself. Surely unable to resist pouncing on her master. Would he be angry? Would he reject her? Liu was filled with anxiety. She could sense her master's fondness for her. Yet she wondered why he felt the need to restrain himself. After all, she had already slept beside him. She had considered being bolder and more proactive, but ultimately refrained. Primarily due to a lack of self-confidence. Whenever she was by her master's side, she could keenly feel the gazes of those around them and their astonished reactions. It seemed that their pairing wasn't understood or accepted by others. Was it because of her height, physique, and appearance? Or was it her age? After all, she was 12 years older than her master. Did he mind these aspects? These thoughts made her hesitant, preventing her from expressing herself too overtly. Liu furrowed her brow in distress. If only I could be as petite as an ordinary human woman. Or if I could return to my pre-evolution height. Now, being so tall, aside from eating and drinking more than my master, I have no other advantages. Moreover, she had a critical weakness. The vast difference in their extraordinary ranks prevented the possibility of offspring unless her master ascended to her level of transcendence. Thus, the evolution of life stages did not present itself as entirely beneficial for her. There remained a pressing issue to address before her breeding period arrived, her master's relatively frail physique. On that day, if she lost control of her strength, he could be injured. What should she do? Watching her master's back, Liu felt a wave of worry. Master. Li turned back. What's wrong? Liu approached him, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Master, could you enhance your physical strength? Li assumed that his performance in the dungeon had disappointed Liu, and his expression turned awkward. Upon reflection, it made sense. She had effortlessly dispatched foes without breaking a sweat or staining her clothes. Trailing behind, having accomplished nothing, yet feeling utterly exhausted. My physical fitness has indeed proven insufficient. No matter, I shall focus on enhancing my stamina in the future. Li was receptive to the advice. Liu's affection for you, 20. Current affection level, liking. Li was taken aback. How had his affinity suddenly increased by 20 points? He was increasingly perplexed by the patterns of affection elevation. Regardless, any increase is a positive development. At the exit of the Poisonous Mine dungeon, members of the Thunderstorm Brigade emerged sequentially from the portal. Poisonous Mine, normal, dungeon challenge concluded. Time taken, 3 hours, 49 minutes, 22 seconds. Current world ranking, 2. You have earned the title of Golden Adventurer of the Mine, limited time ranking reward. Golden Adventurer, title. Quality, gold. Equipment effect, movement speed 5, vision 20. Poisonous Mine, normal, dungeon challenge concluded. Overall rating, gold 3 stars. Current world ranking, 2. You have gained 6 attribute points, rating ranking reward. Note, each dungeon can only yield 1 reward. The 5 members of Shun Nanqing erupted in joyous cheers upon seeing the panel's notifications. Our captain is amazing. I love you, Captain. Once again, they had secured the 2nd position in the world rankings, along with a reward of attribute points. The 14 members were ecstatic. As B-class practitioners, it would have been unimaginable for them to ascend the world rankings without Shun Nanqing's guidance. Shun Nanqing's expression was one of elation. While achieving 2nd place in the world was certainly a cause for celebration, what thrilled him even more was Li's strategy. Perfect could only begin to describe it. The greatest challenge of the poisonous mine lay in the pathways. Each entry point into the dungeon was random, coupled with the dim lighting of the dungeon. It became exceedingly difficult to discern route markers, making the establishment of a fixed path nearly impossible. This explained why there had yet to be a definitive route map available online. Every team attempting the poisonous mine had wasted considerable time wandering and guessing their way through. Yet, Li Yi's strategy had remarkably devised a method for identifying the paths. After personally testing it, Shen Nanxing found the results to be outstanding. In Chapter 33, was it really that easy to resolve? Utilizing the path identification method from the strategy, he smoothly located the final boss without making a single mistake along the way. With this strategy, even a team composed entirely of C-class members could efficiently and safely complete the dungeon. The difficulty of the poisonous mine had been significantly reduced. If one could endure the stench within the mine, poisonous mine was even simpler than Evil Bone Camp. It was easy to imagine the uproar that would ensue once the instructional video was released. The queue outside Evil Bone Camp would undoubtedly diminish as many would flock to poisonous mine. Shen Nanxing sent the recorded video to Lin Mandy and simultaneously noticed several messages from her. The world's top brigades had all rushed to challenge Quicksand Jungle. Shen Nanxing's expression shifted. Lin Mandy had also sent him an analysis video from King Lai Lai. After watching it, Shen Nanxing found himself in agreement with King Lai Lai's perspective. Although it was not specifically targeting the Exotic Daughters Brigade, foreign practitioners had already gathered outside the Dark Forest dungeon, and each dungeon could only be completed once a day. They were bound to venture into the other dungeons to continue leveling up. Consequently, under the brutal force of high-tier professions, the dual records of the 4 dungeons would inevitably be raised to an extraordinarily outrageous level. The achievements of the Exotic Daughters Brigade would soon be overshadowed. The elite brigades from various nations were primarily composed of one rare profession and multiple S-class professionals leading the charge. The formidable strength of high-tier professions, coupled with suitable equipment, produced a devastating destructive power. He estimated that, for the Quicksand Jungle dungeon, even the 15th ranked Andalusian Matador Brigade could lead the Exotic Daughters Brigade by over an hour and a half, likely finishing within 5 hours. The top-ranked Freedom Brigade, with its unique profession, would surely achieve an unfathomably extraordinary time. As for the ratings, the top 15 brigades worldwide should have the opportunity to obtain a perfect score while defeating the corrupted priest of. Fortunately, Shen Nanxing felt reassured that King Lai Lai had finally done something commendable. His video had climbed to the top of the trending list. In the comments section, domestic netizens expressed their support for the Exotic Daughters Brigade, affirming their accomplishments and efforts. The Thunderstorm Brigade also experienced a surge in followers, reaching over 8.6 million. Shen Nanxing checked the video statistics on their official account. The latest announcement video had amassed 1 million comments. Upon reviewing, he found that the majority were supportive and comforting towards both the Exotic Daughters and the Thunderstorm Brigade. Shen Nanxing exhaled a sigh of relief, pleased that his efforts in producing the instructional video had not gone in vain. Upon returning to the base, Shen Nanxing handed over the recorded material to the editing team, who skillfully compiled it into a video for release on the official account. Dungeon Instructional Video Episode 1. Reduce your time by 2 hours. The highest quality teaching video on the poisonous mine is hot off the press. Netizens eagerly awaited the results of the foreign brigade's challenges. Upon seeing that the Thunderstorm Brigade had updated their instructional video, they flocked to witness the tactical strategies offered by the Exotic Daughters Brigade and the practical execution by the Thunderstorm Brigade. Eager to evaluate the quality of this first complete dungeon tutorial, thank heaven, it was finally updated. First, a like, then to watch, cultivating good habits. Not only netizens, but also numerous dungeon analysts and even high-level practitioners clicked on the video, ready to explore its content. As the video commenced, the Thunderstorm Brigade's starting point was set beside a collapsed elevator. The sweet voice of the female narrator resonated. Today, the Thunderstorm Brigade presents a detailed instructional video on the poisonous mine. Please remember to like, save, and share. With that, the lesson officially began. First, they introduced the team configuration. The screen displayed the composition of the Thunderstorm Brigade's 5-member team, which consisted of B-Class, Shield Warrior, B-Class, Weapon Warrior, B-Class, Gospel Singer, C-Class, Enhancement Shaman, and C-Class, Wind Whisperer. A plethora of question marks appeared above the heads of the viewers. Both Gospel Singer and Wind Whisperer were support roles, both belonging to the Bard profession branch. With 2 support roles, were they not concerned about a lack of damage output? Moreover, how could a C-Class profession even make an appearance in this context? The Enhancement Shaman was the low-tier C-Class profession, rarely finding a place in teams, and the Wind Whisperer was scarcely any better. The audience was utterly baffled by the utility of this configuration. However, the Enhancement Shamans and Wind Whisperers watching from their screens were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces at the unexpected opportunity to appear in the video of the Exotic Daughters Brigade. After this video, at least in the Dark Toxin Mine dungeon, they managed to escape the predicament of being unwanted by parties. The playback continues through the perspective of the Wind Whisperer. The other 4 teammates begin their pre-battle preparations. The Shield Warrior unleashes Battle Roar, bestowing an enhancement that increases the attack power of the entire team. The Gospel Singer, a petite girl with a ponytail, softly hums as she casts Song of Spirit, enhancing her teammates' mana recovery speed, and then follows up with Song of Fury to elevate their attack speed. The Wind Whisperer releases Gale Melody to augment their movement speed. The 5 of them advance forward, just about 30 meters into their journey. A multitude of snake rat insects converges around them. The screen is densely packed, sending chills down viewers' spines. Among the 4 in the frame, the Gospel Singer shows a look of trepidation, while the other 3 maintain their composure. The enhanced shaman retrieves a totem from behind and, with a clap of his hands, casts Frost Totem. In an instant, frost appears on the ground and walls. The snake rat insects, upon encountering the chill, immediately turn to flee. At that moment, the Wind Whisperer casts Summon Wind, spreading the cold air outward. Within a few breaths, all the snake rat insects are dispersed. Viewers are left astonished. Was it truly that simple to deal with the snake rat insects that had troubled countless players? Especially those newcomers who had just completed the Dark Toxin Mine. Witnessing this scene rendered them utterly speechless. They had toiled for hours, wasting time and earning negligible experience, only to realize that a mere combination of 2 C-class professions could effortlessly handle it. The subsequent video content focuses on eliminating the incessantly approaching goblin-like creatures. Viewers are astonished to discover that the combination skills of Frost Totem and Summon Wind are once again effective. The chilling wind extinguishes the candles held by the goblins, causing them to panic for about 5 seconds, during which they are unable to retaliate. Seizing this opportunity, the 5 advance and swiftly take them down. Consequently, the goblins within the Dark Toxin Mine pose no further threat. The only remaining nuisance is the occasional emergence of mole monsters from the ground, which the Shield Warrior handles with ease. The 5-person team proceeds as if on a leisurely stroll, reaching the final boss of the dungeon without a hitch. At this moment, viewers finally discern the underlying issue. Someone posts a bewildered comment. How come you didn't get lost? A realization dawns on them. They had been so engrossed that they had only just noticed the team had followed a single, unbroken route the entire way. Wasn't it said that the Dark Toxin Mine had no fixed paths? How did they navigate their monster-slaying route? The screen fills with question marks. In the video, the team quickly defeats the final boss. The narrator begins to explain the core aspect of the Dark Toxin Mine, how to discern the routes. The screen displays a still image of the team at the first tunnel junction. Chapter 34. I just don't understand how they figured it out. The image zooms in on the arching edges of the 5 tunnel entrances, which are densely engraved with palm-sized pattern designs. The narrator's soft voice resonates. The secret to the correct route lies within these patterns. They may appear different, but in reality, they are merely the same design oriented differently. Viewers collectively hit pause, rotating their phones for a closer inspection. Indeed, as the video suggested, they are variations of the same pattern. But what does this have to do with the route? With a sense of confusion, viewers continue watching. The video shifts to the 4th tunnel entrance, where one particular pattern is magnified for emphasis. Please take a close look at this pattern. Can you spot any differences from the others? The answer will be revealed in 5 seconds. Viewers widen their eyes, convinced that there is no discernible difference. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time us up. In truth, this is the authentic pattern, while all the others are mere reflections of it. Why are the other patterns considered reflections rather than this one being a reflection of the others? The reasoning will become clear later. We will extract this pattern and set it aside, then examine the next junction. At the second wave of junctions, there are 7 tunnels. Viewers' scalps tingle. Surely, they aren't expected to find the correct pattern here as well? Anticipating the viewers' reactions, the narrator's tone takes on a playful note. Are you wondering if this round also requires finding a pattern? Congratulations, you guessed right. Groans of despair emerge from the audience. The mine is dimly lit, and locating the patterns among the 5 tunnels is already a challenge. How will they manage with 7? In the shadowy forest, in a restaurant somewhere in the camp town, a boy watching the video mutters, with all this pattern searching, it would be better to just randomly pick a tunnel and charge through. After all, they'll end up at the final boss regardless. Hearing this, his teammate pauses the video and turns to him. Didn't you notice what their team lacked during their advance? The boy, taken aback, ponders for a moment before asking. Lacked what? The teammate replies. They did not encounter the toxic skin giant frogs. The boy suddenly realizes, his face flushing with embarrassment. Why is it said that the greatest challenge of the Dark Toxin Mine lies in the routes? Because the sludge within the tunnels is teeming with toxic skin toads. These creatures have a wide alert range and a strong desire to attack. As soon as one passes by, a battle is almost guaranteed to trigger. Moreover, not only are they tough-skinned and meaty, but they also possess numerous poison glands. When attacked, they spray corrosive venom in all directions, posing a significant danger. The more detours one takes while challenging the Dark Toxin Mine, the more toxic skin toads one is likely to encounter. This does not even account for the continuously emerging goblins and mole monsters. The boy scratches his head in frustration, continuing to watch the video. The narrator's voice remains sweet and soothing. Now, don't despair. Although the second wave of junctions has 7 tunnels, the patterns at each entrance are fewer than in the first wave. The same principle applies to subsequent junctions. One must identify the correct pattern. This segment fast-forwards. In the video, the team from the Thunderstorm Brigade swiftly navigates through each junction. Each pattern is extracted and displayed at the bottom of the video. After 12 waves of junctions, the team arrives at the final 6-tunnel junction. Viewers collectively hold their breath. If they choose correctly at this final junction, they will encounter only a few powerless goblin laborers before reaching the final boss. If they choose incorrectly, they will face at least 5 waves of formidable monsters, which could take an hour to overcome at the very least. Even worse, there is no option to go back and make a different selection. Under the dungeon's mechanics, the opportunity to choose is singular. Returning to try any other tunnel will result in encountering the same monsters. This final junction differs from the previous 11 waves, as it features 2 tunnels per pattern, totaling 3 distinct patterns. We must uncover the genuine patterns among the various options and subsequently select one from 3. Within the video, the 3 authentic patterns are discovered in the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th tunnels, respectively. Thus arises the question, which of the 3 patterns is indeed correct? Next, we arrive at the moment of witnessing a miracle. The extracted patterns on screen spring to life, merging into a magnificent and cohesive design, resembling an enigmatic totem. Yet, a segment in the center of the totem is conspicuously absent. It is evident to all that this missing piece corresponds to the path leading directly to the Tail King. The 3rd pattern from the 6th tunnel seamlessly integrates into the center of the grand design. Moreover, the tunnel ultimately chosen by Shin Nanqing's team is indeed the 6th tunnel. At this juncture, the barrage of comments reaches its zenith. Should the barrage remain open, the entire screen would be inundated with comments. Remarkable. The ability to discern such details is truly impressive. I am utterly astonished. No wonder it is, alien daughter, with such keen insight that outshines everyone else. Viewers are left in awe, bowing down in admiration. Yet, some netizens feel as though their intellect has been crushed underfoot, feeling somewhat disheartened. I simply cannot comprehend how they made such discoveries. Everyone has a head resting on their shoulders. Why can they connect the patterns and the routes while others cannot? Similarly, in the sunken jungle dungeon, who would have guessed that the lines on the ruins represented a sacrificial formation? While marveling, netizens quickly contemplate the practical implications. If every fork in the road necessitates a significant investment of time to locate the patterns, although this approach is undoubtedly safer and more relaxed than charging ahead, it does not save much time, falling far short of the promised 2-hour reduction in the video title. Just as netizens are pondering whether the Thunderstorm Brigade is engaging in clickbait, the video continues to play. The soft yet elevated voice of the young lady reassures everyone, stating that there is no need to fret over finding patterns, for they have devised a more convenient and expedient method. Upon hearing this, netizens erupt in joy, eagerly tuning in. The method is quite simple. Just assemble a Wind Whisperer. Each correct pattern is imbued with an anti-erosion enchantment, allowing the Wind Whisperer to cast Call of the Wind toward the pattern, then use Perception of Wind to discern which pattern is resisting the wind. Suddenly, netizens experience an epiphany. No wonder the Thunderstorm Brigade's team included a Wind Whisperer. It turns out that this C-class underappreciated profession not only synergizes with the skills of an enhanced shaman, but also aids the team in identifying the correct route. Netizens are invigorated, brimming with excitement, having resolved the issues of serpents, rodents, and routes in the toxic mine. The overall difficulty of this dungeon is even simpler than that of the Cursed Bone Camp. It is exceptionally suitable for leveling up. Meanwhile, outside the digital realm, countless aspiring Wind Whisperers who have watched the video are overwhelmed with exhilaration. Chapter 35, A Turnaround. During team formation, they have faced disdain from other professions, being mocked for their weak combat prowess and lackluster support abilities. The extraordinary trials have persisted for 3 days, and over 80% of Wind Whisperers have yet to secure a stable team, remaining at level 1. The Wind Whisperers are on the verge of tears from their excitement. A turnaround. A turnaround. From this moment onward, they have become the coveted treasure of the toxic mine. They no longer worry about being left without a team. In fact, it is not the teams choosing them, but rather they are now the ones selecting their teams. In truth, for low-tier, underrepresented professions like theirs, the hope of gaining admission to university is exceedingly slim. Hence, their purpose in participating in the trials is to level up. After all, they can enjoy 3 free teleport services, and with a plethora of rookie professionals during the trials, forming a team becomes significantly easier. As long as they can elevate their level to 10, they will be eligible to partake in the Abyss Challenge to advance to the 2nd tier. Upon successful advancement, they will continue to gain experience and level up. Next, they merely need to reach level 11, thereby fulfilling the criteria for entering 2nd tier dungeons, where they can collect various materials for sale or learn a crafting trade, such as alchemy, blacksmithing, tailoring, and so forth. Although they are mockingly referred to as brick movers, Their income far surpasses that of factory work. The strategic tactics of the Alien Daughter Brigade have effectively resolved the employment dilemma for all Wind Whisperer professionals, including those who will awaken to the Wind Whisperer profession in the future. Following the release of the Thunderstorm Brigade's video, the official media outlets of Zhanghai Province and Chang'an Province were the quickest to respond, promptly sharing the video. Subsequently, other provincial and national media outlets followed suit. After all, this directly addresses an employment issue for a profession warranting significant promotion. Ultimately, even the most authoritative People's Daily shared the video, representing a weighty endorsement, an unequivocal indication of the official stance on the impact of the video. In the camp town, a budget hotel, Zhao Chang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Over the past few days, he had frequently encountered disdain from other professionals during team formation. As soon as they heard the term, Wind Whisperer, expressions of contempt would cross their faces. Some politely declined, while others resorted to outright ridicule. Zhao Chang was deeply disheartened. After 3 days, he watched as other trial participants steadily leveled up, receiving frequent success stories in their social circles, while he had yet to even enter a dungeon, remaining at level 1. Zhao Chang was on the brink of despair. With the passage of time, the gap between his level and that of other professionals widened, making it increasingly difficult to form a team. When his mother called to inquire about his well-being, he forced a smile, lying that his trials were progressing smoothly and that he had reached level 3. He would not burden her with his struggles and difficulties. She could not assist him and would only lose sleep over it. But now, things were different. He could finally join a team to gain experience and level up. Zhao Chang sniffled, releasing a long breath filled with gratitude. This video was a life-changing boon for him. After a long hiatus from posting in his social circle, he excitedly shared a status update. Alien Daughter, my eternal deity. Ding. The notification sound chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he found messages from former classmates. Since awakening to the Wind Whisperer profession, it seemed everyone had forgotten his existence. Now, they were all reaching out to him. Zhao Chang, we have 2 B-class professionals in our team. Want to join us in the Toxic Mine? Xiangzi, Toxic Mine 41, hurry over. Chang, come help us in the Toxic Mine. I'll treat you to a meal later. Zhao Chang scoffed at their insincerity. Their expressions. They wouldn't even deign to call him Brother Chang. He promptly activated his Do Not Disturb mode. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chang strode out of the hotel toward the Toxic Mine. Along the way, he observed throngs of trial participants rushing to the Toxic Mine, like himself. After the instructional video was released, even the most discerning individuals could see that the Toxic Mine had become the simplest dungeon in the Dark Forest. As soon as Zhao Chang arrived at the dungeon's entrance, he was greeted by a cacophony of excited voices and clamorous shouts. In the treacherous domain of the Dark Venom Mine, 3 B-rank professionals led a party, their average level merely 3. The team already boasted an enhanced shaman, and they eagerly beckoned for the aid of a Wind Whisperer. Zhao Chang was instantly captivated by this call. With the presence of an enhanced shaman, if he joined, they would be complete. He approached the quartet and tentatively inquired, I am a Wind Whisperer, albeit only at level 1. May I join your ranks? To his astonishment, all 4 of them gazed at him with shining eyes. Brother, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. The enhanced shaman, a delicate and charming young lady, stepped forward and clung to Zhao Chang's arm, as if terrified he might flee. A gasp escaped him. The touch sent a thrill coursing through him, making every hair on his body stand on end. He had never experienced such treatment before. The captain of the group was elated. This girl certainly knew how to make an impression. Without delay, he extended a party invitation. Zhao Chang, staring at the prompt, felt resolute. Women would only impede my leveling speed. However, I yearn to confront my own vulnerabilities. I accept. In the Quagmire Jungle, a dungeon renowned for its formidable challenges, a multitude of people had gathered. Journalists from various domestic and international media outlets, internet celebrities, and members of the world's elite battle teams were present. Among them were numerous aspiring adventurers and newcomers to the trial. The professionals from the Flame Nation wore expressions of anxiety, their palms clammy with sweat, silently wishing for the foreign teams to take longer to complete their challenges. Powerrise, have you seen the instructional video of the Dark Venom Mine from the Flame Nation? Inquired the burly leader of the Freedom team, grinning as he struck up a conversation with the beautiful leader of the Holy Prolo Kingdom. Their tone was familiar, indicating a long-standing acquaintance. Powerrise, standing at 6 feet tall with golden hair and azure eyes, exuded an air of elegance. Since the newcomers entered the dungeon, the burly man's gaze had not strayed from her. What do you say we have our youngsters race through this dungeon tonight? We could even break the Flame Nation's record. If my team emerges victorious, how about sharing a drink with me afterward? The burly man proposed. Powerrise, engrossed in a thick tome, remained unfazed, her expression icy as she replied, Kimort, my girls have no desire to soil their shoes in those foul-smelling tunnels. I must remind you that I am not an object for you to claim at your whim. Your words border on insolent offense. Kimorga's smile remained undeterred. Seemingly unperturbed by her rebuff, he continued, I nearly forgot. Our team lacks both an enhanced shaman and a Wind Whisperer. making it quite challenging to surpass the record of the Exotic Daughters team. How about we select the Dark River Gorge for our race? The time to beat is a mere 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 42 seconds, with a 5-star rating that should be easier to surpass. Let us wager on this. He produced a heavy sword adorned with 2 sharp beast fangs at each guard. Calrez appeared somewhat taken aback. Kimorg was an S-rank berserker, known as the saber-toothed tiger, a title derived from this exquisite, level 11 purple weapon. She did not anticipate his willingness to stake it as a prize, indicating his confidence in his team's abilities. With a huff, Calrez produced a purple staff of her own. Then I shall wager this, flame wand. The error margin for a 15-member dungeon was too generous. They might not outpace the Freedom team. Yet, for a smaller 5-member dungeon, there remained a glimmer of hope. Kimorg's grin widened. For the attributes of the flame wand surpassed those of his greatsword. I shall join the fray as well, exclaimed wuxianovel, the leader of the Divine Path Palace team. Following her lead, representatives from Britannia, Gaul, and other nations expressed their intent to participate. Ultimately, even the Flame Nation's Starlight team, ranked among the world's top 10, joined the contest. Teams ranked lower than this refrained from joining the fray. Kimorg surveyed the assembly. How about a winner-takes-all scenario? The other leaders nodded slowly. After all, a mere handful of purple gear mattered little to them. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. All heads turned towards the dungeon's exit. Emerging from the portal were the 15 newcomers of the Freedom team. Chapter 36, Unique Profession, the Holy Light Avenger. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Professionals from the Flame Nation craned their necks. Although they vocally condemned the foreign teams online, dreaming of shoving excrement into their mouths, in reality, curiosity about the legendary world's #1 team's newcomers was palpable. The first to emerge was a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man with a bushy beard. His long hair cascaded down his back, and he donned the white uniform of the Freedom team. His muscular frame stretched the uniform taut, and he bore a colossal battle axe upon his shoulder. A golden flame, the size of a thumb, danced above his brow. His expression was fierce, his gaze cold, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance. The professionals from the Flame Nation widened their eyes. Was this truly the Holy Light Avenger, the unique profession of the Freedom team? It was rumored that his 5 primary attributes boasted a staggering initial total of 200 points, gaining an additional 70 free attribute points with each level. Reports from abroad claimed he possessed 2 passive skills and 4 active skills even at level 1. Was this individual so formidable that he could single-handedly confront the small boss of a 5-person dungeon? Whispers and murmurs spread through the crowd, each sharing what information they knew. The more they discussed, the colder their hearts grew. Truly, the unique profession lived up to its name, in comparison to the summoner, who ranked lowest among all professions. This individual's initial level attributes equated to those of a level 19 summoner. The frightfulness was unfathomable. The Freedom team included 1 rare profession, 6 S-rank professions, and 7 A-rank professions. Such a formidable lineup. What astounding heights could they propel the performance of the Quagmire Jungle to? With each member of the Freedom team stepping through the portal, the collective heartbeat of the onlookers quickened. The 15th individual emerged, and all heads turned in unison towards the leaderboard. World record. Ranking 1. Team name, Freedom. Country, beautiful nation. Time record, 3 hours, 22 minutes, 48 seconds. The crowd collectively paled, gasping in disbelief. They had surpassed the record of the Exotic Daughters team by a staggering 3 hours and 18 minutes. Truly monstrous. Glancing at the score chart revealed a terrifying rating, 7 golden stars. The audience's hearts trembled in shock, and amidst their astonishment, they found a moment's relief. They had not reached the maximum level. This implied that the Freedom team's goal of challenging the Quagmire Jungle had not been fully realized. Yet, soon their hearts raced again. If not today, then tomorrow? The day after? They needed merely to hone their skills further. It was only a matter of time before they achieved a perfect score. As the newcomers of the Freedom team approached Kimorg, he furrowed his brow, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Karanto, what transpired? Why was the performance so abysmal? The Avenger of the Holy Light shrugged and remarked, the hidden boss was not handled properly, and a few individuals sustained injuries, which caused a significant delay. Kimig inquired in a deep voice, which phase are we at? From behind Karanto, a tall red-haired girl wearing glasses stepped forward. Phases 1 and 2. For some inexplicable reason, small zombies consistently traverse through energy deathlight during the first phase. The speed of the enraged small zombies is exceedingly swift and difficult to manage, resulting in 8 instances where large zombies morphed into stitched monstrosities throughout the first phase. In the second phase, the combination of the ghost's energy projectiles and evil bone binding led to injuries on our part, causing insufficient damage output and enabling the ghost to resurrect 3 times. She paused, contemplating for a moment before continuing. I believe the Alien Daughter battle group possesses unique positioning techniques and boss manipulation skills, or perhaps a deeper understanding of the boss's skill release patterns, core details that were not elaborately explained in their videos. Kimig was rendered speechless. Wasn't that obvious? They provided a video of the hidden boss's kill process, not a detailed tutorial akin to the dark poison mine. He forced a smile, reassuring the younger members. The long journey has left you somewhat fatigued, which hindered your performance. Rest well today, and I'm confident that tomorrow, in full form, you will prevail. You are all exceptional. The newcomers nodded in agreement and followed the accompanying staff to the hotel. Kimig had anticipated an easy level up today, expecting to return home the following day. He did not foresee the setbacks they would face against the hidden boss. It seemed that the Alien Daughter battle group indeed had something noteworthy. Fortunately, it was merely a collective of lower-tier professionals. Even with some strategic insight, tactical maneuvers, and command abilities, their low-tier and insufficient stats ultimately rendered them ephemeral. The difficulty and overall stats of the trial-level dungeon were relatively weak, and the disparity in stats among professions was not pronounced. Even the basic physical attributes of the professionals could compensate for some shortcomings in combat power. Hence, it was not uncommon for lower-tier professional teams to occasionally exhibit remarkable performances. It was merely that the achievements of the Alien Daughter battle group were more pronounced. Once they ascended to the second tier, facing higher-tier challenges such as heroic and epic dungeons, they would soon realize the despair that stems from a lack of power in the face of difficulty and absolute strength. The members of the Alien Daughter battle group responsible for formulating strategies and commands might achieve notable success in the future as analysts behind the scenes. As for the others, with such professional limitations, they were destined to fade into the crowd. Kimig instinctively considered undermining the Alien Daughter battle group. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that such talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Yen Kingdom and would be unlikely to be released. I suggest you head to the Thunderous Rage battle group in Yen Kingdom and acquire a detailed guide on the hidden boss to study thoroughly, Kales teased, her eyes glinting with mischief. It brought her joy to see Kimig, the ever-eager hound, falter. The extraordinary professionals of the beautiful nation were all brutish oafs, mindlessly stacking combat power while grossly neglecting the importance of tactical coordination and command. She had always held them in disdain, certain that her own girls and boys could achieve superior results. Kimig chuckled lightly. The youngsters were merely fatigued. Kales, we do not require a guide. We will secure the badge tomorrow. They were the #1 battle group in the world. How could they lower themselves to seek guidance from lower-tier newcomers? Even if they achieved a max-level rating, they would be ridiculed behind their backs. Once they became familiar with the boss's mechanics and skills, they would simply overpower it with their formidable strength as higher-tier professionals. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement. The two looked up. Kales' eyes sparkled with delight. It was her girls and boys returning. The newcomers from the Gladiator battle group of the Holy Prolo Kingdom emerged sequentially from the teleportation portal. Each of them was a tall figure with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding elegance and exquisite beauty, dressed in magnificent noble attire. Their appearance overshadowed the members of the Freedom battle group by several streets. Their emergence elicited gasps of awe from the citizens of the Yen Kingdom. Kale smiled as she glanced at the leaderboard. What surprises would her outstanding girls and boys bring her? Chapter 37. Achieving max level ratings again. Reaping abundant attributes. On the leaderboard, the Freedom battle group's ranking was displaced. World record. Rank 1. Battle group name, Gladiator. Affiliated country, Holy Prolo Kingdom. Time record, 3 hours, 22 minutes, 40 seconds. A smile graced Kales' face as she nodded in satisfaction. They led by 8 seconds, a commendable achievement. Looking at the score, it was also a golden 7 stars. When the youngsters arrived beside her, Kales inquired about the reasons, discovering that they faced similar issues as the Freedom battle group, still lacking in handling the hidden boss. After all, it was their first time. With experience gained, they should secure max level ratings tomorrow. Kales provocatively cast a glance at Kimig, who merely smiled, not taking it to heart. It was only a temporary lead. Next, the strongest battle groups from each nation participating in the Caving Jungle challenge emerged from the dungeon one after another. Without exception, their results surpassed the Alien Daughter battle group by over 3 hours. A wave of discussion swept across the internet. In front of the leaderboard, many were live streaming the real-time updates. Each live stream garnered significant traffic. What would be the results of the Star and Mountain Sea battle groups? The audience was filled with anticipation. As the last 2 groups to enter the dungeon, they were the only ones yet to reveal their results. May the heavens bless them. Let them gather their strength and help the Alien Daughter battle group reclaim their honor. Don't worry, brother, the Star battle group has deployed 2 rare professions. Our brothers are solid, and the Freedom battle group underperformed, only securing 2nd place. We will surely win this round. The viewers in the live stream were exceedingly optimistic, brimming with confidence in the Star battle group. Finally, a gasp echoed through the live stream. The camera swiftly shifted to the dungeon exit. The first to emerge from the portal was a petite girl with double buns, a playful expression gracing her face. She bore 2 daggers at her waist. Belonging to the assassin profession, no wonder she ran so swiftly. Upon noticing the crowd, she displayed a bashful demeanor and quickly darted away. How is it the Mountain Sea battle group? Wasn't Star the last to enter? Indeed, Star had entered last. After all 15 members of Mountain Sea Exited. The leaderboard updated. World record. Rank 4. Battle group name Mountain Sea. Affiliated country Yen Kingdom. Time record 3 hours, 23 minutes, 9 seconds. The score was also a golden 7 stars. At this level of duration, unless there is a significant time disparity, the scores tend to be relatively similar. Upon witnessing the results of Shanghai, the online community erupted in excitement. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. Wow, Shanghai is incredible. They actually surged to 4th place. This seems to have solidified their standing. Xingqian will undoubtedly take 1st place. One might wonder what it truly means to fight on home turf. Tactical hands on hips, JPG. Do the foreigners still dare to be arrogant? Moments later, the members of Xingqian finally appeared at the instance portal. In the live stream, as well as among the crowd present, a fervent cheer arose. Clearly, the Xingqian team had anticipated this moment. All members wore smiles, striking poses, and waving to the onlookers, akin to stars gracing the red carpet. Once everyone had exited the instance, the crowd eagerly turned their attention to the leaderboard. World record. Rank 15. Team name Xingqian. Country Yen Country. Time record 4 hours 05 minutes 55 seconds. Upon seeing the data on the leaderboard, the smiles of the crowd froze in place. Rank 15? Did Xingqian truly falter? The audience twisted their stiff necks to glance at the score chart. Golden 6 stars. What on earth? The top 14 were all golden 7 stars. And your world-ranked 2nd team only achieved golden 6 stars? The few foreign teams that had not yet departed were equally stunned by the leaderboard results. They clearly did not anticipate that Xingqian would perform so poorly. The members of Xingqian also noticed the prompts on their professional panels. All expressions stiffened, faces turning ashen. Oh no, they had perhaps indulged too much in the instance. The most alarming fact was that the long-suppressed perennial 2nd place, the Shanghai team, had surged to 4th. In comparison, how could they not feel humiliated? The audience silently regarded the members of Xingqian, their expressions complex and wordless. However, the viewers in the live stream were far less composed. What an utter disgrace. To fight on home turf and produce such a meager score? This is not merely a question of skill, it is a matter of attitude. All members are culpable. Each and every one of them should apologize. The online community was incensed, unleashing a torrent of curses. It is hardly surprising they were so defensive. The least expected turned out to be the most impressive, while the most powerful, who had garnered the highest hopes, ultimately fell short. If Xingqian had lagged by just a few seconds, it could have been attributed to mere oversight. However, trailing behind the 14th place by a staggering 40 minutes is nothing short of a profound disgrace. This indicates a blatant display of lethargy, arrogance, and a serious lapse in mindset. On site, the members of the Shanghai team were all struggling to contain their laughter. Reflecting on how the Xingqian team had emerged from the instance, radiating confidence and brilliance, only to later be left dumbfounded by their ranking, was simply too comical. When compared to their current wilted appearance, it was nothing short of hilarious. Thankfully, the members of the Shanghai team were professionals, no matter how amusing the situation. They would not laugh. Yet, internally, they were reveling in delight. As the perennial 2nd place, they had long been the backdrop for Xingqian. It was a rare opportunity to overshadow their opponents in both achievement and reputation. The newcomers of the Xingqian team flushed with embarrassment, quickly departing the instance entrance with their heads down. Once they had left, the crowd that had gathered before the leaderboard felt no restraint and began to vocally express their disdain. They had come to support, only to face such an outcome. In a sense, they too felt the embarrassment. The crowd dispersed, grumbling angrily. This sentiment would surely simmer for the next few days. The shocking news of the Xingqian team's underwhelming performance quickly trended online, yet not a single official media outlet reported on the matter. As dusk fell, the sky turned blood red. Li Yi and Lai Yu emerged from the instance portal. The Pitfall Jungle, normal, instance challenge completed, time taken, 2 hours 46 minutes 28 seconds, current world ranking, 1st. You have earned 20 free attribute points, limited time ranking reward. Note, each instance can only yield this reward once. The Pitfall Jungle, normal, instance challenge completed. Overall score, golden 9 stars, current world ranking, 1st. Your Adventurer King badge value has increased. Note, each instance can only yield this reward once. Adventurer King badge. Quality, crown. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 20. Magic power, 20. Equipment effects, 1. Movement speed, 17. 2. Critical hit rate, 3. Note, you will find it easier to gain favor with allied units within the instance. Li Yi's eyes widened suddenly. The limited time 1st place yielded 20 attribute points, while the maximum score granted 50 points. Altogether, he had amassed a remarkable 70 attribute points from this endeavor, equivalent to a 7-level increase. Chapter 38. The Sword Saint's sister endures with great difficulty. Li Yi allocated the 20 free attribute points to Constitution. Upon successfully enhancing his stats, he felt his physical condition improve, invigorated. He chuckled, thinking, Now I surely won't hold back the team. Beside him, Liu's gaze flickered. Her sword-intent perception was constantly attuned to the movements around them. Naturally, she sensed the enhancement of her master's physical strength. A blush crept onto the sword saint's delicate face, and her heartbeat quickened slightly. Her master's opinions were indeed being taken to heart. How delightful. Liu's affinity for you has increased by 10. Current affinity level, liking. Li glanced at the notification on his panel. His affinity had risen once again. He pondered how long it would take to reach the next level beyond liking. After a rough calculation, he noted that upon reaching the liking level, he had accumulated an additional 80 points of affinity. Thus, was the next level 100? Or perhaps 200? He felt a surge of anticipation. Li looked around, noticing with some curiosity that the entrance to the Pitfall Jungle instance was completely devoid of people. It is worth noting that the time in the real world does not align with that within the instance. Time within the instance is constant, meaning that regardless of when one enters, the conditions remain the same. Therefore, even at night, adventurers would still enter and exit the instance, keeping the town operational around the clock. On their way back to the hotel, Liu's gaze fell upon a couple by the roadside. The girl shyly nestled into the boy's embrace, the two whispering sweet nothings to each other. Perhaps the boy had teased her, as she playfully pinched his side. Liu looked on with envy, wishing to be that petite, allowing her to cozy up in her master's arms. Li sensed the sword saint's sister slowing her pace behind him. He turned, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Liu quickly averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty, and replied, "In nothing." She then resumed her cool, mature demeanor. Upon returning to the hotel, a selection of drinks and delicacies was prepared. "Why are you drinking so little today?" "Not feeling well." Li noted that Xiaoyu's alcohol consumption that evening was merely a fraction of what it had been 2 days prior. Xiaoyu hurried to explain, "Drinking dulls my senses, so I've resolved to moderate my intake from now on." Li understood at last. Xiaoyu felt a twinge of guilt. She had deceived her master. The true reason for her restrained drinking was the impending breeding season, during which her emotions would gradually heighten. Should she indulge in drunken revelry, there was a risk she might inadvertently overpower her master. Given Li Yi's current physical constitution, he could scarcely withstand her advances. After dinner, and once they had freshened up, Li Yi sat cross-legged at the edge of the bed, using his phone to introduce Xiaoyu to the knowledge of the real world, encompassing culture, technology, and the extraordinary systems that existed. The sword saint leaned in, her head resting on one hand, adopting a slanted posture beside him, listening with a mix of confusion and fascination. Yet, she absorbed every word he uttered. "My profession is that of a summoner. Summoners engage in battle through their summoned entities. And you are my summoned being, together forming a complete system of this profession." Xiaoyu blinked in delight, exclaiming, "So, we are one and the same with my master?" Li Yi smiled and nodded. "One could say so." Instantly, the sword saint was filled with joy, realizing how significant she was to her master. Overcome with happiness, she could not help but draw closer, sitting behind Li Yi, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her long, alluring legs brushed against the outer side of his thighs. Xiaoyu's body temperature was already elevated, and Li Yi could feel a heavy warmth radiating from her back. His throat tightened, and his heart raced. His gaze inadvertently wandered to the smooth, sun-kissed skin of her outer thigh. Xiaoyu's complexion was exquisite, smooth, and lustrous, with not a pore in sight. The thought of placing his hand upon it and experiencing its remarkable elasticity was almost unimaginable. From behind, Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the nape of Li Yi's neck. Her body tensed slightly as she suppressed the urge to bury herself in him. Li Yi sensed waves of warmth emanating from his neck and instinctively tilted his head back, asking what's wrong. Xiaoyu's eyes darted over Li Yi's lips, her pupils narrowing. With tremendous effort, the sword saint refrained from closing the distance. Flustered, she released her hold on him, collapsing onto the pillow and pulling the blanket over her head. "It's nothing, master. I'm going to sleep now," she said, her voice trembling. Li looked on, puzzled. What was going on? Was she unwell? Given Xiaoyu's robust physique, she should not fall ill. He glanced at her status panel, which showed no signs of any negative condition such as illness. With a sigh of relief, he resumed his attention to his phone. He checked the official account of the Thunderstorm Battle Group and noticed that the latest tutorial video for the Dark Poison Mine had garnered over 20 million views. Of course, this included links and shares from various official media outlets. Upon delving into the comments section, Li Yi discovered that among the praises and calls for his adoptive father, many university official accounts had also chimed in. Jianghai University, homegrown is best. Jianghai University has opened a special recruitment channel for the otherworldly daughters of the battle group. We will provide a powerful faculty team for specialized training. Contact us. Chang'an University. We are eager to specially recruit students from the otherworldly daughters battle group. If you choose our school, we will offer dedicated resources for focused training. National Mingzhu University. We welcome applications from the otherworldly daughters. The top-rated comment came from the recently prominent Donghua University, which posted a gif of a charming female teacher playfully beckoning with her finger, followed by a scene of a group of beautiful female university students laughing and dancing. No wonder it garnered the most likes. The official engagement was simply irresistible. Li chuckled and liked the comment. The most amusing response came from Tianming University, an institution with a long history. Unfortunately, due to its location near the border and the harsh climate, the number of applicants had been dwindling every year. Thus, during admissions, Tianming University was often the most exuberant. They posted a series of angry emojis beneath all the other universities' comments, captioning it with, "I was here first." Their reply to Donghua University's comment read, "Ha, shameless. Anger, anger, anger." Quite entertaining. Li laughed aloud and liked it. If his memory served him right, Tianming University was indeed the first to publicly offer special recruitment for the Otherworldly Daughters battle group. Curious, Li searched for information on Tianming University. To his surprise, there was even a summoner program. This revelation astonished him. Only 3 universities in the country still offered a summoner program, and one of them was Tianming University. He further explored the official website to check the program details, only to find himself at a loss for words. The summoner program had not seen new students in 7 years. Not only that, but there were also no faculty members to teach. For years ago, there had been an 18th level summoner instructor, but due to a lack of students to instruct, he was assigned to oversee the storage room and eventually left for better paying work. It was indeed a challenging situation. Fortunately, Tianming University maintained a relatively complete inheritance of summoner skills, encompassing all skills from levels 11 to 59. This included the advanced version of the skill Energy Star Bullet that Li had long coveted, Energy Explosion Bullet, available at level 19, which dealt damage 3 times that of the Energy Star Bullet. At level 11, one could even learn to summon a second extraordinary being. Li had researched the options available. There were numerous choices for control-oriented summons like Summon Carnivorous Thorn, defensive options like Summon Stone Guardian, and attack-oriented summons like Summon Bone-Crushing Wolf. His greatest desire was for the Carnivorous Thorn. While it lacked offensive power, its control capabilities were impressive. At midnight, Li put away his phone and lay down on the bed. Xiaoyu seemed to have fallen asleep, her breathing barely audible. Li scratched his head, perplexed. Had he inadvertently upset Xiaoyu? Why wasn't she cuddling with him to sleep tonight? Without the warmth of his elder sister's embrace, he felt somewhat out of sorts. He turned off the light and prepared to sleep. In the dead of night, Xiaoyu opened her eyes, gently rising to kneel beside Li. Through her sword-intent perception, she confirmed that her master was indeed asleep. Her gaze lingered on Li's face, and with her slender, graceful fingers, she traced his brow, gliding down the bridge of his nose, finally resting on his lips. She could feel the warmth of his breath against her fingertips, biting her lower lip. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her eyes glimmered with a soft, dreamy mist. She extended her other hand to cover the back of Li's hand, intertwining their fingers and placing his hand on her thigh. Gently, she removed her hand from his lips, cradling his face tenderly. Leaning forward, she kissed the dawn. As the first light of morning barely illuminated the sky, a team of 15 ventured towards the entrance of the dungeon known as the Sunken Jungle. One of the young women, feeling rather bored, began to gaze around. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. "What's wrong?" her teammates exclaimed, startled and eager to understand the cause of her alarm. With wide eyes filled with terror, she pointed towards the leaderboard, as if she had seen a ghost. Unable to articulate a word, the group followed her gaze, and in that moment, a collective shock rippled through them. "No way. This is impossible. Incredible. My God." Gasps of disbelief echoed among them. The Exotic Maidens team had astonishingly claimed the top spots on both leaderboards once more. They had surpassed the elite teams from around the world, becoming the first to achieve a perfect score at the highest level. The prestige of this accomplishment was unparalleled, rendering them invincible. Once they regained their composure, excitement surged within the group, and they hurriedly pulled out their phones to record videos and share them online. The Exotic Maidens team had once again achieved the miraculous, completing the Sunken Jungle dungeon in a swift 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds, earning a golden 9-star rating. The foreign teams were left in their wake. Having witnessed the disgraceful performance of the stellar team the day prior, netizens awoke to the video and felt an exhilarating surge, shaking off their sleepiness. "Bro, you're my real brother. Please tell me that video is genuine," one user implored. "Blogger, at this critical moment. Everyone is on edge. Be cautious with your claims." Another chimed in. "I'm an A-ranked beastmaster, and my magical bear is already level 5. I'm currently in the dark forest, heading to check the leaderboard. You'd better be telling the truth, or I'll ensure you face the consequences." The blogger was undeterred, responding directly in the comments. "If it's fake, I'll turn your magical bear into a snack." This prompted immediate belief from other users. Given the esteemed reputation of the Exotic Maidens team, which had previously excelled in 3 dungeons and was the first in history to achieve a perfect score. Moreover, they had been the ones to discover the hidden boss, corrupted priest Upu. No one possessed a deeper understanding of the Sunken Jungle dungeon than they did. Having previously earned a golden 5-star rating, achieving a perfect score now seemed entirely plausible. With this thought in mind, the excitement among netizens became palpable, and they erupted in cheers. They swiftly shared the video across their social circles and various chat groups. As more and more people gathered outside the sunken jungle dungeon, a plethora of videos flooded the internet. Those who had been left disheartened by the stellar team's performance couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction upon witnessing the exotic maidens team's new triumph. Akin to the refreshing delight of ice cream on a scorching day, the official media was remarkably swift in its response. After receiving the review results from the regulatory agency, they promptly released the news. Upon seeing the official announcement, netizens exploded with excitement. This is absolutely glorious. It's the exotic maidens who can take on the foreigners. The pressure now shifted to the foreign teams, as everyone was eager to see how they would respond, given their high-level configurations. If they failed to secure a perfect score, where would they hide their faces? On the morning news of the national television station, the anchor greeted the audience. "Good morning, everyone. The extraordinary team, guardians of the best exotic maidens from Dongqing City, Jiangxi Province, has reclaimed the world record for the sunken jungle dungeon with a completion time of 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds. Achieving the first perfect score of golden 9 stars in this dungeon. Congratulations to them." In the capital city, Lu Zhanling and his wife and daughter paused mid-breakfast upon hearing the news. Although he had not paid much attention to the affairs of the younger generation, he was aware of the challenge posed by top foreign teams to the sunken jungle. The day before, his grandfather had erupted in anger upon learning of the stellar team's poor performance, refusing to eat breakfast and opting instead to take a walk to clear his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhanling reflected on his previous dismissive attitude towards the exotic maidens team. Now, only astonishment remained. The sunken jungle was a team dungeon, and having experienced the extraordinary trials himself, he understood just how challenging it was to achieve a high score in a dungeon meant for 15 players. During his own trials, the highest score he had attained was merely a silver 6-star rating. In comparison to the exotic maidens, the disparity felt insurmountable. His father had been right. At that moment, Lu Zhanling finally recognized the extent of his previous misjudgment. He swiftly stood up to contact the recruitment officer in Jiangxi Province. "How is your progress on reaching out to the exotic maidens team?" he demanded. On the other end of the line, the officer, suddenly wide awake, hurriedly replied, "I'm currently in discussions with rare and S-rank professionals in Jiangxi Province, but I've placed the exotic maidens team on the back burner." Lu Zhanling was infuriated. "Fool. Go online and check today's news. You better think carefully about what needs to be done." He angrily hung up the phone and began pacing in the living room. His father's prior words echoed in his mind, and a heavy weight settled on his heart. In recent years, the capital university had faced challenges from several emerging institutions. Although it had temporarily maintained its advantage due to its deep-rooted heritage, he understood that this was merely a fleeting respite. If the situation continued as it was only a matter of time before the capital university's status would be usurped. The emergence of the exotic maidens team represented a pivotal opportunity. If they could recruit them as new students, it would undoubtedly propel the capital university to new heights. However, if they were snatched away by other rising institutions, it would spell disaster for the capital university. Thus, it was imperative to bring the exotic maidens team into the fold. "No, I must go in person." In the dark forest, Kimig led the newcomers of the Freedom team back to the sunken jungle. Upon seeing the updated leaderboard, his eyes widened in disbelief. Completion time of 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds? A golden 9-star perfect score? My God, this is utterly unbelievable, Kimig murmured to himself. The newcomers of the Freedom team shared his astonishment. A mere ordinary team composed of low-tier professions had completed the dungeon over half an hour faster than they had. Corlanto frowned slightly. To achieve a completion time under 3 hours, each wave of monsters must be dealt with in less than 20 seconds. And there can be no breaks along the way. How could low-tier professions possibly generate such high output? At that moment, newcomers from other nations began to arrive as well. They, too, were left in shock upon viewing the leaderboard, particularly the members of the stellar team. In the midst of their astonishment, they felt a burning shame wash over them, recalling their mockery of the exotic maidens team during their conversations while battling monsters in the dungeon the previous day. It turned out that they were the true jesters. Kimig clapped his hands to regain the newcomers' attention. "Children, you are all exceptional. If these low-tier weaklings can achieve such results, I have no doubt that you can do even better." Encouraged by their leader's words, the team members stood tall, brimming with confidence. In Corantha's eyes, a fervent battle intent was evident. The leaders of the other battle squads also voiced their encouragement, striving to stabilize the newcomers' mental state. Subsequently, all the battle groups, ablaze with fighting spirit, entered the dungeon. When Li Yi awoke that morning, he discovered that Lai Yu was not nestled in his embrace. He felt a sudden pang of unfamiliarity. "Master, you're awake." Lai Yu stood by the bed, fully dressed, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Li Yi's eyes. The audacity she had displayed the previous night suddenly filled her with embarrassment as she reflected on her boldness. Li Yi's expression was one of suspicion. He scrutinized Lai Yu's status bar once more, and upon confirming there were no anomalies, he finally relaxed. After washing up and having breakfast, he took Liu to the Dark River Canyon dungeon. He had already acquired the attribute rewards from the Dark Poison Mine and Land Collapse Jungle, and was eager to obtain the rewards from Dark River Canyon and Evil Bone Camp. Just 2 more levels, and he would earn the Evolution Sacred Stone. He was curious to see how Liu would evolve this time. Chapter 40. Favorability, Admiration. The Sword Saint Sister does not wish to evolve. He hoped that the Sword Saint Sister would retain her impressive height of 2 meters. This sense of all-encompassing fulfillment was precisely what he desired. Shen Nanxing and Lin Mani congratulated him on achieving a full score in the Land Collapse Jungle. Li Yi was not surprised to find himself trending online. He had also seen the buzz about foreign battle squads seeking the Adventure King badge. The top-performing Gladiator squad had completed the dungeon in 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 40 seconds, yet their rating was only a golden 7 stars. Li Yi shook his head in disbelief. Unless they had his detailed strategy, the Freedom Squad had only a slim chance of attaining an 8-star rating. As for other squads, a golden 7 stars was their utmost limit. The standard configuration of a 15-member team, while offering higher error tolerance during dungeon raids, also increased the likelihood of mistakes. To achieve a full score, no additional mechanisms could be triggered at any stage by the hidden bosses, avoiding any procedural errors. For instance, in the first stage, zombies must not consume energy deathlight to gain enhancements, nor should the large zombie undergo distortion. In the second stage, all ground control skills and airstrike techniques must be flawlessly dodged. At every moment, any single misstep would be unacceptable. These were the stringent criteria for achieving a full score in the Land Collapse Jungle. His ability to devise perfect strategic tactics stemmed from the fact that even if Liu stood still, allowing the corrupted priest, UPU, to attack at will, she could not be breached due to her sword chi protection. Thus, his trial and error came at no cost. He could experiment freely, akin to a toy, meticulously testing and recording every mechanism, skill point, and timeline of the boss. Obtaining the final results first, and then formulating tactics was hardly a challenge, resulting in a disturbingly detailed strategy for the Thunderstorm Squad. A conventional dungeon team could never accomplish such feats. Even the so-called uniqueness practitioners who dared to endure boss skills were merely courting death. If they fail to obtain the badge today, you may release the detailed strategy. Shen Nanxing paused at Li Yi's response, turning to Lin Mani. Auntie, wouldn't this approach offend them too much? What if these squads only secured their badges after we release our detailed strategy? Given the current level of attention, it would be akin to dropping yellow mud in one's pants. Everyone would believe they only achieved a full score thanks to the strategy from the alien girl. Shen Nanxing was indifferent to the foreign squad's reactions, but offending the domestic squads, Starry Sky and Mountain Sea, could be problematic. The higher-ups in both squads would likely not hold grudges, yet among the current batch of newcomers, there could easily be someone with a petty heart. After all, these were the very individuals she would be dealing with in the future. Lin Mani raised an eyebrow. What is there to fear? Let us proceed, as Mr. Li suggested. Do you think those squads want to record videos themselves? If they truly did not utilize our strategy, they will naturally release videos to prove it. Shen Nanxing nodded. All right, I will have the team prepare the videos right away. Li Yi and Liu ventured into the Dark River Canyon, with a completion time of 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 27 seconds, and a full score. They acquired 10 points in free attributes and a total of 25 points in the Adventure King badge attributes. They then proceeded to Evil Bone Camp. Due to the majority of challengers being drawn to the Dark Poison Mine, there was hardly any queue for Evil Bone Camp. Li Yi completed it in 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 54 seconds, earning a new title and an increase of 25 points in the Adventure King badge attributes. Finally, he ran through the Land Collapse Jungle once more. The experience from the 3 dungeons allowed Li Yi to level up by 2 levels while Liu leveled up by 1. Name, Li Yi. Age, 18. Profession, Summoner. Level, 6, 1125. Strength, 40. Agility, 132. Constitution, 105. Spirit, 40. Magical power, 53. Critical hit, 4. Movement speed, 1525. Active skills, Energy Star Bullet, level 8. Summon Stone Guardian, level 1. Passive skills, Encouragement of the Conductor, level 1. Li Yi gazed at his status panel, his spirits soaring. An ordinary summoner reaching level 6 would cap out at around 80 total attributes, even with equipment, peaking at 100. Yet, his total attributes soared to an impressive 350. This figure was already on par with A-grade practitioners. Coupled with his skills that could be cast instantly, without cooldown, and a terrifying movement speed boost of 1535. Li Yi was confident that even against S-grade or rare-class practitioners, he would not be at a disadvantage. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, after dinner and washing up, Li Yi eagerly retrieved the Evolution Sacred Stone. Liu's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, is this the item that can allow me to evolve? Li Yi grinned. Indeed. Are you ready for another evolution? To his surprise, Liu took a step back. See, can I choose not to evolve? The expression on the Sword Saint sister's face showed some reluctance. What's wrong? Li was taken aback. Wasn't he the orc race one that revered strength? Why would she not want to evolve and become stronger? Liu lowered her head, her spirits dimming. I don't want to grow any taller, master. You don't actually like my height, do you? As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Li couldn't help but chuckle. What was she thinking? How could he not appreciate a tall and elegant woman? He adored her stature. I assure you, evolution will make you even stronger and more perfect. I will definitely like it. However, Liu's mature and radiant face displayed a glum expression, clearly doubting her master's words. I believe you prefer humans more. Li was puzzled. Had he ever shown a preference for humans? He had merely swiped past a streamer performing suggestive dances. The platform has ceased to recommend female streamers to him. Li grasped the soft hand of the sword saint, pulling her beside him to sit. He produced his phone and displayed a multitude of images showcasing girls without makeup. This is the common physique and appearance of human females. Among human women, your beauty is unparalleled, complemented by your exquisite figure. Li then searched for exquisite anime illustrations. Do you see these images? They depict the ideal form that resides in the hearts of human males, perfection that can only exist in imagination and art. Liu scrutinized the illustrations, comparing them to the real-life physiques of human women, and acknowledged that indeed, the depicted females were more alluring, closely resembling her own figure. Li stood before Liu, grasping her shoulders and gazing intently at her stunning visage. Their eyes met. Now do you understand? You are the epitome of the perfect woman in my heart. How could I not be enamored? As for your height, I adore it just as it is. Please, do maintain it. Li's expression was unprecedentedly earnest. Liu felt a tumult of emotions, her face adorned with a rosy hue. Master, she murmured, her gaze dreamy. His words struck her heart like a meteor, stirring a tempest within. It dawned upon her that she held such a cherished place in her master's heart. Were her previous worries truly unfounded? In an instant, her heart brimmed with overwhelming joy, her breath quickened, and her blood surged, as if her heart might leap from her chest. As for Li, his thoughts were quite simple. Liu was his contracted being, and they were one. Thus, he had no reservations in articulating his innermost feelings. Yet, he remained oblivious to the profound impact his words had on the Sword Saint. Liu's favorability, 50. Current favorability, admiration. Chapter 41. Master, are you planning something mischievous? Li was startled by the notification. The favorability had increased so significantly? Did his earlier words wield such power? Liu, are you ready to evolve now? He inquired. Liu felt a tumult of emotions, but upon seeing her master's eager gaze, she reluctantly replied, Then I shall evolve. With her master's intentions confirmed, her greatest apprehension dissipated. However, she still harbored some resistance to growing taller. Very well, Li nodded, retrieving the evolution stone from his storage bag and placing it upon Liu's forehead. The stone radiated a pure white light, merging with her brow. Liu closed her eyes and settled onto the bed in a meditative pose. Moments later, a radiant glow began to emanate from beneath her flawless skin, enveloping her like a layer of fluorescence. Liu Ekologes is evolving. Information flashed across the profession panel. Li waited 2 minutes, yet no cocoon of light emerged as it had during her previous evolution. His expression turned to one of surprise. Could it be that this time, a transformation would not occur as before? Time ticked away. After 10 minutes, the notification appeared. Liu Ekologes has successfully evolved. Instantly, Li gazed at Liu's panel. Name, Liu Ekologes. Race, Orc. Age, 30. Rank, Monarch. Class, Sword Saint. Level, 50. Strength, 470. Agility, 1211. Constitution, 590. Spirit, 295. Magic power, 170. Skills, Ultimate Slash of the Frenzied Sword Technique, Level 1. Ultimate Severance of the Frenzied Sword Technique, Level 1. Upon reviewing the panel, Li noted that Liu's total attributes had increased by 500 points, and she had acquired 2 new skills, Ultimate Slash of the Frenzied Sword Technique, Level 1, and Ultimate Severance of the Frenzied Sword Technique, Level 1. Liu gradually opened her eyes, her gaze tranquil and composed, exuding an air of profound mastery. Their eyes locked. In an instant, the aura of mastery she projected vanished, replaced by a hint of shyness in her eyes. Master, I have comprehended the ultimate principles, she exclaimed joyfully, relieved that her body had undergone no changes. Li was equally delighted for her and curiously sought to learn more about the ultimate principles. Liu proceeded to elaborate at length on the intricacies of the sword path. Yet Li found himself lost, unable to grasp the nuances. However, he understood the gist. Ultimate skills, in essence, were powerful techniques. Even a level 1 ultimate skill surpassed a fully mastered, frenzied sword technique. Liu's joy was short-lived as her gaze turned melancholic. She realized that her constitution had improved yet again. She was already far stronger than her master, and now the disparity was even greater. The Sword Saint found herself displeased, attributing the blame solely to her master for insisting on her evolution. In a rare display of temperament, she turned away, resting her head on the pillow, revealing her alluring curves. Li, utterly perplexed, could not comprehend Li Yue's reaction. Late into the night, he found himself glancing at the Sword Saint's silhouette for what felt like the umpteenth time. Surely, the admiration, favorability was solidified. After enduring for so many days, he sensed he had reached his limit. Strangely, despite the increased favorability level, Li Yue did not curl up beside him to sleep. What was she afraid of? Clenching his fists, he steeled himself. Finally, he mustered the courage to approach Li Yue. Li Yue, are you asleep? As he spoke, his heart raced like a drum, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. Li Yue did not respond, but under the ambient light, he could see her shoulders trembling slightly with tension. Was she not asleep? Uncertain, he glanced at Li Yue's status bar, which showed no sleep status. With her sword intent perception at level 17, what could escape her awareness? Surely, she must have noticed him sneaking glances at her throughout the night. Was the Sword Saint merely shy? Li Yi unconsciously swallowed hard. Gritting his teeth, he rested his hand on Li Yue's shoulder. Before he could apply pressure, Li Yue had already turned towards him, facing upward. Their gazes met, and it became evident that the Sword Saint had been feigning sleep. Li Yi leaned in, placing his hands on either side of her shoulders, gazing down at her already blushing, exquisite face. Beautiful, ethereal. Li Yue's eyes shimmered like silk, becoming misty. Suddenly, she parted her lips, her voice quivering. Master, are you planning something mischievous? Li Yi's face flushed crimson. How was he to respond? After stammering for what felt like an eternity, he managed to stutter. Is that all right? The Sword Saint bit her lip, softly murmuring her consent. In an instant, Li Yi felt a rush of warmth coursing through him. Just as he made a move, the Sword Saint placed a hand firmly against his chest. But not now. Li Yi was taken aback, his blood running cold. Why can't it happen now? Lai Yu's gaze flickered evasively. Because it would be extremely perilous. Perilous? Could it be that the breeding season has arrived? What a coincidence. Yet, even if it were the breeding season, it shouldn't matter, right? There are measures thoughtfully prepared by the hotel at the bedside, easily accessible via a quick scan. Realizing that her master seemed to have misunderstood, Lai Yu hurriedly clarified the true reason in detail. Upon hearing her explanation, Li Yi felt a wave of frustration. Lai Yu's breeding season was imminent, and she was currently in a state of self-restraint. Such actions would cause her to enter the breeding season prematurely. Her refusal was also to prevent any harm from befalling him. Li Yi, however, was still not entirely convinced. Lai Yu, will you truly lose your reason? The Sword Saint elder sister nodded with a guilty expression. It isn't the complete loss of reason, but I indeed find it hard to maintain control. Seeing her master's disappointed expression, she quickly added, if the master possesses at least 70 of my physical strength, I will do my utmost to control myself during this period, and everything will be fine. Li Yi glanced at Lai Yu's attributes. Her physique stood at 590 points. This meant he would need to possess over 400 points of physique to match her. He calmed himself and began to calculate. First, leveling up grants attributes, which can all be allocated to physique. Achieving high scores in time-limited dungeon runs can also yield attribute rewards. In the Abyss Challenge upon reaching level 10 and advancing to the second tier, acquiring a high score will not only provide direct attribute rewards, but also enhance the attribute cap for subsequent levels. Additionally, one can gain significant attributes through equipment. Even though Lai Yu's physique would increase with her level, the overall challenge was not insurmountable for both of them. Li Yi felt considerably relieved. Thankfully, the evolved Lai Yu belonged to the Master, Agility, Focused Swordsman class. Had she belonged to the Master, Physique, Tank class, it would have posed a greater challenge. Master, I am truly sorry. Lai Yu's gaze was filled with regret. You are also considering my well-being. It is quite all right. Li Yi steadied his emotions and softly reassured her. Following the recent events, their relationship had reached a point of complete transparency. When their gazes met once more, the atmosphere inevitably turned enchanting. The bashful Sword Saint elder sister covered her head with the blanket. Lai Yu's affection for you, 50. Current affection level, infatuation. A message popped up on the panel. Li Yi was momentarily stunned. The affection level was still not maxed out. However, it seemed that the difference between now and max level was negligible. Chapter 42. The competition for talents from prestigious schools. So, am I officially single no more? In the ambience of the dim lights, Lai Yu's artfully perfect stature and form presented an unparalleled visual impact upon Li Yi. Reflecting on their recent interactions, his heart surged once again. Emotions swelled within him. Lai Yu. He could not resist pulling away the thin blanket from the Sword Saint elder sister, revealing her face that was both charming and tender. Master. Lai Yu called softly, her expression tense, her eyes sparkling alluringly. Li Yi hastened to assure her. Don't worry, I'm merely looking, nothing more. The Sword Saint elder sister shyly nodded. Li Yi reclined on the pillow, his gaze intently fixed upon her. This was the first time he had so boldly and directly observed Lai Yu's visage. Having no prior experience with the opposite sex, he had always feigned restraint. But now that the proverbial window pane had been shattered, his courage naturally surged. Lai Yu's features were strikingly three-dimensional, possessing an exceptionally gallant and radiant appearance. After comprehending the mysteries, she exuded an aura of mastery, further enhancing her captivating charm. Li Yi was utterly entranced, unable to divert his gaze. She is truly beautiful. He marveled sincerely. In his past life, while working on construction sites, he had occasionally fantasized about the appearance of his future girlfriend. Yet he never anticipated that the first person to forge an intimate connection with him would be such an exquisite, otherworldly elder sister. Li Yi was overjoyed, nearly bursting with the impulse to leap up and shout. Under the heat of his master's gaze, the sword saint elder sister became flustered, unable to withstand it. In a flurry, she yanked the blanket back and turned her head away. Moreover, she deactivated sword intent perception. A smile crept across Li Yi's lips. Akin to a fool, he blissfully shut his eyes. Online, the buzz was palpable. Everyone was discussing the foreign battle group's challenge results from that day. The top-ranked Freedom battle group secured second place with a completion time of 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 24 seconds. The Fusang Kingdom's Divine Path Palace battle group claimed third. After their previous setback, the Starlight battle group rallied together, achieving fourth place with a time of 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 3 seconds. The once second-ranked Gladiator battle group had fallen to eighth. Except for Starlight, all teams experienced a decline in performance. This was due to several members leveling up, which caused the dungeon's difficulty to increase, placing considerable pressure on their unleveled teammates. Netizens were in stitches. They flocked to various battle report videos to leave comments. The number one in the world is this? Why are their scores getting worse? Hilarious. Could they really think that just because the otherworldly maidens battle group can do it? So can they? They are the first in history to achieve a max score. A lower rank does not equate to weaker strength. The disdain from netizens stemmed largely from the previous arrogant proclamations made by these top battle groups in their announcement videos. Each one appeared haughty and dismissive, as if obtaining the Adventurer King badge was merely a trivial task. They seemed to suggest that their presence in this challenge was a privilege bestowed upon the otherworldly maidens battle group. Among them, a female member of the Freedom battle group, when interviewed and asked how many attempts it would take to achieve a max score, responded that she had never even considered that question, only thinking about going home the next day to eat her mother's apple pie. After the next day's challenge results were released, her interview video resurfaced among netizens. The term apple pie unexpectedly became a trending meme. The internet was abuzz with laughter, and various jokes emerged. I can't eat my mom's apple pie? Question: how were you able to achieve a max score? Otherworldly maiden: because I don't eat apple pie? Fun fact: Hidden Boss drops the legendary recipe for mom's apple pie. Netizens held nothing back in their comments. In their view, these individuals brazenly came to enjoy the benefits of the Hidden Boss while maintaining an air of superiority, never even mentioning the otherworldly maidens battle group. Wasn't this blatant contempt? The netizens were unforgiving. In reality, they might yield to you, calling you a big shot, but online, what does being number one in the world even mean? What does it matter if you lead with a unique class? Can your achievements compare to those of the otherworldly maidens battle group? If you can't secure a max score, you're just fodder. If you're weak, practice more. The Thunderstorm battle group has updated their video. It's a detailed guide on the corrupted priest, UPU. Suddenly, someone posted a link in the comments. Everyone hurriedly clicked on it. When they opened the video and saw the boss's battle arena marked with grid coordinates and point annotations, they were captivated. The netizens collectively gasped in astonishment. Upon witnessing the meticulously calculated positioning and skill management laid out in the strategy, they felt a shiver run down their spines. It was utterly formidable, simply invincible. This guide stripped the Hidden Boss of all pretense. The Alien Maid Guild even demonstrated the ability to predict actions in advance. Every mechanism and skill had been meticulously accounted for. The players became mere puppets, executing the strategy mindlessly to achieve victory. No, it should be said that the boss was rendered a puppet by the Alien Maid Guild. It seemed as though it fought in accordance with the strategy, giving the impression of being completely controlled by them. The astonishment among the netizens was beyond measure. Who were these prodigies within the Alien Maid Guild? What kind of intellect could conceive such a strategy? It was terrifying. Such a remarkable group. Did they even need to attend university? Which institution could accommodate such a monumental presence? No wonder the Thunderbolt Guild achieved a gold star rating with all B-rank professionals. With this strategy, any well-coordinated B-rank rookie team could conquer the Hidden Boss, securing a minimum score of silver 5 stars, far exceeding the admission threshold of the extraordinary university. The netizens were thoroughly impressed by the Alien Maid Guild, flooding the comment section with praise. As usual, various official media outlets shared the video link. Prominent universities remained active in the comments as well, but this time, a few unexpected entities emerged. Imperial Capital University. Our institution is willing to specially recruit members of the Alien Maid Guild. Please contact us. National Defense Extraordinary University. Special recruitment available. Please reach out. Northern Frontier United University. Come to the north, where you'll find the boldest men, the warmest women, and the most magnificent landscapes. Southern Mountain University. We don't deal in pretense. Upon enrollment, all benefits will be maximized, and everyone will be trained according to rare profession standards. The appearance of Imperial Capital University and National Defense University was quite impressive. Southern Mountain University indeed wielded considerable wealth, offering resources for 15 rare professions. The netizens were left drooling with envy. These universities were among the top institutions in the country, ranking prominently on the global stage. Who had ever seen them personally vying for recruits? Typically, it was the rookie professionals pleading for admission into these esteemed schools. What happened to Dawnlight University? A cheeky netizen wondered. Of course, Dawnlight University wouldn't dare speak up, so how could the lesser Dawnlight have the audacity to protest? Yet, the crowd clearly underestimated the combat prowess of Dawnlight University. It surprisingly released an animated video on its official account, featuring a muscular man adorned with the Dawnlight University emblem, slapping all the top universities, including Imperial Capital University, one by one. At the end, the man bellowed, "No one understands low-tier professions better than I do." The netizens erupted with laughter. Truly, no one understood them better, because high-tier professionals were simply unattainable for you. In a hotel, Kimug, the leader of the Freedom Guild, paced anxiously in his room. His expression was grim. How dare a mere low-tier guild mock them with a strategy at such a critical moment? Yet, after reviewing the Alien Maid Guild's strategy, even his experienced 5th-tier perspective found nothing amiss. It was a flawless guide. If followed, the Freedom Guild's newcomers would undoubtedly achieve a top score. However, how could the world's #1 guild rely on a rookie guild strategy and maintain its dignity? After pondering for a moment, he reached out to other guild leaders to gauge their thoughts. Soon, Kimug received responses from 14 guild leaders, all resolutely stating they would not employ the Alien Maid Guild's strategy. Kimug contemplated this, since the other guilds had declared their intention to earn the Adventurer King badge through their own capabilities. The world's top-ranked guild naturally had to rely on its own strength as well. Resolving to play it safe, he contacted headquarters, requesting the dispatch of 2 more rare profession newcomers. The following morning, Kimug led the newcomers back to the crumbling jungle, preparing to make another attempt before reinforcements arrived. The top guilds entered the dungeon one after another. 3 hours later, the portal at the entrance lit up, and the first to emerge was surprisingly a newcomer from the Gladiator Guild. So quick, Kimug was taken aback. Once all the newcomers from the Gladiator Guild were out, the leaderboard updated. World record, rank 2, guild name, Gladiator. Affiliated country, Sacred Prolo Kingdom. Timed record, 3 hours 0 minutes 7 seconds. Kimug stood frozen upon seeing this record. The Gladiator Guild's completion time today was a full 27 minutes faster than yesterday's achievement. How had they suddenly improved so drastically? His heart raced with a sense of foreboding. He hurriedly glanced at the scoring board. Gold 9 stars. Kimug's pupils dilated. The Gladiator Guild had actually achieved a perfect score? He immediately realized the issue at hand. Damn it, he had been played. The Gladiator had utilized the strategy. Kimug's face twitched with fury. Despicable, utterly despicable. They had proclaimed they would rely on their own strength, yet turned around and used a strategy. They were a reputable force in the world, yet displayed no integrity. Even worse, they hadn't included him. The newcomers of the Gladiator Guild finally obtained the coveted badge, joyfully leaping into the celebratory dance of the Sacred Prolo Kingdom. Brave Adventurer badge. Quality, gold. Power 5. Agility 5. Stamina 5. Spirit 5. Spell power 5. Equipment effects 1. Movement speed 5. 2. Critical hit rate 1. Note: in the dungeon, you will not easily provoke hostility from allied targets. Kales nodded in satisfaction. However, she wondered why they had received the Brave Adventurer badge, which differed from the one awarded to the Alien Maid Guild and had only half the attributes. Moreover, the goodwill bonus effect was significantly weaker. Could it be that there could only be one king? Regardless, she remained quite pleased. Kales turned to Kimug, whose sullen expression brought her great delight. Silly, beautiful man. Reputation and face are nothing compared to tangible rewards. With a perfect strategy at hand, why not utilize it? Her girls and boys had many other matters to attend to and did not wish to linger here. Kimug, may you acquire your badge soon. Goodbye. Kales covered her mouth with a laugh, exuding charm as she led the newcomers away. Before long, the stellar Guild-S newcomers exited the dungeon. The completion time was 3 hours, 0 minutes, and 19 seconds, earning a perfect score. Subsequently, various battle guilds began to release their respective dungeons one after another. Guilds ranked from 2nd to 15th globally successfully acquired their badges. How delightful. Everyone was in high spirits, congratulating one another amidst a harmonious atmosphere. Only Kimug appeared with a twisted expression, resembling a predator ready to pounce. A band of despicable individuals. They lack martial ethics, bullying the honest. After obtaining their badges, the guilds did not linger and swiftly departed. Just a few minutes after exiting the dungeon, announcement videos from various guilds surfaced on social media, evidently pre-prepared. In the videos, representatives from each guild sincerely expressed gratitude to the Alien Daughters Guild for their strategies. They acknowledged and praised the capabilities of the Alien Daughters Guild, expressing hope for future collaboration. Remarkably, top-tier guilds were willing to humble themselves. It seemed that achieving a perfect score was indeed no simple feat. An ancient saying in the Flame Nation goes, "Those who understand the times are the true heroes." Oh, where's the Freedom Guild? Netizens soon noticed the world's #1 had gone silent. In no time, a Battlefield journalist posted the Freedom Guild's results online. Completion time of 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 33 seconds, with a score of 7 stars in gold. They had actually taken an additional 2 minutes. The netizens burst into laughter. Oh, it seems there's still someone stubborn. After all, being #1 in the world comes with its own pride. Let us give them some understanding. 2 consecutive days of a 7-star gold rating, with an increasingly prolonged completion time, yet they remained oblivious to their limitations. Meanwhile, astute netizens realized the truth. The Alien Daughters Guild had not hoarded knowledge. They genuinely offered invaluable guidance. Indeed, foreign guilds obtained perfect scores instantly using their strategies, while those who did not employ the strategy stagnated. The netizens were deeply moved. The Alien Daughters were not merely providing public education. They were akin to benevolent parental figures, having fed everyone with knowledge. The official media was also touched. If other guilds had developed effective strategies, who would keep them secret? Want to see? Pay up. The strategies from the Alien Daughters Guild were not only of the highest quality but entirely free. In this era, it is rare to encounter such pure and noble character. Truly, they are all good souls. The People's Daily issued 3 consecutive posts specifically praising the Alien Daughters Guild, and other official media outlets echoed similar sentiments. Various universities grew anxious, mobilizing their networks to seek clues about the Alien Daughters Guild. Notably, several of the top universities in the country dispatched individuals to the Dark Forest, the base of the Thunderstorm Guild. Lin Mani had just seen off a group of university professors and collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. She chuckled wryly, hoping Mr. Lee would refrain from causing further commotion. Enduring the interrogations of so many prominent figures was simply too taxing. Shen Nanxing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, terrified. Even director Lu Zhanling personally showed up. The pressure from an 8th-tier expert was overwhelmingly intimidating. Despite Lin Mani's usual composure, she could not help but shrink her neck at that moment. After all, he was the dean of the law faculty of the Imperial Capital University, a renowned powerhouse nationwide. Their eyes met, and they both saw relief reflected in each other's gaze. One cannot deny how fortunate the Thunderstorm Guild was to establish a connection with the Alien Daughters Guild. In the sunken jungle, Kimig maintained a smile, continuing to encourage the novice members. Children, relax. You are all favored by the gods, the most exceptional talents, and you will surely achieve a perfect score. A brown-haired, freckled little chubby boy tentatively suggested, "Mr. Kimmick, I propose we adopt the strategies of the Alien Daughters Guild tomorrow." Immediately, 3 team members expressed their agreement, and others appeared swayed as well. Kimmick silently cursed the little fool. If they used the Alien Daughters strategies simultaneously with other guilds, it would naturally pose no issue. However, by choosing not to use them while others did, it conveyed the message that the Freedom Guild intended to earn a perfect score solely on their own merits. At this juncture, it was too late to reconsider. The influence that was originally distributed among 15 guilds had now concentrated solely on the Freedom Guild, leaving him with no choice but to proceed down a singular path. John, the headquarters will dispatch 2 rare-class professionals to assist. We will secure a perfect score, and the route of our completion will be disclosed. As the #1 guild in the world, we do not require the strategies of others. Seeing the novice members' spirits lifted considerably, Kimmick proclaimed, "Children, there is also a 5-person dungeon in the Dark Forest, Dark River Canyon. A linear map that is perfect for farming scores. You can form 3 5-member teams to attempt the challenge for a perfect score." He encouraged them, in terms of teamwork. We still have room for improvement, but the 5-person dungeon does not require extensive collaboration. It is a true test of individual prowess. You are all exceptional high-tier professionals, and your individual strengths far surpass those of the Alien Daughters members. Your results will certainly exceed theirs. Upon hearing this, the novices became ecstatic. Mr. Kimmick is right. Our individual strength far surpasses theirs. If their 5-member team can achieve a perfect score, so can we, and perhaps even surpass them. The novices quickly organized their teams and entered the Dark River Canyon with fervor. The strongest team was led by the uniquely classed Light Avenger, comprising 2 S-tier professionals and 2 A-tier professionals. Chapter 44, Questioning Life. As the Freedom Guild made its move, they were promptly spotted by battlefield journalists stationed outside the sunken jungle dungeon, who followed closely behind. Kimmick frowned, displaying a look of disdain. These Flame Nation individuals were utterly insufferable. Had this been in the beautiful country, he would have long since taken action to teach them a lesson. In his homeland, professionals starting from A-tier belonged to a privileged class, enjoying broad judicial immunity. As long as one did not kill or severely injure someone, they were not even required to pay compensation. But here in the Flame Nation, even if one was treated like an animal and observed by onlookers, he could only endure. Over 2 hours later, the strongest team from the Freedom Guild emerged from the dungeon. Kimmick approached, ready to inquire about their results. At that moment, The onlookers from the Flame Nation suddenly erupted in exclamations. Kimig's heart leapt with excitement. Could it be they achieved a perfect score? He quickly turned to glance at the leaderboard. World record. Ranking 2. Guild name, Freedom. Country, beautiful country. Timed record, 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 31 seconds. Kimig's expression turned to one of disbelief. This time was a full hour slower than the completion time of the Alien Daughters Guild. Looking at the score leaderboard, it was a mere 3 stars in gold. How could this be? Why the significant discrepancy? Kimig's expression began to unravel. When the Light Avenger, Karanth, and his teammates approached him, he endeavored to calm his emotions. What is the situation with the grades? Wait, why do you all smell so foul? Stop it, you. He covered his nose and retreated repeatedly. It's unbearable. How can one describe this stench? It is as if a myriad of decomposed corpses had been intertwined. The 5 members of the team wore expressions of despair. Among them was an S-rank female professional. Her eyes swollen from tears. She was incessantly spraying herself with perfume. Her companion beside her could no longer tolerate it. Selena, stop spraying the perfume. It will only make the stench worse. The girl remained silent, continuing to spray. After depleting the entire bottle and realizing it was futile, she once again succumbed to despair and wept. As the most formidable member of the team, the unique class, Karanto appeared somewhat dazed, his spirits diminished. A stark contrast to his earlier arrogant demeanor. The poor performance compared to the exotic females team led him to question his very existence. Was the exotic females team truly that powerful? Or was he, in fact, quite weak? Only after Kimug called out to him several times did he regain his bearings. After a prolonged silence of 3 minutes, he finally spoke. Mr. Kimug, you are indeed correct. The map of Dark River Canyon is exceptionally straightforward, with neither the minor creatures nor the bosses possessing formidable mechanics or skills. However, there is one particularly troublesome aspect. With each step we take, we are assaulted by 3 ranged merman minions. Most of the time, they appear while we are engaged in combat with the wolfmen. Their skill damage is low, but their frequency is alarmingly high. The foul odor we carry is due to the merman excrement we could not evade. Although the 3 merman minions caused some disarray, it was not insurmountable. They deduced that the merman's excrement was limited, thus opting to control the merman's attack range and focusing on dealing with them in 2 waves. The process unfolded as they had anticipated. The merman fishermen's pockets quickly ran out of excrement. Yet, to their utter astonishment, the merman fishermen reached under their companions' posteriors, acquiring new casting materials. The 5 stood bewildered, their expressions frozen in shock. It was this critical miscalculation that led to their downfall. Subsequently, the stench attracted even more waves of merman assaults. Their detection range increased significantly, plunging them into a vicious cycle. Karanto's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. It was no wonder that the people of the Flame Nation clustered at Evil Bone Camp in droves, while hardly anyone dared to challenge Dark River Canyon. Although this dungeon was not particularly challenging, its mechanics were exceedingly repugnant. Kimug frowned and remarked, even so, the rating should not be this low. Did you kill all the monsters? Karanto, somewhat deflated, replied, we eliminated them all. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend how the exotic females team managed to complete it in 1 hour and 42 minutes. At this point, he finally grasped the monumental difficulty of achieving a perfect score. It was no wonder that a perfect score had never been recorded in history. Karanto had encountered many professionals below A rank and was well aware of the specific strengths of lower-tier classes. It was no exaggeration to say that he was akin to a humanoid mini-boss in the presence of B and C rank professionals. This was precisely why he had initially underestimated the exotic females. Now, it was evident that the prowess of the exotic females team was terrifyingly formidable. Kimug sighed inwardly, refraining from further inquiries, fearing that Karanto would be further disheartened. After all, he was a key candidate for the future Freedom team and could not afford to falter in his mindset. The remaining 2 teams soon emerged from the dungeon. The squad led by a rare profession achieved a time of 2 hours and 50 minutes, ranking 3rd on the leaderboard. A team composed of 2 S rank and 3 A rank professionals secured a time of 2 hours and 53 minutes, placing 4th. Both teams wore exceptionally grim expressions. Besides their scores, they were all tainted by the merman's excrement. The teams reconvened, exchanging glances filled with dejection, enveloped in a noxious cloud. The battlefield reporters from the Flame Nation were all smiles upon witnessing the Freedom Team S scores, hastily capturing photographs to post online. Upon seeing it, netizens nearly burst into laughter. Clearly, the Freedom Team had mistakenly believed that the perfect score for the 5-person dungeon would be easier to obtain, leading to their decision to split into smaller teams. The result was that, after completing the 5-person dungeon, their score was even lower than that of the group dungeon. The Holy Light Avengers were likely on the verge of a mental breakdown. Beautiful, accept your fate. Outside, it's all Adventure Kings. Brothers, the best is yet to come. I just heard that the Freedom Team headquarters has sent 2 more rare professionals over, likely for a high-stakes gamble. If they still can't achieve a perfect score, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? In just 2 short days, What was once the legendary World's #1 team had become nothing more than an electronic pet in the eyes of the people of the Flame Nation. Of course, this was not due to any disdain for the World's #1. It was merely a manifestation of schadenfreude. Who wouldn't revel in the presence of a prodigious team like the exotic females? In the hotel, Lee admired the sight of Liu donning her attire and equipment. A few days ago, he felt shy about watching. Now, he could gaze unabashedly. Truly splendid. Master. The Sword Saint, unable to withstand his gaze, playfully stomped her foot. Her mature and graceful visage bore an expression akin to that of a young girl. The blend of intellect and allure, coupled with a hint of youthful innocence, created a surprisingly harmonious contrast. Lee found himself utterly captivated. He leaped from the bed and approached Liu, taking her soft hands in his own. Liu, the current you is truly authentic. Lee remarked with admiration. Chapter 45, The Dual Invitation. Perhaps due to the bond of their contract, although Liu bore no difference from a living person, Lee still felt something was lacking in her vibrancy. It wasn't until he beheld the Sword Saint's bashful demeanor that he truly realized she was as much a living being as himself. Liu allowed him to hold her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, and in a somewhat bashful tone, she said, Master, remember, only hands are allowed to touch. Li's face flushed with embarrassment, his expression awkward. After their candid exchange, he momentarily lost control. Upon waking that morning, he had brazenly made an audacious request to the Sword Saint. He thought that as long as he did not breach the final barrier, it would be acceptable. Naturally, he was met with a refusal from the bashful Sword Saint, who expressed her concern about losing control. Ultimately, after much coaxing from Lee, she consented to merely hand-holding. After washing up and finishing breakfast, Lee felt invigorated and determined. He had never been so eager to level up and grow stronger as he was today. Which dungeon should he challenge next? He had already claimed the rewards from the various dungeons in the Dark Forest and was ready to explore new locales. Lee began to search online. During his search, he stumbled upon a video that caught his attention. It was posted by an official account called Yunlin Cultural Tourism. The content featured a group of adorable kindergarten children waving flags emblazoned with the words, exotic females. With a cheerful invitation, the exotic daughter battle group beckoned their brothers and sisters to Yunlin City, aiming to shatter the local dungeon records. Lee opened the account for Yunlin Cultural Tourism. To his astonishment, he discovered over 20 similar videos posted within, averaging 7 to 8 daily. The content featured children, workers from various trades, and kind-hearted grandparents, alongside spirited young men and women. Yunlin City, nestled in the southwestern plateau of Yin Country, is a picturesque tourist destination. It boasts a rare first-tier dungeon cluster known as Eclipsed Heights, which includes 2 small dungeons for 15 players each and 1 medium dungeon for 30 players. Given its first-tier status, it rarely attracts challengers, as most novice professionals primarily source their experience and gear from 5-person dungeons. Consequently, most adventurers opt for dungeon clusters like Duskin Woods, which combine a single-team dungeon with several 5-person dungeons. Eclipsed Heights, solely comprising team dungeons, not only lacks comprehensive documentation, but also has no strategies available. Thus, aside from the disaster response team, which regularly clears dungeons to mitigate disaster risks, few others venture into this dungeon cluster. In recent years, the shortage of first-tier firefighters in Yunlin City has caused the disaster alert level 4, Eclipsed Heights, to rise steadily, severely impacting local tourism. Amid rising anxiety, an increasing number of locals have chosen to relocate. The local government, in a state of desperation, has offered exceedingly generous incentives to recruit first-tier firefighters. However, first-tier firefighters are scarce, often more prized than high-tier professionals, with fire departments in various locations clinging to their limited personnel. With no alternatives and unable to reach the exotic daughter battle group, the Yunlin City government resorted to this method. Though hope seemed slim, they felt compelled to try. If exotic daughter could come to conquer the dungeon and produce instructional videos, they might attract more aspiring challengers and alleviate the looming disaster crisis in Eclipsed Heights. Having grasped the situation, Lee understood the motivations behind Yunlin Cultural Tourism's actions. Regrettably, he was not a saint and had no interest in alleviating others' crises. The primary reason remained his desire to keep his identity concealed. Venturing alone into a dungeon would be too conspicuous. A related article pushed beneath the data caught Lee's attention. The medium dungeon, Shadow Tribe, in Eclipsed Heights, yields magical skill points? Instantly, his interest peaked. Skill points are exceedingly valuable, regardless of whether one is a high-tier or low-tier professional, as they are awarded at a rate of 1 per level. One avenue to enhance skill levels is through dungeons. This article was a recounting from a foreign novice battle group that had challenged Shadow Tribe 26 years prior. After successfully clearing it, one of the mages in the team had acquired a skill point. Lee's excitement surged. He simply had to go. Acquiring a skill point at first tier would place him far ahead of other professions at the starting line. With a Sword Saint sister guiding him, he had no reason to worry about clearing the dungeon. He promptly resolved to travel to Yunlin City. Before departing, he sought the consent of Liu and summoned her into his space. This action aimed to ensure they would attract less attention on their journey to Yunlin City and to save one teleportation fee. Subsequently, Li Yi sent the detailed strategy for Dark River Canyon to Shen Nanqing. As for the Cursed Bone Camp dungeon, he and Li Yu had focused solely on speedrunning it, neglecting to study strategies. Fortunately, this dungeon required no strategy, as it had long been thoroughly analyzed as the simplest dungeon essential for leveling in Duskin Woods. After checking out of his accommodation, Li Yi headed to the town near the camp to procure supplies. No camps surrounded the Eclipsed Heights dungeon cluster, meaning he would have to stay outdoors upon arrival. Thus, he needed to prepare outdoor gear. Once ready, he spent 100,000 on a temporary teleportation token at the Teleportation Point's business hall. Upon stepping outside the teleportation array, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The ground was littered with pained and groaning novice professionals, and not far off, he spotted two familiar figures, Shuizhou and Wang Tianming. The two were blocked by a towering 2-meter-tall black man. As a rare professional of the Freedom Battle Group, targeting those beneath S rank for duels is rather despicable. Don't you think? Wang Tianming's face darkened. Today had been a streak of misfortune. On the way to the dungeon, they encountered this black man who had abruptly approached, demanding a duel with a team member. When they declined, he unleashed a torrent of insults. The team consisted of passionate young individuals, unable to withstand such provocation. Their tempers flared, leading them to accept the challenge. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The black man not only sought a duel with the Sky Snow Battle Group members, but also sent duel requests to passing bystanders, engaging in indiscriminate attacks. With a mocking expression, he taunted, "So you admit your weakness? If you're weak, you deserve to be trampled by the strong. Why hesitate to accept the duel? Are the men of Yin country so cowardly? Do you dare not fight in front of your woman? Should I do something to your girlfriend, and you'd merely watch?" His booming voice echoed, drawing the attention of nearly everyone nearby. Wang Tianming's complexion turned a deep shade of anger. Having been insulted so brazenly, even he could not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to the duel invitation. The black man's eyes lit up. An A-rank professional, a demon warrior? His strength seemed decent, but alas. He disdainfully shook his head. Paradise lies to the left, while warriors turn right. I see not a shred of courage befitting a warrior in you. Wang Tianming, undeterred, shouted in defiance, "Enough talk, let us fight." He drew his long sword and charged. Charge. His momentum surged as he lunged at the black man. Warriors expend rage to unleash skills. Rage accumulates through enduring damage and remains constant during combat. Certain skills, like the warrior's signature move, charge, also generate rage. Thus, warriors typically initiate attacks. The black man, wearing a disdainful smile, leisurely assumed a boxing stance. Tiger God's might. The onlookers faintly heard the roar of a fierce tiger. A shadow of a black tiger flashed above the black man's head. Just as Wang Tianming closed in, before he could take action, a punch struck his chest, sending him flying. The onlookers gasped in shock. There was no opportunity for reaction. The disparity in their attributes and skill strengths was insurmountable. Wang Tianming crashed to the ground. His face flushed, bent like a shrimp as he coughed repeatedly. Shuizhou rushed forward to assist him. Li Yi regarded the scene with mild surprise. Wang Tianming, an A-class practitioner, proves to be surprisingly vulnerable. Just as he is about to step into the teleportation array, a voice halts him. Hold on. A black man intercepts Li Yi, his gaze filled with provocation. Hugh Lincoln, Beast Spirit Walker, has issued a duel invitation. Do you accept? Chapter 46, Acceptance of the Duel. Li Yi pauses in his tracks. A beast spirit walker? His curiosity piqued. He refrains from an immediate refusal. Instead, he nonchalantly retrieves his phone and begins to research in front of the black man, exuding an air of relaxation. It turns out to be a rare profession under the shaman class, blessed with the power of the ancient wilderness deity. Initially, it possesses 4 skills that combine passive enhancement and active release. Its combat prowess is formidable, with astonishing defenses, and it is hailed as the king of one-on-one battles below the 3rd tier. Your profession seems quite impressive, Li Yi remarks as he puts away his phone. Finding the situation amusing, Hugh raises his head with pride. What, are you afraid? Afraid? Li Yi stifles a laugh. What does it matter if it's a rare profession? His current attributes are roughly on par with an A-class practitioner. While there may be a slight gap compared to rare professions, it is negligible. Moreover, through the combat training in previous dungeons, he has unleashed Energy Star bullets thousands of times, honing his skills to perfection. His agility and positioning, supported by high movement speed, have reached an exceptional level. He has effortlessly outmaneuvered melee bosses in 5-person dungeons. Why would he fear a novice in a rare profession? Since the opponent has formally invited him to duel, he is eager to test the disparity between himself and a rare profession. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui, having checked Wang Tianming's condition, discovers he is merely experiencing some chest discomfort and is, in fact, uninjured. Evidently, the black man is cautious, refraining from delivering a heavy blow in this territory of Yin country. She breathes a sigh of relief. Upon looking up, she is suddenly struck dumb. The individual the black man has obstructed is none other than Li Yi, whom she has been desperately searching for these past few days. Wang Tianming also spots Li Yi. Astonished. This fellow seems remarkably resilient. He is still alive. Observing his gear, it appears he is faring quite well. Could it be that he has stumbled upon a fortunate dungeon team? Li Yi's mind stirs as he chooses to accept the duel invitation. The opponent, Summoner, has accepted your duel invitation. Red side, Beast Spirit Walker, level 5. Blue side, Summoner, level 6. The battle is about to commence. Countdown, 595,857. Hugh, upon seeing the class panel prompt, is momentarily bewildered. He doubts his own eyes. After scrutinizing it again, he realizes it is indeed a summoner. His expression shifts to incredulity. The summoner class is deemed the weakest, relegated to the status of a vagrant in the beautiful country. He never anticipated that in Yin country. One could still register for the extraordinary trials. His gaze falls upon Li Yi's equipment. If he is a summoner, why is he donning agility-based leather armor? Is he some imbecile incapable of properly equipping himself? Hugh suddenly feels a comical sense of self-derision. Who would have thought that he would one day proactively challenge a D-class summoner to a duel? While I may be imparting lessons to the practitioners of Yin country, not every profession warrants my attention. Summoner, I forgive your audacious agreement to the duel. You may as well concede. Hugh states with evident disdain. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui are left speechless. He agreed to the duel? Has Li Yi truly lost his mind? Engaging with a rare profession requires at least an A-class level. What is a D-class lowly profession doing here? The onlookers are equally astounded. Did he just say summoner? Am I mistaken? Surely, we must have misheard, or that black man is deliberately being abstract in his words. The leather armor the man wears resembles that of the jungle seeker, set, which a summoner could never don. As Li Yi observes the countdown commence, he distances himself from Hugh, creating space. Summoners are classified as ranged practitioners, so his actions are entirely reasonable. After walking approximately 20 meters, Li Yi halts. Facing the black man, Hugh furrows his brow. The opponent has chosen not to concede. Gradually, his anger simmers, his gaze turning cold. The audacity of this Yin country individual. This mere trash profession dares to look down upon me? Hugh lets out a derisive laugh. Very well. I acknowledge that the Alien Daughter battle group is indeed impressive for managing to outclass the world's top-tier rookie teams with a low-tier professional configuration. But if you Yin country folks are so arrogant as to think a mere D-class can contend with me, oh, how foolish you shall soon realize your thoughts to be. Li Yi frowns slightly. This black man is quite verbose. He patiently awaits the countdown to conclude. In the distance, a commotion arises. What a foul stench. Who the hell has soiled themselves? The onlookers glance around, soon realizing that it is Kimig leading the members of the Freedom battle group toward them. Everyone suddenly understands. Today, only the Freedom battle group challenged the Dark River Gorge. That foul odor must surely be the excrement of the dark-skinned fish people. In truth, the difficulty of the Dark River Gorge is not particularly high. Even ordinary teams can avoid contamination if they proceed with caution. So why have the esteemed members of the Freedom battle group become sullied? It is easy to guess. They likely overreached, attempting to kill multiple waves of small monsters simultaneously and ended up failing miserably. Serves them right. The crowd chuckles to themselves, covering their noses in delight. Kimik, observing the groaning Yin country novice practitioners on the ground, immediately understands what has transpired. In a normal duel among practitioners, if one is outmatched, they deserve to be struck. There is nothing to discuss. The arrival of the Yin country individuals cannot be used as an excuse. Maintaining his composure, he calmly raises a water bottle to take a sip. Mr. Kimik, can you identify the opponent's profession? The novices of the Freedom battle group look at Li Yi with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend his peculiar equipment. Who would wear agility-based leather armor with a shield and dagger? It is utterly nonsensical. Kimik, sipping his water, scoffs, fools. There are always self-important individuals who think they can carve their own path, only to be utterly foolish. In the arena, the countdown reaches its end, and the duel commences. Feral leopard's might. Hugh roars, his face adorned with leopard-like markings, though unfortunately, they are obscured by his dark complexion. His body tenses, leg muscles bulging. And then he erupts forward, lunging at Li Yi. Simultaneously, as Hugh unleashes his skill, Li Yi snaps his fingers, and a summoning array illuminates the ground beside him, slowly revealing a stone golem, standing at a mere 1 meter in height. Outside the arena, puffed. Upon witnessing this scene, Kimik spits out his water. His expression a mixture of shock and anger. A summoner? Damn it, Hugh. This fool. Your reprimand of the people of the Flame Nation serves little purpose. Bullying those in lesser positions, such as novice professionals, is one thing. However, you a beast, dare to engage in a duel with a D-rank summoner. What difference is there between that and an adult man assaulting a child in kindergarten? What face will the battle group have left if this gets out? Kimogu immediately focused his attention. Should Hugh strike too hard, he would intervene to rescue the individual from the Flame Nation. The onlookers were collectively dumbfounded upon witnessing the summoning of the stone golem. Their minds seemed to have shriveled. Is it possible that this fellow is indeed a summoner? Chapter 47. Defeating a rare profession is simpler than taming a boss. A rare profession challenging a summoner? How could that black fellow dare to issue the challenge? Moreover, that summoner must also be somewhat dull-witted. How could he agree to the invitation? Is he seeking a beating after living too comfortably? In the arena, the moment the stone golem appeared, it staggered towards Hughes. Meanwhile, Li Yi began to expertly control the distance between himself and the stone golem. With the skill activated, his movement speed was approximately 130, slower than mine. After enduring the trials of the dungeon, Li Yi, now seasoned, quickly gauged Hughes' speed with a mere glance. A sense of certainty filled his heart. As long as Hughes could not catch up, it would be akin to striking a wooden post. Easy pickings. The onlookers, Kimo Gu included, wore expressions of surprise. How could this summoner move so swiftly? It seemed even faster than Hughes under the enhancement of feral leopard's might. During the battle, Hughes remained oblivious to any irregularities. He dashed towards the stone golem. Tiger God's might. He unleashed the most potent attack skill of the beast spirit walker. Under the blessing of the ancient wilderness god, his arms swelled with muscle as his claws descended, tearing the stone golem to shreds. Li Yi raised an eyebrow. As a summoner, he could sense the damage dealt to his summoned beast. No wonder Hughes was heralded as the king of one-on-one combat among those below the third tier. His single target damage was indeed formidable. It was roughly half of what the Sword Saint sister would deal at level 1. Li Yi nodded slightly. Objectively speaking, he genuinely acknowledged Hughes' strength. Next up is you. Hughes' expression twisted in fury as he roared and lunged at Li Yi. This is the end. The onlookers silently mouthed. The cooldown for the summoning skill at the initial stages of a summoner lasts a full 10 minutes. A summoner without their summoned beast is no different from an ordinary person. You are quite noisy. Li Yi strolled leisurely, casually launching an energy star projectile at an exceptionally tricky angle towards Hughes. Do not wail at me. Hughes, feeling the astonished gazes of the onlookers regarding his skills, could not help but feel a surge of pride. He intended to showcase the might of the beast spirit walker to the audience. In response to the incoming energy star projectile, he transformed his form. Magic Bear's might. After casting the skill, his body expanded by 10 centimeters, becoming significantly more robust. I thought you had some unique qualities to dare challenge me. Is this all you have? The summoner's energy star projectile might as well be a mere tickle to him. He grinned menacingly and charged directly at the energy star projectile, seemingly intending to shatter it with sheer physical force. The visual impact of destroying a skill with one's body would indeed be quite staggering. However, bang. The energy star projectile did not shatter as Hughes and the others had anticipated. Instead, it struck Hughes squarely in the abdomen. The inertia from his rapid charge caused him to stumble, and he fell flat on his face. Oh, Kimo Gu's expression morphed into one of surprise. He discovered that this summoner's skill was indeed quite formidable. Moreover, the casting speed and proficiency of the opponent were exceptionally high. Li Yi nearly burst into laughter. This was an energy star projectile of level 8, bolstered by a base magic power of 53 points. Even if the skill's damage was not astounding, its level was sufficiently impressive. At the very least, the opponent could not casually withstand it with their level 5 physique. Furthermore, there were the effects of the Jungle Seeker set, providing an additional 5 points of magic penetration and 5 points of armor penetration. How dare he take it head on? What a talent. I shall reward you with a few more. He launched another energy star projectile. Hughes, shaking off the dirt from his mouth, had barely risen when the projectile struck his shoulder, sending him crashing back to the ground once more. Hughes howled in fury. How dare that accursed individual from the Flame Nation make him fall publicly twice? His battle intelligence was quite remarkable. Amidst his rage, he recognized that Li Yi's skill speed and accuracy surpassed those of other professionals. In an instant, he switched to the agile leopard god blessing state on the ground with feral leopard's might. His speed and agility surged dramatically as he rolled away swiftly. Let us see how you hit me now. Just as Hughes pushed off the ground to leap, another energy star projectile arrived, perfectly striking his thigh. The impact sent Hughes spinning uncontrollably in midair, crashing once again onto the ground, facing the sky. Observing this scene, all the onlookers were left speechless. The arena enveloped in silence. Even Kimo Gu appeared somewhat dazed. This summoner possesses considerable skill. The damage from the energy star projectile was noteworthy, indicating that the skill level was high, and it had a solid magic power backing it. This summoner's level must be substantial. The projectile's speed was remarkably swift, and its accuracy was exceptional, almost as if it hit precisely where aimed. The proficiency of the skill was terrifying. Most crucially, his timing in combat was impeccable. The skill was executed cleanly and appropriately. Kimo Ge's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Good heavens, what an astonishing summoner. The onlookers snapped back to reality, immediately pulling out their phones to record. To witness a summoner dominating a rare profession is an extraordinary occurrence. This will surely go viral. Not far away, Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui looked at Li Yi as if they had seen a ghost. Their minds were somewhat scrambled. Is that really Li Yi? What has he experienced over these past few days to become so formidable, particularly for Wang Tianming, who had just been obliterated by the beast spirit walker in a single blow and understood the opponent's combat strength all too well? He could hardly believe that Li Yi was now toying with him at will. On the ground, Hughes felt as if he might explode with rage. He rolled to his feet, only to be met with yet another precisely aimed energy star projectile, knocking him down once again. Even with the physique of a rare profession, enduring 4 energy star projectiles in succession was beyond his capacity. At this moment, Hughes felt dizzy and battered. Stop. We concede. Kimoga stepped between Hughes and Li Yi, his expression cold as he spoke. Continuing this fight would only result in Hughes suffering further humiliation. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had never anticipated that this duel would ultimately conclude with the defeat of the rare professional. It is utterly astonishing that a D-class profession could defeat a rare one. Hughes roared in defiance. I have not lost. I can still fight. How could I possibly be defeated by a summoner? Kimig furrowed his brow as the passive skill, Fury of the Berserker, activated for the S-class profession. An overwhelming sensation, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, enveloped the arena, rendering everyone speechless. Hughes shuddered, realizing that his captain was enraged, and promptly subdued his defiance, falling silent. The duel has been interrupted by a high-tier profession. Duel terminated. What is your name? Kimig fixed his gaze upon Li Yi. Li Yi noticed the notification on his panel. Just when victory seemed within his grasp, this foreigner had intervened. Unable to bear the thought of defeat, defeating a rare profession was simpler than taming a boss. Li Yi concluded this in his mind, particularly since he had not yet transformed into a spellcasting turret. Melee opponents were indeed easier to handle. A smile graced Li Yi's lips as he disregarded Kimig and turned to step onto the teleportation array. Activating the teleportation token, he found himself in a lush, verdant forest mere seconds later. Li Yi surveyed his surroundings, noting that the teleportation array stood solitary in its location. Although signs of maintenance were evident, the area was desolate, devoid of any nearby teleportation service centers. He summoned the Sword Saint, Liyue, with a grin, taking her soft hand in his. He then retrieved his phone, heading towards the location of the Eclipse Highlands dungeon. The path was strewn with fallen leaves, not a single trace of life to be found. After a 10-minute trek, they arrived at the entrance of the medium-sized dungeon, Shadow Tribe. This 30-player dungeon was the largest among the first-tier dungeons, with larger 45-player and 60-plus player dungeons only appearing in the second tier. Li Yi positioned himself at the dungeon's portal. 2 seconds later, they materialized on a desolate mountain ridge. Standing at the dungeon's starting platform, Li Yi gazed into the distance. The Shadow Tribe lacked the towering trees that obscured the view in the gloomy forest, allowing him to easily spot several settlements in the distance, with diminutive creatures flitting about. According to the scant information available online, the primary monsters within the Shadow Tribe were categorized into 3 types: the predominant lizardmen, supplemented by a few primitive hard-shelled scorpions, and a rare number of mountain trolls, alongside a slumbering earth dragon. A dragon? Li Yi stroked his chin, noting the lack of information regarding this creature, likely due to its status as a special boss, as those who had cleared the dungeon had not provided detailed accounts. Chapter 48, Skill Book, Disciplinary Whip. First, let us conquer the dungeon. Li Yi assessed the path ahead. This dungeon lacked even basic strategies. Everything needed to be explored independently. With Liyue's sword intent perception at his disposal, he could roam freely without concern for safety. 10 minutes later, having roughly determined a route, Li Yi and Liyue formally embarked on their journey through the Shadow Tribe dungeon. The Sword Saint drew her longsword, taking the lead. Her level 17 sword intent perception radiated for miles, allowing her to sense any traps or ambushes in advance. Before long, they encountered their first wave of minor foes, 8 lizardmen lying in ambush amidst the grass of a narrow cliff. Among them were 2 lizardmen mages, 2 archers, and 4 melee fighters. When he first contracted Liyue, Li Yi had dreaded facing such a multitude of ranged creatures. However, now, with his heightened agility and movement speed, as well as a shield for protection, the threat posed by ranged foes had significantly diminished. With the ferocity of a tiger among wolves, Liyue charged towards the minor enemies. Despite her initial shyness before Li Yi, her combat style was undeniably domineering. Once engaged in battle, she transformed into a different person, swift, ruthless, and decisive. In less than 10 seconds, all 8 minor foes lay slain. You have slain a level 6 mountain lizardman mage, gaining 15 experience points. You have slain a level 6 mountain lizardman hunter, gaining 15 experience points. The duo advanced swiftly. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a narrow mountain pass. Beside the constricted path was a circle of makeshift huts resembling livestock pens, housing a dozen black-skinned wild boars. At the center of the pen stood a towering 3-meter-tall lizard man, feeding the boars. Discovered Rancher Grega. This must be the first boss. Liyue returned to Li Yi's side after clearing the area of potential threats. Suddenly, Li Yi asked, "Could you demonstrate the ultimate move you learned yesterday?" He was quite curious about Liyue's new skill. Liyue nodded, her long legs striding towards Grega. "You thieving pig bandit. I shall slay you and feed you to the pigs." Upon noticing Liyue, Grega brandished a pitchfork and charged. At that moment, Liyue stepped forward lightly, lowering her head slightly. The next instant, a dazzling flash of blades erupted before Li Yi's eyes. The Sword Saint transformed into a fleeting apparition. traversing 20 meters in the blink of an eye to appear behind Grega. Ultimate sword technique, decisive slash. You have slain Rancher Grega, gaining 225 experience points. What? Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it dead already? The boss's protective magical shield didn't he even activate? Previously, Li Yue had always needed 2 strikes to defeat a boss, one to break the shield and another to deliver the killing blow. Yet this time, with her ultimate move, a single strike had sufficed. Impressive. Li Yi gave a thumbs up, realizing that this ultimate sword technique, decisive slash, inflicted damage far exceeding the boss's damage threshold. Li Yue sheathed her sword with a smile. Bang! Grega's body split in 2, crashing heavily to the ground, startling Li Yi. He had been curious why the boss bore no visible wounds. It turned out it had been cleaved in half. The blood and flesh had merely remained adhered due to the suddenness of the attack. 2 orbs of light, one milky white and the other blue, appeared beside Grega. Milky white. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. The milky white hue indicated a special item drop. His eyes brightened as he immediately reached out to grasp it. The light faded, revealing a palm-sized skill book in his hand. Disciplinary whip, active skill. Profession, summoner. Level, 5. Description, wielding a magical whip to strike summon creatures. Reducing their defense by 10. Increasing damage, attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 10 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Li Yi was instantly overjoyed. What splendid fortune. It was a skill for his own profession. He promptly learned the skill, eager to test its effects. Summoning a stone golem guardian, Li Yi prepared to unleash the skill. A blue magical whip, approximately 1.5 meters in length, suddenly materialized in his hand. Despite its seemingly short appearance, its effective casting range extended to a full 5 meters. Li Yi swung the whip, delivering a sharp crack against the stone golem guard. He glanced at his status bar, and indeed, 2 status indicators appeared on the stone golem, one for a buff and one for a debuff, the latter signifying a reduction of 10 in defense. After delivering 2 more lashes, Li Yi found the exercise rather tedious. The stone golem was exceedingly dull-witted. The presence or absence of these modifiers made no discernible difference. Would it have any effect on Li Yu? The thought suddenly struck Li Yi, and his gaze instinctively shifted towards the sword Saint Elder Sister. With her sword intent perception active, the fluctuations in the stone golem's status were undoubtedly within her awareness. Upon noticing her master's glance, Li Yu immediately understood. Would he like to test it on her? Li Yi's heart raced, and he was about to protest. But to his surprise, the sword Saint Elder Sister had already turned her body. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he stammered, "Is that permissible?" The sword Saint Elder Sister pressed her waist slightly and replied, "Yes, it is." Li Yi swallowed hard. He swung the whip again. Crack. Upon examining Li Yu's panel, 2 status indicators appeared, confirming its effectiveness. However, the duration was alarmingly brief, lasting only 2 seconds before vanishing. The sword Saint Elder Sister blinked, feeling quite intrigued. It was astonishing that a strike from her master could enhance her abilities, albeit for a fleeting moment. "Master, please do it again." In the Obsidian Forest, Hughes, having been treated by the auxiliary class, had regained his composure. He sat silently in a corner, clearly struggling to accept the reality of being defeated by a D-class summoner. The mood among the other newcomers in the battle group was similarly somber. They had been the pride of their homeland, celebrated and revered, and now, upon arriving in the Flame Kingdom, they faced a series of setbacks. "Mr. Kimmick." Suddenly, a short-haired female team member exclaimed. The Thunderstorm battle group had completed the Dark River Canyon dungeon in 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 23 seconds, securing the 3rd position on the timed leaderboard. Kimmick shot an irritated glance at the newcomer. "It's only 3rd place. What is so remarkable about that? They even surpassed us with a gold 5-star rating. Placing 2nd in the world." Kimmick's expression darkened. "Impossible." Both Karanth and Kimmick spoke simultaneously. They even released a tutorial video for Dark River Canyon. After a few moments of silence, Kimmick and Karanth simultaneously retrieved their phones. Upon watching the video, Karanth let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat relieved. It was not a matter of their own abilities, but rather a flaw in their tactical approach. Yet simultaneously, he was thoroughly impressed by the Alien Daughters battle group. Their ability to uncover the hidden boss, the Fishman Sentinel, and devise a counter-strategy was something the Freedom battle group could hardly compare to. The only advantage they held over the Alien Daughters was their higher-tier classes, but even that seemed less insurmountable in the face of their prowess. "Mr. Kimmick, let us adopt the strategy from the Alien Daughters battle group. The Flame Kingdom is truly filled with hidden talents," Karanth said with a wry smile. Kimmick's expression remained impassive, but after a long silence, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 49, Attribute Source Crystals and Skill Source Crystals. At the Thunderstorm battle group's base, the tutorial video for the Dark River Canyon dungeon had gone viral, igniting unprecedented discussions and excitement. Netizens were astonished by how deeply the hidden boss, Fishman Sentinel, had been concealed and were equally shocked that the Alien Daughters battle group had managed to discover it and formulate a countermeasure. Who was the genius that conceived the idea of using plant dyes to reveal the hidden boss? It was simply phenomenal. Their ingenuity was beyond compare. The impact of this video even surpassed that of the previous Dark Poison Mine Guide. The Dark River Canyon was more accessible due to its straightforward map and the mechanisms of its monsters and bosses, which did not require specific classes to tackle. After overcoming the significant challenge posed by the ambush of the dark-skinned fishmen, the Dark River Canyon successfully claimed the title of the easiest dungeon, surpassing the Evil Bone Camp. Analysts unanimously predicted that Dark River Canyon would be the simplest dungeon to achieve high ratings in history. Lin Manhwaedit, after reviewing the report in her hands and pondering for a long moment, declared, "It is time to strategize for monetizing our enterprise." Shen Nanxing's eyes instantly lit up. He had been producing tutorial videos for newcomers in the battle group, and this was the moment he had been waiting for. He had initially thought it would take at least a year to begin laying the groundwork for extraordinary-related industries. However, thanks to his connection with the Alien Daughters battle group, this process had been significantly expedited. With the popularity amassed by the Thunderstorm battle group, coupled with the endorsement of the Alien Daughters battle group's reputation, it was a dreamlike beginning. Shen Nanxing tentatively inquired, "And what percentage of shares would be appropriate for Li Yi and his group?" Lin Manhwaedit handed her phone to Shen Nanxing, and to his astonishment, it displayed footage of Li Yi dueling as a rare class, the Beast Spirit Walker. Shen Nanxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Yi was actually a summoner? He had never inquired about Li Yi's profession, but subconsciously assumed it to be B-class. Little did he know that he was, in fact, the weakest underclass profession of summoner. A D-class profession defeating a rare class. Though the summoner had the advantage of ranged attacks against melee, it was still a rare profession. The disparity in attributes and skill values was overwhelmingly in favor of the D-class. Shen Nanxing replayed the video several times, growing increasingly astonished. While lower-tier professions could indeed be competitive, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Typically, a B-class professional like himself, without the advantage of superior equipment, would struggle against A-class professions, let alone the higher-tier S-class and rare professions. Truly, Li Yi was a formidable talent, demonstrating remarkable combat prowess as a member of the Alien Daughters battle group. Shen Nanxing was genuinely impressed. In truth, he had misunderstood Li Yi. Any professional capable of unleashing skills instantaneously without cooldowns, delivering thousands, or even several thousand instances of skills across dungeons, would inevitably experience a meteoric rise in combat prowess, mastering their skills to an extraordinary degree. It was simply a matter of practice. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Nanxing resolutely stated, "Let us go with a 4-to-6 split. We shall take the larger share, with the backing of a prestigious family lineage. The worst consequence of a failed venture would merely be returning home to inherit the family business. However, should their gamble on the Alien Daughters battle group succeed, his future accomplishments could very well make him the most illustrious among the sons of prominent families throughout the entire Shin clan, or even the nation." In Kainan Province, Yunlin City, the Thunderstorm Brigade has responded, stating they are unable to interfere with any arrangements made by the Alien Mother Brigade. Mayor Ma furrowed his brows, his fingers tapping nervously on the table. Suddenly, as if resolute in his decision, he commanded, "You shall convey a message to the members of the Thunderstorm Brigade on behalf of the Alien Mother Brigade. If they are willing to devise strategies for the 3-team instances of Eclipsed Highlands, we can offer 13 attribute source crystals and 4 skill source crystals." His subordinate was momentarily taken aback, stuttering, "Mayor, those are the most valuable items in our supply depot. Do you intend to give them all away?" The attribute source crystals and skill source crystals are unrestricted by level and are exceedingly precious. The former enhances the foundational attributes of adventurers, while the latter grants skill points. Mayor Ma glared. "No matter how precious, can they compare to the lives of the masses? Items can be replaced, but lives cannot be resurrected." It was a desperate measure. Indeed, after all, first-tier disaster firefighters were scarce not only nationwide, but globally. The current system for cultivating extraordinary professions was both advanced and comprehensive, allowing C-level professions that previously could not advance to the second tier to now do so. Those C-level professions with decent combat power would invariably strive for higher ranks. Disaster firefighters, however, could only be selected from the D-level professions that were unable to promote to the second tier. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to find individuals among D-level professions capable of completing team instances. The disaster firefighter reserve in Yunlin City was down to just 4 individuals, unable to even form a 5-person team. Being sent into a team instance would likely result in being overwhelmed by minor monsters, akin to a death sentence. His subordinate, with admiration in his gaze, nodded. "I shall contact the Thunderstorm Brigade at once." In Eclipsed Highlands, Li Yi grasped a blue orb of light and extracted a ring. Wild Boar Tooth Ring. Quality, blue. Constitution 5. Strength 5. Agility 5. Level requirement, 6. Equip effect, 1. Attack speed 10. 2. Magic resistance 5. The attributes were rather decent. Li Yi replaced his ring that provided 6 agility and continued onward. The Shadow Tribe, as a medium-sized team instance for 30 players, featured a total of 5 bosses. The Sword Saint's sister cleaved through enemies with ease, reaching the final boss, Shadow Chieftain Gistarg, in merely 3 hours. The second to fourth bosses dropped some commendable equipment. Yet it was not enough for Li Yi to forsake the set bonus of his Jungle Seeker gear. The most significant gain was experience. The number of monsters in a 30-player instance far exceeded that of a smaller one. Li Yi allocated most of the experience to Liyue, helping her level up by 2, while he himself advanced by 1. They were now both level 7. After her second evolution, Liyue's total attribute gain per level had reached a staggering 200 points, intensifying Li Yi's desire to enhance his own attributes. Gistarg was an elderly lizard man, gaunt and stooped, standing just over 2 meters tall. He was flanked by 3 formidable lizardman mages and 3 lizardman warrior sentinels. Li Yi's gaze fell upon the staff in Gistarg's hands. The chieftain wielded a black staff approximately 1.5 meters long, using it as a cane against the ground. The loot from instance monsters typically came from their own possessions. This meant that there was a chance for Gistarg's staff to drop. Chapter 50, King of the Mountains. His agility and positioning skills had improved significantly. Coupled with high movement speed, he could evade the majority of ranged attacks. Consequently, the necessity for the Mokusa's back shield had diminished considerably, while it provided substantial defense. Carrying a 10-kilogram shield affected his agility and speed. Most importantly, Liyue's sword mastery, ultimate slash, could strike from a distance. With the comprehensive protection of the Sword Saint sister, there were no threats to him in this low-difficulty instance. Thus, instead of continuing to carry an almost useless shield, he opted to switch to a staff. Li Yi did not act immediately. Wasn't there a sleeping earth dragon in this instance? Yet he hadn't caught a glimpse of the beast throughout their journey. He murmured to himself and then inquired if Liyue had noticed anything. She shook her head, but pointed towards the distant Shadow Chieftain Gistarg. They appeared to be discussing something referred to as the King of the Mountains, possibly the Earth Dragon you mentioned, Master. Li Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "You can understand their speech?" Liyue nodded. "They speak a dialect of Orcish. While I cannot comprehend every word, I grasp the general meaning." Curious, Li Yi asked, "What did they say?" Liyue listened intently for a moment longer. The Lizardman chieftain was instructing his subordinates, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding the offerings for the King of the Mountains, lest calamity befall their tribe. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, the key to the hidden boss lay with this so-called offering. Just then, one of the Lizardman mages beside Gistarg, accompanied by another Lizardman warrior, set off down a mountain path. Li Yi noted the location of the path. "Let us move." The Sword Saint's sister unsheathed her sword and initiated with a powerful strike. Sword mastery, ultimate slash. Before the 4 lizardmen could react, Gistarg was cleaved in 2. However, there was no prompt indicating a successful kill. Once Liyue dispatched the other 4 formidable foes, a notification finally popped up on Li Yi's interface. "You have slain Shadow Chieftain Gistarg, earning 300 experience points." Beside the boss's corpse appeared orbs of milky white and blue light. "Another special item," Li Yi exclaimed with delight, rushing towards the boss to seize the milky white orb. "You have obtained a skill source crystal." "Indeed, skill points." Li Yi beamed, promptly selecting use. "You have gained 1 skill point." He allocated the skill point to Energy Star Bullet, elevating it to level 10. Observing the blue orb, he found it was a staff. Gistarg's cane staff. Quality, blue. Constitution 10. Spirit 10. Magic power 20. Equip effect, spell penetration 10. An impressive spell penetration of 10. Li Yi quickly equipped the staff, replacing the Mokusa's back shield and his offhand dagger. Without the burden of the 10-kilogram shield, he felt considerably lighter. "Let us search for the Earth Dragon." Li Yi and Liyue followed the route taken by the 2 recently defeated Lizardman bosses. Given how swiftly Liyue concluded the battle, the 2 formidable foes hadn't strayed far. They maintained a discreet distance, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. 10 minutes later, the 2 Lizardman behemoths led them to a massive platform atop the mountain. A pungent, fishy odor wafted through the air. Li Yi revealed the mask of the Jungle Seeker, which effectively shielded him from the pervasive stench. The elevated platform was arranged to resemble a colossal altar, adorned with the remains of countless deceased wild boars and various avian carcasses. 20 Lizardman priests knelt in a circle around the offerings, their hands flailing wildly as they swayed their heads and chanted incantations, seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual. Were these offerings intended for the Earth Dragon? Li Yi furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating whether to instruct Liyue to eliminate all the Lizardmen. Yet he hesitated, fearing it might thwart the triggering of the hidden boss. Ultimately, he decided to wait a while longer. 5 minutes later, the 20 Lizardman priests suddenly emitted piercing cries. Their bodies convulsed as if electrified, and moments later, to Li Yi's astonishment, they drew daggers from their waists and plunged them into their chests. Their forms collapsed onto the ground, blood oozing forth. Meanwhile, 2 of the Lizardman brutes, one of whom was a mage, approached the stone pedestal at the center of the platform and extended their hands to cast a spell. In the next instant, a blood-red orb, the size of a thumb, began to coalesce above the mage's head, spinning rapidly. Then, a crimson mist surged forth from the corpses of the wild boars, birds, and lizardmen, converging toward the blood orb. In a mere minute, all the bodies were drained of blood, leaving only desiccated husks behind. The blood orb had swelled to the size of a soccer ball, pulsating with a sinister crimson aura. The lizardman mage manipulated the orb, gently placing it upon the central stone pedestal before retreating to the edge of the platform. Master, the earth dragon has arrived. Lai Yu's sword intent perception detected the hidden boss before Li Yi could. Soon, he too heard the sound of crumbling stones and splintering rock drawing nearer. A tremendous roar echoed forth as a gargantuan creature, measuring 10 meters in length, ascended the high platform. This massive being resembled a giant lizard. Its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, and its scales a dusty yellow. 3 rows of bony spines elongated from its back to the tip of its tail. Li Yi was rendered speechless. How could this be called a dragon? It bore no resemblance to one. At best, it was merely a gigantic quadruped. The earth dragon's blood-red eyes glowed with a frenzied intensity. Upon reaching the platform, it eagerly lunged toward the blood orb. Its jaws wide open as it devoured the orb in one swift motion. A clear gulp echoed through the air. Remarkably, the earth dragon's chaotic aura began to stabilize after consuming the blood orb. It extended its tongue, savoring the remnants on its lips, before collapsing onto the ground with a loud thud, succumbing to a deep slumber. Just as Li Yi was about to command Lai Yu to strike, an unexpected transformation occurred. The earth dragon's yellow body gradually took on a sanguine hue, expanding until it doubled in size. Meanwhile, the 2 lizardman brutes, who had retreated to the edge of the platform, prostrated themselves, fervently bowing and chanting. Li Yi's gaze was filled with confusion. What was happening? What were they saying? Lai Yu replied, "They are chanting the name of the Mountain King." No sooner had she spoken than Li Yi felt a shadow overhead. He looked up, his eyes widening in shock. A colossal black raven, nearly 4 meters long with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, led a swarm of smaller ravens as they descended upon the earth dragon on the platform. The giant raven's talons tore into the earth dragon's flesh, exposing its crimson innards, while the smaller ravens flocked eagerly to feast on the bloodied remains. Discovered the Mountain King, and you. Suddenly, it dawned on Li Yi that this massive raven was the true Mountain King. He began to understand why the locale was dubbed Sunshade Heights. Chapter 51, Master. I feel as though I can exert more control now. This flock of ravens numbered in the tens of thousands, obscuring the sky wherever they flew. Let us go. With the true master appearing, Li Yi decisively issued an attack command to the sword saint. Lai Yu unsheathed her long sword and, with graceful strides akin to a female leopard, swiftly charged onto the platform. You have been detected by Yu. You have entered combat. A piercing shriek erupted from Yu as it soared high into the sky, its wings stirring up a tempest as it dove toward Lai Yu. Ultimate sword technique, slash of fury. The clash of sword light and raging winds ensued, cleaving the massive raven in two. You have slain the Mountain King, and you, earning 450 experience points, and a first kill bonus of 450 experience points. Was the hidden boss truly felled in a single stroke? Li Yi gave a thumbs up to the sword saint. Lai Yu smiled faintly before turning her gaze to the earth dragon, whose body had been torn open by the ravens, countless smaller birds now feasting on its internal organs. Oblivious to its demise in slumber, Lai Yu arched an eyebrow. Were they still eating? Terrifying roar of the broken heart. Waves of sonic energy radiated outward, causing hundreds of ravens to explode, creating a spectacular scene. Those further away tumbled to the ground, disoriented. Li Yi shook his head, a look of regret on his face. The smaller ravens, much like the serpents and insects in the dark poison mine, yielded no experience points. Otherwise, even a single point per raven would have been a fortune. The Mountain King dropped 3 luminous orbs, 1 blue, 1 purple, and 1 white. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This marked the 3rd special item dropped by the evil shadow tribe. He hurried over to the boss's lifeless body, seizing the milky white orb. Feather of the Gale material. Quality, epic. Attribute, wind damage 3. Li Yi felt somewhat disappointed. It was neither a skill book nor a skill point. However, an epic level material was still valuable and could be retained for crafting equipment after advancing to the 2nd tier. The 2nd purple orb. Cloak of Anu, cloak. Quality, epic, purple. Attributes, Constitution 16, Agility 16, Spirit 16. Level requirement, 6. Equipment effects, 1. Movement speed 8, 2. Magic resistance 8, 3. Cooldown reduction -5. Class exclusive, grants 1 skill point, range classes only. Li Yi was elated. Increased movement speed, magic resistance, and a skill point, everything he desired. Without hesitation, he replaced his blue cloak, which provided only 8 agility. Upon checking his panel, level, 7, 3125. Movement speed, 1605. Active skill, Energy Star Bullet, level 11. Li Yi couldn't help but beam with delight. An additional 605 movement speed boost surely placed him among the elite ranks of all classes below level 20. Regrettably, The third blue item clashed with his set bonus, so he stowed it away in his inventory. As a medium-sized team dungeon, the Evil Shadow Tribe proved to be vast. It took Li Yi and Lai Yu over an hour to make their exit. Evil Shadow Tribe, normal, dungeon challenge concluded, time taken, 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 34 seconds. Current world ranking, first place. You have obtained the golden title of Feather Calamity Vanquisher, limited time ranking reward. Feather Calamity Vanquisher, title. Quality, golden. Equipment effect, movement speed 7, deals 15 damage to flying creatures. Challenge of the Shadow Tribe, normal, dungeon concluded, achieving a comprehensive score of 9 stars in gold. Currently ranked first in the world. Your Adventurer King badge value has increased. Li Yi replaced the Wolfbane title, which only provided 5 movement speed, with the Feather Calamity Vanquisher. Upon reviewing the panel of the Adventurer King badge, he noted an increase of 75 total attributes. He set up camp, prepared a meal, and rested. The following day, Li Yi successfully cleared 2 more 15-person dungeons. His level rose to 9, at 79 experience points. Each dungeon contributed 50 points to the Adventurer King badge. Li Yi initially planned to clear 1 more dungeon to reach level 10 before participating in the second-tier Abyss Challenge. However, at that moment, he received a message from Shen Nanqing. 13 attribute source crystals and 4 skill source crystals in exchange for strategies on the 3 dungeons of the Eclipsed Highlands. Li Yi was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. Each attribute source crystal added 5 points to his attributes, with an additional 65 points. Combined with his current panel showing 191 points in Constitution, his total Constitution would reach 256 points. Moreover, the 3 dungeons of the Eclipsed Highlands, with the inability to repeat title acquisitions, each offered a one-time bonus of 20 attribute points. An additional 10 points of free attributes upon reaching level 10 would bring his total Constitution to 326 points. Currently, Li Yue's total Constitution stood at 710 points, with 160 provided by equipment, leaving a base Constitution of 550 points. Would that not mean his Constitution would rival Li Yue's? Almost there. Just 11 more to achieve 70 in Li Yue's Constitution. Hooray! Li Yi joyfully bounced around. The Sword Saint's sister looked at him with curiosity. Why was the master so happy today? Li Yi met her gaze, admiring her stunningly beautiful face, akin to blooming flowers. He longed to kiss her. Patience. Suddenly, Li Yue blushed and said, Master, I have good news for you. Li Yi, puzzled, inquired, What good news? I seem to have gained a bit more control. The Sword Saint's sister's cheeks were flushed. Li Yi's eyes widened, his tongue stumbling over words. How much more? Li Yue bit her lip, her gaze softening with affection. About half a level more. Li Yi was elated and hurriedly asked, How did you suddenly gain more control? Li Yue pondered for a moment and replied, It should be due to the enhancement of Sword Saint's Path, which allows me to suppress some of my breeding instincts with the will of the sword. Hearing this, Li Yi looked at Li Yue's panel. Name, Li Yue Cologius. Level, 9. Strength, 590. Agility, 1611. Constitution, 710. Spirit, 325. Magic power, 200. Talent, Sword Saint's Path, level 9. Sword Intent Perception, level 25. Light Sword Mastery, level 1. Sword Saint's Path, level 9 damage 25. After Li Yue's Sword Intent Perception reached level 25, she requested to allocate skill points to Sword Saint's Path. Consequently, all 8 skill points from levels 8 and 9 were allocated to Sword Saint's Path. Unexpectedly, there were additional gains. Li Yi's eyes sparkled. Does this mean that further investment in Sword Saint's Path would enhance Li Yue's control even more? Good days are ahead. In Yunlin City, the mayor exclaimed. The Alien Daughter battle group has agreed to our request. An assistant rushed into Mayor Ma's office, jubilant. Mayor Ma's face flushed with excitement. The Thunderous Legion will clear the dungeon according to the Alien Daughter battle group strategies in 3 days and will release a tutorial video to the entire network in 5 days. However, they have one condition. We must pay the reward up front. The assistant inquired. Mayor Ma waved his hand grandly, declaring, Agree to their terms. Chapter 52, A Kiss and a Hug Attempt. The next day, Li Yi cleared the Shadow Tribe. Unfortunately, luck was not particularly on his side, as no skill points dropped. On the 3rd day, he cleared 2 15-person dungeons. Thus, he completed all the attribute rewards from the 3 dungeons and devised the strategic tactics. After reaching level 10, he could no longer gain experience and needed to advance to continue leveling up. Therefore, after clearing the 3 dungeons, both Li Yi and Li Yue remained at level 10. Li Yi initially considered that since he could not continue gaining experience, he might as well acquire all the attribute rewards from the first-tier dungeons. Unfortunately, upon researching, he discovered that after reaching level 10, he could only enter dungeons he had previously cleared. Once he reached level 11, he would be barred from all first-tier dungeons. That evening, Li Yi met with Shen Nanqing, who had arrived in Yunlin City. This was the promised attribute source crystals and skill source crystals from the Yunlin City government. Shen Nanqing handed the items to Li Yi and informed him about the layout of the extraordinary industry. A 50-50 split? Li Yi was taken aback, almost doubting his hearing. He only needed to consistently provide strategic tactics for the Thunderous Legion to secure a 50 stake. Li Yi's expression became somewhat peculiar. This share was offered to the entire Alien Daughter battle group, but in reality, it was just for him alone. He wondered how Shen Nanxing would react if he learned the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi said, "I'm sorry, but we cannot guarantee a stable output of strategic tactics. However, we can certainly manage a few popular dungeon strategies per tier." He could not possibly clear every dungeon or create strategies for each one. Maintaining a few strategies to uphold his reputation would suffice. Otherwise, if he cleared every dungeon that produced materials, it would be no different than working a job. He could solo dungeons and enjoy all the drops, relying on selling materials and equipment to earn enough money without needing anyone's assistance. Upon understanding Li Yi's thoughts, Shen Nanxing had no choice but to compromise. The two ultimately agreed to provide 2 strategic tactics for each tier dungeon in exchange for a 20 profit. After sending the strategies to Shen Nanxing, Li Yi and Li Yue returned to their hotel. He utilized the 13 attribute source crystals and 4 skill source crystals, gaining a total of 65 free attribute points and 4 skill points. All attributes were allocated to Constitution, while skill points were fully assigned to Energy Star Bullet. Name, Li Yi. Age, 18. Profession, Summoner. Level, 10,000. Strength, 80. Agility, 168. Constitution, 326. Spirit, 101. Magic Power, 108. Critical Hit, 8. Movement Speed, 1695. Active Skill, Energy Star Bullet, level 18. Gazing at his panel, Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of pride. With a total attribute score of 783 points, comparable to that of an S-class profession, who would have imagined that this was the panel of a D-class summoner? It would send chills down anyone's spine if mentioned. Even more terrifying is the fact that the Energy Star Bomb has reached an astonishing level of 18. Once it successfully advances to level 19 and learns Energy Explosion Bomb, one can only imagine the sheer terror of its instantaneous release capability with no cooldown. Of course, it still pales in comparison to Li Yue. The Sword Saint's attributes have already soared to an impressive 3,616 points, not to mention S-class professions. Even hidden or unique classes would struggle to withstand a single strike from Li Yue at the same level. Truly invincible. In the dead of night, after completing his personal grooming, Li Yi found himself unable to resist the allure of the Sword Saint's enchanting figure and breathtaking beauty. Cough, cough. Li Yue, how has your path of the Sword Saint improved by 4 levels? The Sword Saint's cheeks flushed instantly, her master's intentions laid bare. The dignified demeanor she had maintained crumbled in an instant. My judgment might not be entirely accurate, but I could give that a try, she whispered, her voice increasingly soft. Li Yi instinctively pressed for clarification. Which one? Li Yue covered her face with her hand. After a while, she softly uttered, hugs and kisses. Hearing the Sword Saint herself utter those words sent Li Yi's heart racing, his chest swelling as though something was about to burst forth. He took a deep breath and slowly inched closer. Sensing her master's approach, Li Yue's breathing quickened. Li Yi reached out, grasping her wrist and gently revealing her face once more. Master, Li Yue murmured softly, her gaze dreamy, akin to a fledgling bird yearning for the shelter of wings. Li Yi inhaled deeply and initiated the embrace. In the initial stages, Li Yi held the upper hand. However, it wasn't long before he was entirely overwhelmed by the Sword Saint's counterattack. He felt as though he had transformed into a small kitten, while Li Yue became the frenzied owner engrossed in her feline companion. Their positions had completely reversed. "Ah, I'm so sorry, master," Li Yue exclaimed as she released Li Yi and quickly retreated to the edge of the bed. She had nearly squeezed his arm to the point of injury. Li Yi gasped for breath, spending a considerable time propping himself up. He had finally experienced the sheer terror of a boss. No wonder the Sword Saint had previously declined. It made sense why he needed to enhance his physical constitution. Even a mere kiss had nearly cost him his life. Yet, none of that was truly important. What mattered was, how could she be so skilled? Li Yi questioned, his expression one of skepticism. Logically, the Sword Saint should have been inexperienced in such matters. Li Yue's face turned crimson. "I practiced with master," she confessed. Li Yi was left dumbfounded. "Huh, practiced? With me? When?" The Sword Saint stammered but eventually revealed the secret of her previous covert actions. Li Yi was infuriated. "So, you treated me like a hapless husband in a deep slumber? Why didn't you wake me? From now on, no more sneaking around," he admonished. Li Yue obediently nodded. "Is there anything else you've been doing secretly?" Li Yi casually inquired. To his astonishment, Li Yue's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ah, you did something else? You'd better confess," he barked, under the weight of her master's authority. Li Yue capitulated and recounted the clandestine activities of that night. "Master, I truly regret it. I was merely curious," she pleaded pitifully. Li Yi was exasperated. This has gone too far. Curiosity is no excuse for such actions. Yet, What frustrated him the most was why he had slept so soundly at that moment. A punishment is absolutely necessary. Cough, cough. What you did to me that night, I command you to do it again. The sword saint immediately shook her head. No, master. After trying it, I realized I still can't quite control it. Li Yi recalled the fear he had just experienced and felt a surge of indignation. From tomorrow onward, he must rigorously enhance his physical constitution. The next morning, Li Yi admired the sword saint as she dressed and prepared herself. After some persistence, Li Yue finally acquiesced to another attempt. This time, Li Yi had learned to be clever. Sensing that the sword saint was losing control, he immediately summoned her into the summoning space. Once she had calmed down, he released her. Li Yi smacked his lips, feeling a lingering sense of anticipation. He then began to investigate the Abyss Dungeon for his advancement. To ascend to a higher class, extraordinary professionals require Ascension Source Crystals, which can only be obtained from the Abyss, Eerie Domain, and Ghostly Ruins. Utilizing these crystals allows a professional's body to undergo a purifying energy cleanse. This process is essential for advancement. Only after ascending can professionals continue to gain experience for leveling up. Generally, D-class professions require 1 Ascension Source Crystal for advancement, while C and B-class professions need 2, and A-class requires 3, with S-class starting at 4 or more. Naturally, lower-tier professions can also use several crystals to enhance their potential. Thus, upon successful advancement, they can gain more attribute points with each level up, and the base damage of their skills will also be higher. However, there are not many Abyss dungeons suitable for first-tier professionals. Li Yi quickly pinpointed one located in Guangyi Province, the massive Abyss Dungeon, Tide of Flames. Chapter 53, The Half-Elf Lowly Smith Philo. Tide of Flames is an offensive and defensive battle-type Abyss Dungeon, which emerged 70 years ago from the third-tier dungeon, Flame Wave Cathedral, during a catastrophic event. 2 cities were destroyed, and countless lives were lost in this disaster, which became known as the Flame Wave Calamity. It took the Flame Nation a decade to fully address the disaster-stricken area, and to prevent the recurrence of disasters like Tide of Flames, they established an extraordinary base nearby. In truth, almost every Abyss dungeon has undergone a similar process, with an extraordinary base station nearby. Tide of Flames consists of 1 main Abyss dungeon and 7 branch dungeons. The main dungeon has no level restrictions and no team limitations, making it a popular choice for many first-tier to fifth-tier professionals during their advancement. According to information available online, professionals are required to assist the Radiant Alliance faction in combating the malevolent Cataclysmic Legion within Tide of Flames. Completing the dungeon entails persisting until the progress value is maxed out. Tide of Flames serves as the first encounter for many professionals to interact with allied targets within the dungeon. These otherworldly allies in the dungeon are referred to as NPCs by the professionals. After finishing breakfast, Li Yi and Li Yue used the teleportation array in Yunlin City to arrive at the Tide of Flames base next to the dungeon. Upon exiting the teleportation array, they were greeted by a bustling and vibrant street. The Flame Wave base boasts a resident population of over 200,000, a modest scale. Yet its extraordinary industries are remarkably well developed. As they stroll along the streets, the striking height and regal demeanor of Li Yue instantly attract a multitude of gazes, including those of numerous high-ranking, elite practitioners. However, upon instinctively employing their identification skills on Li Yue, they are met with nothing but question marks, which prompts them to hastily avert their eyes, fearful of inciting the displeasure of such a formidable figure. Li Yi surveyed the surroundings, finding the expressions of passers-by quite amusing. Among them was a flamboyantly adorned wealthy individual, who had been strutting with an air of arrogance just moments before, only to become visibly shaken and hastily conceal the brilliance of his equipment upon catching sight of Li Yue. The oppressive aura of uncertainty certainly held its terrifying power. The duo arrived at the entrance to the Tide of Flame instance. The Abyssal Challenge awaited an additional 47 participants. Hurry! To ensure the highest probability of success in the Abyssal instance, safety inspectors would only permit practitioners to enter once the maximum capacity was reached. The full capacity for Tide of Flame stood at 1,000 individuals, and each wave of challenges could only proceed sequentially. The next wave could only commence once the previous group had exited. After waiting for over half an hour, the requisite number of participants gathered, and the safety personnel lifted the barriers to the instance entrance. 1,000 individuals entered the portal in succession. As Li Yi opened his eyes, he found himself within a grand citadel. The architectural style bore a resemblance to medieval Europe from a previous life. Towering walls, at least 20 meters high, surrounded the perimeter, and the streets were paved with sturdy bluestone. Welcome, adventurers, to the glorious fortress. Li Yi paused, looking up at the voice's source, a benevolent old man with a white beard standing beside the portal. This was the first time he had heard the human language within an instance. This is your identity plate. Without it, you cannot enter the glorious fortress. The old man cheerfully handed him a plate made of a crystal-like material. As soon as Li Yi accepted it, a notification appeared. The Battle of the Tide of Flame has officially begun. Current phase, resource collection. Current progress, 000. Personal progress, 000. At that moment, the old man gestured toward a distant donation center. Commander Muckaloo is currently gathering supplies. We hope you can contribute to the resistance against the Cataclysm Legion. Lee nodded. I will. Just as he was about to head to the donation center, the old man spoke again, his eyes twinkling. Adventurer, your companion is a formidable warrior. I believe that with your presence, our strength against the Cataclysm Legion will be greatly enhanced. The Sword Saint, feeling praised, nodded coolly. Li Yi's eyes widened in surprise. This line of dialogue was notably absent from the strategy guide. Could it be the effect of the Adventurer King insignia? Or perhaps an accidental trigger event? Adventurer, your fortune is exceptional. The legendary blacksmith, Master Philo, has arrived at the glorious fortress today. If you require assistance with your equipment, you may seek Master Philo's help in the craftsman district. The old man added, another detail not found in the Tide of Flame strategy guide. After waiting a few more minutes, and seeing the old man fall silent, Li followed his directions and made his way to the donation center, which was already bustling with practitioners. Supplies could include food, materials, weapons, and more. After some thought, Li decided to donate all the unused equipment he had acquired from the Eclipse Highlands. This phase was commonly referred to by practitioners as the throwing away junk phase. Everyone would eagerly offload their unnecessary materials and equipment to the NPC. And only if their inventory was cleared and progress remained insufficient would they venture into the wilderness to gather resources, typically by hunting beasts for meat or collecting herbs and ores. Current phase, resource collection, completed. Current progress, 78. Personal progress, 100. Evaluation, perfect. Once Li completed his own progress, he proceeded to the craftsman district, in search of the renowned Master Philo. Following the sounds of hammering, he visited several weapon shops, inquiring with the craftsmen therein. While they all recognized Master Philo's esteemed name, none had seen him or knew his whereabouts. Master, I sense a halfling. Perhaps this is the blacksmith you seek? Liwa suddenly remarked. Li Yi's expression brightened. Indeed, the Sword Saint's sword intent perception was reliable. Liwa led him to a small park adjacent to the craftsman district, navigating through thickets and beneath a few large trees. They spotted a small girl floating among the branches of a lush tree, sound asleep. She was approximately 1.4 meters tall, seemingly around 13 years of age, with fair skin, long eyelashes, and an exquisitely cute face. Her ears tapered to a point reminiscent of an elf's, though less pronounced. Clad in a white dress and skirt, she bore delicate, bare feet, with soft pads on her rounded toes. Most striking was her hair, cascading down to an impressive length of 1.5 meters, surpassing her own height. Master, it is indeed a halfling, and her rank is quite high. Liwa whispered. You have discovered Philo's workshop. A notification flashed on the screen. A workshop? Li exclaimed in surprise. So this little girl was Philo, the legendary blacksmith? He looked around, bewildered, as there seemed to be no forge in sight. How could it be called a workshop? Human scum, your expression displeases Master Philo. At that moment, the girl in the tree canopy awakened. With her arms crossed and legs crossed, she floated down with an expression of exaggerated maturity. Are you questioning my abilities? She asked, her gaze landing on the nearby Liwa. Her azure eyes widened in astonishment, and her expression twisted with jealousy. Your physique is so large, especially your chest. The little girl pouted, her demeanor shifting to one of irritation. Beastwoman, Master Philo dislikes your appearance. You are not permitted to look at me or speak to me. Li was taken aback. Wasn't the halfling supposed to be a warm and friendly race? Why did this little girl seem as irritable as a spoiled child? The Sword Saint, keenly aware of the girl's jealousy, couldn't help but smile, turning her back to her. Yet, upon seeing Li Yue's figure, the little girl grew even more displeased and turned her back as well. As Li Yi approached Philo, he hesitated. Master Philo, I hear you can forge powerful equipment? He ventured cautiously. Philo glanced at Li Yi. Under the influence of the Adventurer King insignia, she found him somewhat more agreeable. The petite little girl extended her tiny hand and snapped her fingers. In the next instant, a fully equipped, albeit slightly smaller, forging workshop materialized out of thin air before Li Yi, crashing down onto the ground with a resounding thud. Philo casually tossed a tome to Li Yi, her expression radiating pride as she proclaimed, seek what you desire for yourself. All the equipment listed herein can be forged, provided the necessary materials are at hand. As Li Yi opened the tome, his eyes lit up instantly. It was replete with exquisite equipment. The lowest tier within was already of epic quality, purple gear. As he turned the pages, he encountered legendary gear, golden, and mythic gear, pink. I have yet to master the art of forging immortal-grade equipment, but with the right schematics, I can self-learn. I am, after all, the sole, telekinetic, blacksmith, Philo declared, her head held high with pride. Yet, in the next moment, her demeanor shifted to one of seething annoyance as she muttered, Masakani, that wretched old hag. How dare she abandon her beloved apprentice for that thunderous woman? Li Yi continued to peruse the tome, his gaze settling upon a staff. Novice Summoner's Nightmare, staff, quality, mythic, pink, constitution, 100, mental power, 100, spell power, 200. Level requirement. 16. Equipment effects. 1. Spell penetration 20. 2. Cooldown reduction 20. 3. Casting speed 20. Class exclusive 1. Skill points 5. Summoner only. Class exclusive 2. Summon Nightmare Demon. Active skill. Summon Nightmare Demon. Consumes 50 mana to summon a Nightmare Demon onto the battlefield, inflicting Nightmare Curse on enemies within a 20-meter radius, reducing their movement speed and accuracy by 30, and magic resistance by 15, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 3 hours. Required materials. 2 Eyes of the Night Demon, 1 Darkwood Core, Tier 2 Epic, 10 Dark Gold Ingots, Tier 2 Epic, 100 Energy Source Crystals, Tier 2. Li Yi gazed at the attributes, nearly drooling with anticipation. Upon examining the materials, he found that apart from the Eyes of the Night Demon, most could be procured directly. The only conundrum was where to gather the elusive eyes. An idea sparked in his mind. Lady Philo, do you happen to know where one might collect the Eyes of the Night Demon? The little girl swung her fair feet in midair, declaring, "Why should a mere human like you expect Lady Philo to divulge information?" As she swayed her feet, Li caught a glimpse of her delicate soles and tiny pads. The pads were a characteristic feature of halflings, exceptionally sensitive to ley lines, water currents, even winds and energies. Thus, halflings preferred to walk barefoot. While ordinary halflings had wide feet with thicker pads, Philo, who floated in the air, had evidently never touched the ground, and as such, bore no calluses. Li even began to wonder if she could walk at all. The little girl wore a disdainful expression. "I am not easily swayed by mere sweets like those of my kin." However, her gaze sharpened as Li produced a large jar of candy. This was something he had carelessly tossed into his shopping cart earlier, still unopened. "Human, what is that you hold?" Philo feigned composure, attempting to appear aloof. Li noted her reaction with silent satisfaction, having guessed correctly. Halflings had a profound love for food, particularly sweets, to the point of addiction. Even though Philo's status was superior to that of ordinary halflings, she could not completely suppress her innate instincts. It was akin to the breeding period of the fiery moon. "Lady Philo, these are candies crafted by human artisans. How about trading them for your information?" The little girl's interest was piqued, though she feigned reluctance. "Very well. Seeing as you are somewhat agreeable, Lady Philo will divulge the information. The Eyes of the Night Demon could be obtained from the wild boar tribe that occupied Tokang Mountain. They had resurrected an ancient night demon through nefarious necromancy, attempting to control it. If you manage to slay it, you shall acquire the Eyes of the Night Demon." Once the words left her lips, Li felt a sudden force tugging at the jar in his hand. It was Philo using her telekinetic powers to seize the candy jar. Such a talent was indeed quite convenient. Telekineticists were a rare class, often serving as semi-supportive figures. Philo opened the jar, curiously unwrapped a piece of candy, and her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She then proceeded to devour one piece after another with fervor. Such a display of candy consumption, if witnessed by human children, would surely invite parental reprimands. After jotting down the information, Li continued to browse and discovered several splendid mythic longswords. Crafting one to sell to Shen Nanxing could yield some much-needed funds. Although he was entitled to 20 of the profits from the extraordinary industry of the Thunder Brigade, establishing a business was a lengthy endeavor. In his current financial plight, he needed to earn money independently. Selling equipment was an excellent avenue, as gear provided immediate enhancement for professionals, being a fundamental necessity for all classes. He sifted through the options and found a lightweight sword whose materials could all be purchased, boasting commendable attributes. Li initially intended to craft an item for the fiery moon, but ultimately realized that her advancements in manufacturing would be far greater. After all, her agility was an astonishing 1711 points, making the enhancements from equipment with attribute restrictions exceedingly formidable. Suddenly, Li's browsing action came to a halt. One particular equipment caught his eye. Blessing of the Windwalker, belt, quality, epic, purple, agility, 30, constitution, 30, mental power, 30, spell power, 30, level requirement, 11 equipment effects, movement speed 20. Class exclusive, ranged projectile speed 15, ranged classes only. Required materials, 2 gale feathers, 10 enchanted silk, 3 strengthening bones. Gale feathers? Li exclaimed in delight. Did he not possess 2 gale feathers dropped from the hidden boss, Dark Feather, of the Shadow Tribe? As for the other materials, they were readily available for purchase. The most crucial aspect was that it required only level 11 to equip. Gaining an additional 20 in movement speed would elevate his total to a staggering 190, allowing him to outrun even the swiftest of hounds. Moreover, the increase in projectile speed was a rare attribute, providing a direct and efficient enhancement to his combat prowess. His Energy Star projectiles reached level 18, and compared to the skills of other professions at the same level, their base damage was quite impressive. Therefore, attributes such as spell power, which directly enhance skill damage, were no longer immediate necessities. Instead, secondary attributes like spell penetration, magic breaking, and projectile speed were of the utmost benefit to him. Suddenly, Li realized a crucial issue. He recalled the words spoken by the elder at the entrance of the Abyss dungeon upon his arrival. Among them was the phrase, Fortune smiles upon you today. The content conveyed by NPCs in the copy is generally of little reference value, apart from the ordinary basic units. However, higher-tier units often contain significant information. The elder at the entrance of the portal evidently does not belong to the category of ordinary units. My Lord Philo, how long do you intend to stay at the Radiant Fortress? Li Yi inquired. The little girl puffed her cheeks and responded ambiguously. My Lord Philo is going to travel the world, perhaps leaving tomorrow or the day after. Li Yi furrowed his brows slightly. Is it merely for such a short duration? Who will craft my equipment once you depart? My Lord Philo, how does this candy taste? Li Yi presented a smile he believed to be warm. The little girl nodded, about to praise the flavor, but upon catching sight of Li Yi's face, she could not help but frown. Human, your smile is quite repugnant. Are you concocting some sort of nefarious scheme against my Lord Philo? How astute she is, Li Yi thought to himself, while explaining, My Lord Philo, you have misunderstood. I wish to forge equipment with you, but I require time to gather materials, hence I hope you might stay at the Radiant Fortress for a few more days. The little girl shook her head vigorously. There are calamity creatures all around. I dislike this place immensely and will not linger for long. Li Yi spoke gently. My Lord Philo, in truth, this candy, in the realm of human craftsmanship, is merely of ordinary caliber. The little girl straightened her posture, her rounded toes curling slightly. Her gaze reflected disbelief. Is this truly just ordinary? Li Yi nodded with a smile. If categorized by star ratings, this candy can only be deemed 3 stars. There are 4 stars above it, and 5 stars, with the highest reaching 9 stars. This was no exaggeration. Humanity's exploration of culinary delights knows no bounds. The candy he had casually purchased was merely an industrial product. Far more exquisite confections, desserts, and pastries existed. Moreover, humans have incorporated extraordinary materials into their food, creating a plethora of unexpectedly delicious and extraordinary dishes. Li Yi cited a few examples he had come across while browsing the web. Chocolate, tiramisu, ice cream, cream puffs, pudding, various filled pies, and tarts alongside extraordinary foods. His voice brimmed with temptation. With cheese, biscuits, egg yolk, fine sugar, cream, and cocoa powder. Combine fine sugar with egg yolk and whisk until the color lightens, the volume expands, and it reaches a thick consistency. Then, fold the whipped cream into the cheese and egg yolk mixture gently to create the tiramisu batter. Refrigerate for 5 hours to let it set. And once the time is up, dust the surface with a layer of cocoa powder, and it is ready. Upon finishing, he observed the little girl swallowing hard, her azure eyes gleaming like light bulbs. Seizing the opportunity, he added, as long as my Lord Philo remains at the Radiant Fortress, I promise to deliver a delectable dessert and pastry to you within 3 days at the latest. The little girl, breathing rapidly, exclaimed with delight, Human, is this truly the case? Her delicate little toes spread with excitement, her 10 fingers fidgeting anxiously like a kitten sprawled out while purring. Even her soft, pink paw pads seemed to swell and pulse visibly. Li Yi nodded. Indeed, I can bring my Lord Philo all the culinary wonders of the human world. The little girl, in a fit of excitement, leaped down before Li Yi, grasping the fabric of his shoulder with her fair, tiny hands, as if fearing he might flee. A delightful fragrance wafted from her, a peculiar scent reminiscent of pine nuts blended with the warm aroma of freshly baked cakes. Truly delightful. Philo, with a serious expression, remarked, Human, let us make a pact. You shall bring me delicious treats, and I shall remain here for you to forge equipment. Should you fail to arrive within 3 days, my Lord Philo shall take her leave. Li Yi nodded, having reached an agreement with Philo. The little girl twirled in the air with excitement, even finding the candy in her hand to be less appealing. As a high-tier half-elf of the immortal race, her lifespan was exceedingly long. Despite her appearance resembling that of a young human girl, she was, in fact, over 300 years old. For her, 3 days was merely a fleeting moment. Phase 1, resource collection completed. Phase 2 commences. Phase 2, capture the spies. Description, please assist the Radiant Knights in identifying the lurking shadow spies within the city. Current progress, 000. Personal progress, 000. All the adventurers in the Radiant Fortress lamented in unison, including even the high-tier professionals, who felt particularly unlucky. What a stroke of misfortune. Why must the second phase involve finding spies? This will take no less than 4 or 5 days to complete. Once again, they would face scolding from the NPCs. The main abyss instance of the Wave of Flames does not possess the ordinary instance refresh mechanism. The NPCs within are unique. Once defeated, they will be replaced by a continuous influx of new NPCs, including heroic leaders and high-ranking personnel. The essence of Wave of Flames revolves around combating the Scourge army, yet the methods of confrontation may vary among each wave of adventurers. The initial phase primarily involved donations of supplies, but from the second phase onward, it became unpredictable. Some tasks would involve assisting in production, others aiding in training new recruits, and some would require addressing internal civil unrest, among other challenges. The most challenging task, however, would be capturing spies. This required the adventurers to rely solely on their own keen perception and intellect to investigate, Even the high-tier, high-level professionals found themselves at a loss when it came to identifying spies. Many, due to improper behavior within the fortress, would also be incarcerated by the fortress military under charges of harassment and offense for several days. When Li Yi bid farewell to Philo and returned to the center of the fortress with the Sword Saint's sister, the 500 adventurers had already formed various reconnaissance teams to tackle the spy issue. Adventurer, I need your assistance in identifying the spies lurking within the city. Please accompany me in this endeavor. A female knight clad in gleaming silver metal armor, fully armed, approached Li Yi. I am Catherine Lhasa. You may call me Catherine. Li Yi assessed Catherine briefly. The inhabitants of this other world are indeed tall. Catherine stood over 1.8 meters, towering above him, though still dwarfed by the Sword Saint's sister. Regarding Li Yu, Catherine merely cast a curious glance before returning her gaze. Li Yi informed the Sword Saint's sister of the specifics regarding the second phase. The Sword Saint unfurled her sword intent perception. It seemed Catherine sensed something, explaining, adventurer. Within the constraints of the defensive array at the Radiant Fortress, both allies and foes experience limitations in the distance and effectiveness of perception skills. Moreover, shadow spies are inherently immune to many detection methods. After sensing for a moment, Li Yu remarked, Master, my perception range has indeed been restricted. Now only a third of its original extent. However, the efficacy of my perception remains unaffected. Li Yi's expression brightened with joy. It must be due to the prowess of the Sword Saint, the esteemed elder sister. Such is the might of a high-ranking Sword Saint class. Were it not for the presence of others around, he would certainly reward her lavishly. Have you made any discoveries? Li Yu pointed towards a tavern not far off. I have identified several issues, but the methods employed by the tavern's owner to conceal his identity are particularly insidious. He may be harboring a formidable shadow demon. Li Yu comprehends human language, yet Catherine evidently struggles with the ancient tongue of the orcs. Her expression reflected surprise. What does the female swordsman mean by pointing towards the tavern? Could it be that she has truly detected a spy through her perception? What kind of perception skill is so extraordinary? Li Yi elucidated. My companion indicates that the tavern's owner is of significant concern. Catherine looked at Li Yu in astonishment. The tavern is over 400 meters away. This female swordsman can perceive such distances. However, she refrained from directly questioning Li Yi's statement. The capture of a spy is of paramount importance, and no suspicious detail must be overlooked. Let us confirm this, Catherine declared, taking the lead as she entered the tavern. Welcome to the Huthfire Tavern, esteemed knight. What would you like to drink? The tavern owner greeted them with remarkable warmth. Catherine's gaze turned icy as she drew her long sword, aiming it at the tavern owner. During this critical time of apprehending spies, I ask for your understanding. She clenched her left fist against her forehead, murmuring an incantation. In the name of the holy light, I bind you. A faint golden radiance enveloped the longsword. The holy light illuminated the tavern owner, forming a ring beneath his feet, which then ascended into a cylindrical light barrier, ensnaring him within. The tavern owner, both shocked and furious, retorted, Knight, you slander me. I shall report your defamation to the Lord. Holy light, shine. Catherine intoned sharply. The apex of the light barrier blazed forth, akin to a miniature sun, casting its illumination downward. The tavern owner, undeterred, sneered, Knight, prepare to face the Lord's retribution. The holy light enveloped the tavern owner for a full minute. Yet no anomaly was observed. Under normal circumstances, a shadow demon cannot endure the holy light for more than 30 seconds. Catherine's expression darkened, her mind filled with doubt. Had they perhaps misidentified the target? Among adventurers, there are often reckless individuals, and misidentification is not uncommon. The residents of the fortress frequently expressed their grievances due to their reckless actions. Catherine had grown accustomed to this over the years. Her demeanor remained composed, unaffected by the tavern owner's accusations. Just as she was about to retract the binding and offer a token apology to the owner, wait. Li Yi and Li Yu entered. Upon seeing Li Yi and Li Yu, the tavern owner mocked, Knight, how disappointing it is that you trust adventurers from another world over the devout residents of the fortress. Li Yi couldn't help but smile at this remark. The trust between NPCs and adventurers is built upon years of collaboration. For them, while some adventurers may seem unreliable, the level of commitment and seriousness they exhibit towards their quests is unparalleled. Li Yi gestured for Li Yu to take action. The Sword Saint nodded. In the next moment, a fierce aura of sword intent enveloped the tavern owner. Damn human adventurers, what have you done to me? The tavern owner's visage twisted in rage, his voice morphing from normalcy to a hoarse, furious shriek, a sound that grated on the nerves. Merely hearing it sent a wave of unease through Li Yi. Catherine's expression shifted. This sensation was troubling. It was a high-level shadow demon. She radiated holy light, with golden wings of divine power shimmering from her back, instantly entering a combat stance. Since you've discovered my presence, let us perish together. The tavern owner's hidden power surged forth as ink-like shadows coalesced into a terrifying 3-meter-tall creature with horns and spines. Ah! The tavern's patron screamed, plunging into chaos. The Sword Saint drew her longsword, positioning herself protectively in front of Li Yi. her expression unusually grave. Die! The shadow demon bellowed, its form swelling ominously. Sword intent perception blared alarmingly. Li Yue's expression changed dramatically. She swiftly scooped Li Yi into her embrace, invoking sword chi shield with all her might, enveloping both herself and Li Yi in a protective barrier, particularly shielding him. Nearly 80% of the sword chi enveloped him. Just as the sword saint prepared to utilize Gale's step to flee, a tremendous crash resounded. A colossal golden hammer descended from above, smashing through the tavern's roof and obliterating the shadow demon into a cloud of fragments. As these dark remnants scattered, they were purified into wisps of blue smoke by the holy light emanating from the hammer. Simultaneously, every individual within the tavern, including the unconscious tavern owner, found themselves bathed in holy light, surrounded by a shimmering golden shield. The intensity of the shield's golden glow indicated a formidable level of defense. The high priest has intervened, Catherine exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. A priest? Li Yi echoed, glancing upward. Was it the judging priest mentioned in the strategy 4, Tide of Flame? The one who has long stood in the energy domain above, confronting the Cataclysm Lord? He was astonished that such a powerful figure would personally strike down a shadow demon. It seems this shadow demon's rank is not low. Stage 2, Capture the Spy. Current progress, 30. Personal progress, 100. Evaluation, perfect. You have unlocked the Radiant Knight Order reputation. Current reputation, VIP. Li Yi stared at the information prompt in momentary disbelief. Was that it? This meant he could now relax, simply awaiting the total progress to reach its zenith. Moreover, he had even unlocked reputation. This was remarkable. With a high reputation within a faction, dungeons featuring NPCs from that faction would receive exceptional benefits, even assistance. In summary, the advantages were manifold. Catherine gazed reverently as the holy light dissipated, her expression soon shifting to one of exhilaration. Esteemed adventurer, this high-level shadow demon has likely lurked within the fortress for an extensive period. We are grateful for your assistance in eliminating it. After this, she stood tall, offering Li Yi a formal knightly salute. Esteemed adventurer, on behalf of the Radiant Knight Order, I earnestly request your aid in uncovering other shadow demon spies. Li Yi's eyes lit up. When NPCs in a dungeon proactively seek assistance, it often yields substantial benefits. Even in the absence of immediate tangible rewards, he was willing to assist purely for the sake of gaining reputation. The Radiant Knight Order is distributed across numerous dungeons, and their reputation is notoriously challenging to unlock and enhance. Such an opportunity is rare. Li Yi promptly agreed. At the central plaza of Radiant Fortress, all adventurers witnessing the progress were in a frenzy. 30 progress? Which formidable figure accomplished this? To understand, each time a shadow ghost spy is identified, the progress only increases by 2. However, this time, it surged by 30. Did we inadvertently poke the nest of the shadow ghosts? Chapter 57, VIP Treatment. They had initially prepared to spend at least 4 to 5 days completing the second phase of preparations, as this stage was exceedingly challenging, without any shortcuts or tricks, primarily testing their reconnaissance abilities. Yet, how many could truly possess such skills? Thus, this phase was largely reliant on numbers and patience to gradually grind through. To their astonishment, less than half an hour into the second phase, the progress had unexpectedly surged by a third. Excitement swept through the crowd. They speculated that the individual responsible was either exceptionally clever or a seasoned veteran. Whichever it was, they had certainly hitched a ride on a powerful ally during this stage. Enthusiastically, the group dispersed throughout the fortress, eager to uncover which esteemed figure had made such an impact, hoping to catch a glimpse of their prowess. Meanwhile, the 5th-tier advanced professionals sought to make acquaintances, perhaps hoping for future opportunities to form a team together. Outside the tavern, Catherine asked Li Yi and Li Yu to wait a moment as she sought the Lord for assistance. 10 minutes later, Catherine returned with 8 fully armored and imposing knights before Li Yi. Honorable adventurer, I am Cassius Germain, the vice-captain of the Radiant Knights. We shall assist you in eliminating all spies within the fortress while ensuring your safety during this endeavor. The tall middle-aged man leading them spoke humbly. The 7 knights behind him bowed in respect. Li Yi's gaze fell upon the red flame-patterned armor of the 8, causing him to catch his breath in awe. These individuals were all members of the Sacred Flame Knights. The core force of the Radiant Fortress was the Radiant Knights, among which existed a high-tier combat unit known as the Sacred Flame Knights. They were the elite of the elite, a rare breed among high-ranking units. To have 8 of them present was nothing short of astounding. Cassius Germain, as the vice-captain responsible for commanding the Sacred Flame Knights, had personally come forth, demonstrating the significance the Radiant Fortress placed on this matter. Li Yi returned the gesture, saying, "It is my honor to assist the knightly order." He observed the 8 closely. Cassius Germain was classified as a Lightforged Paladin, an elite unit. The other 7, distinguished by their armor, included 1 Holy Knight, 1 Guardian Knight, 1 Protector Knight, and 2 Retribution Knights. The final 2 were not knights. One was a bald figure adorned with shimmering golden runes, a rare, spellbound monk. The last was a slender elven girl, clad only in a bustier and shorts. Her beauty was striking, her face decorated with intricate green patterns, and a necklace of moonstones hung around her neck. If Li Yi was not mistaken, she was likely a druid, though he was uncertain of her specific subclass. Cassius Germain declared, "Let us commence." As he spoke, the elven girl let out a low growl, and, before Li Yi's astonished eyes, transformed into a massive white leopard, adorned with green patterns, standing 2 meters at the shoulder and 5 meters in length. The girl was indeed a wild-shaped druid. "Honorable adventurer, please mount my back." The white leopard spoke. Vines emanating from the green patterns on its body entwined to form 2 saddles on its back. Initially taken aback, Li Yi soon felt a thrill of excitement. Such a splendid mount for a VIP treatment? And it was transformed by the elven maiden. Eagerly, he climbed onto the back of the white leopard, with the sword saint sister settling behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist and pulling him close. Li Yi relished the moment, glancing down at the smooth fur of the leopardess back, instinctively reaching out to touch it. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, he suddenly snapped back to reality. This was a transformation of a young lady. To touch her fur would be akin to touching the back of a girl. Regretfully, he withdrew his hand. The white leopard let out a roar and began to stride forward, while the remaining 8, including Catherine, surrounded the leopard in a protective formation. The guardian knight and spellbound monk cast various enhancements and blessings upon Li Yi and Lai Yu, ensuring his safety to the utmost degree. Following this, Li Yi commenced his inspection of the fortress. The sword saint sister's sword intent perception spread out. "That sleeping old man." Li Yi pointed to an elderly gentleman dozing in the sun on a balcony. Cassius Germain paused for a moment. He recognized the old man. Old John, the night watchman, had diligently served the fortress for 40 years and had just retired 2 years ago. It was shocking to learn that he too had succumbed to the shadow ghost's temptation. It remained unclear when he had fallen from grace or how much information he had betrayed to the Catastrophe Legion during that time. On the balcony, old John seemed to sense their presence, opening his eyes to look down at the group. Finally, his gaze settled on Cassius Germain. "Good morning, Sir Germain." He greeted with a warm smile, casually inquiring, "Are you preparing for battle?" Cassius Germain's expression turned cold, lacking his usual cordiality. He pointed at old John, summoning 3 golden holy spears that materialized out of thin air. Old John's eyes widened in terror as he fell to the ground. "Sir Germain, what are you doing?" he cried out in alarm. Whoosh! The 3 holy spears shot forth, piercing through old John's body. The immense force pinned his frail, aged form against the wall. A piercing wail erupted from old John's body as the shadow ghost manifested, desperately attempting to flee. Unfortunately, the holy spears held it fast, and in less than 3 seconds, it was completely purified. "How deeply hidden," Cassius Germain remarked with a grave expression, having successfully identified another. Catherine and the others wore expressions of elation. This confirmed that this adventurer indeed possessed the ability to accurately detect shadow ghosts. Beneath Li Yi, the elven maiden, or rather, the white leopard, let out joyous roars, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. With this adventurer among them, they could entirely eradicate all shadow ghosts from the fortress today, thus eliminating the espionage threat in the near term. Li Yi looked up at old John, nudging Lai Yu with his shoulder. The sword saint's sister understood and softly said, "Master, he is already dead." A chill ran down Li Yi's spine. The sacred flame knights were beings forged in the crucible of battle. Ruthless killers who would not show mercy like the judgment clerics, who spared the lives of their hosts while slaying the shadow ghosts. Second phase, capture the spies. Current progress, 32. Thereafter, under the protection of the sacred flame knights, Li Yi began to inspect the entire fortress like a lord. With a mere gesture, he dictated life or death. On the streets, many professionals caught sight of Li Yi atop the white leopard, nestled in the embrace of the sword saint's sister, their eyes widening in disbelief. An adventurer? Upon recognizing the armor of the Holy Flame Knights, they were astonished to discover that 2 professionals were being escorted by these illustrious protectors. The notion of the Holy Flame Knights safeguarding professionals was unprecedented. Who were these 2 individuals? After all, they were the Holy Flame Knights, the most esteemed beings within the entire fortress. What left them utterly flabbergasted was that one of them was none other than Cassius Germain, the vice-captain of the Radiant Knights. It was well known that aside from the local judgment priest and the lord of this place, his authority surpassed that of even the captain of the Radiant Knights, firmly positioning him as the 3rd most powerful figure. The sight of such a prominent individual, striding forth like a mere stable hand, was a testament to the significance placed upon this occasion. Moreover, the mounts of these 2 professionals were not commonplace steeds, but rather colossal leopards transformed by a wild shapeshifter. Utilizing a druid as a mount, the crowd's heads were spinning with confusion. Could it be that he was the formidable figure tasked with uncovering the spies? Chapter 58. Something is amiss within the fortress. The professionals were astounded, their curiosity piqued to an extraordinary degree. Among them, a 4th-tier professional cast a discernment spell upon the 2 figures atop the white leopard. As the spell took effect, the Holy Flame Knights guarding Li Yi immediately sensed the probing. All the knights turned their gaze toward the fourth-tier professional almost in unison. A glimmer of menace flickered in their eyes, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from these powerful warriors surged forth. The professional felt as though he were the target of multiple bosses, nearly paralyzed with fear. He hastily broke the spell, realizing that provoking the Holy Flame Knights in the Radiant Fortress was tantamount to inviting death. Others who had contemplated casting discernment spells were similarly deterred, suppressing their curiosity as they watched the procession depart. The operation to apprehend the spies lasted a full 3 hours, under the protection of the Holy Flame Knights. Li Yi traversed every corner of the fortress. All the Shadow Ghost spies were located by the Sword Saint, only to be eliminated by Cassius Germain. Phase 2, Spy Apprehension completed. Phase 3 begins. Phase 3, Guard the Outpost. Note: please protect the frontline outpost from the onslaught of the Cataclysm Legion. Current progress, 000. Personal progress, 000. Beginning from Phase 3, all professionals would be assigned to different battle zones based on their levels. The tasks assigned would vary, with escalating levels of danger. Li Yi received the task of protecting the outpost, which presented moderate difficulty but significant risks. The team halted before the core of the fortress. The Radiant Bastion. The White Leopard crouched down. Li Yi and Liu exchanged knowing glances and dismounted. The White Leopard transformed back into an elfin girl. Esteemed adventurer, thank you for aiding the fortress in resolving the threat posed by spies. I shall bestow upon you the reward you deserve. Cassius Germain proclaimed solemnly. Li Yi's spirits lifted. Was a reward finally forthcoming? I grant you the title of honorary citizen. Cassius Germain produced a golden medal embedded with a ruby and presented it to Li Yi. Li Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, slightly disdainful. This was it. Nevertheless, he concealed his feelings and accepted the medal. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a notification sprang to life. Radiant Knight's reputation 50. Current reputation, VIP. Li Yi's face broke into a radiant smile. This is merely my duty. I shall willingly undertake any task to combat the Cataclysm Legion, he declared cheerfully. Upon examining the medal, he discovered it possessed additional effects. Honorary Citizen Medal of the Radiant Fortress, accessory. Quality none. Equipped effect. You are respected within the Radiant Fortress and will always receive the best discounts while shopping. Accessories do not occupy equipment slots. This effect is marginally beneficial. The medal was quite aesthetically pleasing, and Li Yi adorned himself with it. Cassius Germain then produced 2 palm-sized circular runes. These are Holy Light Weapon enchantment runes, capable of enhancing your weapon. Please accept them. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such treasures. Many 4th and 5th tier professionals ventured into the flame-tide abyss dungeon seeking materials for Holy Light Weapon enchantments. They labored tirelessly for numerous attempts without success. Yet here he was receiving 2 directly. Li Yi gratefully accepted them, marveling at the integrity of the NPCs from this otherworldly realm. Contribution warranted corresponding rewards. The only slight disappointment was that both runes had random enchantment effects. Nevertheless, they remained formidable, for even the weakest of Holy Light Weapon enchantment effects were extraordinarily powerful. Li Yi stowed the runes, planning to apply the enchantments once he crafted a mythic weapon, as bestowing such potent enchantments upon his current staff would be sheer waste. After dispensing the rewards, Cassius Germain and the 7 Holy Flame Knights bowed in farewell to Li Yi and his companion, then made their way toward the Radiant Bastion. Catherine returned to the military camp. At that moment, Liu suddenly whispered, "Master, I sense something amiss within the bastion." Li Yi's heart raced at her words. The Radiant Bastion was home to all high-ranking entities within the Radiant Fortress, including the Judgment Priest and the Fortress Lord, with so many formidable figures surrounding them. None had detected anything unusual, yet Liu had. Was the Sword Saint's sword intent perception truly so formidable? Li Yi felt exhilarated. If he could eliminate this spy, what rewards might he reap? Lord Cassius Germain, please hold. Li Yi called out suddenly, raising his voice. Cassius Germain turned, a look of confusion crossing his face. Adventurer, is there something else you wish to discuss? Li Yi spoke directly, revealing astonishing news. There is a spy within the bastion. The pupils of everyone present, including Cassius Germain, constricted sharply. A spy had infiltrated the upper echelons. This revelation sent shivers down their spines. Cassius Germain's expression darkened significantly. He took a deep breath and said, "Adventurer, could I trouble you to help us identify them? We will ensure your safety." Li Yi smiled. "I am at your service." Cassius Germain's gaze swept over his subordinates. "Everyone, at all costs, ensure the safety of the adventurer." They responded in unison, "Yes." To the bastion. Li Yi was shielded by 7 Holy Flame Knights as they entered the Radiant Bastion, a place that no professional had ever set foot in before. Their first stop was the council chamber. Lord Mudo Lenny was engaged in discussions regarding military matters with his advisors. Upon seeing Cassius Germain accompanied by an adventurer enter the important council chamber, he felt a sense of curiosity but refrained from questioning. "Cassius Germain, how is the matter of the spies being handled?" Mudo Lenny's gaze landed on Li Yi. He was somewhat intrigued by why the Holy Flame Knights had formed a protective circle around this adventurer, as if he were facing a formidable threat. Could there be danger lurking within the bastion? Cassius Germain responded slowly. All Shadow Ghost spies outside the bastion have been eliminated. Upon hearing the news, Mutolini's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The fact that everything had been eradicated was indeed a splendid revelation. However, a sudden realization struck him as he discerned an anomaly in Cassius Germain's words, causing him to recoil in alarm. His demeanor instantly turned grave. The exterior of the fortress had been cleansed, yet were there remnants within? Was there a spy lurking in the radiant fortress? He gazed intently into Cassius Germain's eyes, to which the latter nodded solemnly. Mutolini's countenance twitched, clearly shaken by the revelation, but he quickly regained his composure. Inform me, who is it? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lai relayed the confirmed outcome. On the 6th floor of the accommodation area, the second room from the right. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively paled, for that room belonged to Audino, the commander of the Radiant Knights. A look of incredulity and shock was unmistakable in Cassius Germain's eyes. The very man who had fought alongside him against the Cataclysm for 130 years, rising from an ordinary chaplain to a commander, a devout follower of the Holy Light, had turned out to be a spy for the Cataclysm? This revelation felt akin to a meteor crashing down upon their hearts. Yet, forged in the crucible of battle, the iron-willed warriors quickly steadied themselves. Mutolini commanded his aide, immediately notify everyone in the fortress to assemble at the fortress square. The aide swiftly complied. The powerful individuals practicing within the fortress soon received the summons. Although they were puzzled by the vague nature of the order, they accepted it without question. Hastening towards the fortress square, Lai, under the protection of the Holy Flame Knights, quickly departed as well. Within a mere 3 minutes, only 3 individuals remained in the entire Radiant Fortress. Grand Lord Mutolini and Cassius Germain stood before Audino's door. Chapter 59. The veteran, friend of the Holy Light. Hypocritical Holy Light will ultimately be obliterated in darkness. A furious roar reverberated throughout the fortress. All adventurers turned their gazes towards the direction of the Radiant Fortress, where the skies above were shrouded in an ominous darkness. 3 beams of light, 1 black, 2 gold, shot skyward. 3 figures ascended rapidly within the light columns. Adventurers widened their eyes in disbelief. What in the heavens were they witnessing? The Grand Lord, the commander of the Radiant Knights, and the vice commander were actually engaged in battle. Had one of their leaders succumbed to corruption? Adventurers hastily pulled out their phones to record the spectacle. The Radiant Knights were a significant force appearing in numerous dungeons, and the revelation of betrayal within their ranks was monumental news. Audino, you have betrayed the Holy Light. Betrayed your family. Today, you must face the judgment of the Holy Light. Cassius Germain's voice thundered with fury. The adventurers gasped in astonishment. The traitor was none other than the commander of the Radiant Knights. Especially for the 4th and 5th tier adventurers, disbelief clouded their minds. Audino was a hero they knew intimately, often appearing in many battles. In their minds, he was a pious devotee of the Holy Light, exuding remarkable leadership qualities and immense strength. They could not fathom why he would betray them after having attained such esteemed rank. It is not I who betrays, but the hypocritical Holy Light that has failed my faith. Audino's voice echoed once more. Grand Lord Mutolini sighed deeply. Audino, when will you come to understand that unending demands herald the onset of calamity? Boom, boom, boom. In the skies, an epic battle erupted among the 3 high-tier heroic units. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, fearful of missing any moment of the confrontation. Cassius Germain radiated with golden light, transforming into a form of light-infused might. His stature swelling to 5 meters tall as he brandished a colossal 10-meter holy hammer. Grand Lord Mutolini sprouted enormous pearlescent wings of holy light from his back, wielding a holy bow to unleash a barrage of luminous arrows. Meanwhile, Audino brandished his staff, unleashing a deluge of shadow arrows and destructive beams of death. Shadows and death's power swirled around him as he conjured countless shadow portals in midair. Gigantic tentacles erupted from these portals, striking towards Mutolini and Cassius Germain. The battle raged from the sky to the ground, and the Radiant Fortress suffered the onslaught, many structures collapsing into ruin. Moreover, amidst the crumbling remnants of the fortress, 2 dark altars arose, the spectral form of a terrifying entity gradually solidifying above them. In the aerial battlefield, the fallen Audino held his own against 2 opponents, even gaining the upper hand over Mutolini and Cassius Germain. The adventurers were dumbfounded. Were they truly witnessing this? Realizing the peril, they abandoned their curiosity and fled towards the outside of the Radiant Fortress. Lai, safeguarded by the Holy Flame Knights, felt no need to escape. He gazed in awe at the aerial combat. Was this the spectacle of battle among high-tier, high-level champions? It was astounding. At that moment, a divine sound resounded in the sky. A young girl clad in a pristine white robe, holding a sacred text, descended into the fortress. Simultaneously, a cascade of holy hammers rained down from above, shattering the tentacles and portals. The girl's intervention significantly alleviated the pressure on Muto and Cassius Germain. They had not anticipated Audino's fallen strength to be so formidable. The High Priestess. The residents of the fortress recognized the girl's identity and bowed in reverence. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Judgment Priestess, the adventurers finally breathed a sigh of relief and ceased their flight. Above the altars, the spectral form became increasingly tangible, revealing a 30-meter-tall, grotesque cataclysm giant. The adventurers' scalps prickled in fear. They had encountered such entities in the abyssal battlefield, known for their devastating power. Akin to a war machine, the young priestess extended her finger towards the heavens. Holy light converged atop the cataclysm giant's head, coalescing into a massive 30-meter holy sword. With a downward thrust of her finger, the colossal sword descended, illuminating half the sky. The specter of the cataclysm giant was cleaved in two, halting the summoning of the altars. Audino, return. A thunderous voice suddenly resonated through the realm. In the skies beyond the radiant fortress, endless dark clouds roiled forth, coalescing into a grotesque head thousands of meters wide. The Cataclysm Lord. The Judgment Priestess's expression shifted, her body radiating holy light as she transformed into a golden rainbow. Rushing towards the dark clouds, light and darkness clashed, locking in a stalemate before ascending once more into the energy domain. Muto, Cassius Germain, the next time we meet, I shall personally claim your lives. Audino's voice echoed throughout the fortress. The ominous presence above the radiant fortress dissipated. The crowd exhaled in relief. It was finally over. If the Lord of Calamity and the Judgment Cleric were to engage in battle within the radiant fortress, all would surely meet their demise. Boom. Cassius plummeted from the sky, creating a substantial crater before Li. His radiant form gradually faded, returning to his normal stature. Cassius swiftly approached Li, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Esteemed adventurer, thank you for eliminating the greatest threat to the Radiant Knights. The surrounding Holy Flame Knights regarded Li with eyes full of gratitude and respect. Had it not been for this adventurer, the fallen Audino would have continued to lurk among the Radiant Knights. It is unfathomable to consider the havoc he could wreak in the future. It is my honor to assist. Li replied with a smile. Please do inform us of your name, for the Radiant Knights shall forever remember your kindness. Cassius's expression was one of fervor. My name is Li. The Holy Flame Knights around him silently repeated the name, etching it into their memories. Cassius earnestly declared, from this day forth, we of the Radiant Knights shall be your loyal allies. May the Holy Light witness our vow. The other Holy Flame Knights prayed in unison. May the Holy Light witness our vow. Amidst their supplications, a beam of holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping Li. You have earned the respect of the Radiant Knights. Reputation with the Radiant Knights. 50. Current reputation. Renowned. Max. You have received the title, Friend of the Holy Light. Friend of the Holy Light. Title. Quality. Crown. Equipment effects. 1. Movement speed 20. 2. 30 damage to evil creatures. 3. 30 to holy buff effects. Class exclusive. Blessing of the Holy Light. Summoner. Blessing of the Holy Light. All summoner skills at level 2. Initial summoned beings receive holy enhancements. Note. You are a friend of the Holy Light, a companion of justice. You gain reputation with the Order faction more easily, and at double the speed. Chapter 60. Radiant Guardian. After reviewing the effects of the Friend of the Holy Light. Title. Li could not help but gasp in astonishment. Powerful. Remarkably powerful. With all skills at level 2. Does this mean that any summoner skill he learns in the future will commence at level 3? Undoubtedly. The most outrageous aspect is the 30 damage to evil creatures. It is worth noting that numerous monsters classified as evil within dungeons exist. The enhancement this effect brings is immense. Lastly, the increase in reputation acquisition efficiency is noteworthy. Gaining reputation with various factions within dungeons is notoriously challenging. Yet the benefits that come with elevated reputation are plentiful. For instance, the Holy Light weapon, enchantment required by high-level professionals, can only be crafted by an NPC if the reputation with the Radiant Knights reaches friendly. Furthermore, to learn the Holy Light weapon enchantment as a secondary skill, one must attain a reputation of VIP to purchase the blueprint. Finding ways to enhance reputation is one of the most vexing dilemmas faced by all high-level professionals. Eagerly, Li replaced the Feather of Cataclysm with Friend of the Holy Light. Upon examining his status panel, movement speed, 1825, active skills, Energy Star Bullet, level 20. Summon Radiant Guardian, level 3. Admonishing Whip, level 3. Passive skills, Encouragement of the Charioteer, level 3. Radiant Guardian? Li was thrilled to discover that the Summon Stone Guardian skill had transformed into Summon Radiant Guardian. Just the name alone suggested this skill was formidable. The rewards did not end there. Cassius presented Li with an arcane beacon resembling a ring. My lord, upon wearing this beacon, should you encounter a formidable foe, the nearest Holy Flame Knight will teleport to your side through the beacon to ensure your safety. Li's eyes lit up. The Holy Flame Knights are high-tier units with immense combat prowess. Except for colossal abyssal dungeons like Tide of Flames and other dungeons, As long as a holy flame knight is present, his life would be safeguarded. This was a life-saving item of paramount importance. Li Yi accepted the ring and donned it on his finger. After expressing their sincere gratitude once more, Kashugeman and the Holy Flame Knights convened their team and departed. My lord, Catherine approached Li Yi. Unlike her previous indifference, she now regarded him with profound respect. The frontline outpost has called for reinforcements, but we are short-handed. I beseech you to lend your assistance. Li Yi nodded. No problem. Catherine's expression brightened as she hastily said, there is no time to lose. Please follow me. Li Yi followed suit. The third phase had commenced. Professionals of various ranks had received their respective tasks. As a level 1 professional, Li Yi's assignment was relatively simple, merely to assist NPCs in safeguarding the outpost. Accompanied by Li Yue, Li Yi followed Catherine out of the Radiant Fortress towards the front lines. After half an hour of travel, the trio arrived at a small outpost, where 3 weary Radiant Knights were stationed. Upon seeing Catherine, they finally exhaled in relief. By the holy light, reinforcements have finally arrived. Catherine delivered supplies to the 3 Radiant Knights and instructed them to rest temporarily while she took over the defensive responsibility. My lord, the evil creatures of the Calamity Legion will periodically assault the outpost. We must repel them. If you encounter any evil beings, please do not engage. Lead them to me, and I shall vanquish them. The two organized their roles, each taking charge of a specific direction. Master, evil creatures are approaching. The Sword Saint Sister alerted. Soon, Catherine also spotted the evil beings. My lord, prepare for battle. Be cautious not to confront them head-on. From each assigned direction emerged a Calamity Wraith Hound. The hound stood 1 meter tall and nearly 2 meters in length, as robust as tigers. Though classified as minor foes within the Abyssal Dungeon, their combat strength was formidable enough to rival the bosses of ordinary 5-player dungeons. Hold off for now. Let me take a shot at it. Li Yi's expression gleamed with excitement as he readied to test out his new skill. Summon Radiant Guardian. He unleashed the skill twice in succession. From the 2 summoning circles emerged colossal stone beings, standing 2 meters tall, radiating holy light, and composed of white and yellow crystalline stones. Li Yi was astonished. So massive? In terms of volume, the Radiant Guardian exceeded the Stone Guardian by more than tenfold. The material of their bodies appeared remarkably sturdy, with defensive capabilities that undoubtedly surpassed that of the Stone Guardians. What an upgrade! Li Yi beamed with joy. He promptly commanded the Radiant Guardians to attack the Wraith Hound. With a thunderous rumble, the 2 stone beings advanced steadily towards the Wraith Hound. Their movements were somewhat clumsy, yet significantly more agile than the previous Stone Guardians. The Wraith Hound, being a creature of the undead, was driven solely by its instinct to attack and thirst for blood. Upon noticing a moving target approaching, it lunged forward without a hint of hesitation, frantically gnashing its teeth and rending the body of the light-forged guardian. Sizzle! The jaws and claws of the malevolent hound were scorched by the holy light energy emanating from the guardian, causing smoke to rise. In pain, it became even more frenzied in its assault. Clatter! Stone fragments flew from the guardian's form, yet it remained steadfast. It raised its stone fists and brought them crashing down. Boom! The fist struck the back of the malevolent hound with tremendous force, sending it staggering, nearly toppling to the ground. In a fit of rage, it retaliated wildly, indifferent to the fact that its teeth were knocked loose. A minute later, the dark energy enveloping the hound significantly diminished, and its attacks began to wane. Meanwhile, the 2 Lightforged Guardians, having endured excessive assaults, were on the verge of collapse, their bodies teetering. Li Yi's expression brightened. He was quite satisfied with the Guardian's defensive and offensive capabilities. Lasting a minute was already commendable. At last, the radiance of the light-forged guardians dimmed, shattering into a myriad of stone debris. Simultaneously, the malevolent hound fell to the ground. The guardians possessed a holy attribute that countered it, and with the enhancement of Li Yi's Friend of the Holy Light, they inflicted an additional 30 damage. With these combined advantages, a creature of the ordinary dungeon mini-boss level, typically requiring 5 players, was surprisingly vanquished by Li Yi utilizing just 2 summoned beasts. Personal progress, 4. Li Yi glanced at the progress. Slaying 1 granted 4 progress, indicating he needed to kill 25 for full completion. Limoon, you take the initiative. Li Yi, disinterested in waiting for each one to fall, promptly dispatched Limoon. With her high movement speed, the protection of the Lightforged Guardians, and the arcane vigilance marker, he had no concerns regarding safety. The Sword Saint nodded, drew her longsword, and executed Gale Step, cleansing all malevolent creatures encountered within the maximum range of her sword intent perception, centered around the outpost. In merely half an hour, she eradicated a vast array of wicked beings spanning 600 to 700 football fields. Not only did she clear Li Yi's designated outpost, but she also eliminated the calamity creatures surrounding the other 3 outposts. Current progress, 30. Personal progress, 100. Evaluation, perfect. Since he was the only first-tier practitioner in this abyssal challenge, the next step required waiting for the other NPCs to gradually amass progress. Li Yi, unwilling to wait, departed his outpost with Limoon, systematically clearing the others. An hour later, progress reached its zenith. Stage 3, guarding the outpost completed. Stage 4 begins. Stage 4, support Blackstone Valley. Description: the shining recruits of Blackstone Valley are surrounded by the forces of calamity. Please lend assistance to disrupt the Ravager Mars's forces and aid the recruits in their escape. Catherine rejoined Li Yi's side. Under her guidance, Li Yi and Lai Moon swiftly arrived at Blackstone Valley. In the valley's center, dozens of youthful boys and girls were fiercely resisting the onslaught of calamity creatures. Taking refuge behind a pile of rubble, Li Yi's gaze traversed the recruits, settling on a distant mound where a skeletal knight, brandishing dual scythes and mounted on a bone horse, commanded attention. The first-tier practitioners were facing the 4-stage boss, the Ravager Mars. Chapter 61, 2 purple items. It is this boss. Li Yi furrowed his brow. In strategy discussions, the Ravager's name was notoriously infamous. Mars was an agile, cunning assassin boss, shrouded in mystery regarding its mechanics and abilities. Furthermore, it was exceptionally cruel, relishing in eviscerating its foes and feasting upon their hearts. It was one of the rare bosses that did not generate threat, which deterred even the largest of battle groups from provoking it. Every practitioner who had witnessed Mars in combat bore psychological scars. It could be described as the nightmare of all first-tier practitioners. An entity that could cause catastrophic consequences with just a mere glance. My lord, we shall launch a flanking attack from the right side shortly. Do not enter Mars's attack range. Mars was a merciless executioner, relishing in the torment of its victims, deriving excitement from the fear of its prey. And those it targeted rarely survived until dawn. It had been transformed into a calamity creature 20 years prior and was once a notorious thief in life, thus possessing numerous rogue stealth skills, making it exceedingly dangerous. To date, hundreds of shining knights had perished at Mars's hands, and multiple attempts to besiege it had ended in its escape. Catherine's expression was grave. This boss is quite formidable. Li Yi turned to Lai Moon. What is your assessment? The Sword Saint, having probed with her sword intent perception, replied nonchalantly, slightly stronger than the previous one. Li Yi felt reassured. Are there any other formidable calamity beings aside from the Ravager Mars? My point is, if we can eliminate Mars, will that not save all the recruits? Catherine was momentarily taken aback by Li Yi's question. Regaining her composure, she quickly cautioned, My lord, while your companion is indeed powerful, the Ravager Mars is a genuine calamity general with immense strength. We must not provoke it. Li Yi was somewhat surprised. Mars was indeed of a commanding tier. In a conventional dungeon, this would equate to the level of a final boss of an heroic difficulty instance, merely 3 tiers below the Sword Saint. Did this imply that defeating it would guarantee at least one epic item? Abyssal dungeons do not yield experience, but they do produce precious materials, items, and equipment. After Catherine's caution, out of respect for Li Yi, she continued patiently explaining, Mars is the direct commander of this Ghoul Reaper unit. If we can slay it, the ghouls will descend into chaos without leadership, and the recruits will naturally be freed from peril. Li Yi comprehended. He turned to Lai Moon and commanded, Go and dispatch it. The Sword Saint rose, drawing her sword, and made her way toward Mars. Catherine was momentarily stunned, then urged, My lord, Mars is exceedingly dangerous. Li Yi patted her shoulder and smiled. Have you already forgotten who uncovered the greatest traitor of the Shining Knights? Catherine was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the woman before her, taller than herself, could even see through Audino's disguise. With such formidable perceptive abilities, how could her combat prowess be weak? She immediately felt exhilarated. The Ravager Mars had caused considerable troubles for the Shining Knights over the years. If it could be eliminated, it would equate to saving the lives of numerous comrades. Lai Moon moved swiftly, effortlessly dispatching a dozen ghouls that attempted to assail her along the way. On the mound, Mars sensed Li Moon's approach. Its lifeless, pale eyes rotated a few times, and an unsettling fervor emerged upon its grim, hardened visage. A thrilling prey has come. The taste of your heart must be exquisite. With a sinister grin, Mars leapt from his steed into the air, his form gradually becoming ethereal and dissipating. This is bad. He has cloaked himself, Catherine exclaimed. Yet, she soon realized that the female swordsman possessed formidable perception abilities, making it a trivial matter to see through the invisibility. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she scratched her head. Li Yue maintained an expression of calm indifference. Although Mars was invisible to the naked eye, he was utterly revealed to her sword intent perception. At that moment, Mars crouched atop a massive boulder, a mocking expression directed at Li Yue. Foolish swordsman, feel the terror of the unknown. Suddenly, his expression froze as he noticed the swordsman turning her gaze towards his position. Unlike the bewildered searches of others before, her eyes seemed to regard him as prey. He was the quarry. Could it be that I have been discovered? Mars shuddered in fear, transformed into a calamity monster. His abilities from his former life had been greatly enhanced. This was the first time he felt the sensation of being uncovered. Just as Mars prepared to distance himself, Li Yue vanished in place, executing Raging Sword Art, Ultimate Slash. The sword light cleaved through Mars' form. How is this possible? Mars' expression was one of horror. He had genuinely been discovered. What terrified him most was that the opponent had shattered his protective magical shield with a single strike. Fear gripped Mars. He had already perished once. Should he die again, there would be no chance of resurrection. He immediately invoked the skill, Flesh Shield, acquired after becoming a calamity monster, using the flesh and blood of living beings as the material to create a powerful defensive barrier around him. Shadow Step. Mars's body vanished from sight. The next instant, he materialized upon the skeletal warhorse, urging it to flee. Liyue's gaze remained icy, her demeanor still composed. Raging Sword Art, Ultimate Slash, has 3 phases of displacement. Her form vanished once more, and the sword light pierced through the warhorse. Raging Sword Art, Ultimate Sever, Mars's flesh shield could not withstand the assault. His body, along with that of the warhorse, was cleaved in 2. You have slain the Gut Ripper, Mars. Done. Li Yi smiled. Catherine's eyes widened in disbelief. She had anticipated an intense clash between the swordswoman and Mars, yet the opponent had dispatched him with merely 2 strikes. Mars was dead. A few of the new recruits from the Glorious Knight Brigade who witnessed Mars's demise immediately erupted in excited shouts. The morale of the recruits soared as they roared and launched a counterattack. The ghouls, bereft of their leader, fell into disarray, their attacks lacking any semblance of order. They were easily vanquished by the knights. Catherine eagerly joined in the extermination of the ghouls. 4th stage, support for Blackstone Valley completed. Current progress, 100. Personal progress, 100. Evaluation, perfect. Li Yi approached the corpse of Mars. 2 purple orbs of light caught his eye. To his surprise, there were 2. Li Yi was elated. He eagerly grasped one of the orbs. As the light faded, a necklace appeared in his hand. Chapter 62. The Little Lowly is very angry. Kaga's Token of Affection, Necklace. Quality, Purple, Epic. Spirit, 40. Spell Power, 60. Level Requirement, 10. Equipment Effects, 1. Spell Penetration, 5. 2. Magic Resistance, 7. 3. Cooldown Reduction, 5. Note: love empowers you to conquer fear. Stained with blood. The necklace boasted commendable attributes, prompting Li Yi to replace his previous necklace that added 5 agility. Next came the second orb. Li Yi felt a slight weight in his hand. As the light dissipated, a hefty, slender metallic staff landed in his palm. Lorraine's heirloom staff. Quality, Purple, Epic. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 40. Spell Power, 60. Level Requirement, 10. Equipment Effects, 1. Spell Penetration, 10. 2. Cooldown Reduction, 8. 3. Casting Speed, 10. Class Exclusive, additional 10 splash damage upon hitting with projectile spells, for spellcasting classes only. Note: the Lorraine family shall eradicate the Scourge Legion. Stained with blood. Li Yi replaced the Shadow Chieftain's staff. The 2 purple items significantly boosted his attributes. His constitution rose to 356 points, and his total attributes reached an impressive 1008 points. He then produced a Holy Light Weapon enchantment rune, ready to enchant the staff. Enchanting purple items was not considered a waste of runes. Moreover, his reputation within the Glorious Knight Brigade was now at its peak, allowing him to craft runes whenever he prepared the necessary materials. Li Yi brought the enchantment rune close to the staff. An immediate resonance occurred between the rune and the staff. Would you like to enchant Lorraine's heirloom staff with Holy Light Weapon? Yes. Threads of golden holy light energy began to seep into the staff. 5 seconds later. Enchantment successful. Li Yi checked the staff's attributes again, noticing an additional enchantment effect. Radiance of Holy Light. Enchantment effect when casting a skill. There is a 25 chance to trigger a brilliance effect, increasing your spell power by 100 for 6 seconds. What a powerful effect. Li Yi's eyes widened. No wonder those high-level professionals tirelessly ventured into the flame tide to gather materials for crafting holy light weapon enchantments. With a spell power of 228 points, he could significantly enhance the damage of Energy Starburst by 228. Once triggered, the damage would be further increased by 228, effectively elevating the base damage of the Energy Starburst skill by 2 levels. Li Yi was thoroughly pleased with this haul. On the battlefield of Blackstone Valley, the knight recruits, under Catherine's leadership, swiftly eradicated all the ghouls. Lord Li Yi, we thank you for your assistance to the Glorious Knight Brigade. Catherine and the recruits bowed in gratitude. The young men and women recognized Li Yi as an adventurer from another world, their expressions filled with curiosity. Li Yue stood protectively behind Li Yi, drawing the most attention. The recruits who had witnessed her slaying Mars looked at her with admiration. Incredible. She defeated that monster with just 2 moves. Catherine remarked, Lord Li Yi, shall we return to the fortress? Li Yi nodded. The professional panel did not display a reminder for the 5th stage, indicating that he would need to wait for the other professionals to complete the 4th stage before he could advance the quest progress. The group set off on their return journey. Along the way, Catherine recounted the exploits of Li Yi and Li Yue within the fortress to the recruits. The new recruits were astonished. Their esteemed commander was, in fact, a traitor. The true identity of Adino was unexpectedly uncovered by these 2 adventurers from another world. The new recruits, filled with gratitude, etched Li Yi's name and the appearances of the two adventurers firmly in their minds. Over an hour later, as night descended, everyone returned to the Radiant Fortress. Lord Li Yi, we have arranged accommodations for you. Upon following the quartermaster to the designated location, Li Yi was astounded. The Radiant Knights had summoned a branch druid, a nature's envoy, to personally construct a standalone treehouse for him within the fortress, promising that it would belong to him forever. To think that while I am renting an affordable housing unit in the real world, I already have a home in this instance. Li Yi found this amusing. The exterior and interior design of the treehouse resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities. Truly, the druids, being the children of Mother Nature, possess an exceptional understanding of beauty. The only regret Li Yi harbored was that the fortress was unaware of his relationship with Liyue, resulting in the creation of 2 bedrooms. His own room was adorned magnificently, though the bed was rather too small. After dinner and freshening up, the Sword Saint's sister softly bade him good night as she closed the door. How could Li Yi possibly remain obediently in his own room? After noticing Liyue extinguish the light, he grinned mischievously and stealthily approached the door of her room, gently pushing it open. "Oh dear sister, you left it ajar." Following the memory of the bed's location, he made his way inside. The Sword Saint's sister must have sensed all his movements, likely blushing in embarrassment as she watched him. As soon as his knees pressed against the mattress, he was ensnared by her long, powerful legs, effortlessly pulled into the embrace of the Sword Saint's sister. "You are quite the rogue," she teased, her voice laced with a hint of shyness. "You mustn't be too excessive." Her warm breath brushed against Li Yi's face and neck, eliciting a ticklish sensation. "Rest assured, I will summon you back in due time," he responded with a chuckle, cradling her flushed cheeks in his hands, just as he was about to lean down. Suddenly, the room was flooded with light. "What are you two doing?" A familiar voice rang out from above, startling Li Yi. Looking up, he discovered a halfling little girl who had appeared in the room, holding a magical crystal lamp, her delicate face contorted with anger. Li Yi hurriedly scrambled up from the Sword Saint's sister's embrace, both of them hastily dressing. Liyue was flushed with embarrassment, realizing that she had turned off her sword intent perception and, in her flustered state, had failed to notice Philu's arrival. "What brings you here, Lady Philu?" Once dressed, Li Yi quickly regained his composure. The little girl raised her eyebrows, her voice brimming with indignation. "Human, you possess such a splendid dwelling. Why have you not invited Lady Philu to stay? Do you intend to let her wake each morning with dew-soaked hair?" Her frustration was palpable. How despicable of this human to remain in the fortress while neglecting her. Li Yi, quick on his feet, immediately retorted, "Lady Philu, you misunderstand. The treehouse has 2 rooms. The other is actually prepared for you. I was just about to seek you out." The little girl's expression softened, her skepticism evident. "Really?" Li Yi nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Since you have come to visit, allow me to show you to your room." With that, he guided the little girl to what was originally meant to be his own room. "You may rest here tonight. You are welcome to stay for as long as you wish. This room is lovely. I quite like it." The little girl surveyed the space, her face reflecting satisfaction. "Then I shall not disturb Lady Philu's rest." As Li Yi turned to leave, she suddenly blocked his path. "Wait." The little girl approached him, her rounded nose slightly twitching. She circled around him, sniffing curiously, including his neck. The enchanting scent of pine and a hint of wheat wafted from her. Being so close, he could not help but admire the halfling girl's figure. Her long, glossy hair floated gracefully, naturally voluminous and soft. Despite her petite stature, she possessed a delicate, feminine curve. Her exquisitely crafted face bore sapphire-like eyes that sparkled with clarity, and her skin was smooth and porcelain-like, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Comparatively, Li found himself inexplicably feeling rather tall and imposing. After all, Liyue stood 40 centimeters taller than him, while he was precisely 40 centimeters taller than Philu. Did the Sword Saint's sister perceive him in the same light? He pondered, though the thought was fleeting. The Sword Saint's sister indulged him in everything. Such trivial matters were inconsequential. "Humph, I am the aggressor. Human, what is that scent on you?" The little girl frowned. "Scent?" Li was taken aback. What odor could possibly linger on him after being interrupted by Philu's entrance? "Sanctified light. It is the scent of the sanctified light." Philu suddenly raised her voice, her expression turning serious. "Human, your connection to the sanctified light is far too profound." "Curious," Li inquired, "Lady Philu, is there a problem with that?" Floating in midair, she placed her hands on her hips, her demeanor earnest. "Human, the devotees of the sanctified light are excessively fanatical. Extreme and fervent beliefs can lead to aberration and corruption, which are, in many ways, equally terrifying." Li finally understood. It must have been the effect of the Friend of the Sanctified Light, title that led Philu to misconstrue his beliefs. It seemed the little girl harbored some prejudices against the sanctified light. Through their brief interaction, Li had gleaned a general understanding of her character, somewhat arrogant, yet fundamentally kind-hearted and perhaps a tad gullible. Thus, with a nod, he acknowledged her well-meaning warning. "You make a valid point, Lady Philu. Thank you for your reminder. I shall take heed." Philu nodded in satisfaction, her expression reflecting that she found him to be a teachable individual. She reached out her small hand to pat his shoulder. solemnly advising, "Human, remember, justice is the true faith, while the sanctified light merely represents power." Li Yi pondered her words, realizing there was merit in her statement. He nodded in agreement. "You are right, Lady Philu. I shall remember." Philu floated over to the bed, releasing her mental energy, allowing her body to sink into the soft cotton blankets. She rolled around a few times, giggling with delight, evidently pleased with her new bed. Li Yi smiled. "Lady Philu, I shall not disturb your rest any longer." Suddenly, the little girl called out, "Wait, human, what is your name?" Li Yi. After repeating his name a few times, she waved her hand dismissively. "Lady Philu has noted it. You may go now." Li Yi smiled as he closed the door behind him. Once he departed, the visage of the young girl was adorned with a faint blush. Moments ago, she had passed by the treehouse and discovered that its inhabitant was none other than the human who had requested her to remain at the fortress. Enraged, she stormed in. But as she regained her composure, a hint of embarrassment crept in. Though she appeared as a small human girl, her thoughts remained untainted. However, her 3 centuries of existence had endowed her with a profound understanding of many matters. Why is it that men are always drawn to women of a more mature stature? Even my master is. The young girl seethed with indignation. The memory of how distracted Li Yi had been while conversing with her only fueled her ire. In Li Yue's chamber, Li Yi closed the door. After ensuring the latch was secure, he shed his garments and nestled beneath the covers. In the deep of night, he summoned the sword saint from the realm of invocation. "You did remarkably well today," he praised. The sword saint's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, responding with a languid murmur. "I have become quite adept." Li Yi's hands sank into the lush softness of Li Yue's hair, gently caressing it. The texture was exquisite, luxuriously smooth. Their eyes met, and the sword saint's dreamy red irises soon brimmed with affection, the atmosphere thickening with unspoken tension. Just as Li Yi leaned in for a kiss, the sword saint turned her head, raising a hand to lightly obstruct her rosy lips. "Master, please don't." Li Yi gently removed her hand, reassuringly saying, "It's quite all right." The following day, Li Yi remained in the embrace of the sword saint, enjoying a lazy slumber, having kept late hours the previous night. A cacophony of knocks at the door jolted him awake. "Human, how long do you intend to sleep? Rise and shine," came the irate voice of Philo from outside. Li Yi, feeling irritable, awoke with a groggy disposition. Fortunately, the sword saint's morning kiss dispelled all traces of his annoyance. After dressing, he opened the door to find Philo hovering in the air, wielding 2 iron hammers, one large and one small. She had been using the smaller hammer to knock on the door, and if Li Yi lingered any longer, he feared the larger hammer would come crashing down. "The members of the Radiant Knight Order have been waiting for you outside for quite some time." She glared at Li Yue, her dissatisfaction palpable. "You may indulge him." The sword saint playfully winked at the young girl. In truth, she had heard the knocking earlier, but had cloaked the sound with her sword, intent to avoid disturbing her master's slumber. In the living room, Catherine's expression turned to one of surprise upon seeing Li Yi and Li Yue emerge from the room together. It became clear that Li Yi and the female swordsman shared an intimate relationship. She offered a knightly salute, her demeanor grave. "Lord Li Yi, the Cataclysm army has launched a full-scale assault on our front line. The Holy Flame Knights have all been dispatched to support the northern, western, and southern fronts. The situation at Lake Senna has taken a dire turn." She took a deep breath. "All the darkfin fishermen tribes in the lake have been corrupted by the Cataclysm. They have devastated the coastal villages and are advancing toward the fortress. The new recruits have constructed a temporary defense, but they are severely outnumbered. We implore you to assist us." Li Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Lake Senna, situated to the east of the Radiant Fortress, was supposed to be a safe distance from the Cataclysm's front lines. It was shocking that the Cataclysm army had breached the fortress's defenses and corrupted the rear lines. The corrosive stomach acid of the darkfin fishmen was exceedingly potent. Once corrupted, even the holy light barriers could become tainted and eroded. Should they break through to the fortress, not even the sturdiest walls would withstand their assault. Catherine was visibly anxious. Li Yi glanced at his professional panel. Last line of defense. Description: the darkfin fishmen, corrupted by the Cataclysm, are closing in on the fortress. Please assist the new recruits of the Radiant Knight Order in stalling their advance to prevent damage to the fortress until reinforcements arrive. The 5th phase had finally commenced. Li Yi nodded. "Not a problem, let us depart." Before setting off, he turned to the young girl, tentatively asking, "Might Lady Philo lend us her assistance?" Philo pouted. Though reluctant to involve herself with the Radiant Knight Order, she was still willing to contribute to the fight against the Cataclysm. "Very well. Lady Philo shall show mercy today and lend you a hand. Breakfast will be on the way." The group departed the fortress, heading toward Lake Senna. Half an hour later, Li Yi was met with a cacophony of monstrous cries. As they advanced further, he beheld a vast swarm of darkfin fishmen, surging relentlessly against the temporary defenses. Chapter 64, The Battlefield. The new recruits of the Radiant Knight Order had set up barricades at the gorge leading to Lake Senna. This was the sole passage from the lake to the Radiant Fortress. At least 400 war chariots braced themselves behind enormous holy light shields. forming a continuous line exceeding 2,000 meters. Shielded by the chariots, the recruits launched counterattacks against the dark-finned fishmen. However, the sheer number of fishmen was overwhelming. Each chariot faced at least 30 fishmen, with a throng of them swarming from behind. These fishmen stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, their mouths lined with vicious teeth. Their visages grotesque, exuding an aura of darkness. They were far larger than the fishmen typically encountered in standard dungeons. Each possessed combat capabilities exceeding those of the ordinary small bosses found in 5-man dungeons. They clawed and gnawed at the holy light shields, their acidic saliva sizzling as it eroded the barriers. The recruits were tense, sweat beading on their brows, yet they managed to maintain some semblance of coordination amid the chaos. After dispatching a wave of fishmen, they would retreat the chariots a few meters to prevent the subsequent fishmen from trampling over the corpses and breaching the holy light shield. Li Yi's expression shifted, his breath momentarily stalling. This was the first time he had witnessed such a large-scale conflict outside of films. The number of dark-finned fishmen emerging from the gorge was at least 30 to 40,000, with more continuously crawling from the lake. A sight that sent shivers down his spine. Under normal circumstances for the Abyssal Ascension Challenge, this phase would involve teams of level 10 first-tier professionals supporting the Radiant Knights. Furthermore, prior to participating in the Ascension, first-tier professionals would undergo extensive training before daring to enter the Abyssal Dungeons. Typically, all newly minted professionals from countries worldwide would gather for the Ascension about 6 months after entering university. Very few, like Li Yi, would dare to venture in alone, as it posed considerable danger. In the Abyssal Dungeons, there would be no dynamic adjustments based on levels as in standard dungeons. Even alone, Li Yi would have to face each stage of challenges in their entirety. The scale of war would not diminish merely because he was the only professional present. Lord Li Yi, we must provide swift support to the new recruits. Catherine's expression was urgent. Understood. Li Yi nodded, following Catherine to the rear of the chariot. For the holy light, Catherine shouted, her body aglow with golden radiance, golden wings of holy power manifesting behind her. She leaped atop the chariot, swinging her sword to cleave a fishman attempting to scale its side. The fishman, struck, fell to the ground, yet audaciously scrambled back to its feet, howling in defiance. A gaping wound marred its chest, black blood oozing forth, yet it seemed impervious to pain as it charged forward once more. Li Yi continuously invoked this summon Lightforged Guardian, manifesting the summoning array amidst the throng of murlocs. To conserve sufficient mana for casting Energy Starbolt, he summoned only 7 Lightforged Guardians. However, as soon as the Guardians materialized, they were instantly overwhelmed by the frenzied murlocs, reduced to mere rubble under their relentless assault. With no other option, Li Yi relinquished the summoning of the Lightforged Guardians and opted to attack with Energy Starbolt. In the dungeon, with only himself as a lone practitioner, he transformed into a spell-casting artillery. The formidable level 20 Energy Starbolt proved exceedingly effective, sending the murlocs staggering backward. Although a single bolt could not inflict fatal damage, the sheer volume of firepower was overwhelming, compounded by his 15 points of spell penetration and the additional 30 damage from Friend of the Holy Light. He could typically slay one murloc with just a dozen bolts. It was noteworthy that these creatures were equivalent to a small group dungeon boss, yet they could withstand only a few of his energy projectiles. With a stroke of luck, simultaneous critical hits and the enchantment effect of Holy Light Radiance could even dispatch a murloc in 2 or 3 shots. Li Yi called out sharply. The sword saint nodded, unsheathing her longsword. With a flourish of Gale Step, she leaped over the war chariot and crashed into the murloc horde. The blade shimmered with brilliance as Li Yi tore through the ranks, leaving dismembered limbs in her wake. Each murloc could only withstand a single strike from her. You have slain an abyssal fin murloc diver. You have slain an abyssal fin murloc wave breaker. You have slain an abyssal fin murloc cleanser. In less than 10 seconds, a clear area had been carved out before Li Yi's war chariot. Above, Philo made her move as well. She soared into the air above the murlocs, summoning 3 square iron hammers, each with half a meter in length, to orbit around her. With a series of thuds, the little girl stood with her arms crossed. Calm and collected, one by one, the murlocs were crushed by her hammers, their bones shattering and bodies deforming as they were sent hurtling away, lifeless. Her efficiency surpassed even that of Li Yi, prompting Li Yi to glance over in astonishment. So this is the power of a telekinetic? The little girl is quite formidable. Commander Catherine, the holy energy stones are running low. A panicked rookie knight called out to Catherine. Her expression shifted dramatically. How could they have depleted so quickly? The only thing sustaining the front line against the murlocs was the holy light shield of the war chariot. If the shield were to fail, the murloc horde would inundate them in an instant, launching an assault on the fortress. The corrosive gastric acid of the murlocs was far too potent, causing the shield to deplete at an alarming rate. The rookie's face was a mask of fear. There was enough holy energy left to last at most half an hour. The other rookies also displayed expressions of dread. They all understood the dire consequences that awaited if this line of defense were breached. Catherine cleaved through a murloc, her gaze shifting towards the two girls who were wreaking havoc amidst the murlocs. Though they were formidable, the sheer number of murlocs was overwhelming, and they would eventually tire. Relying solely on the two of them could not turn the tide of battle. What to do? Gritting her teeth, Catherine's resolve hardened. The fortress must not fall. Even if it meant sacrificing her life, she would hold the line until her comrades arrived to reinforce them. She had steeled herself for the ultimate sacrifice. Commander Catherine. Murloc spellcasters have appeared. Catherine's expression paled as she looked up. 50 meters away, Murloc sorcerers wielding staves emerged. This is it. A chill ran down Catherine's spine. The Holy Light Shield could withstand the melee attacks of the abyssal fin Murlocs, but was powerless against ranged spellcasters. Their long-range spells could bypass the shield and inflict damage on the rookies. Once casualties began to mount, their line would collapse even faster. Liyue and Philo also recognized the growing threat. They both shouted in unison and charged toward the Murloc sorcerers. The first wave of over 10 sorcerers fell before their blades. But upon glancing up, they saw even more sorcerers mingling among the Murloc ranks, advancing toward the front line. A wave of despair washed over them. They could only attempt to slay as many Murloc spellcasters as possible. With the number of Murloc sorcerers swelling to 400 or 500, Liyue resolutely turned back. Protecting her master's safety was now her paramount duty. My mana is depleted. Li gasped slightly as he awaited the restoration of his mana. He too had noticed the shifting dynamics of the battlefield, furrowing his brow in concern. Surely, his Abyssal Challenge's 5th stage would not result in failure? Just then, two melodious voices rang in his ears. Chapter 65, Explosive Summoning. Two enhancement statuses appeared on his profession panel. One was the Bard's Song of Spirit. The other was the Holy Hymn from the Priest Class S Hymnist profession. Both enhancement skills significantly boosted mana recovery speed, and their effects were evidently stronger than those of the other practitioners. Li's mana surged at an observable rate. His eyes gleamed with a bold idea. Is there a natural healer? Li stood up and called out. The natural healer is a healing profession under the druid class. I am. A male elf raised his hand eagerly. Grant me a natural vitality. Without hesitation, the elven boy raised his hand, unleashing a green energy that enveloped Li. Instantly, Li felt as if he had consumed dozens of mint candies. A refreshing sensation coursing through him as his pores opened up. The natural vitality amplified his bodily functions, enhancing the recovery effects of Song of Spirit and Holy Hymn. Do any Blessing Knights have Dawn's Blessing? As he spoke, a Blessing Knight opened a scripture, his hands hovering above the text. As his prayers ascended, a blessing ring floated above Li's head. The effect of Dawn's Blessing was to enhance all buffs by 20. The Rookie Knight's Blessing was even more potent, boosting the effect by 35. With the addition of Natural Vitality and Dawn's Blessing, combined with Li's already impressive 181 points in Spirit, his baseline mana recovery rate skyrocketed several-fold due to the two enhancements. His mana was instantly restored to full capacity. You four, maintain the buffs for me. I have a way to repel the Murlocs. Li instructed. The four rookies nodded in unison, with a glimmer in his eyes. Li took a deep breath and then began to summon Lightforged Guardian, in rapid succession. The ground around him erupted with a multitude of summoning arrays. And towering Lightforged Guardians, each standing 2 meters tall, began to materialize. In under a minute, over 500 Lightforged Guardians appeared around him. Li's expression was one of uncontainable excitement. As long as his mana held out, he could summon an infinite army. The four rookies stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. So many summoned beings. On the war chariot, Catherine heard the astonished exclamations from behind her. She turned her head in momentary astonishment, followed by an overwhelming joy. Previously, while stationed at the watchtower with Sir Li, she had witnessed the prowess of his summoned creatures in battle. Their defensive and offensive capabilities were remarkably commendable. To her surprise, Sir Li was capable of such extensive summoning. She had always believed that the strength lay with the female swordsman. Now, she realized that Sir Li also possessed formidable power. No wonder such an exceptional female swordsman would be enamored with him. Could there be more? Catherine gazed at Li with hopeful anticipation. If only he could summon 10,000 of such entities, they would undoubtedly be able to hold the line until reinforcements arrived. Before long, other new recruits along the front line also noticed the rapidly multiplying Lightforged Sentinels, instantly boosting their morale. Master, the Sword Saint's sister landed beside Li, and Philo returned flying. The little girl gazed in astonishment. Was Li a summoner? With so many summoned beings, did he possess the ability to summon endlessly? You're quite impressive, human. The little girl took a deep breath, offering a rare compliment. She observed that there was no longer a foothold for the Lightforged Sentinels around Li. Without hesitation, she activated her telekinesis, levitating Li and 4 new recruits to an open area. Time ticked by. The Holy Light Shield of the War Chariot was on the verge of collapse under the relentless bombardment from the merman mages. Many new recruits were injured and rendered incapable of fighting. Behind the front line, thousands of Lightforged Sentinels illuminated the land, presenting a stark contrast to the dark. Oppressive horde of mermen. 20 minutes later, over 10,000 Lightforged sentinels had been summoned by Li Yi. Each sentinel received the command to engage the mermen upon their summoning. Catherine, fall back. Li Yi shouted. Catherine promptly instructed the new recruits to withdraw in an orderly fashion, creating a gap during the retreat. All the Lightforged sentinels began to march forward, charging towards the merman army. Boom, boom. The very earth trembled. The two massive forces collided. The dark-finned mermen, under the overwhelming impact of the Lightforged sentinels, were nearly shattered, a breach torn in their ranks. Though the Lightforged sentinels lacked the lethal force and speed of the mermen, they were not inferior in terms of size, strength, and defense. As they clashed, both sides found themselves evenly matched, with mermen pouring in ceaselessly. Li Yi continued to provide support at a rate of 500 Lightforged sentinels per minute. In an instant, the mermen's offensive was firmly repelled by the Lightforged sentinels. Catherine's heart surged with excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. The crisis was not only averted, but they could counterattack. Knights. Catherine raised her longsword. Over 2,000 new recruits turned their gazes towards her, their spirits soaring. Advance. Catherine led the charge, with the new recruits fervently following suit. They surged into the battlefield like a sharpened blade, causing chaos among the merman army. The front line began to slowly push back. In the northern front, a team of 30 professionals was assisting two Holy Flame Knights in besieging a 6-meter-tall, 10-meter-long cataclysmic mammoth. Suddenly, a cataclysmic mage appeared above the mammoth. Zoltan, there has been a change in the plan behind the Radiant Bastion, and you are needed for support. As the mage spoke, he began to cast a spell. A massive black portal manifested behind the mammoth. With a roar, Zoltan brandished his spear, forcing back the two Holy Flame Knights before charging towards the teleportation array. Stop him. The Holy Flame Knights bellowed, unleashing their mightiest attacks. Alas, it was too late. Their attacks passed through the dissipating portal, creating two large craters on the ground. Locate his position. The Holy Flame Knights immediately relayed information to the command center observing the battlefield. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the command center dispatched personnel to search for the whereabouts of the cataclysmic mammoth. What? The boss has vanished? The mission remains unfulfilled. What shall we do about our progress in the 5th phase? The professionals were left dumbfounded. The mission prompt was to repel the frost spear Zoltan. Now that Zoltan had escaped, there was no indication of mission completion. They realized they had fought for half a day in vain. The most pressing issue was that their progress was now stalled. If they couldn't complete the task, they wouldn't receive their rewards. After exhausting themselves for nearly 2 days, they ultimately felt they had labored in vain, their spirits crushed. Not only their team, but all teams within the Wave of Flames, Abyss Dungeon were left in disarray. As the boss they were battling vanished through the portal from the battlefield. At Lake Senna, the dark-finned merman army was in full retreat. Catherine was about to pursue the advantage when, suddenly, the bodies of the merman mages along the shore exploded without warning. One by one, black teleportation markers floated into the air,